Chapter 1. When Yijiao booked the venue for the gathering at the 16th floor of the Blue Harbor Hotel, as night fell and the lights came on, the hotel's bright yellow interior was slightly dazzling. Shen Jiang had just returned from Hengyan a few hours ago and hadn't had a proper rest after a quick tidying up. She hurried over to in the class WeChat group. Discussions were lively as when Yijiao announced she was hosting a gathering that evening and insisted that everyone must attend. Shen Jiang was fortunate to receive a private message from her, asking when she would return to the capital, and warmly inviting her to come. Having been classmates for so long, when Yijiao had always regarded her as a rival, subtly undermining her. Now that when Yijiao was basking in success, if Shen Jiang didn't show up, it would seem like jealousy. As soon as Shen Jiang stepped into the elevator, she saw a young couple running towards her. The girl called out, "Wait, please hold the door." She pressed the pause button, and the elevator door stopped. The couple entered, pressed a button for their floor, and the doors slowly closed. With 3 people in the elevator, Shen Jiang politely moved to the side. The red numbers on the display changed slowly, and Shen Jiang stared blankly at the floor. Suddenly, she felt a gaze fixed on her, and when she looked up, she saw the boy's dazed face reflected in the mirrored elevator wall. The girl also noticed her boyfriend stealing glances at someone else and angrily elbowed him in the ribs. The boy groaned in pain, covering his waist and whispering, "I wasn't looking. Have you never seen a woman before?" The girl shot back. The boy repeatedly apologized, and as he spoke, he unconsciously glanced at Shen Jiang, quickly averting his eyes. Of course, he had seen women, he just rarely encountered someone as beautiful as this tall woman. He hadn't paid much attention before entering the elevator, but later realized that not only did she have an outstanding temperament, but her looks were also striking, which was why he had been momentarily captivated to divert his girlfriend's attention. The boy held out his phone, saying, "Hey, look, that person you like just posted on Weibo." The girl frowned. "What do you mean, that person? Our Jiao Jiao has a name, okay? When Yijiao. If you call her that person again, I won't let you off." She took the phone. "Let me see. Jiao Jiao posted photos from the class reunion. She's so beautiful. Did you see? This is a real beauty. She doesn't have a single flaw, even on TV. Not just anyone can compare." Yes, I get it." The elevator dinged as it reached the 10th floor. The couple chatted as they exited, and the doors closed again. Shen Jiang sighed softly. Is it any wonder that idol dramas are tools for attracting fans? Especially historical idol dramas. They are truly weapons among weapons. In their cohort at the Capital Film Academy's acting department, there were only a few dozen students, and when Yijiao was the first girl to officially debut. This summer, the historical drama Xiao Li Tianxia, where she played the lead female role, became a hit, reaching a peak viewership of 2.9 that although it didn't break 3, it was still a significant success, and several main actors, including her, became hot topics. News articles flooded major websites, and wherever she went, she could hear others discussing it. The girl who just left the elevator was a prime example. It was already mid-October, and the second half of the year was quickly coming to an end. This year, only when Yijiao had become popular among actresses, so it was no wonder she couldn't help but flaunt it to Shen Jiang. Another ding sounded as Shen Jiang stepped out of the elevator, politely declining the offer of a server to guide her, and slowly walked toward the private room. Her phone vibrated. She opened WeChat to take a look. It was a message from Jiang Yao. "Yao, are you really going to an Yijiao's gathering? A big piece of ginger. I'm almost at the private room." Yao, you're something else. You just got back to school and haven't rested, yet you're going to add fuel to someone else's feast. Are you bored? A big piece of ginger. I'm back anyway, showing my face won't cost me anything. Yao, wait. If she tries to provoke you, don't come to me. A big piece of ginger. Don't worry. They'll leave soon after a while. Focus on your filming. Don't worry about me. Yao, how can I not worry? You clearly didn't tell me you were in Hengyan before, waiting until your plane landed back at school to say it. What have you been busy with lately? Out of the corner of her eye, Shen Jiang realized she had arrived at the door of the private room and put her phone away without replying. "Hey, Shen Jiang is here." The class monitor's loud voice attracted everyone's attention in the private room. Shen Jiang smiled gently, and before she could greet everyone, when Yijiao had already come over to her. "I'm really glad you decided to come. I thought you weren't going to show up." Shen Jiang smiled warmly. "How could I not? As a classmate, I definitely wouldn't miss your celebration." They were classmates, but not roommates. They had clashed over the issue of dorm assignments, and since then, when Yijiao had always been at odds with her. After being apart for so long, Shen Jiang could easily pick up on the subtext in Wen Yijiao's words. Everyone in the class was present except for Jiang Yao, who was filming outside, and even 2 teachers had come. Wen Yijiao specifically mentioned that she thought Shen Jiang wouldn't come. How much did she want to solidify the label of jealousy on her? After greeting everyone and exchanging pleasantries, Wen Yijiao sat beside Shen Jiang and asked, "I've been so busy lately. Just got back yesterday. I heard everyone say you took a long leave. Did you get a job?" Hearing them mention this, the whole table turned to look. Regardless of whether they would pursue acting in the future, they were all students in the acting department of one of the top 3 film academies in the country, and they couldn't help but pay attention. Sort of, Shen Jiang replied. "Although it's a TV drama and I didn't sign a confidentiality agreement, during the filming phase, the production team still prefers to keep extra information to a minimum. So I didn't tell everyone." When Yijiao's eyes sparkled, "So it's finished shooting? What drama? What role?" The large private room was set up with 3 tables, and their female instructor, Chun Yun, happened to be sitting at this table. She smiled and chimed in. "Shen Jiang is participating in director Zhang Yi's drama, Ru Fei Chuan Qi. Last time, their producer came to the school to scout talent and selected Shen Jiang. She took a few days to consider it before agreeing, as she was focused on her studies. Director Zhang Yi's dramas have always had good viewership ratings, and many young actors have gained fame through his works. Given that he hadn't released a new project in over 3 years, when the news about Ru Fei Chuan Qi broke, it immediately made headlines in entertainment news. If the quality of the drama met or exceeded past standards, the chances of the lead actors becoming popular were very high. However, the choices for the male and female leads had long been announced, and they were both popular young actors. Shen Jiang's role was, could she be the second female lead? "My role isn't significant," Shen Jiang said calmly, meeting everyone's gaze. "At most, I'd be considered the 4th female lead." When Yijiao's eyelashes fluttered and the corners of her lips lifted slightly, almost imperceptibly. "The 4th female lead is still good after all. It's a drama by director Zhang Yi." "Shen Jiang, you should have confidence in yourself." Shen Jiang didn't show much emotion on her face, lightly smiling. "Thank you for your kind words." When Yijiao looked at her expression, her smile deepening. She had thought it was a significant role, but it turned out to be just the 4th female lead. She secretly loosened her grip on the hem of her clothes under the table, feeling immensely pleased. Although Xiao Li Tianxia was a huge success, it primarily made Wen Yijiao and the male lead famous. The male and female supporting roles gained some attention and followers, but they still fell short compared to them. As for these supporting roles, especially the 4th female lead, the chances of becoming popular were slim that in the past. She always thought Shen Jiang would be her strong competitor, but now it seemed that Shen Jiang's starting point was far behind hers, and whether she was qualified to compete with her was still uncertain. Perhaps she had overestimated her. Compared to Wen Yijiao, the class leader's blessings are much more sincere. He raised his glass and toasted Shen Jiang from afar. "No matter what, starting to strive is always good. We are gathered here now, but who knows what will happen in the future. As for me, if I have good luck after graduation, it'll start as a significant supporting role. If not, I can only endure slowly that I can't do anything else, so I sincerely wish you all the best." After a pause, he added, "In short, we are all classmates. No matter who succeeds in the future, I will be happy for you all." Not only Shen Jiang, but everyone present stood up to drink this toast. After finishing her drink, Shen Jiang poured herself a second glass, saying, "Jiang Yao isn't here, so I'll drink for her." When the conversation shifted to Jiang Yao, there was another round of teasing, and after a bout of laughter, everyone resumed eating. While they were eating, someone suddenly shouted. A group of people asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah, my male god is taking on a new drama." "Who is your male god?" "Actor Liu." "Actor Liu Baiting. The drama that has been rumored for a long time. He's taking it on." When the boy who asked heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Really? Is it about the news that said he was going to collaborate with director Su Minin?" Wen Yijiao sipped her drink, unhurriedly saying, "The collaboration between actor Liu and director Su has been in the works for a while. How could we forget that there's someone from the industry here? Yijiao must know the news. Come on, tell us." "I don't know much, but I did hear before that actor Liu would collaborate with director Su." She curved her red lips, speaking in a tone as if she were an insider, but the content she revealed was no more significant than what the media usually speculated, merely old news rehashed. Everyone chimed in, and the second fangirl of actor Liu opened the news and confirmed it was true. She utilized the techniques learned in class to vividly portray her almost fainting from excitement. Oh my God, I'm going to explode. My chest can't contain my excited heart anymore. Instructor Chunyin couldn't help but chide. If you could bring this energy to class, your professional grades would definitely be better than they are now. The fangirl stuck out her tongue and then heard the class leader ask, "What film is director Su shooting this time?" "I don't know." The first fangirl who had exclaimed shrugged. The news only mentioned it, but didn't reveal specifics, including the title or who the female lead is. When Yi Jiao smiled, for a big production like this, the confidentiality is done very well. When the time is right, they will announce the specific news, and those who want to know will know. Everyone understood this was the truth, chatted for a bit, and then stopped discussing further. Shen Jiang, who had been silent, put down her chopsticks. "It's getting late. I need to go back to rest, so we'll leave first. You all take your time eating." "So soon?" When Yi Jiao raised an eyebrow, the smile in her eyes hinting at an inexplicable understanding, as if to say, "I knew it." Shen Jiang understood in her heart that when Yi Jiao must think she couldn't hold back her jealousy any longer after pretending for a whole night, so she wanted to leave early. Let it be a misunderstanding, fatigue hit her, and she just wanted to rest. Everything else was secondary. Shen Jiang said goodbye to everyone, her gaze circling back to when Yi Jiao's face, not backing down as she met her eyes. "Let's stop here for today. Next time, we'll gather again." Shen Jiang lay on her bed with a face mask on, and just as she closed her eyes for a brief rest, a WeChat message came in. "Assistant Director, you'll join the team on the 24th. You can come 2 days early. A big piece of ginger." "Okay." After a pause, she sent another message. "Is everyone else in the group yet?" The reply came, "No. Others are checking their schedules, but they should all join around the 20th. And remember, you must arrive early, not late. Director Su has to fly to the capital in the next few days to handle some matters. You need to be there before he returns to the crew. He's not as easy to talk to as I am." A big piece of ginger. "Got it. They'll take care of my leave with the instructor and fly to Hengyan right away." After thanking the assistant director for the reminder, Shen Jiang held her phone and stared at the screen for a long time. Director Su Minen's new project, which he had been preparing for years, was garnering a lot of attention from the outside world. The media speculated endlessly, with no less than 8,000 rumors, and only a few people inside the crew knew the film's name and content, just like her. The Dragon Hidden. Actor Liu Beiting is the male lead. The female lead is her, Shen Jiang. Chapter 2. Shen Jiang arrived in Hengyan 3 days early. After meeting with the assistant director and others, she stayed in the hotel to rest and await the start of filming. Just as she finished organizing her luggage, she received a message from Jiang Yao a few days ago. Jiang Yao had caused a scene with Shen Jiang, unhappy that as her closest friend, she was the last to know that Shen Jiang had taken a long leave after the school. Started to shoot The Legend of Ru Fei, and she found out through the class group chat. Jiang Yao had bombarded Shen Jiang with various crying emoji that day. Now, she sent a message saying she had finished her scenes and returned to the capital, wanting to give her a surprise. Shen Jiang looked at the screen and sighed silently. "I really can't go downstairs to pick you up. A big piece of ginger. Am not at school." "Yao Yao, huh?" "A big piece of ginger. I extended my leave with the school." "Yao Yao, I'm going to break off our friendship." "Don't say anything, break. Friendship. A big piece of ginger. I really have things to do. Once I'm done, they'll definitely treat you to a big meal, my fairy." "Bigado." "Yao Yao, I don't want to talk to you anymore." Shen Jiang sent an emoji, but there was no reply. She clicked into the class group and saw everyone chatting casually. After glancing at it, she tossed her phone aside and rolled around on the bed. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her phone buzzed beside her cheek. Shen Jiang fumbled to pick it up and saw it was Jiang Yao's message, but her tone was more excited than before. "Yao Yao, I'm so mad. Just now a junior saw me and said she knew me. Before I could say anything, she immediately asked me if I could help her get a signed photo from when Yi Jiao. What are these juniors doing? Can't they study properly anymore? A big piece of ginger. Calm down. Ignorance is no crime." "Yao Yao, if I were Lucio, I would definitely choose Empress Gua." Yin Lihua is the character when Yi Jiao played in Beautiful World, which tells the love story between Emperor Lucio of the Han Dynasty and his first wife, Yin Lihua. In truth, if one were to scrutinize, the plot is overly exaggerated and dramatized with inadequate historical accuracy, but the performances of the male and female leads are commendable, and their interactions are lovely, making it quite good among idol dramas. Additionally, it aired during the summer season, so the results were impressive. After it finished airing, Wen Yijiao and the actor who played Lu Xiao, Zhou Ruyang, gained considerable popularity as a couple, attracting many fans. Now it seemed even their school had them. A big piece of ginger. Let's just take care of ourselves. First, we shouldn't worry about others. Yao Yao. I don't want to worry about her, but she keeps worrying about me. You don't know, a drama my agent helped me contact before the wrap-up was snatched by her. My agent went to negotiate, and her agent followed. Right after, I don't believe it's that coincidental. Shen Jiang looked at the screen as Jiang Yao revealed her true reasons for anger, pausing for a moment. This industry is very realistic for newcomers like them. A role can change many things. Just like herself, she was noticed by the producer of The Legend of Ru Fei because of her appearance, but as a student from Film Academy just starting out, she could only play the fourth female lead. That if it weren't for her incredible luck in getting the audition opportunity for The Dragon Hidden and coincidentally catching director Su Minin trying something new, having only liked to use established stars before, he decided to use newcomers this time. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding her performance was during the audition, the leading female role wouldn't have been hers. The severity of maliciously snatching roles is no less than slapping someone in the face. In the second semester of her sophomore year, when Yijiao signed with Guangying Media. Not long after, Jiang Yao signed with Huaxian Media, which happened to be the rival company. Given that they were already at odds, it was no wonder Jiang Yao had so many thoughts on her mind. In their cohort, Shen Jiang's academic performance had always been the best in the department. Although Jiang Yao couldn't quite match her, she wasn't far behind. If it came to acting skills, Wen Yijiao might not necessarily win against her. Yet, Wen Yijiao was heavily promoted by Guangying, while Huaxian was facing internal issues. Jiang Yao found herself caught in factional struggles, with limited resources available to her. Missing one opportunity and being blocked from another made her feel like she was about to explode. Shen Jiang patiently comforted her for a while, but Jiang Yao felt it was getting tedious. She said she would go rest and disappeared. Aside from Liu Boating, most of the other actors had already joined the set. On the evening of the 27th, the crew arranged a small gathering. Shen Jiang quietly sat in a corner for a while before sneaking out to take a phone call. She had grown up following her uncle and aunt, and now at the age of 20, her aunt still treated her like a child, always worried that she wasn't doing well outside. This time was no different. Upon learning that she had taken a long leave from the capital, her aunt, while understanding the uniqueness of her profession, couldn't help but worry. Shen Jiang chatted with her aunt for about 10 minutes before ending the call. As she walked to the edge of the private room, she unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. Shen Jiang? The leading woman paused in her steps, surprised for a moment, but that fleeting emotion disappeared quickly. What are you doing here? Shen Jiang recognized her and politely nodded. Senior Guanqing. Then she pointed to the door of the side room. It's a crew gathering. Guanqing stared at her, her eyebrows involuntarily raising slightly. You're also an actor in the Longqing crew? Shen Jiang confirmed. Yes. Is Senior Guanqing here for the crew gathering too? The answer was obvious. If she weren't, she wouldn't be there. But seeing her nod, Shen Jiang couldn't help but silently sigh. It was indeed inconvenient. Without a manager, information was blocked, and many things could only be discovered in person. Guanqing smiled and replied affirmatively, her gaze flickering as she fell silent for a few seconds. Back in school, Shen Jiang had always thought this junior stood out. However, despite her excellence, she was only a junior this year. Many actors in the industry have been vying for roles since the early stages of director Su's film, and she was just a newcomer. As she scrutinized Shen Jiang, noticing her dark-colored outfit, which didn't seem like she was trying to draw attention or even dare to, Guanqing suddenly understood, setting aside her chaotic speculations and feeling more at ease. She was probably just a supporting character with little screen time. Raising her eyebrows slightly, she tucked away her excess emotions and said lightly, since you're going in too, let's go together. Once inside the private room, Guanqing quickly forgot about Shen Jiang, greeting the deputy director and others, apologizing for being late due to her flight delay. Shen Jiang silently returned to her previous spot, quietly watching others frolic, occasionally popping a cherry into her mouth. The lights were bright, and her gaze would occasionally sweep across the center of the room, where she could clearly see Guanqing's charming smile and her interactions with the senior actors. She was 2 years older than Shen Jiang. By the time Shen Jiang entered school, Guanqing had already started auditioning. After graduation, she steadily rose, but had never had a breakout opportunity, failing to join the top tier of post-90s actresses. Now that she had secured a role in Longxian, it seemed that she and her agency had made a big decision. After some laughter and noise, an actress sitting next to Deputy Director Li got up and walked away. Moments later, Guanqing, who had been standing and chatting with others, slowly strolled over and took a seat in the empty space. When the original owner saw this, she felt stuck. Director Su and the producer were not present, and looking around the entire room, Deputy Director Li had the most authority. He had partnered with Director Su for many years and held significant influence within this crew, able to make many decisions. Shen Jiang had gotten the audition opportunity because he had spotted her while visiting friends at the Capital Film Academy, and then connected her with Director Su. From a distance, Shen Jiang couldn't hear what Guanqing said to the actress, but she could roughly read her lips saying sorry. However, despite saying that, she remained firmly seated with no intention of moving. The actress was also a newcomer, having debuted not long ago. She looked momentarily embarrassed and couldn't say much, only managing to avoid Guanqing and sit down at the farthest edge. Here it comes again. Shen Jiang watched this unfold, discreetly tugging at the corners of her lips. Not only was she stealing someone else's boyfriend, but she also had to steal their seat. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want Jiang Yao to know she was in Hongdian, Shen Jiang would have loved to message her about Guanqing being part of Director Su's new film. Jiang Yao, no matter how much she was at odds with Wen Yijiao, would surely feel motivated to work hard and catch up upon hearing that the woman who had once stolen her boyfriend had taken such a step forward that a young male actor sitting beside her turned to chat with Shen Jiang. "You came in with Guanqing. Just now do you know her?" Shen Jiang smiled and took a sip from her cup. Alumni. Not very familiar. She and Jiang Yao were not only roommates, but also good friends. When Guanqing stood by the boyfriend she had taken from Jiang Yao, smiling and showing off, Shen Jiang thought that even if Jiang Yao didn't care, she would definitely make this woman experience what it truly felt like to be looked down upon. Guanqing chatted with Deputy Director Li for a while, mentioning that Director Su was still in Beijing. Is Director Su planning to finish shooting the indoor scenes in Beijing before coming here? Not at all. He has other matters to attend to and will be here to oversee everything in no more than 2 days, Deputy Director Li replied with a smile. Besides, the lead actor isn't in Beijing. Who's going to shoot the indoor scenes? Not in Beijing. Guanqing was taken aback. Isn't Liu boating in Beijing? He was photographed by reporters today. Could it be that he has to rush to another schedule? The male lead is, but the female lead isn't. So it still won't work out? Oh, I see. Guanqing nodded. By the way, I still don't know which senior is playing the female lead. There were rumors that teacher Zhang Yaoyun was going to collaborate with teacher Liu again. Those are false rumors. The media is just speculating, Deputy Director Li interrupted, waving his hand. The female lead joined the crew a few days ago. Guanqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she had a vague suspicion but didn't dare to think too deeply. Deputy Director Li didn't notice her slightly changing expression and said, "Perfect timing. Let me introduce you." He raised his hand, and under Guanqing's astonished gaze, called out to the other side, "Shen Jiang, come here." Shen Jiang responded and went over to Deputy Director Li. He asked, "Why are you hiding in the corner by yourself?" Shen Jiang casually explained, "That side is closer to the karaoke stage, making it easier to sing." The surrounding people teased her, and Deputy Director Li laughed helplessly, saying, "She really is a young girl." He pointed to the side. "Don't just focus on singing, sit here. Let me introduce you. This is Guanqing, who plays Yu Ji, also a graduate of the Capital Film Academy. You two are alumni." Guanqing froze, her face filled with disbelief, and it took her several seconds to adjust her expression. When Deputy Director Li called Shen Jiang, she still held a glimmer of hope. Now that the person was standing in front of her, every word confirmed her suspicions, leaving no room for her to entertain those hypothetical, it shouldn't be thoughts. She had worked so hard to secure the second female lead role, thinking the first female lead would at least be an award-winning actress or one of those popular young stars who were household names. How could this be? Guanqing, seeing her frozen in place, Deputy Director Li frowned and added, "This is Shen Jiang, who plays Lu Qi. She's still in her junior year." Guanqing quickly came to her senses and responded, not having time to react further. Shen Jiang looked directly at her, her eyes sparkling with a warm smile. "I'm very happy to work with you, Senior Guanqing." Chapter 3. After director Su Minin returned to Hongdian, the two most important male actors in the drama arrived on the same day. In the morning, Shen Jiang was in the studio getting her makeup and hair done in preparation for the costume photo shoot. The makeup artist and others spent a lot of time and effort, and once completed, they couldn't help but surround her, praising her for quite a while. With her good foundation and youthfulness, if she performs well in this movie, her future is limitless. The actresses playing the roles of Emperor Xian's concubines followed suit, complimenting her a few times, but only Guanqing, sitting at the back, looked lazy and bored, playing with her phone. Shen Jiang smiled, not taking it to heart, and lifted her skirt to take photos. The costume photo shoot was quickly finished. An assistant director Li came to call her, saying it was time for her to meet Director Su. She immediately perked up. A paper saying no entry for unauthorized personnel was posted on the door of the lounge. Shen Jiang gently knocked and, after getting permission, pushed the door open. Besides Su Minin, there was another person present. Director Su introduced them succinctly, saying this was Duan Yu, who played Emperor Xian. Shen Jiang greeted him and shook his hand, politely letting go 3 seconds later. This was her first time seeing Duan Yu in person. Although he was already in his late 20s, he still exuded a youthful aura. She wasn't a fan of his, but she often saw news about him and knew a bit. Besides his mysterious family background that sparked much speculation, Duan Yu's outstanding appearance had always been a topic of discussion. Among the terms handsome, sunny, and charmingly rogue, there hasn't been another male star in the industry who can replace him. He became famous as soon as he debuted, and his popularity remains high. Whenever a new drama debuts and brings new actors into the spotlight, the media loves to compare them to him, and his fanbase, both in number and strength, has never lost to any of the little fresh meat who have exploded in popularity at different stages. For instance, the rising star, Zhou Ruiyang, who gained fame as the male lead in Beautiful World, recently wore the same outfit as Duan Yu at an event. And Zhou Ruiyang's fans boasted that their idol was currently unbeatable. However, they ended up being thoroughly defeated by Duan Yu's fans and ridiculed by netizens for several days. Duan Yu had focused on TV dramas in the past, but in the past 2 years, he shifted to the big screen. Although he hasn't won any film awards, the TV dramas he starred in and the films he participated in have all performed well. So many heavyweight directors in the film industry have started to extend olive branches to him. Just like Su Minin, Shen Jiang understood some of his considerations. Liu Beiting has acting skills and good box office appeal, ensuring a broad audience. While Duan Yu's fan effect among young people can attract many viewers who usually wouldn't go to the cinema for this genre. A win-win? No, a multi-win scenario. Shen Jiang felt a bit anxious. Her 2 main co-actors were an acclaimed actor and a heartthrob, and she had scenes that required physical contact with them. She was really worried about being targeted by their fans. Gathering her extraneous thoughts, Shen Jiang listened attentively to the director. Su Minin didn't say much. He got to the point quickly, set a time for the script discussion that night, and then let them go back. Before leaving, Duan Yu looked at Shen Jiang, did not extend his hand, but simply asked her how she was doing again, wishing for a pleasant collaboration in the days to come. Shen Jiang sincerely nodded, saying, "Pleasant collaboration, Teacher Duan." At 7 o'clock that evening, the main actors gathered in Director Su's presidential suite for a script discussion. After being on set for so many days, Shen Jiang finally met Liu Beiting in person. He stood tall and handsome, dressed in casual autumn attire, exuding a cool and aloof aura. He didn't need to do anything. Just standing there quietly, even the so-called visual weapon Duan, you couldn't overshadow his brilliance. When she shook hands with that hefty, slightly rough palm, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Thankfully, she maintained a respectful demeanor as a junior, slightly lowering her head, so no one noticed her subtle emotional change. Director Su introduced everyone one by one, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all took their seats at the long table. Starting with Liu Beiting, he asked each person to express their views on the characters they were playing, and then they discussed them in depth one by one. Shen Jiang had prepared thoroughly. She had marked all the key points in the script with a red pen. However, when she accidentally glanced at Liu Beiting's script, which was filled with dense writing, she was momentarily stunned. Comparing his script to hers, it felt like a comparison between a top student and a failing student. Not to mention talent, the level of diligence was completely on another level. Shen Jiang cleared her throat softly and silently picked up her own script. After more than 2 hours of discussion, At the end, director Su confirmed the process. Filming would officially start the day after tomorrow, and a few major scenes needed further preparation to facilitate scheduling. They would shoot a few scenes with Prince Ping and Lu Qi first. Baiting, do you have any problems on your end? No. When it came to work, Liu Baiting's expression was always focused and serious. I'm ready anytime. Director Su nodded. All right, then it's settled. We'll stop here for today. Everyone go back and rest. The next day's script discussion was similar to the previous days. Around 9 o'clock, Director Su dismissed everyone. Shen Jiang returned to her room, and after washing up, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She had never been this nervous while filming in the Legend of Rui Crew. Tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, Shen Jiang got up, put on a coat, and took her wallet out. Stimulated by Liu Baiting's script, she had spent the entire day in her room studying, barely eating lunch or dinner. After several hours, she felt a bit hungry. She remembered there was a street nearby, and the innermost restaurant served delicious grilled fish. She had tried it twice during her last visit to Hongdian for Rui. She didn't easily gain weight, and since Lu Qi didn't need to be overly thin, she didn't have to worry about dieting. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Shen Jiang was too lazy to go upstairs to the private room, so she took a seat in a corner on the first floor. She had no concept of weight, so she left it to the owner, simply asking for a fish big enough for one person and specifically requested no spicy seasoning to avoid acne. There weren't many customers today. Besides her, there was only a table of girls sitting diagonally across from her, seemingly a group of extras stationed in Hongdian. As the girls finished their meal, realizing that there was only one female customer in the restaurant, they boldly started gossiping. Hongdian wasn't large, and there were quite a few drifters working as extras, managing to earn between 500 to 800 a day as big supporting actors. However, most extras barely scraped by on the breadline, and many relied on that meager income, not even daring to enjoy a hearty meal. The quality of life for the girls at that table seemed fine. They had a few beers and were animatedly discussing their experiences while bouncing around different sets. Shen Jiang, bored while waiting for her food, unintentionally listened to their conversation and unexpectedly heard a familiar name in just a few sentences. The recently aired Beautiful World. When I joined the crew in Hongdian for 2 months, let me tell you, that female lead went Yijiao. She wasn't famous back then, but she acted so aloof. One day, while resting in the corridor, 2 girls who were running scenes with us thought she looked pretty and went to ask her for an autograph. But she just sat there playing on her phone and didn't even lift her eyelids. The girl speaking curled her lip. Those 2 girls said they were sorry to bother her and hurried back. Not only did she refuse to sign, but she also had her assistant come over to chase us away. Everyone knows that these drifters in Hongdian usually bring their little folding stools to wait at the film set, right? But her assistant insisted that we were bothering the lead by sitting there and made all of us, over a dozen of us, stand under the hot sun. We waited for 4 hours that day, baking in the sun for no reason. Later, the on-site coordinator even came out and asked us why we weren't sitting in the corridor waiting. It was really infuriating. When Yijiao was like that, no wonder Jia isn't happy coming back. Didn't she join the Xiuli Tianxia crew with you? But she wasn't talking about when Yijiao. It was about the male lead, the currently popular Zhou Ruiyang. She said that once, the few of them were sitting nicely at the table playing with their phones, distance from Zhou Ruiyang. But he thought they were secretly taking pictures of him. Then he sent his assistant over to lecture them, saying things like, "Stop taking pictures, or I'll confiscate your phones. And I'll let the director know, so you won't get any announcements in Hongdian in the future." Seriously, does he think the Hongdian Actors Guild is his family's business? The male and female leads in that crew are really something. Luckily, I was busy with another shoot when Lu Kun had his hair announcement that day, right? Their crew doesn't pay much for announcements, and the food is just average. It's frustrating enough. The fish isn't ready yet. So the boss served a small dish to Shen Jiang. She said thank you and picked up a piece to savor. As for what those extra actresses said, I'm not sure if Zhou Ruiyang is really like that, but when Yijiao definitely could be. Back when they were assigned dorms in their freshman year. Due to the number of students in their cohort, the others shared rooms of 4, while Shen Jiang and Jiang Yao were left behind and ended up sharing a room. One Yijiao didn't want to live with 4 people and wanted to switch with Jiang Yao, but Jiang Yao refused, leading to a bit of a dispute. Shen Jiang saw that their conversation was becoming more heated and stepped in to mediate. But Wen Yijiao just rolled her eyes at them and held a grudge against both of them. Later, as Shen Jiang and Jiang Yao excelled academically, the tension from their verbal clashes gradually complicated, and Wen Yijiao couldn't stand the sight of the two of them. When Jiang Yao was dating her ex-boyfriend, Wen Yijiao even tried to get involved, but she couldn't compete with Guanqing's capabilities and failed. After that, the rift between the three of them widened completely. After a few bites of the small dish, she overheard the girls at the table continue chatting. Speaking of divas, I once worked with a crew where the male lead was Duan Yu, and he was a bit intimidating too. Every time I saw him on set, he either looked lazy and half asleep or had a cold expression that was quite frightening. All of us in the crew were really scared of him. We would quickly shrink back whenever he came near, but at least he is better than those two in Xiuli Tianxia. Duan Yu may have a sour face, but at least he doesn't send his assistant to chase away extras, nor is he so narcissistic to think that everyone playing with their phones is filming him. Aren't he all those stars like that? There are hardly any good ones out there. After chatting for a while, the girls at that table had enough, waved to pay the bill, and got up to leave. Shen Jiang was the only customer left, and the fish was finally ready. She put aside her curiosity about gossip and quickly took a bite. The taste was just as enticing as the last time, making her fingers itch with desire. She couldn't help but compliment the boss, who was organizing beer boxes next to her. "Boss, your skills are getting better and better. I've been thinking about your fish ever since I had it last time. I couldn't sleep at night just thinking about it." The boss laughed heartily and boasted, "Many people have told me the same thing. Look at that wall over there. It's all covered with photos of stars. They all say my fish is good." Shen Jiang smiled and said, "I noticed that last time I came, but I didn't look closely. You could take a look if you're interested. Do you know Duan Yu? He came to my shop for fish yesterday. Every time he comes to Hengdian, he almost always stops by my shop at least twice." Shen Jiang wasn't interested in Duan Yu, so she fell silent for a few seconds and casually asked, "With so many stars, has Liu Boating ever come here for fish?" "Liu Boating?" the boss exclaimed. "And the photo on the far left of that wall is indeed of Emperor Liu, and I even have his autograph." Shen Jiang was taken aback and couldn't help but smile in resignation. If she had known earlier, she would have asked what he eats here before ordering. The boss asked, "Do you like Liu Boating, young lady?" "Yes, I do. That's quite nice." The boss, who has long been immersed in the Hengdian film base, was not out of touch when it came to chatting about stars and fans, and sighed, saying that the young girls who come to my shop to eat always like to talk about the latest little fresh meat, changing every so often, coming quickly and leaving quickly. "I don't like anyone else." Shen Jiang replied vaguely, looking at that wall, her gaze focusing on a spot she hadn't noticed before. In that group photo, a tall man wore a faint smile, devoid of the seriousness seen when discussing scripts, exuding a cool yet gentle aura. "I only like him." She remembered that her teacher once mentioned in class that 1994 was a golden year for film history, with many classic works being born, such as Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, Elon, The Professional, and so on. But her favorite year was actually 1995. That was the year she was born. That year, 13-year-old Liu Boating acted in his first film, Goodbye Tomorrow, and due to his outstanding performance, he gained recognition from both the audience and the film industry, winning the Best Newcomer award at that year's Golden Horse Awards. Perhaps it was destined. She had once written this in her diary and firmly believed it to this day. A black commercial vehicle stopped outside the shop, and as the boss's wife waved, the boss immediately stopped chatting and went out to greet the guests. Shen Jiang returned to her thoughts and quietly continued eating fish. After a couple of bites, two people walked in through the door. The man in front suddenly called out, "Miss Shen?" Shen Jiang looked up and froze. The person who called her was Zhou Yun, Liu Boating's assistant, whom she had met at the script seminar. He usually stayed close to Liu Boating, handling all matters when the agent wasn't around. Since he was here then, the man walking behind Zhou Yun wore a hat. Hearing Zhou Yun's words, he slightly raised the brim of his hat, revealing his eyes, and looked up at her. He was indeed here. Shen Jiang put down her chopsticks and stood up abruptly. "Teacher Liu." Just a few minutes ago, she was daydreaming about him, and now she ran into the real person. It was so awkward. Shen Jiang was waiting for Liu Boating and the others to go upstairs so she could leave quickly. But unexpectedly, the enthusiastic boss came over to join the fun midway. "Teacher Liu, do you know each other? This girl just said she really likes you." She doesn't tea like any of those trendy little fresh meat. Just you? I thought she was a fan. Turns out you know each other. What a coincidence. She was helped to confess. Shen Jiang froze on the spot. Meeting Lu Boating's slightly surprised gaze, her ears turned red the next second. Chapter 4. Lu Boating didn't expect that going out for a late-night snack would lead to an indirect confession, and the person was not even a fan, but rather a co-actress who would be partnering with him for several months. However, as an acclaimed actor, he quickly regained his composure. Shen Jiang felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in, while Zhou Yun, after realizing what had happened, couldn't help but laugh. Despite trying hard to conceal it, the upward curve of his lips and his twitching gave him away. I've eaten enough, Shen Jiang managed to say after a while. You guys enjoy your meal. I'll head back to the hotel first. Wait. Zhou Yun glanced at the fish on her table and called out, Miss Shen must not be full, right? Come on, let us go upstairs and eat together. After years in the industry, encountering fans in various fields, even among colleagues, was nothing unusual. However, since Shen Jiang was Lu Boating's current co-partner, who he would be working alongside for the next few months, it would be inappropriate to let her feel uncomfortable, regardless of whether it was the affection of a fan or something else. It's really not a bother. Shen Jiang paused, forcing a smile. It's not far from the hotel. I can walk back in a few minutes. She glanced back at the silent person behind her and quickly turned away. She had a heart full of ambition and determination, but in front of him, she felt like a wilted flower bud. Perhaps this feeling was akin to homesickness. Zhou Yun wanted to ease the atmosphere, but hesitated, reluctant to force it. After following Lu Boating for so long, he understood very well his character. It was absolutely impossible to expect him to take the initiative. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Boating interrupted, It's not safe to walk alone at night. He looked at Shen Jiang, his voice calm and steady. If you don't mind, you can join us. Shen Jiang was momentarily stunned, just like Zhou Yun, not expecting Lu Boating to speak up. Fans with a bit more experience generally knew that he was very rigorous and serious when it came to filming, yet he was approachable with fans and staff. However, apart from that, he was not easy to approach. A previous co-star nicknamed the Queen of Scandals, despite being a prominent figure in gossip, had failed to spark any chemistry with Lu Boating. In this bizarre industry, he was one of the few calm presences, like a cup of clear tea among colorful alcoholic drinks, out of place yet uniquely distinct. Shen Jiang cared about his opinion. She feared he might take a disliking to her, even just a little, even if it was subtle, it would make her uncomfortable. But now that he had spoken, all her previous awkwardness seemed to vanish. Then, I'll join you. She brushed off the earlier incident, hiding her emotions, and switched to the normal demeanor expected of a co-actress, smiling as she pointed at the untouched fish on the table, saying to the waiter, Could you please take this upstairs for me? There was no way she could finish it, and not taking it would be too wasteful. Let us go upstairs and accompany the male god. Though she dared not approach the male god herself, letting her fish be touched by him would suffice. As Shen Jiang pondered these thoughts, she followed them upstairs. Just before entering the private room, she suddenly realized she was a newcomer, and in the crew, the more significant figures almost always addressed her as Miss Shen. Only he was the first to seriously call her teacher Shen. Shen Jiang had originally worried that she would run out of things to say during the meal, but once seated, she realized she was overthinking, with Zhou Yun present. Even if Lu Boating was not lively, it wouldn't lead to an awkward silence. After chatting a bit, the waiter brought her fish, served on a hot iron plate with charcoal underneath, steaming. Seeing Lu Boating pick up his chopsticks, she unconsciously relaxed her lips. Zhou Yun took a bite and said, Miss Shen doesn't eat spicy food? Then I'll ask them to make the other dishes less spicy. He was about to ring the bell when Shen Jiang stopped him, saying, I do eat spicy food, but I'm afraid of breaking out before the shoot tomorrow. Look at me. How could I forget about that? Zhou Yun lightly slapped his forehead. Tomorrow we'll be filming the scene between Miss Shen and our brother Boating, right? You definitely need to be careful. He raised his hand to press the call bell, but Shen Jiang couldn't stop him in time and glanced at Lu Boating. The latter, sitting upright, had been quietly listening to their chat. When he saw her looking over, he nodded slightly and said, I'm not picky. I'll eat it whether it's spicy or not. Zhou Yun laughed and added, Oh, Our brother boating isn't that particular about food. Miss Shen can rest assured. Shen Jiang did not respond. As a fan, she knew he liked spicy food. She had even complained about it like other fans before, thinking he was as bland as tea and should have a lighter taste. She hadn't expected him to enjoy spicy food as well. The waiter came up, having heard Zhou Yun say to avoid spicy food, and went back down to prepare the dishes, which were delivered one after another, a hot dry pot and 2 side dishes, all with no hint of red. They didn't say much while eating, but midway through, Zhou Yun's phone rang, seeming to be work-related. He got up to go to the restroom and close the door. Only Shen Jiang and Liu Boating were left facing each other in silence, the air thick with tension. You just said you're still in your junior year at Shoying? Liu Boating was the first to break the silence. Shen Jiang nodded. Yes, I'll graduate next year. Why acting? Because I like it. She paused and added, I really like it. Liu Boating was silent for a few seconds, and after a long while, he replied with a soft Once again, the room fell silent. Shen Jiang secretly blamed herself for being useless. Where had that boldness gone? She had imagined the scene of meeting her male god countless times, but now that it was right in front of her, why did she feel so timid? Before she could muster the courage to say anything else, Zhou Yun came out of the restroom and said to Liu Boating, Sister, when's call will come in a bit. He lowered his voice slightly, but didn't he go out of his way to avoid Shen Jiang? Shen Jiang knew that sister one must refer to Liu Boating's agent. By one, a decisive and powerful woman. He had been filming so much that his agent no longer followed him to every shoot. It seemed there was something important. Shen Jiang took a few more bites and then paused her chopsticks. I'm full. Full. Zhou Yun's eyes widened. There is still so much left, Miss Shen. Please don't be polite. She waved her hand. I'm not that hungry. It's enough. Zhou Yun didn't press further. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he and Liu Boating also put down their chopsticks, and the 3 of them stood up to head downstairs. Zhou Yun drove, with Shen Jiang and Liu Boating sitting in separate rows, conveniently positioned diagonally behind him. She couldn't help but glance at him from time to time, her mind drifting back to scenes from the movies he starred in, the profile that had amazed her countless times now appearing right in front of her, making her lose focus. In a moment of distraction, she failed to hide her gaze, and he sensed her undivided attention, turning his head slightly to look back. Shen Jiang was caught off guard as she met his eyes. When she tried to look away, it was already too late. She froze for a moment and simply smiled at him. Liu Boating looked at her for a few seconds, blinking his eyelashes gently, and silently turned back to face the front. The room was arranged meticulously, with attention paid to even the smallest details. At first glance, it truly felt like stepping into a dynasty from hundreds of years ago. However, Longqian did not have a detailed setting of any specific dynasty. To be precise, it was best described as an alternate history. Shen Jiang didn't have the heart to think too much about it. The surrounding staff were busy with their tasks, and the director was making final adjustments. Liu Boating was already standing in the center of the set, with the costume designer fixing his collar and sleeves. It was her first time acting with him, and she felt nervous. Her heart raced a little faster than usual, and before long, Shen Jiang heard the instruction for her to enter the frame and stand in front of Liu Boating. She lifted the hem of her skirt slightly and walked over, standing beside Liu Boating. He glanced down at her, noticing her nervousness, and moved his lips slightly, signaling her to relax. Shen Jiang met his gaze for a moment and nodded. Longqian is generally a story about brothers fighting for power. Liu Boating's character, Prince Ping, was born to the queen and once held the title of crown prince, but unfortunately, his birth mother passed away early. The emperor favored the son of his second queen, and after years of hesitation, he ultimately deposed the crown prince and conferred the title of Ping Wang on him. At the beginning of the story, Emperor Xian has been on the throne for 8 years, although the late emperor left orders for him not to harm his elder brother. The thorn of Prince Ping has always stuck in his heart, never fading for a moment. Shen Jiang, played by Liu Qi, appears to be a spy sent by Emperor Xian to Prince Ping's side, but in reality, she was an undercover agent sent to Emperor Xian by Prince Ping much earlier. A double agent. The elegant Prince Ping, who has been silent for 8 years, pretends to be mediocre, but in fact, his ambition has long been honed to an indestructible level. Encouraged by a life-saving grace and affection, Lucci willingly dedicates herself to Prince Ping, becoming a charming presence in the midst of intense power struggles. Director Su checks the equipment and comes over to guide the two of them in their acting, leading them through several rehearsals regarding movements, tones, expressions, and even emotions. Shen Jiang watches and takes notes, especially on the intimate actions. Once the director leaves the stage, Lu Boting, seated by the table, politely reaches out to her. She pauses, takes a deep breath, and places her hand in his palm. With his support, or rather following his lead, she leans steadily into his embrace, sitting in the arms of her idol, surrounded by his chest, arms, and breath. What kind of feeling is that? If she weren't thinking about the need to continue filming, Shen Jiang feels she might have already turned into a dazed and foolish salted fish. Chapter 5, Scene 1 Action. The sound of the stage manager's clap fell, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. The prince's expression was calm as water, his slender fingers distinctly articulated, leisurely flipping through the pages of a book on the table. Noticing the person in his arms playing with her nail polish, looking utterly bored, he lowered his head, the coolness in his eyes transforming into a gentle light, persistently showing her the book and softly asking, "What do you think of this sentence? How should it be?" With a voice as light as silver bells, the delicate green Qi leaned against the prince, her brows and eyes filled with an ethereal charm. She pursed her red lips into a slight smile, her eyes shimmering as they gazed deeply into the man's. Her pale fingers gently traced the skin of his chest exposed at his collar, exploring little by little, the touch cool yet igniting layers of heat within. In a teasing tone, she asked, "What do you think, Your Highness? How should I be?" The man's sword-like brows twitched imperceptibly, a flicker of fire suddenly igniting in his dark pupils. In an instant, the air was thick with ambiguity. One was poised and elegant, the other innately charming. Everyone held their breath slightly, while Su Minin and Deputy Director Li, standing before the monitor, maintained their calm expressions. Yet an inexplicable anticipation arose within them, due to the sparks flying between the two. After the call of action, Shen Jiang seemed to transform into another person, especially in her performance after she looked up. Giving 2 thumbs up would not be enough. Initially worried she might freeze on set or at least need several takes to find her footing, especially acting opposite Lu Boting. She unexpectedly fell right into his rhythm on the first try. The 2 directors were aware of her acting skills, but the crew and other actors observing Lu Boting had no idea of her capabilities. Friendly, skeptical, or just there for the show, all eyes turned to her in shock after her 2 lines. Everyone was not just casual onlookers. They quickly assessed the quality of her performance and reached a conclusion. She had far surpassed the standard of a newcomer. The story continued on screen. The prince remained silent, while Green Chi smiled charmingly, locking eyes with him. After a long moment, he suddenly grasped her wrist, leaning in closely, the precious book he had casually tossed aside hitting the floor. As he swept items off the table with his wide sleeves, the inkstone hit the ground with a crisp sound, and in that instant, they were in an intimately close position. "Cut," the director called out at the right moment. "One take." The weight on Shen Jiang's body vanished, and while she breathed a sigh of relief, an indescribable sense of loss washed over her. Just then, his breath and expression were all so close, and she had nearly exhausted all her strength to avoid making a fool of herself. A crew member reached out to help her up, and Shen Jiang thanked him, smoothing out the wrinkles in her outfit, standing still as the makeup artist tidied her appearance. Lu Boting was speaking with the director in front of the monitor, while beneath her makeup, her face was already flushed, her heart pounding. Sitting in the arms of her idol, touching his chest, and being pushed down by him made her feel like a winner among fangirls. The makeup artist finished touching up her makeup and said with a raised brow, "You performed exceptionally well just now, especially the interaction with Emperor Lu. It was so sweet and delightful." Receiving compliments, Shen Jiang felt a bit shy, but her smile was graceful as she thanked him. The first scene had a smooth start, and by the second scene, Shen Jiang was increasingly at ease. The prince, indulging in female beauty, spent day and night in the palace, while his subordinates, angered, intruded as a cover for secret discussions. The actor playing the subordinate, Jin Jia, was a few years older than Shen Jiang, with a more serious acting style, while veteran actor Liu genuinely played the trusted internal supervisor. This scene was simple, and all four actors performed well, resulting in another take being successful. In the third scene, the same setting, it was a private dialogue between Liu Boating and Shen Jiang. After a brief break, the two adjusted their states. The camera moved in from the side and slowly stopped. The warm tea was still steaming as Green Shi, who had been kneeling respectfully to the side during serious discussions, moved to stand behind the prince, gently pressing his head. The man leaned back against her fragrant, soft body, the tense muscles in his neck and face slowly relaxing. His eyes closed, yet his brows remained tightly furrowed. When father was here, he often praised me for being intelligent and wise, capable of bearing great responsibilities. After a pause, the prince suddenly opened his eyes, his expression sharp as a sword, a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his lips. Now, with burdens increasing, exhausting the people's wealth while allowing natural disasters to run rampant. The North is like wolves waiting to strike, rampant abductions everywhere. The common people are filled with grievances. Is this the world father desires? Green Shi continued her movements, smiling slowly and calmly. Intelligent and wise? Just an average person. How can I compare to your highness? The prince's expression darkened, clearly devoid of emotion, yet the corners of his eyes revealed an unspoken sorrow. To pave the way for his most beloved son, his father had stripped him of his title as crown prince, removed his left and right arms, and bestowed upon him a title that brought shame to all. Ping, not for the sake of pacifying the realm, but rather to denote a life of mediocrity and insignificance. Everything he once had and would have belonged to others, his father severed all his support, hoping he would live as a contented waste of a person, willing to bow his head for a lifetime, worshipping that pinnacle. Clearly blood is thicker than water, yet bone and flesh are estranged. How cruel it is. With distant, hollow eyes, Liu Boating held Shen Jiang's hand, a silent sadness enveloping him. Everyone present watched this unfold, all inwardly sighing that the emperor truly deserved the title. As just one expression, one movement sent shivers down their spines. However, that shot was not yet finished. It should have ended, but for some reason, Shen Jiang did not let go. The crowd was puzzled. Could she be distracted? Newcomers are indeed prone to mistakes. Unexpectedly, Shen Jiang, with her brows gently furrowed and her emotions concealed, slowly wrapped her arm around Liu Boating's waist. Director Su and others focused intently on the monitor. This segment had not been in the script. It should have ended with the prince holding Green Shi's hand, but what followed was Shen Jiang's own improvisation. She did not utter a single word. Instead, she rested her chin on his shoulder, slightly burying her head, letting out a barely audible sigh. Silence filled the space. Half of her face obscured, and the camera could only capture her long, curled eyelashes and the slow, heavy furrowing of her brows. This was merely a brief moment of a few seconds, yet it was filled with emotion, silent, yet it extended the depth of the scene. Cut. The usually serious director, Su, had a faint curve at the corners of his lips, indicating a successful take. The crowd, who had thought she would mess up, finally began to process what had just happened. Some, like Guanqing, still carried astonishment in their eyes. In the scene, upon hearing the director's voice, Shen Jiang immediately released Liu Boating and stood up. Her dress was a bit long, and she stepped on a corner, causing her to wobble. Suddenly, a strong hand reached out beside her. Liu Boating steadied her until she was firmly on her feet before letting go. Shen Jiang's cheeks flushed again beneath her makeup as she thanked Teacher Liu. Her hand quietly clenched in her wide sleeves. The place he had touched felt warm. Liu Boating said nothing, looking at her with a hint of scrutiny. After 3 scenes, 2 of which were their duets, she had not held him back, nor had she NG'd once, especially that last segment, which exceeded his expectations. He couldn't see her expression, but he could feel the rhythm of her breathing and the strength of her arms around his waist. He sensed the emotion she wanted to convey, not to mention the director and other onlookers in front of the camera. Strangely, the sensation of her fingertips lingered in his mind, cool yet filled with warmth. Different from his own, whether it glided over his chest or pressed gently against his temple, it felt like stirring the calm surface of a lake, leaving no trace yet creating ripples. A tingling sensation surged through him, and for a moment, he instinctively tensed his nerves. Liu Boding tried hard to ignore the uncomfortable feeling, lightly curling the corners of his lips, showing a good performance. After saying that, he turned and walked away to prepare for the next scene. He was calm and composed, but Shen Jiang was stunned in place, unable to regain her senses for several seconds. He smiled. The male god smiled at her. OMG. Chapter 6. On the morning of the fourth day, Duan Yu's scene was scheduled, and the person he was acting with was none other than Guanqing. As an actress with over 2 years of experience, she had the skills and foundation, and everyone thought they could wrap up the scene quickly. However, for reasons unknown, she kept making mistakes and NG'd 7 or 8 times, causing frustration among the crew members. They didn't expect her to have extraordinary acting skills. Just a normal performance would suffice, yet she couldn't even manage that, wasting everyone's time with continuous retakes. Director Su Minin was furious during the 9th take. He couldn't help but throw the script he was holding and shouted angrily, "Can you act or not? If you can't, get lost. There are plenty of people waiting to perform." It's no wonder he was in a bad mood. The schedule had been arranged long ago, and if Guanqing couldn't perform well, this scene wouldn't get filmed, which would push back the subsequent shoots and require a complete rescheduling. Not to mention the lighting and sound technicians were exhausted, and the other actors who were informed they had scenes today were left waiting in vain, wasting their time, which left everyone unhappy. Guanqing's face turned red, and the pale foundation couldn't conceal her embarrassment. She stammered an apology. "I'm sorry, director, The others prepared for another take. The director completely ignored her, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and returned to the camera. Sweating in November indicated how furious he was. Duan Yu, tall, looked down at Guanqing, who was casting her eyes downward. He adjusted his sleeves, his expression calm and light like a gentle moon. Guanqing felt uneasy, unsure if he was dissatisfied with her or if he was too immersed in the character. Several times, she tried to make eye contact with him, but his gaze startled her, and she forgot her lines, making it impossible for her to continue performing well. She inadvertently spotted Shen Jiang among the onlookers. Her demeanor was calm and oddly reminiscent of Duan Yu's earlier expression. That casual glance felt like a bucket of cold water poured over someone in the icy wilderness. Guanqing's face stiffened, and she lowered her head, biting her lip tightly. Shen Jiang noticed the gaze Guanqing had before she looked down. It was amusing yet perplexing. She hadn't come specifically to watch the excitement. Her own scenes were scheduled for today, and she had come out of the lounge out of boredom, intending to see how Duan Yu performed to have a better understanding. Little did she expect to stumble upon Guanqing's situation. She pursed her lips, unwilling to watch any longer, and stepped away from the group of crew members. After a quick trip to the restroom, she returned to the set, only to find they were still filming Guanqing and Duan Yu's scenes. Shen Jiang sighed and went to rest in the corridor. A few background actresses were chatting, and when they saw her approach, they lowered their voices and hesitated, sitting not far from her. Shen Jiang noticed this and smiled at them, saying, "I'm just resting for a bit. You can continue your conversation. It's fine." The group of girls relaxed a little and responded in unison, though they still didn't dare to speak too loudly. It seemed they were used to encountering bad-tempered crew members. Shen Jiang didn't push them, leaning back in a lounge chair and raising her hand to shield her eyes. The sunlight was pleasant, making one feel lazily relaxed. In a daze, she suddenly heard a familiar name and opened her eyes, instinctively glancing to the side. The girls fell silent, afraid they might have disturbed her. One of them whispered, "Did we make too much noise? Should we sit somewhere else?" "It's fine." Shen Jiang shook her head. "Do you all like Teacher Liu?" Seeing that she showed no displeasure, the girls grew bolder and chatted. "Yes, we all like Emperor Liu. We were just discussing who would ask for his autograph next time we see him." Shen Jiang nodded and asked, "Which of his movies do you like best?" "Of course, Cold Knight Hero. The antagonist is so handsome. I like the young Lan Yu played by Emperor Liu in The Legend of Lan Yu." "No, his gentle image in Brilliant Times is the best." "No way, it's the performer. The character in The Performer is truly beautiful." "Okay." It seemed that being infatuated was a common trait among fans. Watching them argue, Shen Jiang felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. The first girl to respond looked at her and said, "Shun. Teacher Shun, do you also like Emperor Liu?" Of course, Shen Jiang nodded without hesitation. And before she could ask more, she directly said, I like every role he plays. Wow. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere of fellow fans, they became excited. But before they could speak further, someone rushed out from the palace. Teacher Shen? Shen, I'm here. Shen Jiang stood up and quickly walked over. Is it my turn to shoot? Yes. The director said we're running out of time. If we don't film the morning scenes now, we won't finish. She nodded in understanding. As she entered inside, everyone was busy moving equipment. The location was still in the palace, but not indoors. It was in a corner courtyard. It was evident they were in a hurry. Duan Yu was surrounded by a group of costume designers changing his clothes, without even going to the lounge. When Su Minin saw her, he waved her over. Let us check the setup over there. We'll rehearse the scene here first. Shen Jiang agreed, and Duan Yu also came over after changing. Su Minin explained the scene to them, and after a single rehearsal, they both understood and met Su Minin's requirements. Guanxing was forgotten on the other side, with no one paying attention to her except for her manager and assistant. Watching Shen Jiang smoothly act with Duan Yu, she bit her lip and turned pale. Due to the wasted time in the morning, lunch was served later than in previous days, which caused dissatisfaction among the background actors. Shen Jiang also had the crew meal, which was said to be better than what the background actors received, but it only included a couple more pieces of meat. Fortunately, she wasn't picky and quickly finished eating, picking up the script to study the afternoon scenes. Liu Boating would also come in the afternoon, but in the scenes he was in, there was no Green Shi. Her main co-star today was Duan Yu. After resting for half an hour, Shen Jiang estimated it was about time and was about to go out to check when someone suddenly shouted OMG, instantly attracting everyone's attention in the lounge. Look at your phones. The first Star Scout just posted on Weibo, and the keywords are trending #1. The first Star Scout was known for covering celebrity gossip, and their scoops were well known among netizens for being accurate. The boss of their studio was named Zhou Guang, not only capable of capturing big news himself, but also known for having a team of paparazzi who could follow closely. Many netizens referred to them as the successors of Hong Kong paparazzi. Guanxing had finished her scenes and had long returned to the hotel after losing face. Aside from Shen Jiang, the lounge was filled with actresses with fewer scenes. Seeing another chance for excitement, they all took out their phones, and in just a few seconds, they exclaimed one after another, Oh my, Duan Yu. No way. Is Duan Yu competing with Fang Qiyuan for a girlfriend? Is he interfering? But those photos seem real. Is Duan Yu competing with Fang Qiyuan for Dongjia? Is that necessary? Shen Jiang initially thought it was someone else's gossip, but upon realizing it was about Duan Yu, her expression instantly froze. She took out her phone, logged into Weibo, and clicked on the trending topic. The top post was from the First Star Scout. First Star Scout V. Love rival? Strong interference? Why are these two popular young stars fighting behind the scenes? Young Prince Duan Yu V and immortal brother Fang Qiyuan V disregard their images and clash in anger for a beauty. Truly youthful and passionate. Below the text were 9 images, taken from a hidden angle where a man and woman were sitting together in a dimly lit private room. The man was smoking, and the woman was leaning closely against him, half of her body pressed against his arm. Although it was a bit blurry, it was still clear that the man was Duan Yu and the woman was Dongjia. Besides 3 photos of Duan Yu and Dongjia, the other 6 showed Fang Qiyuan grabbing Duan Yu by the collar in an event backstage, both looking furious, neither willing to back down. Other staff members anxiously tried to mediate, and the scene was chaotic. Fang Qiyuan and Dongjia are in a publicly acknowledged romantic relationship, having been together for almost a year, and there have been no rumors of a breakup. Now, the first paparazzi has captured 2 sets of photos of them. If their relationship issues are confirmed, it will be hard for Duan Yu to shake off the suspicion of having interfered. The lounge was abuzz with discussions, with some believing it and others not, leading to immediate disputes. Dongjia's looks aren't even as good as Duan Yu's, and besides, with Duan Yu's background, is there really a need to do such a thing? Background or not, it's all speculation, as nothing has been confirmed after so many years. Besides, man, I think it's mostly true. The first paparazzi scoop has never been fake. Shen Jiang did not participate in their discussions, as a non-party. No one really knows how things stand. She was more concerned that this incident would affect the film Long Qian, although her role as the female lead was kept confidential. The male lead and second male lead had already been announced. After all, stealing someone else's girlfriend isn't a glorious thing, especially since Fang Qiyuan has always had a high level of favorability among the public. Sure enough, upon checking the comments, within just 20 minutes, it was already a bloodbath. Duan Yu's fans and Fang Qiyuan's fans were fiercely at odds, with a life-and-death confrontation, while the onlookers were mostly on Fang Qiyuan's side, believing that Duan Yu was being unreasonable. The scene was even more chaotic than when Duan and Fang were fighting backstage. Shen Jiang glanced a few times, rubbed her temples, and put her phone away to get some fresh air. After walking for a few minutes, she looked back and saw a striking silhouette a few steps away. She froze, and the person turned to look at her, calm as usual. Teacher Liu. Shen Jiang instinctively straightened her back. Liu Baiting acknowledged her with a sound, indicating that there was some situation. Director Su and the others had gone to discuss matters, and the afternoon shoot would be pushed back by half an hour. Chapter 7. Shen Jiang nodded, wanting to speak, but finding no words. A gust of wind swept past her feet, lifting her elaborate skirt and his slightly heavier robe, and she suddenly recalled the conversation she had with the extras in the corridor that morning. Zhuo Ran was handsome and elegant, and Liu Baiting stood right there, but she didn't dare approach. In the silence, the curtain of the waiting room was lifted, and a person bent down and came out. Baiting, "You're Miss Shen?" It was Zhou Yun. Seeing him pause upon noticing her, Shen Jiang quickly greeted him and excused herself, saying she would go take a look in front. Unlike her, Liu Baiting had his own exclusive waiting room. Zhou Yun might have called him for something, and she didn't want to block the way. After responding, she bit her lip and ran off. After a half-hour delay, the afternoon shooting schedule continued. The first scene was an embrace scene, where Lu Qi and Emperor Xian admired the garden scenery under a tree. Shen Jiang only needed to stand still and wait for Duan Yu to come up from behind and hug her, then obediently tilt her head back to meet his gaze. With 2 lines of dialogue, one from Duan Yu and one from her, the actions and lines flowed smoothly, but Director Su was still dissatisfied. Cut. On the second take, Director Su still frowned. Again, Shen Jiang felt that her poor state was holding them back, and while adjusting her position, she whispered to Duan Yu, "Sorry, I didn't perform well." Except during their scenes, they mostly didn't interact or chat on set. Their relationship was merely polite colleagues. Hearing her low voice filled with apology, Duan Yu raised his gaze. "It's not your problem. My movements were too forceful." They exchanged a glance, one smiling and the other nodding. "Yes." Director Su suddenly shouted from in front of the camera, "That's the state. Keep it up." In an instant, Shen Jiang and Duan Yu were surrounded by a crowd of gazes. Although they were already the center of attention, the director's shout brought even more scrutiny, making them somewhat uncomfortable. Shen Jiang lowered her eyes to gather her thoughts, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Liu Baiting had also arrived at some point, quietly watching from behind the staff. Her heart tightened. She absolutely could not embarrass herself in front of him. If he thought she had poor acting skills, or that she had too many NGs, she might as well run headfirst into a wall. Thus, perhaps she found a right emotion, or for some other reason, the third take went very smoothly. The overly handsome Emperor Xian, having indulged himself for years, appeared somewhat sinister, with a temper that made everyone fear him, but Lu Qi was not afraid. He strode quickly from the corridor, slowing down as he approached, as if afraid of startling her. Then suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes cold and predatory. He drew near, pressing his chest against her back, and the person admiring the scenery slightly raised the corners of her mouth, leaning back into his embrace. He raised his hand to pinch her chin a bit forcefully, but she was not angry. Instead, she softened her body to accommodate him. Yes, just like that. Su Minin stared at the monitor, finally feeling that it was harmonious. In the first 2 takes, they had acted normally, but it was just too normal, lacking beauty. The interaction between Emperor Xian and Lu Qi should not be like a piece of paper where everything is clear at a glance. The latter should be proactive and even somewhat flattering. This one is very good. Hearing the director say cut, Shen Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, anyone who had read the script would know that the relationship between the Crown Prince and Lu Qi, and that between Lu Qi and Emperor Xian, were 2 contrasting reference groups. just like the scene filmed on the first day, where the crown prince leaned into Lu Qi's embrace. In the recent scene where Lu Qi leaned into Emperor Xian's embrace, they were largely similar. Utilization. Although the emotional components were not entirely the same, this aspect was common. It was just that in the performance, Lu Qi's utilization of Emperor Xian needed to be more pronounced. Fortunately, she found the right feeling in the third take. Shen Jiang relaxed her face, and as soon as she stepped out of character, she couldn't help but glance at Lu Baiting. She couldn't quite articulate it, but since her first day on set, she had felt a strong desire for his approval. When Lu Baiting sensed her gaze and locked eyes with her for about 2 or 3 seconds, he calmly looked away. Before she could reflect further, director Su called her over, and Shen Jiang quickly collected her thoughts. Duan Yu was also in front of the monitor, and not only them, Lu Baiting was also summoned. Director Su asked him, "Have you retaken your stills?" "Yes, come take a look." "That's great." Director Su patted his shoulder and then told Shen Jiang and Duan Yu, "Let us play that segment again. You two take a look." It was a short clip, and it finished quickly. Director Su looked at Lu Baiting, seeking his opinion. "How does it feel?" Shen Jiang's hands instinctively intertwined under her sleeves, feeling extremely nervous, fearing he would disapprove. Standing in front of him, no matter how good her performance, it suddenly felt inadequate. "Very good," came his clear and gentle voice. Director Su smiled. "See?" Shen Jiang felt her slightly suspended heart settle, allowing her to relax for a moment. But then Lu Baiting suddenly glanced at her, his eyes shimmering like ink. Teacher Shen's emotions were very on point. Teacher Shen. Following the voice, only Duan Yu was in front of her. The other staff were busy farther away. Shen Jiang smiled in surprise. "Teacher Duan?" He looked at her intently. "I caused you trouble this afternoon." Having finished filming for the day, they each changed back into their own clothes. Shen Jiang went to the restroom and unexpectedly ran into him on her way back. She walked slowly and stopped about a meter away from him, saying, "No worries." Director Su wasn't satisfied, and "I have my own reasons." Duan Yu raised an eyebrow. It's good that he was satisfied in the end. He squinted slightly in the light as he spoke. Shen Jiang smiled and shrugged, glancing around. "Is everyone done?" "Not yet. They're filming ahead." "Really?" After pondering for a moment, she guessed it was probably Lu Baiting and a few senior actors' scenes. She didn't say much more, smiled at Duan Yu, and said, "Then I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, Teacher Duan." "Teacher Shen." He called out to her. "What is the matter?" "Sorry for causing so much trouble. I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight." "Ah." Shen Jiang was taken aback, her face filled with astonishment. "What did you say? Cause you trouble? Treat me to dinner? Are you kidding?" Duan Yu didn't speak, just stared at her, his eyes filled with the warmth of autumn sunshine. Incredibly handsome. Shen Jiang's heart raced, feeling flustered. Maybe not. I have a small appetite at night and don't eat much. I appreciate your kindness, Teacher Duan." "Hey, Teacher Shen, there you are, just in time." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, and when she turned to look, it was Duan Yu's assistant, Wu Lin. He walked over enthusiastically. "Our brother Yu is treating the crew to dinner tonight. You're done, right? Let us go together." "Treat the crew to dinner?" Wu Lin replied. "Yes, it was arranged at noon. The coordinator is notifying everyone in the WeChat group." Shen Jiang let out a breath of relief, feeling somewhat annoyed as she looked at Duan Yu. She really thought he was treating her to dinner, which startled her. Duan Yu maintained a serious expression, but a smile leaked from the corners of his mouth as he met her gaze, breaking into a grin within seconds. Looking good is really unfair. Seeing her expression, Wu Lin, though unaware of what Duan Yu had said, guessed something and quickly added, "Brother Yu likes to joke. Sometimes he doesn't know how to lighten things up." "Teacher Shen, don't take it to heart." "Sorry." Duan Yu coughed lightly, straightening his expression. "Tonight, I'll treat, and I hope Teacher Shen will grace us with your presence." Since he had said it, what else could she say? Shen Jiang, feeling helpless, replied, "Of course." Duan Yu treated the crew to dinner, not for any other reason, but because of the hot topic that had arisen from the first scouting report at noon. As the subject of public gossip, his ongoing film naturally faced some unavoidable repercussions. A multitude of whistleblowers have emerged online like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Some say they're using Duan Yu to attack Long Qian, while others claim it's actually Duan Yu's agency promoting his new movie through self-directed hype. Some even dragged Su Min into it, saying he hasn't produced any noteworthy work in years and is now desperate, resorting to the underhanded tactics of those commercial film directors, with him as the real behind-the-scenes manipulator. Shen Jiang learned about the online public opinion turning into this from the actors in the same vehicle on the way back to the hotel. However, she wasn't too worried. When the news first broke at noon, director Su had postponed filming, likely to discuss this matter. Now, with Duan Yu treating everyone in the crew to show his apologies, things should be fine. Director Su and the others are here, someone shouted, and Shen Jiang snapped back to reality, standing up with the others. This private room had all the core members of the crew: Assistant Director Li, the screenwriter, the producer, several seniors, and the main actors including her and Guanqing. The others were in the back room. Accompanying Su Min were Duan Yu and Liu Beiting, who had just finished filming his scenes, still in the same outfit he wore to the set. Everyone approached Director Su to chat, while Shen Jiang stood by the stool, secretly pinching her palm to calm herself, forcing herself to look away from Liu Beiting. While others wore dull gray, he wore a light gray that was elegant and gentle, which was simply lethal. Unfortunately, Shen Jiang was inexperienced. Despite being the female lead, she couldn't sit next to Liu Beiting when they took their seats. She was usually not active in social situations, and today was Duan Yu's turn to be the center of attention, so she spoke even less, explaining she needed to be in the best state for filming tomorrow, which allowed her to swap her drink for juice. Assistant Director Li praised her for being clear-headed and career-oriented. Shen Jiang felt quite pleased. With Liu Beiting sitting diagonally across from her, she didn't have to drink, just steadily enjoying her meal, watching the table's interactions, and savoring fresh vegetables while stealing glances at her male god. What could be better? After a few rounds of drinks, Shen Jiang felt full and slowed down with her chopsticks. But her phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated continuously, buzzing 20 times in a row. She quietly took a look. It was a WeChat message from Jiang Yao. The latest reading, did you see? Did you see? Where is she? It was probably more gossip, but wasn't the biggest gossip today about Duan Yu? It wasn't appropriate to play on her phone in front of so many people. So she glanced at Duan Yu next to Liu Beiting and silently put her phone back in her pocket. As the meal neared its end, many people left their seats to chat on the sofa. Duan Yu and Director Su occupied one spot, discussing something, and when Shen Jiang didn't see Liu Beiting, she remembered she needed to reply to Jiang Yao, so she left the private room. The others in the crew hadn't come out from their various rooms, and as she walked down the quiet corridor, she opened WeChat and scrolled to the top. She froze for a moment. Then she logged into Weibo, clicked on a trending topic, and the first piece of content she opened showed a bunch of comments criticizing her. Who is that Shen Jiang playing Huipin? Her acting is so pretentious, it makes me want to vomit. The male and female leads are both great actors, super have CP vibes, the production is excellent, and the trailer is particularly impressive. Looking forward to Feifei's performance. It's just some supporting roles that are too unpalatable, huh? She hasn't even become famous and has learned to buy fake fans. Doesn't she look in the mirror? It's no wonder she's being criticized by so many. Does that supporting actress, Shen, have no shame? Buying fake fans to step on my Fei. Be careful, or you'll never be famous. After reading the flood of comments criticizing her, Shen Jiang took a while to process it. Her? Buying fake fans? What a joke. Chapter 8 for those who enjoy watching the excitement. Duan Yu's situation is merely a distraction during idle times. However, for those in the industry who have important announcements to make on this day, it is not only uninteresting, but also quite annoying. This includes the distributor of Legend of Refeify. The wrap-up press conference coincided with the negative revelations about Duan Yu, resulting in the entire afternoon's attention being stolen away. Aside from a few fans of the main cast and a small number of bystanders, hardly anyone was paying attention to them. Shen Jiang stopped in the corridor, pinched the bridge of her nose, her fingers hovering above the phone screen, with no desire to scroll down. She had already skimmed through the comments, which were filled with sarcastic remarks from Yuan Yunfei's fans, all directed at her. She felt helpless and could only open WeChat and click on Jiang Yao's profile. A large piece of ginger. Can someone tell me what is going on? Yao Yao, are you still asking me? The press conference for Legend of Refeify is today. Don't you know better than I do? Shen Jiang was speechless. She truly didn't know. Generally speaking, aside from the main leads, whether other actors attend the press conference doesn't matter much. It mainly depends on the attitude of the production team. When she wrapped up, Director Zhang, he had mentioned it. But at that time, she had just privately attended an audition for Long Qian, had signed the contract, and was rushing back to the capital to extend her leave from school, so she declined the press conference. Director Zhang, he was also busy with filming, editing, post-production, and a bunch of promotional matters to handle. Seeing her refusal, he let it go. Her phone vibrated again, and Jiang Yao asked, "Why didn't you go to the press conference? I didn't see you in the video. If it weren't for the announcement, I really wouldn't know you filmed this drama." Manual goodbye. A large piece of ginger. I had something to do. Yao Yao, you're really something. A large piece of ginger. So why are there so many people cursing at me on the drama's official Weibo? Yao Yao, you saw it too. Who is cursing at you? Yuan Yunfei's fans. Need I say more? You stole their spotlight, and their fans are unhappy. A large piece of ginger. Stole what spotlight? Yao Yao. It's just that you stood out too much in the trailer. Some bystanders praised you in the comments, and certain fans were unhappy. So they collectively spammed comments to reclaim the spotlight. With that explanation, Shen Jiang finally understood. No wonder the comments were overwhelmingly one-sided, all neatly aligned. She didn't have fans, only herself. When bystanders praised her, it was just casual flattery. Encountering Yuan Yunfei's fans who were aggressive and obviously trying to control the comments. It was clear that this kind of confrontation was best avoided. No one wanted to stir up trouble over a stranger. Shen Jiang smirked and, recalling those comments, suddenly didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Wasn't that another form of praise? Her performance had made others feel threatened. Seeing she was silent, Jiang Yao pressed, "What are you planning to do?" Shen Jiang replied with 4 words. "Let nature take its course." Yao Yao, are you just going to watch? A large piece of ginger. What else can I do? After a pause, she added, "Don't say anything about me on Weibo with either your main or secondary account. So you don't get labeled as a hired commenter." Smile, smile, manual goodbye. Yao Yao, I'd love to. A large piece of ginger. You really love me deeply. Yao Yao, shameless. Shen Jiang teased her for a bit before putting away her phone. Not doing anything was partly because she couldn't do anything, and partly there was no need to truly take this matter to heart. After all, in the eyes of Yuan Yunfei's fans, their idol was the best. If someone praised her, the supporting character, instead of the lead, it must be a hired commenter. There was no point in arguing. Fortunately, she hadn't signed with an agency yet, and hadn't opened a formal actor Weibo account. The account named I Heard Eating Ginger at Night, ISNT Good, was private, usually used to browse news about Lu boating or check current hot topics. No one knew who she was. Otherwise, she might have been chased and scolded for a long time. Shen Jiang smiled slightly, then frowned. Walking towards the restroom at the end of the corridor. As she passed the corner, she was unexpectedly called. "Teacher Shen." She was taken aback and jumped slightly, turning to see Lu Sr. Leaning casually against the wall by the window was Lu boating, tall and relaxed. One hand in his pocket and the other hanging by his side, holding a cigarette between his fingers, with faint smoke drifting up, as if the tips of his hair were tainted. He straightened up, instantly adopting a proper posture, and pressed the half-burned cigarette into the soil of a potted plant to extinguish it before tossing it into the trash bin. "Out for some air?" Shen Jiang nodded, her feet unconsciously moving toward him. After taking 2 steps, she hesitated to advance, not wanting to retreat either. Teacher Shen usually doesn't talk much. Not understanding why he would ask that, she blinked in surprise, saying, "No, I actually talk quite a bit." "It's him who talks less." He said, "I noticed you didn't say anything during lunch. I was hungry, so I just focused on eating." She chuckled awkwardly, secretly assessing his complexion. "Senior, have you had a lot to drink?" "Not much, just a little." Shen Jiang nodded, silently criticizing him. "That's odd. His face is all red. No wonder he seems different than usual and is chatting with her like this. It turns out he's drunk." Lu boating was clearly more relaxed than usual. His eyes bright, yet slightly hazy. After standing straight for a moment, he leaned back against the wall again. Shen Jiang found his rare lazy demeanor quite charming, but worried it might affect his state for tomorrow. "Senior, do you want to go back inside and drink some water?" "I see you." He shook his head, saying, "I'm fine just blowing some wind." Then, before she could finish her sentence. He glanced out the window, suddenly stepping in front of her, grabbing her wrist and turning towards the left corridor. Shen Jiang was confused and stumbled slightly as he pulled her along for 2 hurried steps, just 2 steps, turning into a place hidden from view around the corner, where he stopped and released her, apologizing. The warmth lingering on her wrist was palpable. Shen Jiang swallowed, steadied herself, and said, "Are there paparazzi outside?" He nodded, closing his eyes and furrowing his brow for a moment before opening them again, the previous abnormality completely gone, returning to the composed and disciplined Liu boating. "I forgot. With Duan Yu situation, there will definitely be paparazzi coming to Hongdian to dig up news." He chuckled lightly, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. "You're right. It seems I really drank too much." Shen Jiang looked at him, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Being in the spotlight makes many things feel like luxuries. He had finally managed to let his guard down a little while slightly tipsy, but this stolen moment felt fleeting, like a bubble that would burst in an instant. "Then, Senior, you should go back to the private room first. I'll wait a bit before going in." She pressed her lips together, wishing she had the right to support him and encourage him to drink more water and rest well. But she couldn't. Paparazzi were lurking across the hotel, and even if they were there for Duan Yu, she couldn't guarantee they wouldn't make a story out of Liu boating. She didn't want to cause him trouble. Immediately, she moved aside, creating a 2-step distance between them. Liu boating noticed this and felt a bit uncomfortable for some reason. As an actor, he didn't want to trouble director Su before the lead was announced, but wanting to avoid being photographed by paparazzi was one thing, while her avoiding him was another. Did she really not want to be associated with him that much? Forget it. He adjusted his expression, saying, "Teacher Shun, feel free." After the meal, many who had come by taxi were drunk, and only 2 cars from the production team arrived, which couldn't accommodate so many people. Shen Jiang, as one of the few sober ones, gave her seat to those who were more troublesome. The director and Duan Yu had long since disappeared, so they naturally didn't pay her any mind. She initially planned to leave with a few sober female staff members, but unfortunately, the only common mode of transportation in Hongdian was the tricycle, and after filling 2, she was left alone. Shen Jiang watched the few people in the car, making an effort to create space for her, waved her hand, and said, "It's fine, you guys go ahead. I'll catch another one." The oldest among them looked concerned. "It's so late. You're alone. How about I go with you?" "It's okay. I've learned self-defense. You all go ahead." Shen Jiang waved goodbye to them and strolled leisurely along the roadside. Hongdian isn't that big, and it's not a tourist area. At most, it takes an hour to walk around the entire living area. Treating it as a walk, Shen Jiang enjoyed herself, passing by a convenience store to buy a bottle of mineral water. After taking a couple of sips, a black nanny van suddenly stopped beside her. The moon hung high, and the streetlights cast a warm yellow glow. The car door opened with a whoosh, and Zhou Yun slightly leaned out. "Teacher Shin, come back with us." She looked up and saw Liu baiting sitting calmly behind him, also looking at her. Chapter 9. Every window in the van was tinted black, and the interior was quiet with dim light. Shen Jiang felt a bit uneasy. "Is it okay to bring me along?" The calm Liu boating, who sat 1 seat away from her, said lightly. Director Su and Duan Yu's car left first, and all the cars parked across the street followed them. "That's good." She breathed a sigh of relief, just thinking about waking up tomorrow to see the headline in entertainment news. Actor Liu meets a mysterious woman in the car late at night. That would be Zhou Yun. Seeing her like this reassured her. "Miss Shun, you don't have to worry. Others may be unreliable, but we've been outsmarting paparazzi for years. We can handle this little situation." Shen Jiang chuckled lightly. "I'm not worried. I'm just afraid of causing trouble for Teacher Liu." She glanced at Liu boating and quickly averted her gaze. "And for you guys." Zhou Yun waved his hand. "Hey, what's the big deal? It's just a ride." As the conversation paused, Liu boating remained composed, his expression as calm as water. Shen Jiang stole a few glances, having admired his handsome looks enough. And feeling a bit bored, she carefully took out her phone. On Weibo, the topic Legend of Ru Fei trailer had finally made it to the top 5 trending. But still firmly at number 1 was Duan Yu's involvement. The search results showed that the first post was the official Weibo account of the Legend of Ru Fei drama releasing the trailer, with the number of comments rising by several thousand, nearing 10,000. Clicking in, The hot comments were mainly fans of the male lead Song Shuyu and the female lead Yuan Yunfei fighting over the topic. Our Shuyu's gaze is simply amazing. His acting is superb. I couldn't help but scream several times. Song Shuyu Legend of Ru Fei can't wait for the broadcast. Shuyu fans, let's get this topic trending. Fei Fei's acting is explosive this time. Several plot conflict points are especially tense. Watching her explode with emotion took me along with her. The trailer is so impressive. I can't even imagine what the actual show will be like. This is Fei's third time as the female lead. Fang Fei's definitely going to carry the ratings banner. Wishing the drama high ratings. Yuan Yunfei Legend of Ru Fei, they have super chemistry. I'm getting pink bubbles. 1,000,000% looking forward to it. The trailer had just been released, and the CP fans of Song Shuyu and Yuan Yunfei had already started to surface, with someone in the comments giving them the name Yu Yuan couple and tagging it. Nowadays, selling CP is also a good way to break through. Both fan bases were busy marketing and promoting their idols. Yuan Yunfei's fans had stopped bothering Shen Jiang, and the comments cursing her had fewer likes, finally sinking down. Shen Jiang quickly skimmed through, saw she had nothing to do with it, and returned to her homepage. She followed quite a few fans of Lu Boating, all of whom had liked him for many years and had fan bases with thousands or even tens of thousands of followers. One blogger had posted particularly beautiful pictures, and just as she released a set of specially edited photos of Lu Boating that had a unique artistic vibe, Shen Jiang didn't take care that the main person was right next to her. She clicked to save all 9 images and even liked the post. That would be enough for her to obsess over for a few days. Just as Shen Jiang was contently about to exit, she suddenly received a private message from someone she didn't follow. Jiang Yaovi, are you there? She had followed Jiang Yao's private account, but hadn't followed this verified actor account to avoid exposure. How do you know I'm here? Jiang Yaovi, I saw that you liked a new Weibo post, smug. Impressive, thumbs up. Jiang Yaovi. What? Are you fangirling over your Lu Boating again? How about for your birthday this year? I custom make a life-size body pillow of Lu Boating for you. Do you want the adult version? When Shen Jiang received the notification, she didn't think much of it, but as she read it clearly, her face flushed red, and she instinctively covered her phone screen. Lu Boating raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Is Miss Shen feeling hot? Shen Jiang's face turned even hotter, and some inappropriate scenes flashed in her mind. She shook her head and then hurriedly nodded. Yes, it's a bit hot. Huh. Zhou Yin turned back from the front seat. Is the air conditioning too stuffy? I'll lower the temperature a bit. Shen Jiang awkwardly deflected, feeling Lu Boating's probing gaze. She stiffened and remained motionless, feeling like she was hiding something shameful. Her friend was going to gift her a life-size body pillow of him, and it was the adult version. If he saw that, she would probably become a complete weirdo in his eyes. After Lu Boating shifted his gaze away, Shen Jiang cautiously turned on her phone to reply to Jiang Yao. You shut up. I'm avoiding you for my birthday goodbye. Jiang Yao V. Laughing Jiang Yao V. By the way, have you watched the Legend of Ru Fei trailer? Not yet, but I did read the comments. Luckily, I didn't impulsively expose that Weibo, given my current situation, if the official account tagged me. I can only imagine how disastrous that would be. Jiang Yao V. Your Weibo is full of Lu Boating-related info. Getting tagged would be. Let us not mention the production team. If you hadn't told your classmates, you'd be lucky. This afternoon, I saw them chatting in the WeChat group. Everyone saw the trailer, and you were getting roasted by the fans of the leads so badly. Some people might be laughing behind your back. Some people, they both knew who they were referring to, but they were too lazy to name names. Shen Jiang replied, Anyway, I've temporarily muted the class group. Let them be. Jiang Yao V. Fine, you're so carefree, so I'm the only one worrying here. Forget it. I won't bother with you anymore. I have an audition in a couple of days. I'm off to get some beauty sleep. Once I become famous, I'll come back and take you for a nice fly, kissing. Shen Jiang laughed at her unserious tone and sent back a couple of kissing emojis before exiting Weibo. When she looked up, there was an undeniable gaze beside her. She hid her phone and cautiously glanced over. Lu Boating was looking down, glancing at her lightly before shifting his gaze away in silence. Shen Jiang. The car had just arrived outside the hotel where the crew was staying. To avoid misunderstandings, Shen Jiang got out of the car first and entered alone. while Lu Boating and Zhou Yun stayed with the car to walk back from the parking lot, perfectly avoiding each other. She only had time to say thank you. The words she wanted to say hadn't been said, yet when the car door closed behind her and drove away, Shen Jiang felt very uncomfortable. After waking up in the morning and realizing that her period had arrived, she had probably caught a cold in the past few days, rarely experiencing menstrual pain. She was now pale-faced. She had scenes to shoot in the morning, and to avoid delaying the filming schedule, she endured the discomfort and shot 3 scenes in a row. Her makeup covered her haggard appearance, and she managed to hold it together. As soon as the crew shouted action, she instantly got into character, and no one noticed anything unusual about her. After the last scene was successfully completed, Lu Boating composed himself and was about to check the monitor when Shen Jiang, just 2 steps away, suddenly swayed unsteadily. He was taken aback, and before he could react, he instinctively reached out, just in time to catch her as she fell. At first, the crew didn't notice, but a few who were closer realized something was wrong, and chaos ensued. Shen Jiang fainted. "Quick, someone help her. Hospital. Hurry. Take her to the hospital." Holding Shen Jiang, Lu Boating's expression was grave. After regaining his composure, he swiftly picked her up horizontally. Su Min heard the commotion and rushed over. "What happened?" "I don't know. Just take her to the hospital." He frowned and, without saying another word, walked out. "Then you take her to see." Director Su still had scenes to shoot and couldn't spare the time. He called over Assistant Director Li. "Old Li, you go with her." The crowd instinctively made way, and Lu Boating's steps were quick and urgent, with Zhou Yun and Assistant Director Li running to keep up with him. When she opened her eyes, all she could see was a blur of white. Shen Jiang paused for a few seconds, pushed herself up to sit, and moved her hand to find a needle inserted in her wrist, and she was receiving in 4. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Lu Boating, dressed in his costume but wearing a coat over it, came in holding a plastic bag. "You're awake?" "This is." Looking around, she realized she was in a hospital room and was somewhat taken aback. Lu Boating coughed lightly. After finishing the 3rd scene, "You fainted." He moved the chair beside the bed, placed the items he was holding on the table, and opened the plastic bag, instantly filling the air with a delightful aroma. Snowflake chicken soup, which Zhou Yun went to buy. "Drink it while it's hot." Fainting. A sharp pain shot through her abdomen again, and Shen Jiang recalled the reason, her face warming up. "Senior, you brought me here? Otherwise?" Lu Boating looked at her. "Director Su sent Assistant Director Li to accompany you. The doctor said there's nothing wrong, so he went back first." Upon hearing this, her neck turned red, and she touched her jaw, speechless. Fainting in front of so many people, now everyone knows she has menstrual cramps. "Thank you, Senior Lu," Shen Jiang said softly. "Do you have a shoot this afternoon? If you do, you can go back first. I'll return to the hotel by myself later." "I don't have a shoot this afternoon." Lu Boating pulled the chair over and sat down, glancing at her. "Are you feeling hot?" She swallowed a bit. He didn't say much, slightly lifted his chin to indicate the table. "Drink the soup." Shen Jiang immediately picked up the thermal box. Just scooped a spoonful to her mouth when she heard Lu Boating say, "In autumn, if you're feeling hot, it's often due to kidney deficiency. It's best to get checked." Cough. She suddenly choked and quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth. When she looked up, he had a serious expression, lightly raising an eyebrow. She chuckled awkwardly. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will definitely get checked when I have time." She pouted inwardly. Even if she was a bit foolish, she could tell he was teasing her. After finishing the soup, the doctor came in, instructed the nurse to remove the empty 4 bag, and brought the prescribed medicine, saying she could leave if everything was fine. Lu Boating asked, "Do you want to rest here a bit longer, or leave now?" Shen Jiang put down the empty bowl. "Let us leave now." Her stomach was no longer hurting much. There was no need to stay, and besides, the hospital room had no other entertainment facilities apart from the television. Staying here alone would be boring to death. Lu Boating nodded and stood up without saying much. Shen Jiang lifted the quilt to get out of bed, and a hand reached out in front of her. She looked up to see him, his eyelashes trembling slightly, unsteady from anemia. Strangely, the thin blood vessels in her cheeks seemed to jump suddenly. She lowered her gaze, placing her hand in his palm to help him steady himself. His palm was broad and warm, burning into her chest, instantly melting her heart. Shen Jiang still parted ways with Lu Boating outside the hotel. He and Zhou Yun went to the parking lot by car, while she entered the hotel alone. Apart from avoiding suspicion, their room floors were different, so there was no need to walk together. Unfortunately, she ran into Guanqing in the lobby. After some time adapting, Guanqing finally found her footing, no longer criticized by the director for frequent NGs, and was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, walking with a newfound confidence. The two exchanged polite smiles, Guanqing crossing her arms, while Shen Jiang looked up at the elevator display, both falling silent. "I heard you fainted on set?" Guanqing couldn't hold it in any longer, smiling, but her words were filled with malice. "Your body is your capital. Working so hard, it's not worth the loss." "Thank you for your concern, senior." Shen Jiang emphasized the word senior. "I'm young, my health is good, pushing myself a bit is fine." Even though she was only 2 years younger, to Guanqing, it felt like a sharp sword piercing her heart. Shen Jiang was younger than her and already playing the lead role in a big director's movie, while she was still struggling as a supporting actress. "As long as you think it's fine." She suppressed her anger, curling her lips. "I heard you fainted. I was worried for a while." "I heard it was Senior Liu who took you to the hospital?" "Everyone says you suddenly fell into Senior Liu's arms while acting. It surprised him so much that he didn't even change out of his costume and rushed you straight to the hospital. Senior Liu is really nice, don't you think?" Shen Jiang understood her underlying meaning, that she was implying she was scheming and intentionally fell into Liu Beiting's arms. She replied nonchalantly, "If you faint in front of Senior Liu next time, I'm sure he wouldn't let you fall on your face." "You." Guanqing was about to respond when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. "Miss Shen, Miss Guan." Zhou Yun and Liu Beiting had come in without her noticing and walked up behind them. As usual, Zhou Yun had a friendly smile, while Liu Beiting appeared serious with no expression. Shen Jiang and Guanqing instinctively quieted down and stopped talking about the fainting incident, greeted them, and seeing they seemed not to have heard their earlier conversation, felt relieved. The four of them entered the elevator, each going to their respective floors, remaining silent all the way. At 11 o'clock, after applying a facial mask and getting ready for bed, Shen Jiang suddenly received a WeChat message from the production coordinator. "Coordinator, the scene you have with teacher Liu tomorrow has been slightly revised. It's too late to knock on your door, so I'm sending you the document. You can discuss it more on set." Shen Jiang replied, "Okay." After receiving the image file, the coordinator added, "I sent a copy to teacher Liu as well. You can compare notes." Shen Jiang replied with no problem, and only then realized she didn't have Liu Beiting's WeChat. After thinking for a moment, she went into the Longqin crew group to find Liu Beiting's WeChat, hesitated for a while, and sent him a friend request. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. There was no response. Shen Jiang held her phone, feeling dejected. Did she really have to go knock on Liu Beiting's door this late and say, "Senior, please add me"? Ruffling her hair in frustration, just as she was about to toss her phone aside, a notification popped up on WeChat. "Friend request successful." The male god's WeChat. Her heart raced, and Shen Jiang added note. Looking closely, the clean chat interface immediately had its first message. "Senior." She silently reminded herself that now was not the time for idle chatter, cleared her throat, and relayed the coordinator's message to him. About 10 minutes later, after discussing the revised script, Shen Jiang was thinking about how to say good night to the male god in the most appropriate way, neither too stiff nor too forward. Suddenly, he said, "By the way." She immediately replied, "What?" Shen Jiang waited anxiously, and after about 20 seconds, Liu Beiting sent a message. "I don't just accept anyone's requests, though it's indeed not good to let someone fall on their face." Chapter 10. When the negative news about Duan Yu first broke, the actresses in the lounge were still discussing whether he really had the background as rumored. It was impossible to know the truth of this, but it was evident that his agency had powerful means. Duan Yu had just invited the crew out for a meal to apologize for causing trouble, and the next day, upon waking up, both he and Fang Qiyuan's agencies publicly stated that the rumors of involvement were purely unfounded. The photo of Duan Yu and Dong Jia was taken secretly during the filming of their movie City of Lovers, and the statement condemned the first star talent agency for having malicious intentions, turning an ordinary crew dinner into something suggestive. Moreover, Fang Qiyuan himself also posted on Weibo, admitting that a fight indeed occurred, but it wasn't because of Dong Jia. Rather, it was due to a misunderstanding backstage that led to a small altercation. which escalated into a conflict between the two of them. Marketing accounts were contacted one by one, and within a night, they changed their tone, subtly explaining that the claims of discord were exaggerated by the media. As for Duan Yu, who was known for his unconventional behavior in the industry, he also cooperated this time, retweeting Fang Qiyuan's clarification and humorously captioning it, "My brother has strong wrists and amazing bones. Why not learn to play basketball with me?" Fang Qiyuan replied, "Sure, you teach me basketball, and I'll teach you cooking." It was well known that Duan Yu loved basketball, while Fang Qiyuan followed the trendy male route, but was also known for enjoying cooking in private. Their light-hearted banter eased the public sentiment significantly, and coupled with the fact that the clarification Weibo did not completely deny the events in the photo, but rather half acknowledged them, it sounded quite believable. There were those who believed and those who did not, but both sides of fans were naturally convinced. Once the statement was released, the online discussions related to the incident were swiftly purified, and the matter quickly calmed down. Ironically, because of their mutual teasing on Weibo, a CP, couple pairing, fanbase for the two emerged. In contrast, the female lead Dong Jia remained completely silent and was entirely overlooked after the two male parties had spoken out. After gaining an understanding of the situation from the discussions of others in the crew, Shen Jiang felt that Duan Yu and Fang Qiyuan's agencies were quite clear-headed and efficient. But she was left in admiration of the fans' imaginative interpretations. Regardless, the storm had finally settled. Fast forward more than 10 days. As November drew to a close and December approached, the online trends remained the same, with a surge of posts bidding farewell to the month. Goodbye November. Hello December becoming a common Weibo template. At 5 in the afternoon, with the sunset ablaze, Shen Jiang finished her work in costume, lifted the curtain to the lounge, and after greeting a few actresses who were leaving together, she slipped into the changing room. Just as she was about to leave, after changing her clothes, she suddenly received a call from her aunt. The moment the call connected, she heard her aunt say, "There are only a few days left until the date. Are you free to come back?" Shen Jiang was taken aback, moving the phone away from her ear to glance at the date displayed on the screen, only then realizing, busy with work every day, she had lost track of the date. She felt a bit down, saying, "I have to work, so I probably can't come back." "Really not coming back? I haven't seen you for almost a few months. How are you doing out there? How's the food? Are you getting used to it? Do you want me to send you some sauce made by Aunt He from home? Is your living environment safe?" As her aunt began to ramble again, Shen Jiang hurriedly reassured her, "I'm doing well here, it's work, and everything is arranged for me. I'm grown up now. Aunt, you don't need to worry about me." If I had known earlier, I should have let you study acting. Your uncle disagreed, and I argued with him. Look at you now. You can't even settle down before graduating, keeping this secret and that secret, saying you can't talk about it anywhere. After you graduate, what if I want to see you and can't find you?" "Okay now," Shen Jiang said helplessly, softening her tone and playfully saying, "Last time I went back to school to extend my leave, I went home the next day, didn't I? Once this job is over, I will definitely come back right away." Her aunt half-jokingly complained a bit more, reminding her to take care of herself, before reluctantly hanging up. Shen Jiang sighed in relief, holding her phone as she turned around and was suddenly startled. "Senior Liu." The curtain was pulled back by a large, bony hand, and Liu Baiting stood at the entrance, holding a script cover marked with pink highlighter traces, obviously hers. He nodded slightly, his gaze unclear. "Your script was left on set. Director, Sue asked me to bring it to you." Shen Jiang felt embarrassed. The affectionate tone she had just used with her aunt was unbearable even for herself, and she didn't know how much he had heard. "There's no need for you to personally deliver something like this. You could have just asked a staff member." "Senior, you don't have to be so enthusiastic. The pressure is quite high." "Thank you, Senior." She stepped forward to take the script he handed over, clearing her throat. "Don't leave your script lying around," he said. She held the thick paper book on both sides, nodding vigorously. After a moment of silence, thinking he had left, she looked up to find his gaze warm and gentle, with a slight smile in his eyes. Teacher Shen's future acting path must be very broad. The lounge was lively with chatter as Shen Jiang lifted the curtain and entered, pulling up a chair to sit down, casually asking, "What are you guys talking about?" Someone replied, "We're discussing today's hot topic." "Today? What big thing happened?" "No way, you really don't know?" So many stars have posted on Weibo mourning the late seniors Zheng Chaoguang and Mu Qing, and the topic has been trending #1. Shen Jiang. Don't tell me you don't go online. Shen Jiang paused her makeup removal, forced a smile after a few seconds. Oh, you mean that? Of course I know, right? It's strange for someone in this industry not to know. The girl speaking sighed, clearly feeling regretful. Heaven is jealous of talent. Why is it that the more outstanding people are, the earlier they pass away? Zheng Chaoguang and Mu Qing were such remarkable figures. If they had lived longer, who knows what the entertainment industry would look like now? Another girl disagreed with her statement, rebutting, being alive doesn't guarantee that they won't fall from grace. Rather than watching them come down from their high pedestals to take on various bad films, stabbing fans in the heart, it's better to stop at the best moment. What you're saying is ridiculous. Not to mention, just Zheng and Mu. If they were still around, they would surely stand firmly on their pedestals. You're saying that now because they are revered and remembered. Look at the 3 New Year's films released last year, filled with stars, but how terrible were they? The film had several leading actors and actresses who were once magnificent decades ago. And what happened? They ended up tarnishing their legacies. I don't know about Zheng, but Mu Qing is my goddess. Just thinking about her taking on those bad films, I don't even want to think about it. I'd rather you hit me with a brick. I thank you. The two began to argue, and Shen Jiang listened. The voices seeming to enter her ears, yet also seeming distant. The names Zheng Chaoguang and Mu Qing were known to everyone in the industry, whether in front of or behind the scenes. They were once immensely popular movie stars. Zheng Chaoguang hailed from Hong Kong and left behind countless classic works, with many of his screen images still deeply rooted in people's hearts. Mu Qing was a rising actress from the mainland during the same period, with a lifetime of achievements that are difficult to enumerate. Especially the latter, her significance to the mainland film industry was immense. At that time, mainland actors were undervalued and often associated with low standards and poor quality. Many first-line mainland actors had both looks and talent, but could only play minor roles in big directors' films, often portraying villains and supporting characters. In such a challenging environment, Mu Qing burst onto the scene, powerfully breaking through numerous restrictions and barriers, step by step creating a myth, reaching heights and distances that ordinary people could hardly aspire to. A phrase that has circulated in the film industry describes it perfectly. Zheng Chaoguang represents an era, while Mu Qing created an era. Unfortunately, both of them died young. Mu Qing passed away in her early 30s due to illness, and Zheng Chaoguang, a close friend, left 5 years later on the same day. Because of this, every year during memorials, fans often mention both names together. Shen Jiang? Shen Jiang. Huh? Startled by the voice beside her, Shen Jiang suddenly came to her senses. What? She turned to see a girl standing next to her, pointing at the makeup remover on her table. I'm on my own. Can I borrow yours? Without a second thought, she handed it over, apologizing with a smile. Sorry. I was just lost in thought and didn't hear you. The girl thanked her and took the makeup remover back to her seat. Shen Jiang suppressed her smile and looked up at the mirror. Her face inexplicably carried a hint of melancholy. The actresses chatting had already changed the topic, discussing which celebrities in the entertainment industry had posted memorial Weibo messages. Eventually, whether as fans of Zheng Chaoguang or Mu Qing, they couldn't help but each post a Weibo message to express their feelings. Look at you all, claiming to be against the trend while you're doing the same. You're the same. Don't think I didn't see your Weibo. I'm not following the trend. I'm a fan, okay? I've watched all of Zheng Chaoguang's movies. Well, I'm also a fan of Mu Qing. I can recite her classic lines. Suddenly someone said, hey, Deputy Director Li also posted on Weibo, and Director Su liked it. Really? Hearing this, the other girls, who had been uninterested, pulled out their phones, deciding to join in. It seemed both directors had a lot of feelings for those two legendary figures. Even though they couldn't see their posts, what if they happened to notice? That would be a stroke of luck. Talking about the crew, another girl scrolled through her follow list and sighed. I guess that Lou the Emperor definitely wouldn't post. He really doesn't seem to use social media much. His latest Weibo post was 3 months ago. After a pause, as if remembering something, she looked up and asked, Shen Jiang, what's your Weibo handle? While speaking, Shen Jiang had already tidied up. She picked up her bag and stood up, smiling at everyone. I don't have Weibo for now. She had finished her scenes for the day and could leave. nodding to say goodbye. She said no more and turned to exit the break room. After a few seconds of silence, the girl who had asked frowned. If she doesn't want to share, then fine. Is she afraid we'll follow her and ask for a mutual follow? Forget it. She's the lead, even though we share a break room. She's different from us. Once the movie is released, she might become famous and won't need to curry favor with the director like us. Reminiscing about the legendary late emperor and empress of film. TCH, they all act so high and mighty. Chapter 11 in Hongyan. Film crews are constantly filming throughout the year, making it inconvenient for stars to appear in public. However, with filming periods lasting for months, they also need leisure activities. In recent years, a few membership-based restaurants have opened in this small town. One of them, a tea restaurant named Blue, operates under a membership admission system. On an afternoon, when Liu Boating had no filming, he seized a brief moment of leisure and requested a private room on the second floor. Sitting by the window in silence, gazing at the scenery. The glass here is specially made, looking out from inside. The bustling street filled with shops and pedestrians is fully visible, but from outside looking in, only the darkened walls can be seen. Zhou Yun flipped through the pages of a document, checking the upcoming schedule, and spoke for over 10 minutes. When he fell silent, Liu Boating, still looking out the window, finally withdrew his gaze and asked, "Are we done?" "That's all for now." Liu Boating raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he turned his head back to the window. Zhou Yun took a sip of coffee and packed the documents into his bag. Just as he was about to leave, he looked up and noticed Liu Boating's gaze flicker. Following his line of sight, he was taken aback. "Isn't that Miss Shen?" Across the street, Shen Jiang, dressed in casual attire, sat on a public stone bench, staring blankly. Not moving for a long time. Does she have no filming this afternoon? Zhou Yun pondered, noticing her all-black outfit, which seemed unusually dull and not at all like a female actor's style. However, her ponytail made her look quite youthful, almost like a recent high school graduate. Liu Boating glanced at Zhou Yun. "Aren't you heading back to the hotel?" "Oh, right. I almost forgot. Sister Wen is waiting for me to contact her." Zhou Yun snapped back to reality, quickly putting aside other thoughts, picking up his bag, and taking a couple of steps before stopping to look back at the unmovable figure. "Are you coming or not?" "I never said I was going back." Liu Boating smiled lightly. "You go ahead." "Aren't you going back? Don't you need to catch up on sleep or something?" "No." He slightly lifted his chin, pointing to the half-drunk tea on the table, indicating he had no intention of sleeping. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and said, "All right, then you stay here. If you want to go back to the hotel, just call me, and I'll come pick you up. Just don't wander around by yourself. It would be troublesome if tourists recognize you and cause a scene." As he rambled on, he opened the door and left, his footsteps gradually fading away, leaving the private room quiet again. Liu Boating focused on the view outside, his gaze unintentionally settling on a certain spot. The person on the stone bench was still lost in thought. From this angle, only a little of her profile was visible. She seemed to be in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. He took out his phone, but hesitated, his indecision evident on his face, his well-defined brow slightly furrowing. Shen Jiang had been wandering the streets for over an hour, not wanting to return to her hotel room, but unsure where to go. So she sat down on the stone bench by the street, feeling lost. Her mind was chaotic, and her heart felt heavy. While she was in a daze, she received a call from her aunt, Zhou Manwen, who spoke about some serious matters and finally mentioned a name she did not want to hear at all. Zhou Manwen, knowing she didn't want to engage, spoke before Shen Jiang could respond. I managed to brush him off. "I know you don't want to see him. He asked me for your number again today, but I didn't give it to him. Your uncle didn't even want to answer when he heard it was his call. But out of courtesy today." Shen Jiang fell silent for 2 seconds, then chuckled lightly. "It's fine. He's an insignificant person. I usually don't think about him." As for her so-called father, she had always believed she didn't have one. He had never fulfilled his responsibilities when he should have. And now, wanting to act as her father, he should first ask if she was willing. Hearing her say this, Zhou Manwen felt relieved and offered more advice. There weren't many people on the street, and Shen Jiang sat there in a daze for a while, her legs growing a bit numb. Just as she was about to leave, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a WeChat message. When she opened it, she was stunned and looked around in surprise. Liu Boating had sent a photo of her sitting on the stone bench. From his location, he could probably see her. before she could confirm the direction. Another new message appeared on the screen. Senior, want to have some tea? Chapter 12. The last time Shen Jiang came to shoot the legend of Ru Fei. She knew that some recreational venues in Hongdian required identification for entry. After receiving the news from Liu Boating and deciding to accept the invitation, she pondered for a moment about how to get in. Fortunately, he had thought of everything and arranged for someone to come pick her up. As she was led upstairs by the waiter, Shen Jiang saw quite a few familiar faces from television in the lobby. Apart from the actors there to shoot, she also spotted 2 or 3 singers and variety show stars. She felt a bit dazed, but once she entered the private room, that fleeting emotion disappeared immediately, as there was someone with an intimidating level of fame seated there. The waiter, accustomed to big stars, remained calm, gently placing the menu on the table and quietly standing by to take their order. Shen Jiang felt even more uneasy than the waiter. Excluding the hospital incident, this seemed to be their first time interacting alone outside the film set. Are you hungry? Liu Boating appeared calm, looking as if he was genuinely there to have tea and snacks. The seafood fried noodles here tasted great. The owner used to run a tea house and could brew tea himself. Poor Longjing Tiguanyan, of course, if she wasn't used to it, there were tea beverages available as well. Shen Jiang cleared her throat and casually ordered a milk tea and dessert, handing the menu back to the waiter. I'm not very hungry, she said, and after the waiter left the private room, she continued to ask, why are you here alone, senior? He replied, I don't have work in the afternoon. Just came out for a stroll. Oh, I see. Are you just spacing out on the street by yourself? Shen Jiang paused for a moment, then smiled, finding the room stuffy and not knowing where to go. By the way, I should thank you for picking me up. Liu Boating pondered for a moment and said, if you feel bored when there's no filming, you can come here. I have a car to Zhou Yun's place, which I don't need. He paused. Anyway, when the movie is released, you can come to Hongdian again, and these places will be accessible. Shen Jiang smiled. Was this a roundabout way of praising her? Still remembering to be modest, she replied, you think so highly of me, senior. I feel a bit nervous. He laughed at her cleverness, Miss. Shen is being humble. Your performance is evident to everyone. Shen Jiang knew that Liu Boating must have seen her sitting on the street, looking dejected, which was why he used the excuse of inviting her to dinner to bring her here. She had felt down all day, as if weighed down by a heavy object, and was truly exhausted. Now, not only did she feel the kindness of her idol, but she also received his praise. Even with all the negative emotions, she could temporarily set them aside, especially since this was the first time he had openly praised her. Though it was subtle, it was much more direct than before. As they spoke, the milk tea and dessert arrived. Shen Jiang took a sip and found it indeed tasted good. Liu Boating didn't look out the window but silently watched her eat gracefully, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. It's getting dark. What does teacher Shen want to eat for dinner? Huh? Shen Jiang looked up at the sound, licking her lips with jam. Are we eating here? Anywhere is fine. Then, she thought for a moment and smiled. Since you treated me to afternoon tea, how about I treat you to dinner? Her eyes blinked a few times, trying to hide her excitement, but it still revealed a hint of eagerness and caution. Liu Boating looked at her for a few seconds and then smiled. All right. Autumn nights fall early. By around 6 in the evening, it was already getting dark. A few faint stars peeked out, and the streetlights quietly lit up, standing tall. Shen Jiang tightened her coat and turned to look at the person beside her. I feel. She pursed her lips and frowned. Maybe I should treat you to something else? This place doesn't seem quite right. It's fine, the tall man replied, only his eyebrows and eyes visible, wrapped in gray from head to toe, contrasting with her all-black outfit. In front of them was a street of snacks, narrow and crowded, and they stood at the street corner, looking up at the prominently displayed sign for Hua Ting Night Market. The street wasn't long, but there were quite a few people passing by, mostly Hongdian drifters and tourists, with local residents also enjoying a stroll during their free time. It was warm in the evening, making it a great time for walks. There were especially many people in summer, but with autumn here, it was slightly less crowded. Shen Jiang was not famous, so she didn't have to worry about being recognized, but Liu Boating was different. Even though he was bundled up, it still felt a bit risky. How about we find a restaurant to sit down and eat? These are all snacks. They might not fill us up. She regretted mentioning this place impulsively, realizing how difficult it was to backtrack as she looked at the people coming and going on the street. Lu Boating shook his head, his voice slightly muffled through the mask. Didn't you say you weren't very hungry? I'm not very hungry either. We could just eat a little. Shen Jiang felt incredibly annoyed. Why did she bring up the idea of treating her idol to snacks? If they got recognized here, they definitely wouldn't be able to leave, and it would be troublesome for him. Just as she was about to say something else, her gaze fell on his mask, and she halted, her face involuntarily heating up. It was no wonder she always felt shy in front of him. After all, as a fan, how could she control her emotions when she thought that the mask he was wearing was hers? Just moments ago, when they left the tea restaurant, he discovered the mask in Zhou Yun's pocket. In a moment of heat, she pulled out her own mask and handed it to him, not expecting that he would actually accept it. Although he wore it inside out, thinking about such a thin fabric made her feel like they had an indirect kiss, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Seeing her hesitate to speak, Lu Boating lowered his gaze. What's wrong? Shen Jiang cleared her throat, shook her head, and said, It's nothing. Just, please remember not to take off the mask. Just point out what you want to eat, and we can buy it and eat in a less crowded place. He nodded in agreement. Huating Night Market is one of the more well-known places in this small Hongyan, but compared to major tourist streets nationwide, it falls short by more than one level. Not to mention Lu Boating had never been here. Even slightly famous 18-line stars would come here looking for food. Shen Jiang's last drama was not comparable to now. As a mere supporting female role, she had plenty of free time. At that time, aside from quietly preparing for the audition of Long Qian, she spent her time in casual clothes, wearing sneakers, and carrying a backpack wandering around Hongyan. She had visited almost all the places she could walk to, and even bought tickets to visit the few scenic spots that the Rue Fei crew didn't shoot at. She had been to Huating Night Market 3 or 4 times, trying out everything from crayfish, fried noodles, to northeast dumplings. She had tasted various dishes, but her favorite was the flour clams sold at the stall on the right corner. Lu Boating followed beside her. Whatever she ordered, he nodded and ordered the same without caring what it was. However, due to his covered face, they could only pack the food to carry in hand. Watching her eat a lot, he still hadn't tasted anything. Feeling that it wasn't right for her to eat alone, she tugged at his sleeve and pointed to the dumpling stall in a side alley. Shall we go there? The dumpling stall was tucked away in a corner, quite discreet, and there weren't many people at the stall, looking pretty safe. Lu Boating had no objections. The two of them went over and sat down. Shen Jiang ordered a shrimp dumpling, asked about his taste, and ordered the same. When the boss's wife put the dumplings in the pot and came to collect the money, Lu Boating happened to take off his mask, and, thankfully, the situation she was worried about didn't happen. The woman's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, So handsome. Just like the star on TV. Shen Jiang was about to respond with a smile when the boss's wife turned to her and said, Little girl is lucky. Not only is she pretty, but her boyfriend is also so handsome. She was taken aback and didn't have time to explain. The auntie smiled at Lu Boating and went back to cook the dumplings with cash in hand. Shen Jiang glanced at Lu Boating awkwardly, chuckling dryly. She didn't recognize us. That's good. Lu Boating replied with a soft a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. It's good that the auntie didn't think I'm old. She treats me like your elder. Shen Jiang was embarrassed by his words, unable to utter a single word after holding back for a long time. He leisurely rinsed the glass, poured a cup of hot water, and placed it in front of her. His beautiful eyes sparkled, as if they had stolen the stars from the sky and put them in his gaze. He smiled. Still hot? Drink some water to cool down. They strolled through the night market from beginning to end and then back again, filling their stomachs. After leaving the snack street, Shen Jiang and Lu Boating stood idly by the street in the night for half a minute. Shen Jiang looked at Lu Boating and asked, Where to? He looked back at her and replied, You decide. It was only 7:30. After pondering for a moment, she suggested, How about we walk forward and see? On both sides of Wanxing Street, there were shops and various small stalls along the roadside. Although it wasn't as bustling as the shopping streets or tourist spots in major cities, it was still better than nothing here. Lu Boating had no objections, and the two of them strolled leisurely, chatting as they walked. He put his mask back on, mostly listening to her talk. As they passed the middle of the street, A cinema's electronic screen was playing several movie trailers. Shen Jiang stopped and looked up. Liu Beiting followed her gaze and asked, "Want to watch a movie?" "A little." She frowned, but it seems there's nothing good. Liu Beiting glanced at the schedule and movie titles scrolling by, quickly getting a rough idea. They were all movies that had been heavily promoted online recently, yet the content was disappointing, receiving a flood of negative reviews. "Hey, this one is still showing." Shen Jiang squinted at the trailer being played. "I watched it last week. I heard it has the highest box office among the films released at the same time." The screen showed a preview for a historical romance film called Drunken Spring Chamber. In recent years, the trend of adapting IPs had become popular, with many novels turned into films and dramas. This movie was one of them, directed by a newcomer. Both leading actors were outstanding among the new generation, especially Shen Yulan, who started her career at 16 and just got into the Central Academy of Drama this year. At only 19, she already had a solid fan base. During the film's promotion, the media praised her for her impressive talent at such a young age, highlighting her strong acting skills and control. Now, it held the #1 spot in real-time box office, surpassing other films by several times, truly living up to expectations. However, the reviews from critics were not too high, though the tone was still mild. Shen Yulan was undoubtedly the star of the film, both in popularity and screen time, with the male lead coming in second to her. Naturally, both inside and outside the industry credited the film's box office success to her, and with the current trend, it was expected to accumulate around 400 to 500 million by the end of its run, likely placing it in the top 30 of the annual box office rankings. With such achievements, Shen Yulan's fans felt like they were celebrating a festival, excited for their idol's success. However, just a tall one among a bunch of short ones, Shen Jiang smirked. "This director is really interesting. While everyone else is eager to release during the Domestic Protection Month, he goes against the tide and changes the season. Several good domestic films have already been released during the Protection Month, and by the time it got to him, only some low-budget productions were left to compete. Should we say he is experienced, or just lucky? If it's the former, then he doesn't seem like a newcomer at all." "A newcomer is indeed a newcomer," Liu Beiting said lightly. "But the film isn't really a good one." "Huh? Have you seen it, senior?" "No, but I read the reviews." His tone was serious, without a hint of bias, just a commentary from an observer in the industry. Although the critics were fairly calm, the issues they pointed out were precisely the most fatal flaws of a film. "I watched the trailer for this movie, and the content in the clips was quite striking, but compared to the problems pointed out by the critics." He didn't finish his sentence, but it was clear enough. Shen Jiang smiled, shrugged, and said, "Looks like I want to find a good movie to watch today." As the trailer ended, a close-up of the female lead flashed on the screen, alongside the bold characters proclaiming, starring Shen Yulan. Shen Jiang seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Oh, what a coincidence. We share the same surname." She clicked her tongue and sighed. "I just debuted, and she is already the lead actress in a billion-dollar movie. That's impressive." Just as Liu Beiting was about to speak, she suddenly turned to him with a bright smile. "But I'm not envious because I don't want to be the queen of bad movies." Under the streetlight, Shen Jiang slightly lowered her head, kicking stones by the roadside as she continued to chat with him. However, Liu Beiting felt that she was a bit different from usual. In this industry, almost everyone had a certain level of guard against others. Although she was a newcomer, she and made any mistakes during her time in the group. She didn't say what she shouldn't and didn't do what she shouldn't. This was the first time he heard her critique an artist so openly, calling the other person a queen of bad movies. He wanted to ask, but felt it might be inappropriate to interfere too much in someone else's personal matters. Shen Jiang didn't notice his thoughts. After some random thoughts, she calmed her emotions and suggested they head back as they reached the end of the street with nothing more to explore. Liu Beiting nodded without speaking. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was a little past 8. Those who came back early were already in their rooms, while those who were late hadn't finished work yet. Liu Beiting was bundled up tightly, and Shen Jiang pulled up her collar to cover half of her face. They didn't part ways, but went in together. They were on different floors. Liu Beiting's room was 2 floors higher than Shen Jiang's. As the elevator door opened with a ding, she took a step forward but suddenly stopped. "Senior." Liu Beiting pressed the pause button. "What is up?" She turned around, hesitating to speak. "I bought a series of classic nostalgic movies. In his emotionless gaze, Shen Jiang instinctively swallowed hard. Do you watch movies? Chapter 13. As soon as she spoke, Shen Jiang regretted it. Inviting a male senior to her room to watch a movie late at night seemed to carry all sorts of implications. He might even misunderstand her intentions as wanting to cling to him for support or trying to get ahead through some means. A few days ago, she saw the movie channel reviewing classics, so she casually ordered a complete set of DVDs. Shen Jiang calmed down, hastily trying to make up for her recklessness, of course. It was a bit late now. If you want to go back and rest, senior, I won't disturb you. I'll just... She shifted her toes, pretending to turn back, eager to leave this awkward situation. Unexpectedly, he calmly uttered a single word. Okay. What? She was stunned, doubting whether she had misheard. Aren't we watching a movie? Liu Beiting said as he stepped aside and walked out of the elevator first. Let's go. The elevator door is about to close. Shen Jiang stood there dumbfounded, blinking her eyes, and after a while, she came to her senses and followed him. After stepping out of the elevator, Liu Beiting paused a few steps later and looked at the hallway on both sides, asking, which way is your room? Wait. Shen Jiang didn't answer. She tugged at his sleeve and peeked around. I'll go open the door first. You come over after confirming no one's there. Shen Jiang walked to her room, swiped her card to open the door, confirmed there was no one around, and waved at him. Liu Beiting hurried over. Feeling for the first time like a thief, he had avoided paparazzi before, but this felt completely different. He might really be crazy, agreeing to go to a female actor's room to watch a movie late at night. Watching a movie. Would anyone believe it if he said it out loud? He didn't even know why he had agreed. During those few seconds of silence, he was clearly thinking it was too absurd. Once the door closed, Shen Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned on the air conditioning, and casually took off her jacket and hung it on the coat rack. She remembered he was dressed even more formally than she was and instinctively said, Senior, are you hot? Before she finished, she quickly shut her mouth. At this moment, bringing up the topic of undressing made everything seem suspicious. Have a seat. You can fold your jacket and put it on the sofa. She pointed to the small living room and quickly ran off to fiddle with the air conditioning remote. The room was arranged by the production team. The configuration she could enjoy was certainly not as good as his, being 2/3 smaller than his room, but it was cleaned every day and was equally tidy and neat. Liu Beiting sat on the sofa as instructed, took off his jacket, and glanced around. It was clear her living habits were good. Apart from the general cleanliness, other details like the arrangement of small items were all orderly. Shen Jiang set the room temperature, took a disc out of the drawer, and picked one. How about this one, Senior? Any will do. Nodding, Shen Jiang plugged in the VCD player, and, after some fussing, the large television screen began playing the footage, the logo of the production company slowly appearing. She sat down on the other side of the sofa, with a coffee table between them, each occupying their own side. As the opening credits rolled, the large characters UG came into view. This film could be considered a classic among classics. It had a good reputation, high box office earnings, and numerous awards, covering the three most important aspects for a film. It always had a place in discussions of classic films. Liu Beiting asked, Do you like Senior Zheng Chaoguang? I do. Shen Jiang nodded, staring at the television. I've seen all of Senior Zheng's movies, and this one is my favorite. I like it too. She turned to him, smiling slightly. Really? Liu Beiting said, Actually, many people have an instinctive prejudice against domestic films, thinking our filmmakers can't compare to others and can't reach the standards of foreign directors. This is a fallacy. UG is the best rebuttal. Shen Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled with her eyes curved, pleased to hear him praise the film. Seeming happy that their tastes aligned, I can't even remember how many times I've watched it. Maybe 30 times or maybe 40. He raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Aren't you tired of it? Watching movies is like eating dishes. Even if you love a dish, you can't eat it every day. Not tired at all. She seemed quite casual about it. My family says I've been stubborn since I was a child. Once I like something, I won't let go, like a bull charging ahead. When I was little, I loved eating rice noodles and had to eat them every morning from first grade until I graduated from elementary school, a full 5 years. Later, it was my aunt who thought it was too much and said that eating the same thing for years isn't good for the body, forcing the whole family to help change my habits, and only then did my breakfast change. She tilted her head and smiled. but it seems that didn't help much. Just like this movie, I've watched it dozens of times and still like it. Liu Beiting hadn't responded to her words when the female lead appeared, and her attention was instantly captivated. She let out a small gasp, turning her head to focus on the television, completely forgetting about him. Clearing his throat, he said, "The collaboration between Senior Mu Qing and Senior Zheng Qiaoguang is one of the biggest highlights of this film, whether it's the male or female lead. If anyone else played those roles, there wouldn't be such chemistry, and the results wouldn't be as good." Shen Jiang nodded in agreement while watching. Yeah, if it were someone else, it might not be the same. Winning both the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival and the Golden Globe Awards, and even becoming the first film nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film at the Oscars. Ji achieved great success for both Zheng Qiaoguang and Mu Qing, and in the same way, they also made Ji what it is. As she watched, Shen Jiang felt the sofa was too far away and shyly asked Liu Beiting, Sr., "Can I sit a bit closer?" He chuckled, simply saying, "This is your room." Seeing that he didn't mind, her eyes brightened, and she quickly moved to sit on the floor in front of the coffee table. To be fair, this film was excellent. Compared to it, contemporary films made it hard to tell whether the era had progressed or regressed. As a film and television worker, Liu Beiting was always rigorous in his approach to his profession, even when just watching a movie. However, this time, his attention was not really on the film. Shen Jiang was engrossed in watching, her profile focused and serious, her eyes sparkling with light, soft and clear, yet there was something indistinguishable about it. So impressive. Shen Jiang was completely absorbed in the plot, unable to help but exclaim during the exciting parts. They acted so well. "It seems you really like this movie," Liu Beiting said, regaining a bit of his presence with a light chuckle. Shen Jiang turned to look at him, seriously nodding her head, of course. She stared at him for a few seconds, her gaze drifting, her voice quietly lowering. "Aside from this, I also really like your works." It was unclear whether it was a slip of the tongue or if he misheard, but her sentence seemed to pause for a moment. Liu Beiting's eyes flickered, and after a brief contemplation, he said with interest, "Oh, really? You like my—" His tone elongated, the pause between their sentences noticeably longer than hers. It seemed like there was a 2-second gap before he completed the second half of his question. "What works?" "I love Goodbye Tomorrow." Shen Jiang suppressed her discomfort under his gaze. Pretending to be calm, "I watched it more than 20 times. I really, really like it." "More than 20 times?" Liu Beiting raised an eyebrow, maintaining a composed demeanor. But for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't help but compare it to Ji. She had watched Ji 30 or 40 times, while he had only watched Goodbye Tomorrow 20 times. It seemed he really fell short compared to those two seniors. Shen Jiang didn't notice. After chatting for a bit, she suddenly clapped her hands. "Senior, are you hungry? I know a place nearby that has particularly delicious soup, especially the pork rib soup. If you're hungry, I can order takeout." Before she finished speaking, Liu Beiting's phone rang. She instinctively quieted down and lowered the television volume. The caller on the other end seemed a bit anxious, and some voices leaked through. He calmly held the phone, not saying anything. It seemed to be Zhou Yun. Shen Jiang heard him asking a series of questions, and Liu Beiting only replied nonchalantly, "I didn't run around, and besides, I texted you a few hours ago." It was quiet for a few seconds over there, and then she started chattering like a machine gun. She took out her phone, turned it on, and saw it was just past 10. Indeed, it was getting late. The soup was probably not going to happen, and this time alone with her crush felt like a dream that was about to end. Just as she was secretly sighing, she suddenly heard Liu Beiting repeat the question from over there, asking when they were going back. Shen Jiang thought he was about to leave, so she looked up and happened to meet his gaze, which was like a feather brushing over the surface of the water, light and fleeting. It had sent a shiver through her heart. In just 2 seconds, he calmly looked away and said, "I'm having soup. Let's wait a little longer." Chapter 14. Zhou Yun waited in the room for Liu Beiting the entire night. After finishing his work, he received a message from him and thought he just wanted to stay out a little longer. Unexpectedly, hours passed in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't get through when he called midway. Worried that something might have happened, he anxiously paced around the room. When Liu Beiting finally answered the call, he casually said, "I'm drinking soup." "Drinking soup? What kind of soup takes several hours, and doesn't he allow for phone calls?" Could it be that he was doing something inappropriate? Zhou Yun furrowed his brows. His brother Baiting had always been of good character, almost a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Even Sister Wen had said that while he might not be the easiest artist to manage, he was definitely in the top 3. In both his career and personal life, he was incredibly worry-free. Could it be that, after turning 30, he suddenly entered a rebellious phase? Liu Baiting had had girlfriends before, but those relationships never lasted long. They usually spent very little time together, and gradually, things just fell apart. Since his last relationship ended, he had been single for almost 5 years, living a very orderly life, focusing only on work and vacationing. And even the paparazzi didn't like to follow him, finding him uninteresting. Zhou Yun certainly didn't want him to live like a monk, but still, such a situation of being unreachable was better kept to a minimum. Otherwise, if something happened later, Sister Wen would definitely tear him apart. Fortunately, about 40 minutes after the call, Liu Baiting came back. Zhou Yun finally relaxed his heart, but just 2 seconds later, he immediately tightened the corners of his mouth, which, although slight, was clearly rising. If it weren't for the good mood, it would usually be flat. After all, even his own team had privately talked about him, saying he was handsome, but his face was too serious, making people unconsciously straighten their backs. Now, in such a good mood? Strange. Brother Baiting, which soup are you drinking? I'm a bit hungry and want to order a late-night snack, Zhou Yun asked. Liu Baiting took off his coat, sat casually on the sofa, and said it's called Wenchang's soup. I think that's what it's called. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow and walked over. What kind of soup is it? Is it good? Where's your place? Upon hearing this, Liu Baiting understood his implication. He stared at him silently for a moment, the corners of his lips slightly curling. Are you interrogating a suspect? No, no, no. How could I dare? Zhou Yun hurriedly waved his hands, sighing helplessly. I just wanted to know where you went. You were unreachable for several hours, which has never happened before. I was just worried. I went shopping to Wanchang Street and the Huading night market at the end of the street, ate some food, watched a movie, and then had some soup. No one recognized me. That's all, Liu Baiting replied nonchalantly. Anything else you want to ask? Zhou Yun waved his hand, understanding the hint to leave. Before leaving, he said, next time you want to go shopping, just let me know. I can accompany you. Since there's nothing going on, I'll take my leave. It's getting late, and we have a shoot tomorrow. Brother Baiting, you should rest. After his nagging, the room quieted down. Liu Baiting sat quietly on the sofa for a while, thinking about Zhou Yun's attitude, secretly amused. If he knew that during those few hours of not answering his phone, he had been with Shen Jiang, he would probably think even more wildly, right? Lost in thought, his phone rang, breaking the silence with a WeChat notification. Opening it, 6 brief words caught his eye. Good night, senior. Sweet dreams. Shen Jiang had been rolling in bed for a long time, but couldn't fall asleep. Unable to hold back, she ran to tease Jiang Yao. A big piece of ginger. I feel like I'm dreaming. As an internet-addicted girl, Jiang Yao was almost always online, except when sleeping or working. She quickly replied, I can't help you with your desire to pinch me. Ah, this damn distance. She chuckled, and Shen Jiang lay on her pillow, chatting with her. A big piece of ginger. What does it feel like when a dream comes true? Why do I always feel it's mysterious, floaty, and not real at all? Yao Yao, I don't know. My dream hasn't come true yet. After a while, she asked again, what dream of yours came true? No way. Did someone send you a life-size hugging pillow of senior Baiting before I did? Who is so bold to snatch my business? Mentioning this made Shen Jiang recall her last panic in front of Liu Baiting, afraid of being caught. She spat, not serious. I won't chat with you anymore. Over there, Jiang Yao was unwilling to give up and continued to cling to her, discussing various topics. Shen Jiang tossed her phone aside, flipped on her back, and stared blankly at the ceiling, blinking. It really felt like a dream. At the age of 7, she saw Liu Baiting's work for the first time. He was already 20 and starred in The Legend of Lan Yu, which was a huge hit. He played the young Lan Yu, handsome and charming, captivating countless girls. Many were enamored with that impressive young general, while she, sitting in front of the television, cried over the little boy in Goodbye Tomorrow. That was a film that required one to calm down and watch. In a difficult era, there was a boy named Jiang Shaoshan who relied on his mother. His father was sent to a labor camp, and he was bullied by classmates at school. To learn a skill, his mother sent him to the village's last Swana player to learn how to play the Swana. Practicing the Swana was tough. But as long as he became a skilled Suona player, carrying on this traditional art, he could escape the heavy pressure and earn the respect of the village elders. So he gritted his teeth and persevered. The film revolves around learning the Suona and gradually reveals the deep bond between Jiang Shaoshan and his mother. The entire film is filled with delicacy and emotion. Though it portrays ordinary moments, it penetrates deep into one's heart, especially at the end. When Xiaoshan's mother suffers organ failure and passes away, he picks up the Suona that she had wiped countless times and plays her a final song. That obedient and understanding young boy kneels before his mother's body, holding her hand, with red eyes, hoarsely choking out, "I hope to be a good person and meet you in heaven one day. Goodbye tomorrow," is also a farewell. At that time, she was still young and didn't understand many things. There were many plot points she only comprehended later upon rewatching, but at that moment, she felt as if someone had tightly grasped her heart, and she cried out loud. Perhaps it was from that moment on that she began to like him. How long? Shen Jiang pulled the quilt over her face, muffled a sigh in the blanket. From watching Liu baiting on the television to standing in front of him, talking to him, sharing the same space, she had walked this path for 8 long years. Thousands of days and nights, she had focused solely on moving forward. And all that had happened was truly indescribable to outsiders. Even if she spoke it out loud, no one would understand. Shen Jiang tossed and turned in her blankets a few times before finally sitting up straight. Preparing to take a shower, her phone buzzed with a notification. She planned to send Jiang Yao a goodnight message to stop her from bothering her, but when she picked it up, it was a message from Liu baiting. He replied to her goodnight message from over 10 minutes ago, saying, "Sweet dreams." Shen Jiang held her phone, stunned for a moment, then closed her eyes and fell back on her bed. After 8 years, she had finally stood in front of him, known by him. But now, it seemed she was not just satisfied with this. She wanted more. More. Su Minin keenly noticed that Shen Jiang's state was slightly different from a few days ago. Others might not realize, but he and Vice Director Li could sense it. This little girl seemed to be under a lot of pressure or had encountered something else, and her state had been very poor for several days. Although she could complete the shooting, it was far from enough for them, who pursue perfection. They had originally planned to find a moment to talk to her privately, but unexpectedly, she adjusted herself. Not only that, but she was also more energetic and motivated than when she first joined the crew, making others seem like tired old men lacking vitality. Naturally, they were pleased, but also a bit worried about her, as nothing should be taken too far. Okay. As the sound of the cut echoed with Su Minin's voice, Shen Jiang, who was on the ground, didn't wait for anyone to help her up. She lifted her robe and stood up, saying to the director, "I think I can do it again." Usually when someone says this, it's either because they're not satisfied with themselves or with their partner. Su Minin replied, "Why? I think this take was good." Shen Jiang looked at her scene partner, Duan Yu, who was also waiting for her to continue. "It's better to really slap for this scene," she said. "I'm not afraid of pain." This scene was just right for capturing Emperor Xian's anger as he vented his frustrations on El Qi by slapping her. A fake slap couldn't be filmed from the front. It had to be shot from other angles to avoid continuity errors and to seem realistic, as the force would be completely different. They had arranged for her to use a stand-in considering she was a girl, but Shen Jiang didn't want any special treatment, especially while working. She took a deep breath and added, "Also, my last line lacked emotion. I want to do it again." Su Minin paused for 2 seconds and agreed. Duan Yu wanted to refuse, but was a moment too late. They took their positions and filmed it again. Indeed, the lines were delivered better than the previous 2 times. In the end, Duan Yu's slap landed on Shen Jiang's face, but he used just the right amount of force, ensuring that he wouldn't hurt her face or ears after years of experience with small techniques in acting. Shen Jiang fell to the ground, partly on her own and partly due to his force, but it didn't hurt too much. This take went smoothly, and everyone was satisfied, leaving no room for criticism. Shen Jiang adjusted her clothes, ready to head back to the dressing room when Duan Yu called out to her. "What's wrong, Teacher Duan? Does your face hurt?" His tone sounded a bit like he was scolding her, but he quickly added, "I have some medicine. I'll have Wu Ling get it for you." Shen Jiang quickly waved her hand. "No need. It's not a big deal. It'll fade in a bit." She smiled and lifted her chin. "Teacher Duan, you still have scenes to shoot, right? I won't hold you up. You can get busy." Saying this, she didn't wait for him to respond and walked away. lifting her skirt. The five-finger mark made her face slightly red, attracting the attention of many staff members along the way. But she didn't think much of it until she encountered Liu Baiting, who had just arrived on set in the resting area. She greeted him with a beaming smile, and his cool gaze fell to her slightly flushed face, his eyes darkening slightly. The set was a workplace, and there shouldn't be any disputes that could escalate into fights. She was still in her costume, so it was probably related to filming. He didn't ask much, only said, "The marks on your face are quite noticeable. I have some medicine. I'll have Zhou Yun bring it to you." Shen Jiang hesitated for a moment. She had just declined Duan Yu's kind offer a few minutes ago. But now she nodded and smiled brightly. "Okay." Chapter 15. It's rare to have such good sunshine, warming people up. Shen Jiang thought that she would have to wait for Liu Baiting to finish his work before Zhou Yun could bring her the ointment, which would take some time. So she said her goodbyes and didn't go to the lounge, instead finding a comfortable spot on the ground to soak up the sun, moving a long bench to lie down on. Jiang Yao had secured a new role, performed well during the audition, and seemed to be the first one signed on. She was preparing for the group stage and spent her days reading the script, having plenty of free time, and loved to chat with Shen Jiang whenever she had nothing to do. Shen Jiang often took dozens of minutes or even an hour to reply. But Jiang Yao didn't mind, and whenever something interesting happened, she would message Shen Jiang immediately. Changing to a comfortable position, Shen Jiang pulled out her phone to look at the messages Jiang Yao sent, which were slightly different this time, as she had included a link. Following it was a message from Jiang Yao. Click to take a look. Shen Jiang was puzzled, but clicked on the link. When the page opened and she saw the title, she was momentarily stunned. There were many forums in the country, and Yuya was one of them. Having been the source of several celebrity scandals over the years, maintaining its fame and remaining a battleground for fans and haters alike, with a mix of truths and lies. This post was none other than a discussion thread for the TV drama The Legend of Roof, and judging by the excited tone of the poster, they were a devoted fan of the show. Many people had replied below, and the original poster had posted the viewership ratings since the show aired. It was broadcast during prime time on a first-tier satellite channel, airing 2 episodes daily. On the first day of its premiere, it had a rating of 1.3, and by the date of the post, it had risen to over 2.3. While it was still not as high as Beautiful World, Breaking 2 was considered a hot drama, and the plot was still less than halfway through, so it was bound to rise further, potentially surpassing the former's ratings. Director Zhang, he was indeed a well-respected director, and now in December, Beautiful World had dominated the first half of the year, while in the second half, The Legend of Roof had emerged to stand tall among its peers. Although Shen Jiang was not the lead actor, she was one of the cast members, and seeing the positive momentum of Roof naturally made her feel honored. Scrolling down the post, most of the replies were discussions about the plot between the 2 lead actors' fans, with a mix of CP fans. However, as she continued to read, the tone began to change. Starting from around the 60th floor, someone mentioned Shen Jiang as character, Hui Bin, saying her acting was good, that her gaze and feelings were well captured, and that the character made people feel both hate and admiration. Supporters would occasionally reply amidst the discussion of the lead actors. Shen Jiang still remembered how fans of Yuan Yunfei had mocked her in the comments when the teaser was released, as it was her first experience of being collectively attacked. So the impression was inevitably deep. At that time, the treatment was what it was, and this time in the thread, as soon as her name appeared, fans of Yuan Yunfei seemed to react as if someone had stepped on their toes, getting inexplicably agitated. A certain group of paid commenters began to resurface, and it was unfortunate that despite their diligence, the money spent yielded no results, showing how pitiful it was. Sensing that the thread was going off topic, what started as a discussion about the plot was being disrupted by those who were clueless. Can the people pretending to be passers-by and praising a certain foot-washing maid keep it down a bit? Your act is just not convincing. Be careful you won't get your salary. The same old rhetoric was going around. Are you sick of it? Everyone in the universe is a fan of Shen Jiang now. Are you satisfied? It was laughable. There were hardly any scenes, and it was unclear what some people were even fans of. With such ugly looks, they still craved attention. The male and female leads were the real CPs, while the transparent 18-line characters were doomed to live in the cold palace forever. So stop trying to stick around. In a drama that tells the love story of an emperor and empress, interspersed with palace intrigues, aside from the leads, there were numerous female supporting roles. Shen Jiang as Hui Pin, as a character who wasn't the worst but was the most distinctive among the bad ones, naturally attracted attention. Moreover, the title was clearly a discussion thread for the drama, where every character and actor could be talked about, yet when it came to Shen Jiang, inexplicably, she was labeled as a paid commenter, and as soon as she spoke, she was met with insults. One could see how frustrated those mentioning Shen Jiang in the thread were. There were voices of rebuttal, but unfortunately, they were outnumbered and couldn't withstand the heavy barrage of sarcasm. Fans who wanted to discuss Hui Pin quietly went into hiding and stopped replying. Shen Jiang's good mood dissipated completely, and she let out a breath, feeling the need to hold Jiang Yao accountable for letting her see such things. The girl truly had some nerve. It was time to confront her, just as she was about to close the page. She inadvertently caught sight of a reply. To be fair, the actress playing Hui Pin did perform exceptionally well. Many people in the drama's forum think she is pretty and have specifically screenshot her for a picture thread. Why can others mention it, but when it comes to Hui Pin, it's not allowed? Also, who gave you the right to say others are paid commenters? At a time when everyone else had stopped appearing, fearing a backlash. A user named Ling 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 May was indignant and argued with the people in the thread. Shen Jiang paused her scrolling, as there were many replies from others speaking up for her. However, as soon as Ling May replied, the situation didn't improve. She immediately became a target, and the attacks became increasingly malicious. Then you should just go back to your foot-washing made photo thread and special thread. This isn't a place for you pesky flies to use as a stepping stone. Don't think we don't know your intentions. Go away. Paid commenters were not even allowed to be mentioned. It was truly shameless. Shen Jiang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her sake. Being attacked online to such an extent, this girl was really foolish. Standing in front of the camera, appearing in the public eye, and being liked by more and more people, she had worked hard for a long time and prepared for a long time regarding these matters. But when that day truly arrived, she felt that her preparations didn't seem sufficient. With a sigh, she took a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Yao, asking, "This can't be your alternate account, right?" Jiang Yao replied, "Nope." After a while, she added, "Oh, you're starting to have fans? That's great. A big piece of ginger. Great. This girl is being scolded horribly. I thought it was your account helping me speak up. Yao Yao, I want to tear them apart. But unfortunately, now is not a good time. Just wait. Once our ginger fans grow stronger, I, the head of the National Ginger Fan Club, will definitely take revenge for this. A big piece of ginger. Yao Yao. For you, I even turned into a Yuan hater. Her fans are too scary. It's simply abnormal. I'm telling you, besides this thread, I've seen quite a few black posts about you lately, and they're quite vicious, smile. Right now, you only have this one work, and besides Yuan-S fans, I doubt anyone else is watching. A big piece of ginger. So you sent me the link to let me see it for what? Yao Yao, to motivate you. So how do you feel? Are you filled with energy? A big piece of ginger. You must be my #1 hater, right? Shen Jiang leaned back, and not long later, she took out her phone and opened the video app. The first big picture recommended was a still from The Legend of Roof, and she clicked on an episode where she appeared. Viewing her past performance as Hui Pin with a developmental perspective, she realized her performance wasn't good enough, and she could do better. Shen Jiang felt a bit regretful. In the entire episode, her appearance wasn't extensive, just a few minutes of content played repeatedly, and she unknowingly became absorbed, frowning slightly due to her dissatisfaction with herself. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her. "So serious. Looks like you're quite satisfied with your performance?" Shen Jiang was startled, sitting up and turning around to see Liu Boating approaching, his tall figure blocking the sunlight. "Senior." He handed her something, the ointment, and casually pulled over a nearby chair to sit beside her. "Watching director Zhang Yi's new work?" he asked. "Yeah," Shen Jiang nodded, exiting the app and pressing the standby button, causing the screen to go black. "I heard the ratings are good." "Senior, you also pay attention to TV dramas?" She was momentarily surprised, then smiled and said, "The ratings are good, but my performance wasn't very good. Is that so?" He raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Having high standards for yourself is a good thing, but having excessively high standards isn't. She didn't respond, just nodded slightly. Luke Baiting asked again, "Did you get that on set?" "Yes, it happened in the scene with Teacher Duan just now," Shen Jiang joked. "It's all because of Wolf Qi being too obsessed with Prince Ping. She couldn't even get done what Emperor Xian asked her to do. And Emperor Xian got so angry that he couldn't help but slap her." He didn't reply, his gaze fixed on her. She froze for a moment, feeling inexplicably nervous, then realized and quickly laughed, changing the subject. Talking to him about how much she liked him in the drama was too reckless. "Do you have more scenes today?" Liu Baiting withdrew his gaze, looked at her face, and said, "Apply some ointment, so it doesn't look bad on camera. I have another scene later. Teacher Duan didn't use too much force, so I don't feel much right now. It should fade away after a while." Shen Jiang suddenly stopped speaking. Sensing his disapproving gaze, she quickly changed her words, "I'll apply the ointment right away." He nodded, said nothing more, and got up to leave. Shen Jiang stared blankly at the ointment in her hand, and after a while, her phone vibrated, making her leg numb. Coming back to her senses, she saw it was Jiang Yao again. "Yao Yao. Image JPG. Yao Yao. Look, you have a fan support group now. I randomly searched on Weibo and found this." Didn't expect. The position of the group leader was snatched away first. Clicking on the large image, it was an account called Shen Jiang Fan Club, with 9 beautiful screenshots from her role in Ru Fei Legend, each one well captured and accompanied by earnest compliments, with the last line seemingly a rebuttal to some emerging critics. "Mockery and slander can't hold back. Some people will shine." Shen Jiang stared at it for a long time. It felt strange, yet a bit embarrassing. What right do I have? Closing the entertainment forum, Sun Ling took a deep breath to calm herself down. She was a girl who loved watching dramas, from American to British, Japanese to Korean. She had explored them all. In the past 2 years, she had started paying attention to domestic dramas due to the rise of idols in the mainland. However, most urban construction in the country lacked aesthetics, the visuals were poor, and good cities were often shot in a rustic manner, which made her feel uncomfortable, so she rarely watched modern dramas, focusing mainly on historical ones. She watched the hit drama show Li Tianxia, originally looking forward to it, but unfortunately, she had a history-obsessed friend who criticized it from start to finish, leaving her with no strong feelings for the show due to too many bugs, and simply couldn't enjoy it. For a while, the quality of several domestic dramas released was subpar, and she lost interest. In a moment of boredom, she stumbled upon the trailer for Ru Fei Legend online, thought it looked good, and decided to try watching 2 episodes. It was the usual standard of director Zhang Yi. The plot was interesting. The performances of the male and female leads were above average, with the female lead being slightly weaker, occasionally pulling her out of the scene, but overall it was okay. However, the biggest draw of idol dramas lies in the main characters, and the pairing of Song Shuyu and Yuan Yunfei didn't hit her sweet spot. So her interest was lukewarm. With a casual attitude, she continued watching, unexpectedly finding herself liking the supporting character. She didn't consider herself a supporting character fan, so she attributed it to 2 points. The character of Hui Pin was well written, and the actress's acting skills were solid, bringing the character to life. From then on, Sun Ling began to pay attention to the actress named Shen Jiang, but unfortunately, she couldn't find her Weibo. Her friend was too busy lately to watch dramas with her, and she couldn't find anyone to chat with. So she went onto the entertainment forum today and happened to see the discussion thread for Ru Fei. Little did she expect that mentioning Shen Jiang would lead to personal attacks. At first, she was confused by the insults. Wasn't it said that all characters and actors could be discussed? She had followed stars before, and watching the people in the thread, she quickly caught on. As she saw those people getting more and more outrageous in their insults, she couldn't help but argue a few times, only to be attacked even more fiercely. And in the end, she could only escape like others who mentioned Shen Jiang. Sun Ling stared at the bright screen for a while, biting her lip before clicking on the player to watch Ru Fei Legend. She had watched it the night before, and, based on her memory, she skipped to the part where Hui Pin appeared. She watched intently, finished 1 round, rewound it, and watched again. She watched it 5 or 6 times, and after a long time, Sun Ling closed the page and exhaled. She still felt the performance was particularly good. She logged on to Weibo, swiftly registered a new account named Shen Jiang Support Group. She liked Hui Pin, liked the actress who brought Hui Pin to life, and wanted to do something. Hui Pin was also a character in Ru Fei, but she couldn't mention her in the discussion thread, as praising her would lead to attacks. The fans of the main character mocked her for being transparent, for having little screen time, for being an 18-line actress. All this was just because this girl named Shen Jiang wasn't famous and had no fans. Since that was the case, she would be her first fan. After the first post to the support group account was sent out, it wasn't long before she received a message. Sun Ling thought the main character's fans had come to attack, but when she opened it, it was just an unrelated, ordinary netizen. No, not an ordinary netizen. They were likely in the fan circle, but unrelated to the actors of Ru Fei, they were a fan of Lu baiting. Clicking into that account, it was almost all content related to Lu baiting. Sun Ling scrolled through it and returned to her own homepage, although the other party only liked one of her posts. She thought for a moment and replied, "Thank you." After about 10 seconds, a new message notification popped up. The Lu baiting fan replied, "I heard eating ginger at night isn't good. Heart." The enthusiasm of a stranger gave her some comfort, alleviating the frustration of being verbally attacked in the forum. Sun Ling clicked on her recently posted Weibo again, smiled, and felt her mood lighten. The girl in the picture was beautiful. Her looks dazzling like a pearl on the sea, especially with her solid acting skills. Liking someone like her felt pretty good. Chapter 16 Press Conference. After more than a month of official filming, everyone had found their rhythm, and even Guanxing rarely had any NGs. The crew's progress was becoming increasingly smooth. Just as Shen Jiang had gotten used to the dull life in Hongdian and found some enjoyment in it, it was time to return to the capital before she knew it. After being so secretive for so long, the first press conference for the Dragon crew was finally about to be held. Several main actors, including her, as well as core members of the crew, set off for the capital. Since the start of filming, the media had been prohibited from visiting the set for interviews. The core of the story, the filming progress, and everything related to the movie were kept confidential, except for the two male leads, who were already known to the public. For Shen Jiang, this was her first appearance as the female lead. She wanted to send a message to Jiang Yao to tell her, but thought better of it. With her boisterous personality, it would be better to finish the official business before meeting up again. The group took a plane to the bustling capital after a long absence, and Shen Jiang enjoyed the privilege of walking through a VIP channel. Of course, she didn't need this treatment at her current level, and neither did Guanxing. The crew was considering the two big names, Lu Baiting and Duan Yu. Both tall men were dressed in black, their expressions serious with not a hint of a smile. It was rare to see Lu Baiting exuding such a cold aura, and Shen Jiang felt as if she had returned to the time when he was a star and she was just a fan, the sense of distance suddenly highlighted. The press conference was held at the Tianshan Grand Theater, and the hotel was naturally nearby. Shen Jiang checked in with the crew, and although she hadn't done anything yet, she already felt exhausted. In the evening, Jiang Yao suddenly bombarded her on WeChat. "Yao Yao, the Dragon press conference is tomorrow at the Tianshan Grand Theater." Seeing this, Shen Jiang instinctively thought she was coming to accuse her, and just as she felt guilty, she saw Jiang Yao send two more messages. "Yao Yao, my agent got tickets. Are you going? Yao Yao, where are you? Can you fly back for a day? Your male god will be there. Do you want to see?" Shen Jiang avoided answering and only asked, "Are you going?" "Yao Yao, I want to go, but I have work tomorrow." Winnie Jiao also wants to go, but she's recording a show at the same time as me. "If it weren't for work, I would definitely go." Shen Jiang inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing familiar faces would make her more nervous. "Yao Yao, give me a definite answer. If you're not going, I'll let my agent give the tickets to someone else." A big piece of ginger. Let someone else have them. Seeing her refusal, Jiang Yao expressed her regret, but didn't say much more. Although she complained about not being able to see her, they all knew that work was ultimately more important. Of course, Jiang Yao wasn't the only one bringing this up. The name Su Minin was a big signboard, and with Lu Baiting and Duan Yu's combination, as soon as their plane landed, the news was everywhere. The class group chat was buzzing with discussions. Why was the Dragon press conference held at the Central Drama Academy? Tianshan Theater is so far away. Isn't our school the first choice for major events? I want to go see. Even if it was held at our school, you might not even get in. Do you know how hard it is to get tickets? I'm so worried. I want to see Emperor Lu and Duan UQAQ. I heard there are students from our school participating, Last year's senior. Is that true? Isn't that a big deal? Sue director's movie is practically gilded, no? It's like wearing celestial garments. The prestige is skyrocketing. I want to know who the female lead is. She has been kept so under wraps. Whoever it is, being able to act alongside Emperor Liu and male god Duan is incredibly lucky. Acting alongside is one thing, but if she is not just a pretty face, she'll definitely be a rising star, with plenty of chances to interact with various male gods. A rising star? You're looking down on my idol. Don't belittle director Sue like that. Hey, I was just saying. Shen Jiang silently swallowed hard. Her classmates were so enthusiastic. Lying back on the bed, she stared at the ceiling and sighed. Not only did she not tell Jiang Yao, but she hadn't even informed her family about returning to the capital. It felt like she was hiding from the light, and it was really frustrating. Fortunately, this situation would end tomorrow. The Dragon press conference officially commenced with the assistance of numerous media outlets. 2 video portals had obtained live broadcast rights, and the press conference was streamed online in real time. A top domestic host, Miao Shu, was specially invited to kick things off, and a few words from her enlivened the atmosphere. The producer and the 2 directors were the first to appear, even during the talking phase. The flashbulbs continued to go off. Shen Jiang was very nervous. During the wait backstage, she had done countless mental preparations, yet her palms still sweated. Liu Baiting noticed her anxiety and found it amusing while being understanding at the same time. He had been calm during their intimate scenes, yet here he was so tense in front of the media. Relax, he said, handing her a bottle of water. They want to eat you. Shen Jiang took it, thanked him, and smiled a bit stiffly. I know, but she sighed in the end. Everyone goes through this stage, Liu Baiting said, understanding. You get used to it. He cast a glance at her and added, don't put too much pressure on yourself. He had said something similar when he handed her the ointment that day, and Shen Jiang felt warmth in her heart, nodding earnestly. Before long, the staff came to call them. It was almost time for them to go on stage. Miao Shu and Su Min chatted about the main cast, sharing many amusing jokes about Liu Baiting and Duan Yu. Miao Shu then asked the question that almost everyone wanted to know. The choice of the female lead seems to have not been publicly announced yet. Director Su, are you preparing a surprise for us? Su Min smiled. Thank you for your support. Regarding the female lead, we have found an outstanding young lady who is a surprise for our crew, and we hope she can bring surprise to everyone as well. Everyone was astonished. Su Min's past films had always featured big-name pairings of leading actors and actresses. This time, with the second male lead being Duan Yu, there had already been much discussion in the public, but unexpectedly, an even bigger difference awaited them. A newcomer. Director Su is using a new actress. The media felt quite emotional, their cameras flashing nonstop, increasingly anticipating the female lead's appearance. As if to build suspense, the female lead was only mentioned briefly, and the topic shifted back to the 2 male leads, who were then invited on stage first. Shen Jiang stood on the side waiting, and after a round of conversation, it was finally her turn. Next, they would invite the female lead. Although this young lady is still a junior in the acting department, she has already earned such praise from director Su, so she must be very impressive. Shen Jiang focused on the front. The path ahead led straight to the spotlight, and as she walked up, all eyes would be on her. Family, Jiang Yao classmates, everyone who had an impression of her or not, would see her. She clenched her fists. Her heart raced violently, the drum beats ringing in her ears. Not just restlessness, but also a rolling, burning flow, surging through her veins, igniting her passion. From here on, her journey was about to officially begin. Let us welcome. Under the dazzling lights, the host gestured in her direction, addressing the media and countless cameras, announcing to everyone closely following online, her name, Miss Shen Jiang. Chapter 17, Shen Jiang stepped onto the stage, smiling gracefully, the tension from a moment ago dissipating as she entered the sight of the crowd. She walked with composure and elegance, instantly refreshing everyone present. In terms of appearance, she was among the best in the entertainment industry and dressed very appropriately. Although she was the female lead, she didn't announce her presence with flamboyant colors right away. The light-colored long dress suited her very well. However, her face seemed familiar, unfamiliar, yet not entirely without impression. Some media present had attended the release conference of Ru Fei, having seen the long preview. And someone immediately recalled that she was not the fourth female lead in the legend of Ru Fei, the one who played the character Hui Pin. The host on stage began. I heard that Miss Shen Jiang is a student at the Film Academy? Yes, Shen Jiang replied, standing to the left of Liu Beiting with a smile. I'm currently a junior at the Capital Film Academy. I feel honored to participate in Director Su's film. So this should be your first appearance on the big screen? The host continued, Director Su just praised you. As a newcomer, collaborating with Liu Beiting, and under so many expectations, isn't the pressure quite large? Shen Jiang glanced at Su Minin, who nodded slightly. She then said, actually, this isn't my first appearance on the screen. I recently appeared in a historical drama that is currently airing, but I played a supporting role with not much screen time. To be precise, this is my first appearance on the big screen, and I'm very grateful to Director Su for giving me this opportunity. As for the pressure, there is some, but both Senior Liu Beiting and Senior Duan Yu are very dedicated actors, and I've learned a lot from acting with them. Our entire team is very professional, and I have been learning from all the teachers, holding myself to the standards of a professional actor. So I have relatively few negative emotions. Miao Shu chimed in a couple of words, and the topic shifted to Liu Beiting and Duan Yu. After a round, the other actors also came on stage, and the creative team stood in a row. After the media took photos, the Q&A session began, with everyone eager to ask questions. Unexpectedly, Shen Jiang was the first to be questioned. I represent Tian Entertainment and would like to ask Miss Shen. The female lead has been the focus of attention since the film's preparation. As a newcomer, how did you overcome numerous competitors in the industry to secure this role? Your first work was as the fourth female lead, and suddenly jumping to such a large production. Won't it be strenuous to keep up? Well, starting off with such a question, although not brought to the forefront, a hint of malice could still be sensed. Shen Jiang knew that some media outlets often create conflicts to attract public attention, so she smiled and responded. Director Su has mentioned that the experience of participating in the previous production was a bonus for me. I believe that my performance so far should not have disappointed Director Su. It hasn't been strenuous, and I have indeed learned a lot from the crew. As for why I was chosen for this role, I think that question should be directed to Director Su. Because it's suitable. Su Minin replied calmly while watching the exchange between the actors and the media. He was unwavering in supporting his choices. When selecting actors, I always start from the character's perspective. Since the beginning of the film's preparation, I have met many people. It's not that they were not good, but Shen Jiang was indeed the only one who felt right to me. So far, I am very satisfied with her performance. After deflecting that question, another one came from a different angle. I am a reporter from Search Video Network. May I ask, Miss Shen, can you reveal your relationship with Liu Beiting and Duan Yu in the film? Do you have any contact outside of work? What is your relationship like? Shen Jiang pondered for 2 seconds, but before she could answer, Liu Beiting responded for her. The relationship in the film is superficially a triangle. As for the deeper content, let us leave that for the audience to find out after the release. A triangle relationship? Can you elaborate? I'm afraid not. He smirked, humorously adding, if I say too much, I worry that Duan Yu might feel upset. Duan Yu picked up the cue and joked, I am indeed quite upset. In the film, I am completely overshadowed by these two. Now that we're on stage, with so many media friends here, nobody is paying attention to me. Sigh. The earlier focus on the two male characters had made his presence feel equal to Liu Beiting's, and his words were just to lighten the atmosphere. Laughter erupted among the crowd, but the questioning reporter was relentless. It seems that the main cast has a good relationship off-screen. Duan Yu raised an eyebrow. When we're not filming, we often gather with the director to discuss the script, so of course, our relationship is good. This sounded like an answer, but upon closer examination, it revealed nothing. As it was the turn of other media, the reporter had no further questions and had to step back. Shen Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and gratefully glanced at the two seniors. In the backstage makeup room of the Starlight show, Jiang Yao, having finished her makeup and hairstyle, was boredly playing a mobile game, while when Yijiao sat next to her, fiddling with her nails, not casting a glance in Jiang Yao's direction. After failing to pass the latest level, Jiang Yao put down her phone and looked at the mirror, fixing her stray hair. It was impossible not to notice the face reflected beside her. She suppressed the impulse to roll her eyes and pouted. Recording a show with this woman was already annoying enough, and with so much time left before the formal start. Being stuck here, waiting in the same room, and so close to each other was truly nauseating. Her assistant came in with takeout. Sister Yao, would you like to have something to eat to fill your stomach? Before Jiang Yao could respond, when Yi Jiao suddenly sighed while looking in the mirror, I've gained a pound recently. The upcoming shoots won't be easy. I need to lose weight. But luckily, I have a small frame. If some people with a tendency to gain weight were in my shoes, it would be troublesome. They might not even fit into their costumes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao frowned and snorted. Whether someone is prone to gain weight or not, it doesn't matter. I haven't put on any weight. You should take care of yourself first since you've gained weight. Hey, are you talking to me? When Yi Jiao feigned surprise and laughed lightly, Jiang Yao, you still love to interject. I was just talking to myself. By the way, it's been a while since your last drama ended. When are you going to shoot a new one? Wen Yijiao's company had secured her a new historical drama, and with the success of Xiuli Tianxia, she was the leading lady. Jiang Yao wasn't so lucky. Her company had two first sisters competing fiercely for resources. The role she auditioned for was good, but was only the second female lead, and she had to exhaust her skills to outshine a bunch of competitors to secure it. Jiang Yao bore her veiled mockery and said, I'll shoot when it's time. No need for you to remind me. Aren't I caring about you? After all, we're classmates. By the way, I went back to school a few days ago, and I didn't see Shen Jiang. I heard from others that she took another leave. Do you know what she is up to? What did she do on leave? She's filming. Filming? Could it be that she got another good role? Jiang Yao found it frustrating that Shen Jiang always kept her opportunities under wraps, making it hard for their classmates to congratulate her. While the words sounded nice, when Yi Jiao felt disdain inside, what good role could she possibly land? Last time she was all secretive about just being the fourth female lead. And now again, without even having signed with a company, she thought she was some superstar. Ugh. Jiang Yao could tolerate her mocking herself, but she couldn't stand her mocking Shen Jiang. Who laughs early doesn't matter. What matters is whether they can laugh beautifully. Her professional quality was high. Which teacher in the department didn't look favorably on her? So there was no need for you to worry about her. When Yi Jiao chuckled lightly, if you have that ability, you also need that luck. Since you're friends, why not give her a little advice? Graduation is approaching. Starting from a small role is exhausting, don't you think? Jiang Yao didn't respond, just turned her head to roll her eyes. Her assistant, who had been listening to their verbal sparring, felt her heart tremble. Fortunately, the makeup artist and others finished their work and left. If there were others here, hearing their conversation would have led to more gossip. The little assistant set down the takeout and obediently sat aside. Jiang Yao was in a bad mood and didn't seem inclined to chat with her, so she quietly took out her phone to scroll through entertainment news. The news of the press conference for the movie Dragon Hidden is making waves and taking up countless headlines. She clicked in to see Duan Yu and casually exclaimed while browsing the pictures, so good looking. What? Jiang Yao turned around. Nothing, I'm just reading the news. The assistant waved her hands repeatedly and then said quietly, the press conference for the Dragon Hidden crew. A lot of websites have headlines about this. So I clicked in to take a look. Of course it's a headline. After all, it's a work by director Su Minin. When Yi Jiao chimed in, there's a big difference between a renowned director and an ordinary one. This circle is just that realistic, isn't it? You should wake up once you step out of school. The latter half of her sentence was a jab at Jiang Yao, who had said that the teachers in their department thought highly of Shen Jiang. Jiang Yao didn't bother to argue with her and picked up her phone. The assistant added, I heard tickets are really hard to get. Jiang Yao said while opening the news, yeah, if I didn't have work today, I would have gone to the venue. It's a pity that the tickets Lin Jia got can only be given away. When Yi Jiao snorted, it's just a ticket. It's not like you can't get it if you're popular. You're so popular, why haven't I seen you buy a whole bag? Jiang Yao was annoyed by her and couldn't help but retort, then lowered her head to look at her phone, clicking on news related to Dragon Hidden. Shen Jiang liked Liu Boating, and because of this relationship, she had always had a good impression of him. Winnie Jiao was about to speak when she suddenly saw Jiang Yao's eyes light up, clearly widening. Jiang Yao had a strange expression, her fingers sliding back and forth on the screen for a long time, staring at it for at least 10 seconds. Winnie Jiao thought she had encountered something bad, but in the end, She raised her head and smiled. You were right. Jiang's secretive leave is really not right. It made it impossible for us to congratulate her. Suddenly bringing this up when Yi Jiao was taken aback, and the words left her with a bad premonition. Could it be that Shen Jiang really hit the jackpot? No, that's impossible. What can she do even if she tries harder? The qualifications of the fourth female lead can only go so far, at most being the first female lead. Even if she is the first female lead, how can she compare to the likes of Xiao, Li, Tianxia? There is still a big gap. Frowning and wanting to speak, Jiang Yao interrupted her. But after all, it's a big production movie. As the female lead, she naturally has to keep it confidential. We should be understanding. In the midst of when Yi Jiao's astonished expression, Jiang Yao flipped her phone to show her, shaking it deliberately. And every word she said was like a needle piercing right in her heart. Beautiful, right? Standing together with Senior Liu Boating and Senior Duan Yu. Her aura is not inferior at all. No wonder the media praises Jiang as the most eye-catching and promising newcomer this year. Not just Jiang Yao and Wen Yijiao, but a bunch of classmates in the group were glued to the live broadcast. They exploded with excitement when they learned that Shen Jiang was the female lead of Dragon Hidden. Everyone sighed about her sudden rise just a while ago. They were saying she got criticized for her role in Rufei Legend, thinking her luck was bad, but unexpectedly, how little time had passed, and she became the leading lady in a film by a renowned director. Several fans of Liu Boating in the group were astonished, repeatedly saying they should have greeted Shen Jiang earlier to get her to help with autographs. Fans who liked Duan Yu were equally astonished, with a mix of surprise and envy. At the same time, a related post opened in the entertainment forum, and onlookers watching the live broadcast were discussing. The female lead looks so beautiful. Just with such high looks, I wonder how her acting is. Standing with two male gods, I really want to know how she feels. I'm so envious. Replying from upstairs, this newcomer Shen Jiang has pretty good acting skills. You can refer to her performance in Rufei Legend. I'm already half a fan. Just waiting for the movie to come out to verify. Upstairs, a viewer who has seen Rufei said, although she didn't catch my attention, she seems pretty good. And her acting is great. By the way, there was a special thread for Rufei before in the entertainment section, but it wasn't interesting at all, and speaking there was restricted. I accidentally wandered in last time and got scared out of it. My goodness, mentioning this girl in that thread nearly got me killed by insults. Someone explain. Why can't we mention her? It's a fan war, right? She just debuted and doesn't even know how she provoked so many haters. But I still vividly remember in that thread, they desperately mocked her as an 18th tier nobody. Now she has transformed into Sue's female lead. I guess those haters must be really frustrated. Ha ha. Liu Boating and Duan Yu interacted. Duan Yu's retorts were so natural. Oh my god. The visuals of the male gods standing together are so beautiful. But what kind of stupid question did the reporter ask? That malice is too obvious, right? Newcomers inevitably get picked on by media looking to create big news. Considering Su Minen's reputation, it shouldn't be too much. The female lead is really lucky. Her starting point is so high, envying so many people. Countless eyes focused on Shen Jiang. Some didn't think highly of her, while others praised her. Yet no one dared to boldly say, Shen Jiang's fans get lost. Sun Ling only learned the news halfway through the Dragon Hidden press conference. After establishing Shen Jiang's fan group on Weibo, some fans who liked Shen Jiang because of Huiping came over. She created a fan group and pulled in those few dozen fans, occasionally sharing beautiful pictures of Huiping, thus having a place to discuss the plot. In truth, Sun Ling still felt uncertain. After all, Shen Jiang didn't have Weibo, and Rufei Legend had been airing for so long without any news about her. Looking nothing like an active actress, she just thought about how everyone in the group could chat freely without being pointed at and scolded as fans or get lost. So she ignored that fact and tried not to think about it. But she really didn't know how long she could keep it up. It was her day off. And Sun Ling got up at 10, had breakfast, and when she logged into social media, she suddenly found over 1,000 messages in the group. Clicking in, she was stunned for a long time, completely unable to react, until another fan she was close with messaged her, simply and thoroughly telling her the news. The female lead of Dragon Hidden is Shen Jiang. Her lack of news wasn't because she was inactive. She was filming. The female lead, kept confidential for so long by Dragon Hidden, is her. Sun Ling was dazed for a moment, and after sorting it out, she stared wide-eyed and typed a long string of exclamation marks on the keyboard. Dragon hidden. Even though she didn't know much about the domestic entertainment industry, she knew what this meant. There are only a few directors in the country who have won international awards, and Su Minin is one of them. Although previous interviews hinted that he had no intention of submitting this film to international film festivals, his name and achievements are there, and once it is released, the female lead will undoubtedly be the center of attention in the entire entertainment circle. Various rumors occasionally came out about which first-tier actresses would star in this film, from which you could see what a great opportunity this was. How many rising stars were desperate for this chance, and Shen Jiang got it. Just when she thought her future was uncertain, who knew it was a stock with great potential and rising luck. Sun Ling suddenly felt that her judgment was so good. The girls in the group were still obsessively fangirling. So beautiful, so beautiful. Who just took the screenshot? So pretty. Hurry, send me one. Oh my god. Her aura is so strong, standing next to the Emperor Liu without being overshadowed at all. That dress is so beautiful. I didn't expect her to have such good taste. But her makeup seems a bit light. Her aura and Ru Fei is like two different people. Thus, it can be seen that Shen Jiang's acting skills are indeed good. Sun Ling turned around from her surprise and joy, typed a line of text, and sent it to the group. Let's go to the entertainment forum and open a special thread. Being this beautiful, of course, we should all appreciate it together. Someone quickly replied, okay, absolutely won't let down the trust of the organization. I edited a lot of beautiful pictures of the girls, but they're all of Huiping. I'll send you guys those first to use, and I'll get the screenshots from the press conference ready soon. Others were also worried. What if we encounter haters again? Yuan fans are so ruthless, they definitely can't win. Almost everyone in the group knows that the ones who attack Thieves Water Army the hardest are none other than Yuan Yunfei's fans. And those who blacken Shen Jiang are mostly Yuan fans. Sun Ling paused briefly and replied, what are we afraid of? We're discussing our own topic. The Longqian launch event is happening, and there are definitely many people interested in the female lead. If Yuan fans come out to ruin the discussion, it will only backfire and hurt their own reputation. They're the ones attracting negativity. After a few seconds, she added another line. Besides, can they fight like this for a lifetime? The girl is so outstanding. We should stand tall and support her, no matter what they say. Just asking you all, can you sell the benefits or not? After 3 seconds of silence, the group responded enthusiastically. On the very day of the Longqian launch event, the first dedicated thread for Shen Jiang appeared on the entertainment forum, where those who like her and are interested in her gathered openly to discuss. This time, no one popped up to tell them to be quiet. Chapter 18. After the press conference, the crew returned to the hotel. Shen Jiang opened her phone and found that her WeChat had been completely bombarded. Not only were her classmates calling for her in the group chat, but several familiar teachers also sent messages to congratulate her. Jiang Yao was the most excited, feeling like my child has finally succeeded. She first scolded Shen Jiang and then praised her repeatedly, with enough exclamation marks on the screen to prove her mood. Thanks to Jiang Yao, Shen Jiang learned about Wen Yijiao's reaction after seeing the news through Jiang Yao's vivid description. In Jiang Yao's words, Wen Yijiao was so angry that her face turned the color of pig liver, and even her thick makeup couldn't cover it. After chatting with Jiang Yao for a while, Shen Jiang went to the bathroom to remove her makeup. When she came out, she heard someone knocking on the door. When she opened the door, Zhou Yin was dressed to go out. She seemed a bit surprised to see that Shen Jiang had washed her face. Director Su had booked a restaurant, and everyone was getting ready to leave. Shen Jiang, having just removed her makeup. Oh, going to eat. Shen Jiang smiled and said, I'm not going. I talked to the director before coming back, and I'll call him again. Zhou Yin was taken aback. Not going? What's wrong? I haven't been home for a long time and plan to go back for a visit. We're not unaware of that. Zhou Yin smiled helplessly. Brother Baiting asked me to check on you. He said if you were ready, you could come with us, and we could share a car with the crew. Worried there wouldn't be enough space, and taking a taxi would be inconvenient. Senior Liu sent you? Yes, but since you're not going, then that's it. I won't disturb you. Zhou Yin waved her hand to say goodbye. Miss Shen, be careful. I'll head back first. Shen Jiang stood there in a daze as she sent Zhou Yin off, closing the door. After a few seconds, she snapped back to reality and slapped her forehead hard. What a pity. She missed another opportunity to be with her idol. Zhou Manwen didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry before, but ever since Shen Jiang started acting, she developed a habit of browsing the latest entertainment news from time to time. After Legend of Fei aired, she watched every episode without missing a single one and searched for related news online every day, mainly about Shen Jiang. After all, it had been a long time since they met, and she was really concerned. Since she knew how to use Weibo when the trailer was released, Zhou Manwen saw firsthand how the comments were criticizing Shen Jiang. Refreshing every 5 minutes, she frowned while watching, getting so angry that she paced back and forth in the living room. Shen Jiang's uncle tried to calm her down, telling her not to look at those annoying things. But she wouldn't listen. When she got emotional, she even argued with the words on the screen while holding her phone. For example, how can our Jiang be a scheming BTCH? Oh, it sounds like you know her. I think you, little girl, have a problem. You're full of foul language at such a young age. Or, why can't we praise her? Our daughter is well-liked. Why should we listen to you? Why are you so arrogant, friend? Shen Jiang's uncle was helpless against her. She argued for more than 10 minutes, and his ears suffered for just as long. Zhou Manwen's concern wasn't just temporary. Every day, she would take time to search online, and later, instead of getting angry and talking to herself, she began to feel distressed and heartbroken. If it weren't for her husband stopping her, she might have really gone to buy some online trolls. It wasn't until the press conference for Dragon Hidden that Zhou Manwen learned Shen Jiang was in the film. She felt no glory or pride, only worrying about how Shen Jiang was doing, whether she was eating well, living well, and if she had lost more weight. From the moment she received Shen Jiang's call, she had the housekeeper busy preparing, and the long menu was as rich as a festival feast. 40 minutes after making the call, Shen Jiang stepped into the house, thoughtfully bringing a bouquet of flowers. She bounced over to Zhou Manwen and gave her a big hug. Zhou Manwen smiled so wide that her teeth showed, holding the bouquet in one hand while pulling Shen Jiang to scrutinize her from head to toe, frowning and muttering, "You've lost weight. You're already so skinny. And now you've lost more. You scared me saying you were eating well. What is your crew doing? Torturing you?" Shen Jiang used her best skills to comfort her for a long time, successfully changing the topic. The crew's meals weren't lavish, but they were above average. However, due to work commitments, she looked more spirited and capable, which made her appear slimmer. Moreover, Director Su also ate the same box meals as everyone else, so there wasn't much to complain about. The man sitting on the couch quietly stood up while they were talking. Shen Jiang let go of Zhou Manwen's arm and walked over with a smile. "Uncle." He didn't say much, just nodded and remarked, "You look good." Compared to Zhou Manwen, his emotions were usually restrained and steady, but that didn't mean he didn't care. Shen Jiang knew that even if he didn't say it, he felt the same way as Zhou Manwen. "I thought you were going to be angry with me," Shen Jiang said playfully, trying to act a bit more reserved while clinging to his arm. "My shoots have mostly been at night recently, and I was afraid of disturbing your sleep, so I called less. During the day, I've been sleeping so heavily." She remembered that when she insisted on applying to the acting academy, he had been so angry that he didn't speak to her for half a year. Shen Jiang's uncle glanced at her, snorted, and said, "Did I come over to be angry with you?" He maintained a stern face, but after finishing his sentence, he couldn't help but let a smirk slip through the corner of his mouth. All right. Zhou Manwen smiled and walked over, scolding her husband. "You're really something. Jiang is so good, and you're still wearing a long face every day." As she spoke, she took Shen Jiang's hand and said, "Let us go to the kitchen with your aunt. I made soup for you. Let us see if it's ready." As she spoke, she pulled Shen Jiang along, completely forgetting that not long ago, she had been saying, "If I had known, I wouldn't have let her enter the entertainment industry." The kitchen was filled with aromas, and Chef He greeted Shen Jiang before diving back into the cooking. Zhou Manwen, holding Shen Jiang's arm, stood by and watched Chef He cook, saying, "If you had called earlier, I could have called your brother back. You only mention it now when it's almost mealtime. He has other arrangements and can't free up time. It's been months since you last saw him. Next time, if he says something about you, I want to take responsibility." Shen Jiang waved her hand. "Oh, let him be busy. Otherwise, when we meet, he'll just scold me for being too thin." Zhou Manwen sighed helplessly, playfully pointing her finger at her. You never listen to anyone. You should let your brother teach you a lesson." After some playful banter, Lunch wasn't tea ready just yet, so Shen Jiang said goodbye to Zhou Manwen and went upstairs. When it was time to eat, Zhou Manwen called out from the stairs, but no one responded, so she had to go upstairs to call her. Shen Jiang's room was on the second floor. After knocking on the door without a response, she turned the handle and opened the door, only to find the room empty, as it hadn't been occupied for a long time. Zhou Manwen paused for a moment before heading up to the third floor. There was a room on the third floor that had been unoccupied for years. It was cleaned daily. The furnishings hadn't been touched for years. It felt more like a guest room than a living space. When she pushed the door open, Shen Jiang was indeed inside. Zhou Manwen gently knocked on the door frame. Time to eat. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Shen Jiang looked up at the sound, smiled brightly, and replied, okay. She hadn't stood up yet, so Zhou Manwen slowly walked to her side, leaning against the bed. Shen Jiang glanced at her, holding a thick disc case, and said, I originally wanted to watch a movie, but then I thought I wouldn't have time, so I gave up. Zhou Manwen said, you can watch after dinner. Aunt will keep you company. That won't work. I have to leave after dinner. Shen Jiang shrugged. I'm so busy. I have to return to continue filming tomorrow or the day after. The two fell silent, and the room was quiet for a moment before Zhou Manwen sighed. Shen Jiang remained silent, leaning her head on her shoulder. Aunt, after a long while, she suddenly asked, do you think I can do it? Of course you can. Zhou Manwen raised her hand and gently stroked her head. Our daughter is the best. After lunch, Shen Jiang didn't stay long and returned to the hotel. Although she knew she wasn't at the level yet where people would crowd around her for photos, she still deliberately raised the collar of her coat to cover most of her face as a precaution when she entered. It seemed she had some fate with her idol. Just as she walked in, Lu Boting and Zhou Yun happened to be waiting for the elevator. The three of them shared the same elevator, and once the doors closed, Zhou Yun started chatting with her. Shen Jiang responded enthusiastically, enjoying the conversation, when suddenly Lu Boting looked down at her and said, Teacher Shen seems to be in a good mood. Shen Jiang was taken aback, touched her face, and wondered if that was true. He remained silent, and Zhou Yun added, It does look quite good. Well, maybe it's because I haven't had home-cooked food in a long time, and today I finally got to indulge. Shen Jiang glanced at Zhou Yun, then looked at Lu Boting. Why are you back so early, seniors? I heard there were activities after dinner. Lu Boting replied. Director Su went to discuss something, and the others booked a private room. I don't like singing, so I came back first. Shen Jiang nodded and responded with a couple of O's. This time back in the capital, the entire crew was staying on the same floor of the hotel. As the elevator approached their floor, Lu Boting suddenly spoke again. Teacher Shen, do you have plans this afternoon? Under his ambiguous gaze, Shen Jiang inexplicably felt nervous. Was he asking her out? Do you have something to discuss, senior? Lu Boting looked at her, noticing her hesitant and defensive expression, and paused in his throat. If there's nothing planned, there are a few parts of the script I'd like to talk to you about. Shen Jiang felt a small pang of disappointment in her heart and scolded herself. Bah, how could I start fantasizing about my idol proactively asking me out? I'm getting more shameless. He was so serious, and she didn't want to show her emotions too obviously, so she forced a smile and said, I'm sorry. I have an appointment this afternoon, so I probably won't have time. Sorry, senior, next time. I'll study the script tonight, and we can discuss it next time. The elevator doors opened with a ding, and Shen Jiang, fearing that Lu Boting would think she was being unprofessional and not serious, quickly said, I'll go first, and hurriedly slipped away back to her room. The other two followed a few seconds later, and when Zhou Yun saw Shen Jiang hurriedly leave, he quickly rushed to the door and swiped his card to get in, turning his head to glance at the expressionless Lu Boting. He said if he hadn't heard wrong, seen wrong, or felt wrong, did their Boting just ask Shen Jiang out? We're talking about the script. Clearly just last night. She told him, we've gone over the content of the script with the director 7 or 8 times. The upcoming filming will go more smoothly than before. And she used that excuse in front of him? It was just to fool someone as a bit oblivious as Shen Jiang. Zhou Yun couldn't help but grin awkwardly. I think your phrasing is too subtle. You can't ask a girl out like that. Lu Boting, using his height to his advantage, glanced at him sideways and after a moment said, I think you're talking a bit too much today. After saying that, he walked off alone, leaving Zhou Yun behind. Hey. Zhou Yun hurried to catch up, grumbling in his heart. Usually, He could be quite chatty, but had never said much. Now he had just said one sentence, just one, and suddenly he was annoying him? A man over 30 is really hard to please. Chapter 19, the door was gently knocked 3 times, open halfway, and the waiter slightly bent down, then stepped aside to gesture for the guest to enter. Hearing the sound, Shen Jiang looked up from the menu. A woman dressed in the latest fashion walked in, her elbow hooked around a bag, wearing a pair of exaggerated sunglasses on her nose, tall and slender, and she was wearing a pair of sky-high stiletto heels. Shen Jiang couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Are you going to walk the runway at Fashion Week? The woman stopped a few steps away from her, slightly raising her chin, but the imposing aura lasted only 3 seconds before she exclaimed, ouch, and stumbled toward Shen Jiang. Quick, help me. These shoes are too high. They're killing me. Who told you to wear such high shoes for no reason? Shen Jiang chuckled as she got up to help her, guiding her to sit down in the opposite seat, and casually took off the annoying sunglasses. Wearing such high shoes and still daring to wear sunglasses. Aren't you afraid of falling? Under the sunglasses, her features were delicate and beautiful, and a man with a slightly larger build could cover that small face with one hand. Jiang Yao pouted, unhappy. It's been so long since we last met. And you start off by mocking me. Shen Jiang shot her a glance and tossed her a napkin. Wipe your blood-red lips. Do you want to eat something? Jiang Yao stuck out her tongue. Okay, and took the napkin to obediently wipe her lipstick. Shen Jiang picked up the menu to continue her unfinished ordering process. Asking about her tastes while ordering, Jiang Yao usually had no opinion when eating with Shen Jiang, only saying, sounds good, sure, anything is fine. So, they quickly finished ordering, and the waiter, who had been standing by like a statue to lower his presence, quickly left. There were no outsiders in the private room, so they could talk freely. Jiang Yao wasted no time and fired off. Shen Jiang, you heartless person. You didn't tell me about shooting Ru Fei, nor did you tell me about Long Qian, making me worry about you for so long. Worry about what? Worry that I debut and have no food to eat? Shen Jiang laughed. All right. You know about confidentiality agreements. I wanted to say something, but the contract stipulated that I couldn't. Not just you, even my aunt only found out through the news. Jiang Yao huffed, suddenly recalling something, her eyes brightening. Wait. So, during this time, you've actually seen Lu boating in person? When I said I'd send you a human-shaped pillow, was it also during that time? Mentioning this made Shen Jiang angry. Remembering how she blushed in front of Lu boating back then, she glared at her. You still have the face to say that? If the senior saw me, I wouldn't even want to show my face. Seen? Jiang Yao seemed to catch on to some information, grinning mischievously. Why would he see the messages I sent you? Have you two become so familiar already? Such a great opportunity to shoot together. Spill it. Did you take advantage of it? Shen Jiang spat. Take advantage of what? Filming is just filming. Stop talking nonsense about work. Hey, your expression is off. Shut up. If you don't stop, I'll make you eat the plate. After some playful banter, the waiter knocked and entered to serve the appetizers, and the two restrained their casual demeanor. Shen Jiang asked about business. When will you join the crew to shoot the new drama? Soon. It will be officially announced in a while. What about you? Any plans after Long Qian? I don't know yet. I need to handle the agent situation first. You haven't signed with an agent yet? Jiang Yao exclaimed. What's wrong? Didn't Director Su introduce anyone to you? Shen Jiang replied. Director Su gave me a list and said I could contact him under his name if I wanted. I'm still considering. With Long Qian as a movie, many in the industry were willing to sign her. To be fair, the agents introduced by Director Su were quite good, but she had other thoughts in her mind. Jiang Yao nodded, saying, before long, we should be able to meet in Hongdian. You've already appeared in front of the media, so you don't have to hide from me anymore, right? Long Qian is expected to shoot until the end of January, while Jiang Yao is expected to move into Hongdian by the end of December, which is just a few days away. The rules in Director Su's crew are quite strict, but I can come to see you. Shen Jiang asked, is the male lead confirmed? The female lead is not yet confirmed, but the male lead is Fang Qiyuan. Fang Qiyuan? The one who has been on the headlines for several days with Duan Yu? That's him. Jiang Yao cut her food on the plate, shrugged, and lazily revealed to Shen Jiang, I have a lot of emotional scenes with him in the drama, loving him to death in the play. Around 8 o'clock, Shen Jiang and Jiang Yao parted ways and took a car to another restaurant. Finding a spot in a corner of the second-floor lobby, she ordered a glass of lemonade and casually picked up a magazine from a nearby iron bookshelf, quietly flipping through it. 10 minutes later, a woman in a white work suit sat down opposite her. "Miss Shen, you're so punctual." Shen Jiang looked up, put the book aside, and smiled lightly. "I wouldn't dare keep Sister Shang waiting." The woman in front of her had regular features but was well-groomed, her makeup and hairstyle amplifying her advantages, adding quite a few points. There were slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, but it didn't affect her appearance at all. Compared to Zhang Yao, her presence was more seasoned, a result of years of experience and the sedimentation of time. This was to be expected. It was impossible to make a name for oneself in the entertainment industry without some skill. After all, the name Shang Tianying was a strong and powerful symbol. Both were not people who liked to waste time, so they didn't engage in small talk. Shang Tianying said, "Today's news about the Long Qin press conference is everywhere. I watched part of the video. While your acting is still debatable, Miss Shen, you handled the media very well." Shen Jiang pursed her lips and smiled. Su Minin spent a lot of time preparing this project. As the female lead, he should do something for you. She raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you satisfied with the agent he introduced you to?" "Not really. There are many good agents, but I want the most suitable one." "Suitable?" Shang Tianying laughed. "What do you mean by suitable?" "Feeling. I feel that Sister Shang is very suitable." Shen Jiang paused, spread her hands. "I think it's meaningless to delve into this issue. Let us talk about something more useful." Shang Tianying fell silent, scrutinizing her closely, her gaze ambiguous. Having been in the agent business for many years, she had taken many people under her wing, including the second best actor and one best actress who made her famous, as well as the Jade Girl leader in top of the Four Little Flowers who were all the rage and still active in the first line. After parting ways with an artist who thought she had grown wings 3 years ago, she had rested for a long time. Recently, she made a high-profile comeback and had planned many aspects for her new start, but this one was not among them. From what she knew, many talent agencies had already noticed this young girl who hadn't even graduated yet, although she had been a standout in the industry. The latter had many options and was not necessarily dependent on her. Shen Jiang approaching her was unexpected. "Actually, I've read a lot about Sister Shang. I heard your mentor is Ms. Chu Ming." Shen Jiang said candidly, "I'm very interested in this." Shang Tianying's eyes flickered slightly as she picked up her cup and took a sip of warm water. "When I first entered the industry, she did take me in, but it wasn't for long, about a month. She was very busy, and I didn't see her often. Later, after she left the company, I saw her even less." Hearing her softened tone, Shen Jiang's smile widened. "Let's not talk about that." Shang Tianying said seriously, "May I ask Miss Shen about your goals for entering this industry? Are you asking about the big picture or the small picture? What's the difference?" Shen Jiang laughed. "Of course, they're different. The small picture is nothing more than achieving fame and success. This circle has clear hierarchies and is extremely realistic. The scenery at the top is great, and everyone wants to climb up. I certainly don't want to be an exception. As for the big picture," Shang Tianying raised an eyebrow. "The big picture." Shen Jiang suddenly smiled, her gaze slightly lowered, her voice inexplicably heavy. "In a broad sense, it must be viewed from the perspective of the entire industry. Those in the industry are likely aware of the situation in the mainland film scene. Without mentioning decades ago, even just over a decade ago, the living conditions of mainland actors have not been very good. Whether it is directors, producers, or investors, they tend to favor non-mainland artists. And many actors are unable to get opportunities simply because they are from the mainland. For example, Senior Zhang Yu starred in Hua Kai Sheng Fu, which became a hit all over the country and won the Best Actor award at the Yulon Awards, yet he could only play an ugly villain in films. Another example is Senior Hong Wei, who is now dubbed the 60 billion box office emperor, but for nearly a decade, he was overlooked, playing supporting roles to many non-mainland newcomers, only gaining a chance to shine after the mainland film industry prospered. These are not isolated cases. There are countless similar situations. Such resource bias is unhealthy for the film industry. However, after the mainland film industry flourished, countless fresh idols with high popularity but unwilling to hone their skills flooded this circle, bringing about a new round of market bubbles. With the impression that good films cannot be made domestically, And any domestic production is bound to be a bad film, becoming increasingly ingrained in people's minds over the past 2 years. After an unhealthy situation, an even more serious unhealthiness follows. Shen Jiang looked up at Shang Tianying. In my current position, you might think that what I am saying is overstepping and arrogant. But I often think that everyone working in this industry must have a meaningful role. And actors are no exception. I believe that the situation will improve over time, and among the dozens of bad films produced each year, there will be more and more good films, until one day we will have a rational, mature, orderly, and healthy film industry environment like Europe and America. Her gaze was clear, and she smiled slightly. That day may be far away, but I want to contribute my humble efforts as an actress. A long time ago, when she had just decided to become an actress, she read a passage in a magazine. The man who had won the Best Actor award several times spoke during an interview with no sense of detachment. She could even imagine his cool expression from the lines. That person said, "The golden age has not yet arrived. Whether in film or television, filmmakers should work harder and focus on moving forward." Yes, Liu Beiting is willing to be a cornerstone, and so is she. After finishing her conversation with Shang Tianying, it was already past 9 when she returned to the hotel. When they parted, they shook hands, and from her attitude, Shen Jiang knew she had passed this hurdle. Next, they would discuss the detailed contract terms. Shang Tianying's newly joined company is strong, and these matters would be handled by professionals. On her way back, Shen Jiang gazed out at the night scenery through the car window, slightly lost in thought. It would not be difficult for her to find an agent. The reason she chose Shang Tianying had an important aspect she had not mentioned. She brought it up, but did not clarify. Guming. Shang Tianying entered the industry under Chu Ming's guidance. Although a month is a short time, all her initial thoughts about management were influenced by Chu Ming. People in the industry say her methods are somewhat similar to Chu Ming's, and after Chu Ming retired, some even called her the second Chu Ming. This aspect attracted Shen Jiang far more than others. Perhaps many newcomers in the industry today do not know the name Chu Ming. Indeed, compared to Shang Tianying's rich history of achievements, her resume is much more monotonous. But in terms of the mainland management industry, no one has surpassed her to this day. Chu Ming only managed one artist, and that artist is a legend. Her name is Mu Qing. Chapter 20. Liu Beiting had only been in the room for a short while when Zhou Yun received a call from Baiwen. After cutting short their afternoon nap, the two hurried to meet her. The afternoon passed quickly as they listened to Baiwen detail the upcoming arrangements. They grabbed dinner outside, and since it was still early, while passing through the city center on their way back, Zhou Yun suddenly exclaimed as he looked out the window. The latest version of the gaming console he played with was out, and the advertisement screen was constantly rolling with visuals. Seeing Zhou Yun's eyes light up like stars, Liu Beiting simply asked the driver to pull over, telling him to get out. Huh? Zhou Yun was unprepared for being pushed out and panicked. Beiting, go. Liu Beiting glanced at him indifferently. I'll wait for you for 15 minutes. After a moment, Zhou Yun quickly reacted, his face brightening up instantly. Thank you, Beiting, go. I'll be back soon. Of course, they could buy it tomorrow or order it online, but for a seasoned gaming enthusiast, having the latest version right in front of him without immediately taking it into his arms felt as painful as having a fiancé within reach, but unable to touch. Zhou Yun quickly got out of the car and dashed into the mall, while Liu Beiting leaned back against his seat, closing his eyes to rest. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Yun returned, beaming and holding his fiancée. Liu Beiting couldn't stand Zhou Yun's silly grin and frowned slightly. Is the gaming console really that fun? Of course. Zhou Yun insisted. If you played it, you would definitely like it too. The listener, however, looked utterly uninterested, as Zhou Yun was about to press the floor button in the elevator. Liu Beiting suddenly stopped him. What's wrong? Zhou Yun asked, confused. Liu Beiting didn't say anything, but directed his gaze outside the elevator door. Wait a second. A figure rushed in, glanced at the two of them with a hint of delight, and greeted them with a bright smile. Senior Liu, Mr. Zhou. Seeing that was Shen Jiang, Zhou Yun also smiled back. What a coincidence, Miss Shen. She nodded, and, as she spoke, the elevator doors closed, stepping back a little. Liu Beiting stood in the middle, so Zhou Yun could only lean forward to talk to her. Did you just come back? Yes, Shen Jiang replied. And when she caught sight of the box in his hands, her eyes lit up. That gaming console. Is it yours, senior? Yes. Zhou Yun was about to respond when he noticed Liu Baiting nodding almost imperceptibly. It's mine. Shen Jiang's face lit up with surprise. That's really fun. You like playing too? Yes. She nodded vigorously, but I'm not very good at it. My brother loves gaming. And I used to play with him a lot when I was young, but I always got crushed by him, no matter what we played. Winning or losing isn't the most important thing. What matters is enjoying the process. Shen Jiang smiled. If only my brother could think like you, senior. He never lets me win. The two chatted happily, while the other person seemed forgotten, unable to interject. Zhou Yun watched Liu Baiting, whose expression remained calm as he discussed various games with Shen Jiang, starting to doubt whether he had knocked on the wrong door this morning and found the wrong artist. Excuse me? Who was just looking at him like he was an idiot in the car. Shen Jiang didn't notice Zhou Yun's strange expression. A few sentences sparked her interest in gaming, and she eagerly said, I'll order one online too. Why go back to Hongyan? I can play in my room. Liu Baiting spoke gently. If you're not going to sleep too early, you can come over for a few rounds tonight. Shen Jiang paused, spending 3 seconds to comprehend this sentence. Did this mean she could go to her idol's room? When she looked up, he appeared calm, with no change in tone or expression. Shen Jiang felt embarrassed, suppressing her restless heart, and forced a proper smile, trying not to let her inappropriate thoughts show. If it's not too much trouble, then I'll bother you. Zhou Yun was completely stunned by the side, having reacted too slowly since Liu Baiting had spoken. Hearing him invite Shen Jiang to his room to play games left him in shock. Inviting a female celebrity to his room at night. What the hell? Who would believe it? Yet they're always upright, and disciplined Baitingu really did just that. The elevator doors opened just in time, and Shen Jiang and Liu Baiting walked out, while Zhou Yun stared blankly for 2 seconds before following. As Liu Baiting walked ahead, he suddenly paused and turned back to face him. Baitingu. Zhou Yun was thrilled, thinking he remembered him, but instead, Liu Baiting reached out and pulled the game box from between his arms without saying a word and turned to leave. Not long after entering the room, Zhou Yun received a call from the assistant director Li, saying the crew had an event that night and wanted him and Liu Baiting to hurry over. He answered in the living room, separated by a hollow decorative wall, where the two inside were already fiddling with connecting the TV and the gaming console. Without needing to ask, he knew Liu Baiting wouldn't go, so Zhou Yun pushed that Liu Baiting was tired and wanted to rest, politely declining the assistant director's invitation. He wanted to go in to say something when he heard Shen Jiang also receiving a call. It was also from someone in the crew, and after a few vague sentences, she presumably declined as well. Zhou Yun felt anxious. He didn't interfere in Liu Baiting's love life, but he just hoped Liu Baiting could think things through before making decisions. Life in Hongyan was dull, and amidst work and monotonous daily life, it was normal for him to develop feelings for Shen Jiang. But how long those feelings would last was uncertain. If it was just a pastime, that would be fine. But if it was serious, for a newly debuted actress like Shen Jiang, dating could affect her career, not to mention she was so young. How much patience and energy would she have to maintain a relationship with Liu Baiting? In the end, it might just be a fleeting moment. Inside, the two were focused on playing games, paying Zhou Yun no attention. With no one to talk to, he stood awkwardly, not wanting to leave them alone in the room. Finding excuses to get water or grab something, he went in and out several times. During the time, he paused to watch for a bit and unexpectedly found Liu Baiting quite talented at gaming. Despite it being his first encounter with this, he handled the game controller as if he were familiar with it. In a fighting game, he was defeating Shen Jiang to the point where she couldn't tell east from west. Originally there to keep an eye on things, Zhou Yun couldn't help but feel anxious for Liu Baiting, who plays games so aggressively with a girl. He had just said in the elevator that winning or losing didn't matter, but with his style of play, he was destined to be lonely for life. Zhou Yun shook his head secretly, holding his cup of water as he walked out. Shen Jiang had often played games with her brother when she was young and was very familiar with this gaming console. She chose a classic 2-player battle mode that she used to play often, thinking there would be a fair competition. However, she didn't expect to lose continuously. Unable to stop, and ended up kneeling repeatedly, her knees even hurting. In truth, her gaming skills were very low. Her brother had scolded her countless times for it, but she never admitted it, saying he was just too good. Now, seeing herself continuously being defeated by Liu baiting, she couldn't help but get anxious. Her eyes fixed intently on the large TV screen. However, she was almost breaking the controller, and her gaming character was still getting beaten up. Shen Jiang had a major flaw when playing games. It wasn't that her skills were poor, but when she got anxious, she always resorted to unfair tactics. The person who usually played with her was her brother, so she seemed to have gotten used to this. In a moment of frustration, she suddenly reached out and forcibly grabbed Liu baiting's hand. Fortunately, their positions were good. She was on the right, Liu baiting on the left. So while she used her left hand to hold his, her right hand could continue to operate the controller. Liu baiting didn't have it so easy. He wasn't left-handed, and with his right hand held, his movements became inconvenient, causing the character on the screen to fall behind. Zhou Yin had said this game was fun, but Liu baiting really didn't find it interesting. It was just a matter of pressing a few buttons back and forth, with no technical skill involved. However, he didn't have high expectations for the game, and surprisingly, Shen Jiang's gaming skills were so poor. Seeing her anxiously furrowing her brows, he had initially planned to take it easy, but unexpectedly, she suddenly made a move with her hand. Compared to his palm, her hand was too small, and the skin color was different, as white and shiny as jade, with delicate and slender fingers. She was using all her strength out of urgency, but to him, that little bit of force was negligible. Soft and warm little hands. He suddenly thought of these 4 words, instinctively bending his palm, and in an instant her hand and his hand were clasped together. Shen Jiang was still focused on turning the tables and didn't notice anything unusual. Thinking she had the victory secured, she didn't expect another twist. After a brief period of discomfort, Liu baiting's character regained its strength, and with a few fierce moves, took away a large portion of her health bar. Hey. Shen Jiang became anxious again, unconsciously tightening her grip on his hand, while continuously calling out, "Slow down. Senior, slow down. Hey, slow down." Liu baiting's lips curled up slightly in amusement, operating the game controller with one hand, leisurely watching her in a frenzy. He played a bit harder, then eased off a little, letting her gain a small advantage, and when she thought she was on top, he calmly struck back again. The situation was fluctuating for Shen Jiang. She was being pulled along unconsciously, feeling anxious, and her mischievous hands never let go. In the small living room outside, Zhou Yunduan, who had been playing on his phone for a while, suddenly heard her shout, "Slow down. Senior, slow down." And with a puff, he sprayed water everywhere, coughing nonstop. After a long while, he finally calmed down, wiped the water off his collar, and anxiously rushed in. Just as a game round ended, Shen Jiang cheered and happily shook her shoulders. He felt relieved and was about to speak when his eyes caught sight of the 2 hands intertwined on the coffee table. And he was taken aback. You guys." Shen Jiang glanced at him, surprised by a shocked expression, and then followed his line of sight. The sensation in her hand immediately reconnected with her brain, and she suddenly jerked her hand away. Blushing, she turned to Liu baiting, looking apologetic as if she had caused trouble. "Sorry, Senior. I'm just used to being mischievous at home." How long had they been holding hands? She didn't even know. At that moment, Shen Jiang finally admitted what her brother said. Her gaming skills were indeed very poor. However, what was even more terrifying was that not only was she bad, but she had also been mischievous in front of her idol. She wondered if her terrible gaming behavior would annoy him. I take back what I said before. Liu baiting said that winning or losing in the game was indeed quite important. Shen Jiang's heart sank, thinking, "It's over." Looking at his expression, he seemed indifferent, showing no signs of displeasure, but she felt even more anxious. Before she could speak, Liu baiting stood up, smiling, saying, "But it's okay if you lost. You can still find me next time to win it back." Shen Jiang stared at him in shock, confirming that he truly didn't mind, and a huge weight lifted off her heart as she smiled and nodded vigorously, standing aside and being ignored. Zhou Yunduan finally came back to his senses, and upon hearing that, he felt even worse. "There's going to be a next time?" Looking at the man with a faint smile in front of Shen Jiang, Zhou Yunduan felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Brother baiting. Their brother baiting must have been cursed. Chapter 21. After just a few days away, returning to Hengdian felt like a lifetime ago. After spending 2 days getting back into the groove of filming, Shen Jiang noticed that the attitude of others toward her had clearly changed. Especially the girls who shared a lounge with her, who used to chat with her, had almost stopped initiating conversations after returning from the capital. Appearing in front of the media meant she was half-debuted, and with her prior performance in The Legend of Ru Fei, she had already stepped into the competitive realm of actresses. Shen Jiang didn't have many thoughts about it. She just focused on acting, eating, and drinking as usual. If there was any change, it was probably her feelings towards Liu Boating. It is often said that the beauty of idols comes from the distance that creates admiration. However, after spending so much time together, Shen Jiang not only did not feel that Liu Boating's image in her heart had shattered, but she liked him even more. She was almost progressing from a crazy fan to a devoted follower, going to night markets, watching movies, playing games. These things that once seemed so distant had all become a reality. She had to admit her feelings for him had become subtle. It was as if they shared a secret, and the distance between them suddenly shrank. The consequence of having such rich inner thoughts was that it was hard to calm down. Shen Jiang sighed, leaned against the railing, and rubbed her temples. The previous scene had taken 3 takes to pass. Usually, in a state of high concentration, it wouldn't exceed 2. Liu Boating had once mentioned in an interview that he disliked working with people who slowed down the progress. She had always hoped to keep up with him. If she couldn't even manage this professionalism, why did she have to say she liked him? Are you looking at the moon alone? A voice suddenly came from behind her. Shen Jiang turned around, her eyes flickering, and her lips curled into a slight smile. Senior. Liu Boating, dressed in costume, walked up to her and looked up at the night sky. No stars tonight? She replied with a soft hum, leaning back against the railing, the sleeves of her outfit fluttering in the wind, but the moon is very bright. He asked, "Are you thinking about the scene we just filmed?" Shen Jiang bit her lip. Am I being that obvious? He could guess even when she was just standing there in a daze. Liu Boating looked at her for a long time, then replied, "Everyone sees your efforts. Don't think too much." Is that so? She exhaled, chuckling lightly. But the outside world won't be lenient with me. I can only do better. I must do better. If I'm not good enough, I'll be eliminated. After saying that, she didn't hear a response for a while. When she looked up, Liu Boating's eyelids were slightly drooped, silently staring at her. What's wrong? She was taken aback. Is there something on my face? No. He calmly moved his gaze away, looking at the dark sky devoid of light. After a long time, Liu Boating lowered his head to meet her gaze, his voice gentle against the night. You've done very well. There's nothing to fear. The relationship between Prince Ping, Lu Qi, and Emperor Xian became increasingly tense in the latter half of the plot. One of the scenes to be filmed tonight tested the actor's ability to express and control emotions. Despite Liu Boating's comfort, Shen Jiang couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Director Su was explaining the scene, and she listened intently, nodding repeatedly while pondering in her heart. With a shout of action, the camera slowly moved into position. After years of scheming, Prince Ping had finally reached the most critical moment. After dawn, a new ruler would take the throne, bringing new hope to the country. Lu Qi was the last pawn to confuse the enemy. Prince Ping sat behind the table, his gaze steady, but the pages he held remained unmoved for a long time. Lu Qi walked in slowly, her skirt flowing like water. She gently knelt beside him, paused for a moment, and leaned into his embrace. Extending her arms to wrap around his waist, her cheek pressed against his chest, her voice like a clear spring. Your Highness, did you use the calming incense? It smells so good. As usual, yet somewhat different, Prince Ping did not move. After her words fell, the room fell silent, enveloping the two in stillness. After a long time, he finally lifted his hand to rest on her head. Your Highness, would you like to have something warm to eat? Lu Qi looked up from his embrace. I heard from Chief Steward Deng that you haven't eaten all afternoon. That's not good for your health. Your Highness shouldn't. Do you regret it? His sudden question halted her chatter. Regret what? Lu Qi quickly concealed her momentary surprise, smiled. Regret being saved by you? My life was given to me by your Highness. When I knelt that day, I had already said that regardless of the effort, as long as it was for your Highness, I would be willing. Their eyes met. His gaze remained inscrutable, while hers was clear and pure. Who would have thought that this lowly maid, who appeared flamboyant and seductive in the eyes of the world, could have such a side. Lu Qi raised her hand to adjust Prince Ping's collar. To outsiders, the thorny rose was gentle and submissive in front of him. In fact, she had received an education and came from a decent background. Far away from the capital, in her hometown, her father was once a respectable gentleman. At that time, she was a young lady, living a life of luxury with no worries, studying under a female tutor, her daily thoughts revolving around academics and trivial matters. However, everything changed with Emperor Shen. At the beginning of his reign, he increased taxes under the pretext of constructing waterways for irrigation. Yet years passed without any sign of the waterways. The once populous North saw a drastic decline in population as many men were forcibly conscripted into the teams to build the waterways and never returned home. The northern cities suffered a population drop, agriculture was abandoned, and with a severe drought, disasters spread everywhere. Emperor Shen allocated funds from the national treasury for disaster relief. But it failed to materialize. The parasites he had nurtured were dishonest, setting up only 3 relief points in the city, providing porridge only once a day. Unable to cope, the disaster victims migrated south, and many refugees flooded Lu Qi's hometown. Her father, along with many merchants and gentlemen in the city, provided grain for relief. But good deeds were met with bad returns. An epidemic broke out among the refugees and began to spread rapidly. The epidemic was fierce, and the palace physicians sent by the court were helpless. To control the situation, with half the population still uninfected, the city gates were closed, and those trying to escape died from arrows shot from the walls. On the day the city burned, Lu Qi swam away with some uninfected citizens, spending a day and night in the water, nearly losing her life. She went from a pampered young lady to a refugee without parents, begging and suffering along the way. Just when she was on the verge of starvation, she was saved by Prince Ping, who happened to pass by. The root of all these problems lay with the foolish Emperor Shen, who, out of suspicion and jealousy, appointed only his relatives. Indulging in the struggles for power among factions in the court, completely disregarding the common people, merely to satisfy his own desires. The greatest tragedy of the world is nothing more than this. The fire that night engulfed her hometown, painting the entire sky red. She had never seen a night so dark and heavy, nor had she ever truly felt despair so deeply. It's almost time. Lu Qi lowered her gaze and gracefully stood up. I need to go prepare. Just as she was about to turn around, someone suddenly pulled her hand. She looked back, smiled slightly, Your Highness. Prince Ping looked at the open book on the table and pulled her back into his embrace with force. His eyes were filled with countless complex emotions as he stared at her without moving. This moment of eye contact had no dialogue. An entire set was so quiet that no one dared to interrupt. Director Su Minin watched the monitor seriously, waiting for Lu Boding to deliver the final line. In the shot, Prince Ping gazed at the person in his arms, his eyes ambiguous. He raised his hand, pressing his thumb against the corner of her mouth, stroking gently. On the way back from the tribute office, this year's tribute fruits had arrived quickly, including the oranges from Qizhou. Lu Qi was taken aback. Qizhou was her hometown. The city has been rebuilt there, and the number of migrating citizens is increasing year by year. His finger paused on her lips. You said you haven't eaten the hometown oranges in a long time. All those brought back by the tribute office are for you. He paused for a moment here, his rough thumb barely trembling, his throat rolling, and in those cold eyes, a thin layer of red faintly surfaced, not wet, but incredibly dry, with traces of soreness. After tomorrow, there will be more. Su Minin breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his back, and was about to call out, but saw Shen Jiang staring blankly at Lu Boding. He frowned and immediately raised his hand to signal those around to be quiet. Shen Jiang's state was clearly still within the scene. After a moment of daze, Lu Qi smiled. Qizhou would once again become her hometown in her memories. The oranges would become more abundant, and there would be no more displacement and the sorrow of white bones. The man before her would be a wise ruler, bringing peace and prosperity to the world. And she was about to face death calmly for all of this for him. She caressed his cheek, hooked her arm around his neck to bring him down, their noses touching, then their faces close together. I have no regrets. Never. Her lips trembled. Slowly closing her eyes, and a scorching tear rolled down from the corner of her eye, falling into her collar, dropping into the dust. The set was silent for a few seconds, and after Su Minin said cut, he seriously praised the two in the scene for the first time, saying that this take was very good. Liu Boding had already come out of his emotions, but Shen Jiang was still buried in his arms, gripping his collar tightly. Not moving for a long time. Su Minin glanced over. Is Shen Jiang okay? Liu Boding did not answer, maintaining his posture, gently patting her back. Perhaps she was too into the scene. Newcomers often have such situations, and everyone expressed their understanding. After a few seconds, Shen Jiang emerged from his embrace, her eyes red. Taking a deep breath, I'm sorry. It's okay. Shen Jiang did not speak again, nor did she look at him, lifting her skirt and quickly walking out of the palace. Is everything all right? Su Minin asked again. Liu Boding shook his head. It's fine. With his answer, Su Minin felt relieved and began to adjust the camera to prepare for the next shot, while the staff busied themselves in an orderly manner. Liu Boding stood up, pondered for 2 seconds, and threw a sentence to Zhou Yun, who approached. You go rest. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he headed in the direction Shen Jiang had left. She looked very down when she went out, and he felt a bit worried. Chapter 22. Shen Jiang left the palace, and, seeing no one in the corridor, stopped to take a deep breath. When Liu Boding came out and found her, she had a calm expression, her brows slightly lowered, lost in thought. It was windy in the evening, and she was careful not to get a headache. She glanced back at him, her face not looking well, and her eyes still a bit red. She didn't call out to him or speak. After a few seconds, she silently withdrew her gaze and turned back. She looked completely like I'm enjoying the wind. Don't bother me. Her posture quite resolute. Liu Boding walked up to her side, feeling a bit helpless. At this rate, once the courtyard scenes are done, are you going to take off your shoes and throw them at my face? Rarely did he make jokes, and Shen Jiang's tense expression softened a little. I'm not in a good mood right now. Senior, you should go back. Otherwise, are you going to throw your shoes at me? She paused for 2 seconds. That's not what I meant. The federal cannon. For Lu Qi, the Prince Ping was indeed quite annoying. Liu Boding raised his hand to grip the railing in front of him, showing no intention of leaving, and started chatting with her. It's understandable that you, as Lu Qi, feel unhappy seeing me. I'm not blaming you, nor am I too deeply immersed in the role to come out of it. Shen Jiang pursed her lips and said dully, I'm just thinking. I'm just a bit emotional about it. Lu Qi sacrificed almost everything for the Prince Ping. From the moment she was saved, she regarded the Prince Ping as her redemption and dawn. In the years she spent lurking beside Emperor Xian, to help the Prince Ping seize opportunities in time, she set aside all the dignity and bottom line of a woman, flattering and fawning over a man who indirectly caused her father's death. Not only did she relay messages to the Prince Ping, but she also helped him resolve crises multiple times. After being sent to the Prince Ping as a spy by Emperor Xian, she did everything she could to numb King Xian, making him indulge in imperial power and excess. She did so much, even sacrificing her life in the end. So what about the Prince Ping? How much affection did he truly have for Lu Qi, or rather, did he have any feelings at all? Furthermore, such love is indeed great. But who can say that this isn't another form of self-fulfillment? And for the receiving party, does it even hold any meaning? Stop thinking about it. Seeing her in distress, Liu Boding said, the Prince Ping used Lu Qi. That's the Prince Ping. I'm standing in front of you now. I'm not him. Shen Jiang paused, looked up at him, and after a while sighed, I'm sorry, Senior, it's my fault. He simply played a role, and so did she. If every time we film a scene, we get tangled up in emotions, will we still live our lives? With a strong wind at night. Liu Boding was about to call her back, but Shen Jiang suddenly looked at him intently and asked, with seriousness and a hint of hesitation, Senior, do you think? Does the Prince Ping have any feelings for Lu Qi? Many details in the script were not expressed clearly, and while she understood the concept of hazy beauty, she genuinely wanted to know. Liu Boding fell silent for a moment, slightly furrowing his brows as he pondered this question. Actually, he had thought about it earlier when reading the script, but romance was not the central point of this play, so he hadn't explored it too deeply. He never expected that one day he would be discussing this issue in such a place and at such a time with the actress playing Lu Qi. Forget it. She interrupted him as soon as he began to speak, her expression becoming even more conflicted. She frowned, sighed in resignation, and said, "At the press conference, Senior, you were right. Some questions are better left for the audience to ponder." She looked at him with a hint of apology, her expression recovering somewhat. "Let's treat this question as if I never asked it. After all, I was just emotional for a moment, and asking such a foolish question might have affected you. I'm very sorry." Liu Beiting said nothing, just responded with a soft mm. Normal Shen Jiang finally realized the night wind was cold and suggested they go back. Liu Beiting agreed, but remained rooted to the spot. Shen Jiang took a couple of steps forward when she suddenly heard him call her from behind. "What's wrong?" She paused and looked back. "I think there are feelings." Shen Jiang stared at him in shock. Under the night sky, Liu Beiting stood tall, his wide sleeves flowing in the wind, with the vast sky behind him and a bright moon hanging alone, casting silver light everywhere. The Prince Ping merely made a choice between great love and small love. He said, just because he gave up on love doesn't mean love never existed. On the first day Jiang Yao arrived in Hengdian with the Legend of Cloud and Water crew, Shen Jiang rushed to meet her right after work. The hotels where the two crews stayed were quite far apart, so they arranged to meet at a tea restaurant for afternoon tea. Jiang Yao was not the female lead, but fortunately, the second female lead had plenty of scenes, and before long, filming officially began. Shen Jiang had no scenes scheduled and had long made plans, so she chose a sunny afternoon without cold winds to visit their crew. Although Shen Jiang currently had only one work to her name, considering Dragons Hidden and Su Minin, the director and crew of Legend of Cloud and Water naturally wouldn't refuse her entry. A large catering truck rolled into the Legend of Cloud and Water set, fully stocked with snacks, pastries, and boxed meals, enough to distribute to everyone in the crew. Everyone enjoyed her offerings and praised the good relationship between her and Jiang Yao. After Jiang Yao finished filming, during a break, she chatted with Shen Jiang in the lounge. The lounge was only used by her and the female lead, who was filming on set, so no one disturbed them. "You spent so much money, what a waste," Jiang Yao whispered, shooting a playful glare at the smiling Shen Jiang. "Have you run out of places to spend money?" "I'm doing this for you," Shen Jiang replied. "Just treating the crew is a small expense. You know you shouldn't turn away someone who's being nice, right? No matter what they think inside. At least they will be polite to you on the surface in the future. Did you send a catering truck to your crew too?" Shen Jiang rolled her eyes at her. "Do you think with Director Su's temperament, a catering truck could get in?" Even after the press conference, media interviews are still prohibited. Jiang Yao choked a little when she heard this. Shen Jiang had also brought her a gift, exquisite and unique in both quality and price, but she couldn't eat anymore. "You don't spend your own money, but you spend mine?" She pointed a finger at Shen Jiang's head, but halfway through, she held back, finally managing to suppress her exasperation. "Thanks," Jiang Yao said. "You're good to me, and I'll remember it." "Who asked you to remember?" After more than 2 years of getting along, Shen Jiang was particularly lively in front of her. She rolled her eyes again and huffed. "All you need to do is work hard and be ambitious. Focus on your career, and that's enough thanks for me." "Did you see who was at our crew's press conference?" After the movie is released, her follow-up resources will definitely improve. "Have you forgotten how she mocked you back then?" This was referring to Guan Xing, and as for the boyfriend stealing incident, Shen Jiang would remember that for her too. Jiang Yao pouted. "I haven't forgotten. Just keep it in mind. Make sure you have a plan for yourself. Don't let it come to a point where someone interviews me and asks, 'Oh, what do you think about the actress who was your roommate in college not getting any roles for 6 months?' When that time comes, not only will I watch, but I'll also confront you." "Got it." Jiang Yao picked up a piece of beef smothered in sauce and shoved it into Shen Jiang's mouth, effectively silencing her. After finishing the beef, Shen Jiang asked, "By the way, what about that guy, your ex-boyfriend? Has he contacted you again?" "You mean Gao Yuan? He seems to be filming recently. He added me on WeChat a while ago, but I ignored it. That's how it should be. Let me tell you, if you dare to respond to him, I won't be done with you. Have some dignity, okay?" "Hey, Shen Jiang, what exactly are you doing here?" Jiang Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "You're acting like my mom. Is your maternal love overflowing? Go find your Emperor Liu to pour out on him. Don't drown me." Shen Jiang gave her a pat on the arm. Jiang Yao saw that she was silent and raised her eyebrows. "What? Are you suddenly obedient when it comes to Luingdi? No. Then why are you acting like this? In a couple of days, I have to shoot the most climactic scene of my character in the movie. Are you reluctant to finish filming? Shen Jiang shook her head. It's not about finishing filming. It's about the scene. Jiang Yao was puzzled. The scene? You've always been at the top of your class. The teachers have said your acting is good. What are you worried about? Shen Jiang looked at her, wanting to explain, but not knowing how to start. The pivotal scene involves Lu Qi entering the palace under the pretense of delivering the latest intelligence to confuse Emperor Xian, spending a night with him in the palace to buy time for Prince Ping. His men took advantage of the darkness to successfully occupy key locations in the city and, at dawn, obtained the palace keys, marching triumphantly into the imperial city. It is only at the critical moment that Emperor Xian realizes Lu Qi's true identity and position, and he takes her to the palace gates, facing a line of soldiers. Lu Qi asks Prince Ping to shoot her, and after a brief standoff, she dies under the precise archery of the man she loves most. Forget it. Shen Jiang sighed. I'll just tough it out. Let's not talk about this. You should hurry and eat. We can go out for a bit. Jiang Yao didn't ask further and focused on her food. Due to the story's background, the filming location of Yun, Shui, Chuanshua is somewhat far from the Qinhuang Palace where Long Qian is filmed. The last time Shen Jiang came to Hengdian, she had already visited most of these spots, so she didn't pay much attention to the scenery and continued to chat with Jiang Yao as they walked. Jiang Yao said, the director and the crew should be taking a break. Let's go ahead and take a look. Say hi. Shen Jiang had no objections. When they came, she had briefly met the director and a few others. They were busy filming and only exchanged a couple of words before moving on. As they walked along the long corridor towards the set, the number of staff increased. Before they reached the entrance, a staff member came out and smiled upon seeing them. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Shen, the director just sent me to find you. They responded and entered while chatting. Once inside, Shen Jiang noticed that besides the male and female leads gathered around the director, there was another familiar face. Senior Duan? Shen Jiang was slightly surprised. After realizing who it was, she hurriedly greeted the director. The director smiled and said, Miss Shen, you and Duan, you are filming together now, right? She smiled and replied, yes. You came to visit Jiang Yao's set, and it just so happens that Duan Yu is here to visit Qi Yuan's set. What a coincidence. Shen Jiang was taken aback. What? Duan Yu and Fang Qi Yuan? Didn't they just finish competing for a girlfriend not long ago? Teacher Shen, Duan Yu, who had been silent, looked at her with a smile. What a coincidence. We meet here. Shen Jiang felt very awkward sitting in Duan Yu's chauffeur-driven car for the first time, especially since the person next to her kept turning to talk to her. Teacher Shen, are you nervous? No. Shen Jiang forced a smile. You're sitting too close. Although the faint scent of perfume was pleasant, it was awkward since they weren't very familiar with each other. The first time she sat in Lu Boting's car, she and he sat in separate rows, keeping a distance. The second time, they sat in the same row but with a seat in between, being seated right next to him and so familiar. Aside from work, I don't think we've ever met alone, have we? Duan Yu raised an eyebrow. It seems like this is the first time. Yeah. Shen Jiang couldn't help but complain internally. What is the point of meeting if we're not familiar? It was indeed a coincidence to visit a set and unexpectedly run into a colleague, especially since he had also brought a meal cart. Shen Jiang recalled that just before they walked out, he had suggested taking a group photo, and she felt a bit tense. If it weren't for her sharp glance, Jiang Yao would have almost nodded in agreement. He had a reputation for being a controversial figure, with a mix of fans and critics online, and she didn't want to appear on his Weibo. After responding to that, Duan Yu fell silent for a few seconds, probably not expecting her to be so bad at chatting. But not long after, he spoke again. Aren't you curious why I'm here? Aren't you here to visit Senior Fang Qi Yuan's set? Yeah. He nodded, winked at her. But we just finished competing for a girlfriend. Aren't you curious? He deliberately emphasized the word competing. It must be said that if it were any other woman, regardless of age, they probably wouldn't be able to resist his wink, especially with that face that was more beautiful than many women. However, Shen Jiang was not interested. Duan Yu was more familiar than she had imagined. Without waiting for her to speak, he answered his own question. The girlfriend competition is indeed unfounded, but the backstage fight was real. Our company and his company jointly clarified it. Since he is also in Hengdian, I could only. He shrugged. Shen Jiang was speechless, and her gaze stiffened as she looked at Wu Lin, who was glancing back from the front seat. Is it really okay for your artist to speak so freely? Sorry, teacher Shen. Wu Lin sensed her gaze and smiled apologetically, glancing at Duan Yu. Are you good is used to being casual. He does this on shows too. Whenever someone asks him something, he just spills everything. But he only talks about his own matters, rarely about others. So please don't mind. Shen Jiang smiled and waved her hand to indicate it was no problem. She wasn't a fan of Duan Yu and didn't know much about his personality. Before joining the crew, she always thought he was a cold and aloof handsome man. But after joining, she saw him as a big boy who hadn't outgrown his childish ways. This was the first time she learned about his big mouth. However, as long as he only talked about himself, Shen Jiang didn't have any bad feelings towards him. Instead, she admired his company a bit. They acted well, and the drama was mostly over, but they were still thinking about the aftermath, which was quite meticulous. Looking at the unconcerned Duan Yu, she politely replied, I really came to visit my friend. She's my roommate. Before the press conference, I didn't dare to tell her where I was, so it was rare to have this opportunity. I see. You have a good relationship. The two chatted back and forth. When the car arrived at the hotel door, Duan Yu and Shen Jiang got out together, maintaining a shoulder's distance between them as they walked in. Shen Jiang was just thinking about returning to her room to end this awkward and tedious interaction when she reached a few steps away from the elevator door and heard the door ding open. More coincidentally than meeting Duan Yu, she couldn't remember how many times this was she encountered him again. Lu Boting was inside. Chapter 23, the shooting schedule, did not follow the script. The scenes were all mixed up. Coincidentally, the key scene that Shen Jiang had been thinking about for several days was not only a climax of the film, but also the last scene in her entire performance. After which they would wrap up. The overall coordination of the large scene was challenging, so they began setting up the stage at midnight. The extras playing soldiers received a notice from the group leader to come to work at 12:30. After eating the box meals provided by the crew, they gathered in the small square in front of the palace. Shen Jiang hadn't slept all night. At 2 in the morning, she drank a bowl of oatmeal to settle her stomach and rushed to the set to get her makeup done. After finishing her look and stepping out, she ran into Duan Yu, who had just completed his makeup as well. Teacher Shen, you're really early, he greeted her with a smile. The sky was dim, with several hours until sunrise. It was neither early nor late. Aren't you early too, Senior Duan? Shen Jiang replied politely, exchanged a few casual remarks before saying goodbye, and continued on her way. She remembered meeting him when she visited the Yun Shui Chuanqi crew and hitching a ride with him. His friendliness left a deep impression on her. After returning, she encountered Lu Baiting in the elevator, and while they were riding down, Duan Yu asked her, Did you notice that Lu Baiting seemed particularly nervous? At the time, she had brushed it off by saying she was a fan of Lu Baiting. In reality, she just didn't want to leave a bad impression on him. Her idol was always careful about his relationships, and she wanted to emulate that. It's wise to maintain a proper distance between colleagues, just in case. Upon arriving at the square, lights were hung up everywhere, casting a dim yellow glow. The extras on set were in position, all wearing armor and holding weapons, forming an impressive lineup. Lu Baiting had already arrived, dressed in costume and talking with the director. Shen Jiang paused to silently observe him at work, then lifted her skirt and walked over briskly. Shen Jiang is here? Su Minin saw her and waved her over, wasting no time, immediately starting to explain the scene to both of them. Although they did not have face-to-face lines, they needed to communicate emotions from a distance. Not long after, Duan Yu arrived as well, and Su Minin repeatedly guided them on their positions, how to move, how to deliver their lines, and how to express their emotions. By the time everything was in order, it was already past 4 o'clock. The autumn sun was not harsh, the square was spacious, and the wind blew freely, making it somewhat chilly. Su Minin wasted no time and immediately directed the cameras into position. The scene depicted Lu Qi entering the palace to confuse Emperor Xian, making him let down his guard, which caused quite a commotion that lasted most of the night. When the trusted intercourt official came rolling in to report, Emperor Xian had only just settled down after a short rest. In a daze from sleep, he struggled to open his eyes, hearing commotion in the distance. The person who had accompanied him earlier rose gracefully from the dressing table. their attire and makeup formally styled in a way he had never seen before. Before he could speak, a loud banging on the door interrupted him. Before he could angrily reprimand the intruder, he heard the familiar, trembling voice of his trusted official desperately calling for him. In the midst of his confusion, he couldn't bother to care about Lu Qi's strange expression by the window and rushed to open the door. Outside stood palace attendants, fleeing with their bundles. From the officers' almost tearful and fragmented words, he learned that his brother, who had been sent to the tomb with heavy guards for the sacrificial rites, had actually led an unknown army to attack the imperial city. This scene of Lu Qi and Emperor Shen entangled had already been filmed the day before. Despite the hours that had passed, it did not hinder Shen Jiang and Duan Yu from quickly getting into character. After the clapperboard sounded, the disheveled Emperor Shen, filled with shock and anger, burst out of the palace, holding a well-dressed Lu Qi hostage. All the soldiers in the palace pointed their swords at him, while the man he hated most sat atop a tall horse, surrounded and challenging his imperial authority. "Prince Ping, you treasonous rebel!" The veins on Emperor Shen's neck bulged as he roared, his voice echoing into the sky, lingering and refusing to dissipate. The fears he had always harbored had come true, as if the guillotine that had been hanging over him had finally fallen, leaving him in madness without relief. "Chaos? It's not me who will punish you, but the people of the world." Prince Ping's gaze was as cold as a knife. Several cameras were rolling simultaneously during this brotherly confrontation, and Shen Jiang had no lines. She had thought that a large scene would easily go awry, but surprisingly, they quickly finished that take. After a brief pause to touch up her makeup, it was time for Lu Qi's line, where she would ask Prince Ping to kill her with an arrow. They needed to finish filming before dawn, and time was short. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Shen Jiang adjusted her breathing, feeling somewhat anxious. After the clapperboard sounded, the camera focused on the two outside the palace door, with the soldiers in the square temporarily out of frame. Lu Baiting maintained his character's state throughout. With him doing so, Shen Jiang could better immerse herself in the emotion. With Emperor Shen behind her, pressing his sword against her, Lu Qi attempted to take her own life, throwing caution to the wind as she shouted towards Lu Baiting. "Lu Qi fears nothing. Your Highness, do not let your efforts go to waste." In truth, both Emperor Shen and Lu Qi knew that surrounded by heavy troops, he would absolutely have no chance to escape. And Prince Ping would not abandon his long-planned ambitions for a woman. Emperor Shen was merely clinging to life, hoping to buy a few more seconds. Cut. Su Minin called for a stop. "Shen Jiang, what is wrong with you?" The determination and reckless dedication she was supposed to convey were not only insufficient, but also felt somewhat strange. Duan Yu released his hold on her actions, and she stood properly, apologizing to the director. "I couldn't find the right emotion." In the distance, Lu Baiting cast a glance at her, but she pretended not to see and turned away. During the second take, after Shen Jiang delivered her line, Su Minin called for another stop. He frowned and quickly approached her to explain the scene again. After finishing, he said, "Didn't you just say you understood? Normally, even if a take didn't pass, it would just be due to some flaws, but this time, it seems she couldn't find any feeling at all." Shen Jiang lowered her eyes, biting her lip. "I'm sorry, director." "All right, no more apologies. You take a break." Su Minin frowned, but didn't scold her further and called for a 15-minute break for everyone. Shen Jiang sighed, and Duan Yu comforted her. "Don't be discouraged. You'll do well on the next take." She smiled gratefully at him and walked off to the side, feeling dejected. After touching up his makeup, Lu Baiting noticed her looking downcast and furrowed his brow as he approached her. Shen Jiang. In the crew, apart from the director, not many people called her by her full name. She paused for a moment before turning around. "Senior Lu?" He didn't step closer, maintaining a distance while looking at her with a serious expression. Seeing his troubled face, Shen Jiang furrowed her brow and said, "I'm sorry, Senior. I've delayed everyone's progress." "It's not a delay. You're not still thinking about the shoe-throwing incident, are you?" She was taken aback, realizing, "I'm not," then suddenly paused. "I don't know what went wrong." Lu Baiting said, "It's almost dawn. If we don't finish today, we'll have to postpone." Her expression darkened. "Right? Apologizing is pointless." Shen Jiang's guilt intensified, and both fell silent. She pinched her fingers, her face stern as she furrowed her brow. After a moment, Lu Baiting suddenly spoke. It's a pity. I sent it? What? Lu Qi is so good, yet she received the worst outcome. She didn't respond, and Lu Baiting didn't mind, gazing at her gloomy expression. Just think, the more she sacrifices, the more genuine her feelings are. That thorn stuck in Prince Ping's heart will only become sharper. In the remaining decades of his life, every time he recalls it, the pain will increase. The best scenery has already been seen. There will never be better moments ahead. Is it worth it? It is worth it, not just for Prince Ping. She died, but the Qi prefecture that once belonged to her will still belong to her. He said seriously, since you feel it's unfair for Lu Qi, you should give her a value that will make Prince Ping regret. Shen Jiang stared at him in a daze, taking a long time to come back to her senses from his words. Is it worth it? For the world, of course it's worth it. But what about for love? Likewise, having experienced it and knowing it will last forever, then it can't be considered a waste. Shen Jiang understood Lu Baiting's meaning. Thank you, senior. I know how to handle it now. To help her mindset turn around, it was hard for her to say so much to him. Lu Baiting nodded slightly. You can go back now, it's almost on. He turned to leave, and Shen Jiang called out to him. What? What you just said is very true. But what? He raised an eyebrow. I don't think it's not worth it. And I believe Lu Qi feels the same way. Moreover, I don't want Prince Ping to regret and suffer. Shen Jiang looked up at him, her eyes gathering like starlight, sparkling with fragmented brilliance. I hope Prince Ping can remember Lu Qi. If he can remember her, that would be great. Shen Jiang's role officially wrapped up, and the production team arranged for a big cake to celebrate on set. The crew had a great time laughing and playing with the cake, which ended up being a mess. Everything turned into a performance in the entertainment industry. In the evening, Deputy Director Li organized a dinner in KTV private room to hold a wrap party for her. At the dinner table, Shen Jiang was repeatedly toasted. Without the work shield, she could only take half a glass from everyone, which added up to quite a bit, leaving her flushed by the end. She thanked everyone present, especially Lu Baiting, and when it was his turn, she spoke at length. Someone nearby joked, Shen Jiang, why do you treat him differently? I feel like your words to Teacher Lu are particularly sincere and heartfelt, right? I only got 27 words, not even enough for Teacher Lu's introduction. Hey, you may be shy, but you still count numbers? I really can't. Shen Jiang smiled, her face rosy, and under the influence of alcohol. She publicly admitted for the first time, there's no way around it. As a fan, I naturally have to say a few more words to my idol. You're a fan of Teacher Lu? I've never heard you say that after all this time, you've hidden it well. She nodded without hesitation. I've seen all of Teacher Lu's movies. I didn't mention it while filming because I was afraid it would affect work. Turning to look at Lu Baiting, she found him smiling gently, quietly listening to their conversation. With utmost seriousness, she said, Senior, I've really grown up watching your movies since I was little. Lu Baiting felt like he had been stabbed with a knife of age and jokingly lamented, it seems I really am getting old. This heartfelt sentiment made everyone burst into laughter. Shen Jiang sat down, still feeling the effects of the alcohol. This time she finally sat next to Lu Baiting, but she didn't have the energy to care about it anymore. Lu Baiting glanced at her, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and softly said, drink less. She turned to him, smiled, and nodded earnestly. Lu Baiting said nothing more, silently took the teapot in front of him, poured her a cup of tea, and gently placed it in front of her. After dinner, they still had singing, and Shen Jiang called Jiang Yao over, taking advantage of the good atmosphere to introduce her to director Su Minin. This was another form of introduction, although it was just a brief encounter. It was always good to get familiarized. In the entertainment industry, the worst thing is being unknown. Shen Jiang and Jiang Yao sat together. And to prevent Jiang Yao from bringing up Lu Baiting, Shen Jiang fed her fruits like a rabbit, continuously stuffing them into her mouth as soon as they sat down. Jiang Yao finally caught her hand, took a breath, and very wisely didn't mention Lu Baiting. When's your flight? Tomorrow? I need to go back in a few days too. How about we go together? Aren't you still filming? I have an event to attend. And luckily I don't have scenes these days, so I asked for leave from the crew. Seeing Jiang Yao's strange expression, Shen Jiang asked curiously then, isn't that good? Why do you look so down? Jiang Yao sighed and shook her head without saying anything. After the event, She still had to attend some commercial cocktail party, and she heard there would be many important figures. She wasn't exactly fond of such occasions. Just as Shen Jiang was about to ask more, Duan Yu, who had just finished singing, put down the microphone and walked over. Teacher Shen, what are you and Miss Jiang chatting about? Last time Miss Jiang was in costume, it was inconvenient. This time, a group photo should be fine, right? As he finished speaking, Shen Jiang saw Lu Boding, who had just finished speaking with the director while holding a cold drink, also looking over at them. Chapter 24, it seemed that a group photo was unavoidable. Shen Jiang simply stood up and suggested, how about we all take a picture together? The others naturally had no objections and responded enthusiastically. The lights in the private room were all turned on, the singing paused, and those drinking and chatting gathered around. Shen Jiang said to Lu, Boding next to her, Senior Lu, you and directors Su and Li should stand in the middle. He smiled gently and declined, no. Today you're the main character, you stand in the middle. Duan Yu, who initially wanted a photo with Shen Jiang alone, found himself sidelined. Given the situation, everyone was eager to come over, and he felt he couldn't say much more. Borrowing a selfie stick from another person, he extended it to its full length, half squatting in front of everyone to adjust the angle. Everyone look at the camera, listen to my countdown. The two directors stood side by side, and Shen Jiang, as the main character of the rap party, stood next to Su Minin, while Jiang Yao leaned against her as family. Lu Boding took a spot in the second row. He stood behind Shen Jiang, much taller than her, and from the image, he appeared to be right in the middle between her and Su Minin. Duan Yu half squatted in front of Shen Jiang, counting down 3, 2, 1. At the last count, everyone very clearly shouted cheese. Chongqing didn't come to the party that night. According to her assistant, she was feeling unwell. With her absence, Shen Jiang and Jiang Yao felt relieved. Looking at the harmonious photo, Jiang Yao hurriedly held up her phone to ask Duan Yu for the picture. Shen Jiang sat back in her original position, and Lu Boding immediately sat down next to her. Are you going back to the capital after the rap? He asked. Have her upcoming work arrangements been made? No. I'll meet with my agent after I return and decide after discussion. Lu Boding nodded slightly and changed the topic. Earlier at the dinner table, you said you're my fan? Shen Jiang didn't understand why he suddenly brought this up. Earlier, when they were watching a movie in the room, she had told him she had seen all his works and liked them very much. She looked at him in confusion and slowly nodded. Due to career planning reasons, except for her early debut, she hadn't held any interactive activities like fan meetings. Shen Jiang knew this and hadn't spoken yet when she saw him smile. It's rare to have the opportunity today, so I'll give you a fan benefit. Benefit? Lu Boding took out his phone, ignoring her astonishment, opened the camera function, and raised it slightly. The screen instantly reflected their faces. He reached out and pulled her head a bit closer, reminding her, you're going out of frame. Shen Jiang stiffened, dumbfounded by his closeness, their shoulders touching, her hair seemingly falling onto his face. Smile. She hurriedly curved her lips upward. With a click, the moment was captured. In the picture, she looked a bit dazed while Lu Boding had a gentle expression, a subtle smile, his eyes sparkling like the shimmering Milky Way. After taking the photo, Lu Boding politely distanced himself, and Shen Jiang let out a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and fiddled with his phone for a few seconds when the ringtone suddenly sounded. Check your phone. Shen Jiang came back to her senses at his words. The familiar ringtone was hers. The screen displayed an unmarked number. Lu Boding pressed the red button to stop the sound. This is my number. Save it. How do you know my? He casually played with his phone and smiled. You probably forgot that the coordinator has the contact information for every actor. On Weibo, fans following the Long Qian crew erupted twice in one night. The first was due to a group photo posted by Duan Yu. As a very low-profile crew, no media had successfully visited the set during the filming, and behind-the-scenes photos were non-existent. Originally, Duan Yu used to update Weibo from time to time, but after entering the crew, he seemed to be influenced and hadn't posted much except for clarifying the involvement incident and a photo with Fang Qiyuan during the visit to Yun Shui Chuanqi. Fans who had been eagerly waiting were naturally overjoyed when he finally posted something, and many verified entertainment Weibo accounts also shared it. Netizens who felt unsatisfied after the press conference took this opportunity to comment on the main creators again through Duan Yu's photo. Compared to Duan Yu's fans, Lu Boding's fans were miserably few. His Weibo updates could be counted on one hand in a year, relying purely on luck. In desperation, they had to express their love for their idol through the photo posted by Duanyu. While Liu Baiting's fans were retweeting and feeling affectionate towards him, 5 minutes later, a long-neglected Weibo surprisingly made a sound. Liu Baiting v. Image. JPG. Not a single word, just a photo. Fans were still excited when they clicked to enlarge it, nearly biting their tongues in surprise. A solo photo of the two people, Liu Baiting and the female lead Shen Jiang. Looking back at all of Liu Baiting's posts since he opened his Weibo, there have been very few group photos, and he had never posted a photo with a female co-star or staff member. This was the first time. When Yijiao's mood was very complicated. She had finally managed to forget that Shen Jiang was starring in Long Qian, but unexpectedly, while playing with her phone, she casually scrolled through Weibo and stumbled upon 2 trending posts related to Long Qian. It was one thing for Shen Jiang, as the female lead, to appear in a photo, but Jiang Yao was there too. They stood together in the front row, right next to Su Minin. Why? Wen Yijiao felt a surge of anger. She had worked hard to sign with a company and relied on her own abilities to become famous for a drama. Just when her bright future was about to arrive, Shen Jiang, who was leisurely staying in school, had suddenly climbed up to Su Minin. Why did she have? And what about Jiang Yao? Unable to make a name for herself in Huaxian, she clung to Shen Jiang's coattails to gain familiarity in front of the big director. In the past, her professional achievements had always been overshadowed by these two, and even after debuting, she still couldn't compete with them. Why should she be so exceptional? Why? When Yijiao slammed her phone down onto the table, startling her assistant who had just entered. The phone had a protective case, so the screen was fine, but several shiny rhinestones had fallen off. The assistant cautiously approached and handed her an A4 paper. Yijiao, this is the guest list for the wine party in a few days. When Yijiao shot her a cold glance and took it with a frown. Her agent had said this wine party was very important and many big shots from the film industry would attend. If she played it smart and performed well, catching someone's eye, she would have to worry about resources in the future. Moreover, many entrepreneurs and investors would also be present. If she could win their favor, it could lead to good luck. Wen Yijiao carefully read through the list and flipped to the last page. Most of the names were from the entertainment industry. Just like her, all attending to support and seek opportunities. Jiang Yao, seeing the familiar name, Wen Yijiao frowned. She would also be going? The assistant replied, I'm not sure. This is how the list was given to me. This was obtained from Weiss internally. The company's information should be reliable. After searching several times without finding Shen Jiang's name, when Yijiao fixated on the 2 characters Jiang Yao, her gaze darkening. After the wrap, Shen Jiang stayed in Hongyan for a day and took the same flight back to the capital with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao returned for work, while Shen Jiang had nothing to do and returned to school to report. She attended classes for a day before meeting Shang Tianying the next day. Regarding her future plans, Shang Tianying had already made arrangements, deciding to wait until the movie was released before taking on new work. After all, unfulfilled achievements didn't count as achievements with leverage. It would be easier to negotiate with others. With plenty of time to rest, Shen Jiang also created her first official Weibo account, different from her private account. This Weibo represents her public image, verified with AV badge as actress Shen Jiang. Fortunately, Shang Tianying did not list any cringeworthy representative works in her verification, which aligns with her wishes. When Shen Jiang got on Weibo, the first person she followed was Jiang Yao, followed by the crew of the Long Qian drama. And she didn't forget director Zhang Yi. Everyone followed her back that day, including Liu Baiting. Her follower count grew slowly, compared to other popular stars. It was a bit pitiful. Shen Jiang felt content, glanced a few times, and then didn't pay much attention as she edited text to post her first update. Shen Jiang v. Hi. This brief 3-character message soon drew an attack from Jiang Yao on WeChat. Yao Yao, no one is as lazy as you. Can't you write a few more words? Being so aloof, be careful not to scare away your fans. She ignored it, chatted for a bit, and listened to Jiang Yao start complaining about the event. I told you I'm not suited for occasions like this. Our company insisted I come. And I don't know anyone, just standing there with a drink like an idiot. And that bitch is there too. I'm so annoyed. A big piece of ginger. You're at the party you mentioned? When Yijiao is also there? Yao Yao, yes. It's so boring. I really want to leave. Filming is much more interesting, cac. A big piece of ginger. Light a candle. Yao Yao ba. This young lady is not dead yet. Shen Jiang comforted her for a while, then put away her phone. Shang Tianing, who had gone out briefly, returned, talked to her about work, and then told her to go rest. Since there were no classes today, she didn't want to stay alone in the dormitory and hailed a taxi to go home. Zhou Wanwen had been nagging since she learned Shen Jiang was coming back, still bothered about her spending a day in the dorm after returning to school. Shen Jiang managed to change the topic after a while, and just as she sat down on the couch, Zhou Wanwen immediately started preparing to cook something delicious for her. Aunt, don't fuss about it. Let sister he do it. You take a break. Will uncle and brother be back for dinner tonight? Your brother seems to have some event today. I don't know if he'll be back tonight. It's past 5. He probably won't have time to rush back. Zhou Wanwen glanced at the time. I called your uncle. He's on his way home and will be here soon. Shen Jiang nodded. Okay. Aunt, you watch TV. I'll go upstairs to rest for a bit. Call me when uncle is back. Zhou Wanwen wanted to chat with her, but saw she looked a bit tired, so she reluctantly waved her hand. Go. Aunt will call you for dinner. Shen Jiang replied and went upstairs to her room. At around 6 o'clock, Shen Jiang's uncle arrived home, and sister he had prepared a table of dishes. Zhou Wanwen set the table and went upstairs to call Shen Jiang. She gently knocked on the door, and a voice inside said, Please come in. Zhou Wanwen pushed the door open and saw Shen Jiang sitting on the floor by the bed, holding a thick book. Awake? Is it time to eat? Shen Jiang nodded. You go ahead. I'll tidy up and come. Zhou Wanwen glanced at what she was holding, hesitated to speak, and finally just reminded her, Hurry up. Your uncle and I are waiting for you downstairs. She walked out, and once the door closed, the room returned to silence. Shen Jiang stared at the wall in a daze for 2 seconds when her phone, which was on the carpet beside her, suddenly vibrated. Opening it, it was Jiang Yao. Yao, what should I do? I'm finished. Yao, I'm going to be blacklisted. I won't be able to act anymore. I'm going to be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Yao, cac, I'm done. Shen Jiang frowned and asked, What happened? Take your time and don't rush. The other side quickly replied, and from Jiang Yao's account, Shen Jiang immediately understood the situation. She had spilled a drink on a stranger at the party, who seemed to be a very important guest. Shen Jiang felt a headache coming on instantly. With her personality, did they really let her attend such an event? Has her brain gone to water? After calming Jiang Yao down, Shen Jiang thought of a countermeasure while asking who the person she splashed was. After a while, Jiang Yao sent a name. Puffed. As soon as Shen Jiang saw it, she couldn't help but laugh. Sighing, she replied, Don't worry. It's fine, trust me. Then she stopped the conversation, put away her phone, and closed the thick diary in her hand. This was a custom-made notebook with special materials and fine craftsmanship, the cover engraved with the owner's name in strong strokes. She raised her hand, gently stroking the hard cover with her fingertips, having touched those 2 characters many times before. Mooching. Every stroke and line, she remembered by heart. Chapter 25. After not seeing Shen Jiang for several months, Zhou Wanwen naturally refused to let her return to the school dormitory, determined to keep her at home. No matter how much she tried to persuade her, Zhou Wanwen would not relent. Shen Jiang had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, there were only a few days left in the semester, with very few classes remaining, with a driver to take her back and forth. It was not inconvenient for her to travel between school and home. The day after returning home, Shen Jiang's older brother, who was usually busy to the point of being elusive, finally showed up. He entered with a large pile of gifts in both hands, opening his arms for a warm embrace with his long-lost sister. Shen Jiang pushed against his chest with one hand, refusing to let him get close. The tall man was displeased, saying, Look how good I am to you. I thought of bringing you gifts as soon as I heard you were back. Is this how you treat me? Don't use those tricks you use on those random women on me. Shen Jiang ignored him, instead pushing him away and sitting next to Zhou Wanwen, muttering softly, Annie, look how annoying he is. You two always argue when you meet. Zhou Wanwen laughed, lightly tapping Shen Jiang's forehead. She stood up, distancing herself from the 2 quarreling siblings, saying, I'm going to check on dinner in the kitchen. I don't care what you 2 do. Whoever messes up my living room will be in trouble. The siblings exchanged glances. One stuck out his tongue at the other, while the other rolled her eyes. Sitting face to face, Shen Jiang raised an eyebrow, grinning. I heard. You got splashed with wine yesterday? The man, who was drinking hot tea from porcelain cup, choked, frowning. That spread quickly. Even you know about it? Shen Jiang threw a pillow at him, exclaiming, "It's just a rumor. Do you think you're a superstar or a business mogul?" A friend who was there told me. Your friend? What friend? Which one of your friends? ISNT, my friend. Shen Jiang remained silent, giving him a sidelong glance. Oh, are you saying one of those little stars at the wine party last night is your friend? He leaned back in his chair, slightly raising his chin. Which one? Tell me. Shen Jiang grinned. The one who splashed you. Zhou Man, unable to resist, went to the kitchen to prepare a dish. While busy with the final step of reducing the sauce, she called out, "Yinan, go call Jiang for dinner." The person playing games on the sofa responded and got up to head upstairs. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. After trying to call out again with no response, he opened the door a crack and saw someone wrapped in a blanket sleeping soundly on the bed. He opened the door wider, wanting to call her, but hesitated for a few seconds upon seeing her peaceful face. His eyes fell on an oily marker on the table next to her, and a mischievous idea struck him. He tiptoed over and started drawing on her face. She often scolded him, so he decided to draw an angry emoji. She was so oblivious that she didn't seem feminine at all. He added a couple of mustaches for good measure, knowing she would laugh at him for no reason. Well then, let us add a beauty spot, since that would be quite undesirable. When Shen Jiang slowly woke up, she saw someone standing by her bed, waving at her, "Get up for dinner. I'll go downstairs and wait for you." She didn't think much of it, lying in bed for a while to gather her thoughts before throwing off the blanket and getting up. It was tea until she walked down the stairs and saw Zhou Manwen's astonished yet joyful expression that she realized something was off. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the wall and froze for 3 seconds. Shen Jiang's anger flared, and the drowsiness from her nap vanished without a trace. "Mu Yunan, I'm going to kill you." The person being called laughed and dodged, while Shen Jiang, like an angry little lion, chased after him. Zhou Manwen watched them start to argue again, sighing several times, "Hey, be careful. Watch out for bumps and bruises. And Yunan, you drew on Jiang's face like that? Just wait until your dad comes back. He'll deal with you." As soon as she finished speaking, the two who were chasing each other collided with a man entering through the door. Mu Yunan bumped into his father, while Shen Jiang crashed into his back. Mu Yan's eyes narrowed, his imposing presence radiating authority. "What are you two making a fuss about?" Mu Yunan instantly became obedient, lowering his head slightly. "Dad?" Shen Jiang touched her nose and stepped out from behind him, standing side by side with him, acting much more docile uncle. Mu Yan, who intended to scold them, immediately guessed the situation when he saw the masterpiece on Shen Jiang's face and shot a glance at Mu Yunan. "You, go stand in the corner for half an hour." "Dad, he's already 26. How can you still punish him by making him face the wall? What will people think if this gets out? Or, starting tomorrow, you can stay home for a month instead of going to the company." As soon as Mu Yunan heard this, he immediately shut up, walking to the corner with a dark expression. Mu Yan looked at Shen Jiang, his tone softening completely compared to before. "Go wash your face and get ready for dinner. If he draws on your face again, just stuff it in his mouth." Mu Yunan, facing the wall, turned back angrily. "Dad." Shen Jiang and Zhou Manwen both burst into laughter. In reality, Mu Yunan was only made to stand there for less than 10 minutes before being let off. Before sitting down to dinner, the siblings sat side by side on the sofa, speaking quietly. "Do you remember what I told you earlier?" Shen Jiang elbowed him. "My friend didn't mean to splash you. It was her first time at such an event, and she wasn't used to it. You mustn't cause her trouble." Mu Yunan pretended to think while stroking his chin. "What does the person who splashed me look like again?" "I think." Shen Jiang nudged him hard with her elbow. "Are you trying to kill me?" With a serious expression, Shen Jiang said, "I'm being serious. She doesn't have any backing, and the company doesn't support her. If you trouble her, I will definitely make it difficult for you. Also, keep your greedy eyes off her. Don't even think about it." "Are you saying I've never seen a woman before?" Mu Yunan scoffed, reluctantly replying, All right. I promise I won't cause her trouble. Is that enough?" Shen Jiang's expression finally relaxed a bit. "The number one master of the universe." He continued, "You care about her not having backing, but why don't you care about yourself? If you ask me, instead of playing a supporting role, start from being the leading lady. What is hot right now? I can find you as many as you want. All will be supporting characters, each one in love with you to death. I guarantee all women will be jealous of you. Don't come and ruin my taste with your cliches." Shen Jiang rolled her eyes, making a delicate gesture with her fingers. "And let us get this clear. I'm already the leading lady. Okay? The two I'm acting with, one is an award-winning actor, and the other is a heartthrob. What is wrong with that?" Mu Yunan chuckled. "Too lazy to argue with her. Yes, yes, yes. Our young lady is amazing and very capable." Saying this, he ruffled her hair. He still acted like when they were kids, using his height to mess with her hair. The two began to play around. Just as Zhou Manwen was about to come over to call them for dinner, the landline rang beside them. She shook her head at them and walked over to answer the call. However, after saying hello, she fell silent. Shen Jiang curiously glanced over, only to see Zhou Manwen turning her head, hesitating as she looked at her. Jiang, it's a phone call." That expression was all too familiar. It had happened often in the past 2 years, especially whenever she received a call from that person. Mu Yan, who had been quietly reading the newspaper, looked up with a cold expression. "What are you waiting for? Hang up, uncle." Shen Jiang stood up, her smile barely visible. "It's fine. It's just a phone call. It won't cost me anything." The once lively and warm atmosphere instantly chilled. Even a usually mischievous Mu Yunan fell silent. Shen Jiang took the receiver from Zhou Manwen, her voice distant and detached. "Is there something you need?" The coffee in front of her was steaming, but Shen Jiang hadn't touched it. She sat upright, her expression emotionless as she gazed at the man across from her. In his early 50s, he maintained a good physique, lacking a beer belly or any signs of being bloated. Just one glance could evoke memories of his youthful grandeur. He was just mentally alert, but not in good spirits. A few years younger than Mu Yan, his hair was already slightly gray, and his eyes were somewhat sharp, but not as clear as Mu Yan's. Drinking less coffee is not good for your health. Shen Jiang's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she picked up her cup and took a sip. The man across from her showed a flash of disapproval in his eyes, but she didn't care, curling the corners of her lips. "Director Shen, what do you want with me? Is your uncle teaching you to address elders like this?" Shen Jiang's expression turned cold. "Please stick to the matter at hand and don't drag my family into this." Then, with a mocking smile, she added, "If you don't like being called director, fine, I can call you Mr. Shen, or the full name, Mr. Shenjida. Is that satisfactory?" Shenjida's face darkened, and after a long pause, he restrained his anger and changed the subject. "I've called your uncle's house several times, but you're never there." Shen Jiang chuckled lightly, not looking at him. "I am filming. Why didn't you tell me that you were acting in Su Minen's movie?" Shenjida fixed his gaze on her. He hadn't had a new project in years, and his last 2 works weren't great. Filming is not child's play. Do you know how risky it is to be so casual about it? And that kind of TV drama, you want to take a supporting role? You're joking with your future. Tell you? Why should I? Shen Jiang laughed, as if she had heard a funny joke. "Why would I tell you? So you can turn around and arrange something for your daughter?" Her expression was laced with sarcasm. "Shenjida, I'm not stupid." Shenjida was angered by her words and the way she addressed him directly, slamming his palm on the table, staring at her in disbelief. Shen Jiang glanced at him. "What are you so excited about? Did I say something wrong?" She lazily played with her fingers, lightly mocking him. Only fools trip over the same stone twice. When she was 18, director Wu Shixiang needed a young girl to play the female lead's younger self for about 10 minutes of the film. She secured the role through auditions, and just before signing the contract, it happened to be her birthday. Shenjida, as her father, took her out to dinner. The father-daughter relationship, strained by years of absence, made for an awkward conversation, and she casually mentioned the Wu Shixiang movie. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, on the day of signing, the producer called her and said the original plan had changed and she didn't need to go anymore. Later, when the movie was released, she saw her half-sister, Shen Yulan, playing the young female lead on the big screen. The film did well at the box office, but Shen Jiang's role was cut, and only 16-year-old Shen Yulan officially debuted due to her outstanding performance. What coincidence! The one who got replaced was her. Shen Jida frowned. "I've said before, Yulan's role was obtained through auditions. She didn't use any connections. Director Wu Shixiang considered changing the role because you were too old, while Yulan's age was just right. You don't need to explain to me." Shen Jiang replied, "It doesn't really matter how it happened. I just find you all disgusting." 3 feet of ice doesn't form in a day. Whether or not they snatch that roll doesn't matter. What matters is that the conflict between them runs deep and can never be resolved. It's like a festering sore that is too far gone. There's no remedy for the root cause, and it doesn't matter if it gets a little better or worse. It's all meaningless. Picking up her coffee again, Shen Jiang took another sip, shouldered her bag, and prepared to leave. If you're just here to discuss these meaningless things, then I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. Shen Jiang. Shen Jiang called out to her. The grievances between your mother and me are our business. They have nothing to do with you younger generations. Shen Jiang remained silent, raising an eyebrow and waiting for him to continue. Isn't it Mu Yan's son managing Mu's film industry now? He said. You should advise him. Young people shouldn't act impulsively. Yulan's new movie is being released, but only Mu's film industry is not screening it, which doesn't benefit their theaters at all. Even if the Mu family resists, Yulan's movie will still do well at the box office, and the loss will be on Mu's film industry. Since it's doing well, isn't that great? Your daughter is filming her own movie, and Mu's film industry is screening Mu's films. Everyone can mind their own business. Shen Jiang chuckled. Besides, my brother is my family. I stand by him in whatever decision he makes. No need for outsiders to worry. She had heard before that for any films directed by Shen Jiang, Mu's film industry would not distribute them, preferring to forego any box office share rather than show his films. But that was said a long time ago, and he hadn't directed a movie in years. She had almost forgotten about it. Nowadays, many of the younger businesses under Mu's, including the film industry, were managed by Mu Yunan. Shen Jiang didn't expect him to ban Shen Yulan's movie in his own theaters. As of 2015, there were a total of 48 theater chains nationwide, among which Daxing Film Industries' Daxing Theater had the most screens and the largest number of cinemas. In comparison, Mu's theater chain had fewer screens and cinemas, yet it held the highest market share and total box office revenue in the industry. The absence of Shen Yulan's movie from Mu's screenings would lead to considerable losses, and this indirectly gave Shen Jiang a sense of crisis. At that time, she guessed that Shen Yulan's movie Drunken Spring Chamber would eventually reach a box office of 500 million, but it later declined and only reached 420 million. This number alone isn't significant, but considering that Mu's film industry didn't screen the film, it becomes alarming. As she walked, Shen Jiang frowned, and even after exiting the restaurant, the tension between her brows remained. Chapter 26, Shang Tianying, who originally planned to wait until after the movie's release to take on new work, suddenly called Shen Jiang to meet. As soon as they met, without saying much, she directly threw out 2 initial draft outlines. Take a look at these 2 films and see which one you like more. Shen Jiang was taken aback, but said nothing more and picked them up to read carefully. The pages were a bit thick. Shang Tianying leaned against the edge of the table, watching her flip through the pages while silently sipping her hot drink. 15 quiet minutes passed, and after Shen Jiang finished reading, her first question was not to give feedback but in confusion. Why did they choose me? Longqin hasn't been released yet, and its success or failure is still unknown. My current level of attention and discussion is simply not enough to support a film's box office. Do they really have that much confidence that I won't ruin the movie? Some people just like to gamble. You don't have to worry about that, Shang Tianying said. After Longqin is released, there will be 2 outcomes. Your value will rise, or you will fail. Let's talk about the former first. By then, it will be us choosing others. If they want to collaborate, it will depend on whether we are willing to. As for the latter, even if the worst-case scenario happens, with the title of the female lead in Su Minen's film, you will have enough to sustain yourself for a while. Taking on a few projects to bounce back will still be more than enough. If that margin is not enough for you to stand firm, she raised her eyebrows proudly. Then you either change careers, or I change careers. And, she continued, based solely on your narrative and the script you showed me, your character's setting has all the advantages in the story. You will definitely win over a large number of viewers. If you can ruin such a likable character, then all the ambitions you mentioned before are not worth thinking about. She was very serious, showing no hint of joking. This industry changes rapidly. The series of plans I made for you will be adjusted according to different situations. I hope you won't disappoint me. Shen Jiang's expression stiffened. She understood her meaning. If she was a hopeless cause, Shang Tianying would likely throw her aside. And even if she didn't, her level of concern would significantly decrease. Shen Jiang asked, "So, what do you think after reading these two scripts?" Shen Jiang composed her expression and glanced at what she held. The first was a youth film, essentially a cliché love story wrapped in a youthful exterior. While the second could also be categorized as youth-themed, but it had nothing to do with romance. Its main theme revolved around family ties. I leaned toward the second one. Shen Jiang said after pondering, "I think this story is good, although it was just a rough outline. The quality of a story could be seen even in its embryonic form." Shen Jiang raised her eyebrows. "Are you sure?" Since the previous year, there's been a surge in youth films, continuing to this day, with several released each year, all performing well at the box office. Generally speaking, choosing the first one would be safer. Shen Jiang pursed her lips. "What do you think, Sister Shang?" Shen Jiang looked at her for a long time, then smiled. "Relax. There's no need to be nervous. I actually think both scripts are quite similar, but in the current market, the youth film segment is nearing saturation. After several years of bombardment, with original scripts and novel adaptations coming out one after another, the audience is probably experiencing aesthetic fatigue with this genre. If it were 2 years ago or last year, I would advise you to choose the first one, but now. The second one is better?" "Indeed." Shen Jiang nodded. "I've read both stories. The first is just a common youth film, with a story at a passing level. But it's a bit late to take on another youth film now. The train is almost leaving. Why rush? The second subject is a comedy with relatively fresh content, making it easier to find a breakthrough." Shen Jiang's considerations coincided with hers. "Then it's the second one?" But Shen Jiang shook her head. "Let's hold off for now." After a pause, she said, "The reason I presented both scripts for you to choose is that I'm still hesitating. The first one is cliché and lacks novelty. Taking it on won't have much effect on your career. It's a waste. The second one," she frowned, "it's a low-budget film with a small investment. Almost a quarter of the first one. If it weren't for the connection with the person and my years of friendship, I wouldn't even consider it." Shen Jiang was stunned. "Then, let's put it aside for now." Shen Jiang stood up straight. "Longqian is set to be released around the end of March, right? Although it a bit rushed, Su Minen's team is still reliable. Let's wait until after the new year and see if there are better scripts." Su Minen had been preparing for Longqian for several years. The entire crew, from pre-production to post-production, was already set, and once filming was completed, the follow-up wouldn't take much time. If all went well, they could start promoting it right after the new year. Shen Jiang thought about it and realized it made sense, chatted with her for a while, and then said goodbye to go back. As February arrived, families began preparing for the Spring Festival, and the atmosphere of welcoming the new year grew stronger by the day. Longqian officially wrapped up filming. Shen Jiang received messages from the crew, and Liu Boating had to fly back to the capital that day due to work. They chatted a bit on WeChat, but he couldn't say much because he had other matters to handle. It had been a while since she last saw him, and Shen Jiang felt down. In her free time, she held her phone, using a secondary account to scroll through Weibo, comforting herself with beautiful pictures produced by fans. Mu Yunin had more free time than usual lately, although he spent most of his time in his own apartment. He still remembered to come home to have dinner with Shen Jiang and Zhou Manwen. After not seeing him for a long time, the novelty wore off, and now that they saw each other every day, Shen Jiang lost interest in his presence. When he came home, she couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids, just lounging on the sofa, playing with her phone. Seeing this, Mu Yunin changed his shoes without saying much to Zhou Manwen and headed straight for the sofa. Grabbing her collar and lifting her up, "Are you still an actress? Look at you being so lazy. Be careful I take a picture and post it online." Shen Jiang finally steadied herself and stomped on him barefoot. "If you pull my collar again, I'll tell Uncle." He was wearing slippers, and her stomp didn't hurt at all. He scolded her, "It's freezing, and you're not wearing shoes. Aren't you afraid of getting cold? You pull my collar. How could I have time to put on shoes?" All right. Zhou Manwen, passing by, clicked her tongue. "You two, stop making noise and behave." Shen Jiang pouted, straightened her collar, and asked him, "Do you have something to do, or are you just here to trouble me?" Mu Yunin gave her a hard knock on the head. "And you still have the nerve to complain? These past few days, when you saw me, you acted like you didn't see me at all. So disrespectful. Oh, so I have to rush over to greet you every time you come home? You're not tired, but I am." Mu Yunin raised his finger as if to knock her again, but shook his head and didn't he do it. He glanced at her sideways and said, "Go upstairs and change clothes. We're going out." "Out? Where to?" He rolled his eyes. "You'll know when we get there. Why ask so much?" Shen Jiang hesitated for 2 seconds, stuck out her tongue at him lightly, and turned to run upstairs. 40 minutes later, the car drove into a high-end community and stopped in front of a 2-story standalone building. Mu Yunin and Shen Jiang got out of the car from either side. With Mu Yunin playing with the car keys and sneering at her, "You kept asking and making noise all the way. Now you see it? I said I wouldn't sell you. With your kind of worth, what can you even sell for?" Shen Jiang looked at the building in front of her, puzzled. "You brought me here to see this?" Mu Yunin pulled out another set of keys from his pocket, tossed them to her. "It's almost New Year. This is your New Year gift." She caught the keys, stunned, then glared at him. "You're giving me a house, just like that? Are you out of your mind? Can you not speak properly?" Mu Yunin smacked her hard on the back of her head. "You said you'd have more work after the New Year. I'm just worried it'd be inconvenient for you to go home. It's quiet here, with strict security, and not just anyone can come in, so there's no fear of being photographed. Don't return it to me. Being kind is like treating me like a fool. You can find your own place." He reached out his hand to her, and Shen Jiang shrank her neck, staring at him for a while before smiling and moving closer, saying while elbowing him, "I know, right? Oh, brother, why are you so nice?" Mu Yunin glanced at her sideways and snorted coldly. The 2-story duplex apartment was fully furnished, including various appliances and furniture. Mu Yunin lay down on the sofa as soon as he entered. This was a model room that had been renovated long ago and was ready for occupancy. You could prepare the rest yourself with the super cultivation exchange system. Shen Jiang wandered around and nodded. "It's not bad." Seeing that she was satisfied, Mu Yunin lazily stood up. "Okay then, let us go back for dinner. Keep the keys safe and find a time to move your things over. By the way, make sure you don't tell my mom that I got you this place, so if she doesn't blame me when she doesn't see you." Shen Jiang repeatedly agreed, linking her arm with his as they walked out. But just before they reached the door, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was a call from Shang Tianying. She pressed to answer, and as soon as she said hello, she heard a somewhat heavy tone from the other side. "Where are you? Come over to my place. Now, what else? Just look at what's happening online." Shen Jiang was taken aback. "Online? What happened?" Shang Tianying paused for a moment. "You don't know? Regardless of whether you know or not, you need to come over immediately. I'll give you half an hour." The call ended with a busy tone, and Shen Jiang stared at the screen that had returned to the main interface, looking bewildered. Mu Yunin asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know. My agent called and asked me to come over, saying there is something going on online." He frowned. "I'll take you." Shen Jiang nodded and opened Weibo as they walked. Mu Yunin worried that she might trip, so he held her arm and led the way. As the door closed and they reached the car, Mu Yunin noticed Shen Jiang's expression change. "What's wrong?" He leaned over to look at her phone screen. The top trending Weibo post read, "First Star Scout strikes again," releasing several photos of Duan Yu and Shen Jiang entering a hotel side by side. It was a 6-grid layout, with all the shots taken from when they got out of the car to when they entered the building, and the angles were somewhat strange. The accompanying text was very suggestive, first mentioning that the car was Duan Yu's nanny car, then saying they were close companions, including phrases like intimate whispers and laughing conversations that prompted speculation, even deliberately mentioning Dragon and Shen Jiang's leading role. Clicking into the comments, it was no surprise that they were filled with sarcasm. Duan Yu still hadn't shaken off the negative impression left by his previous involvement with Fang Qiyuan, and now rumors were surfacing about him and a co-star, with hardly anyone defending him except for fans. Shen Jiang fared even worse, facing attacks from opportunists and onlookers, while Duan Yu's fans also targeted her to shift blame. A small number of neutral bystanders questioned why it was a scandal for a single woman to date, while malicious speculation about her using improper means to rise in the industry drowned out any reasonable voices. Mu Yunin's face darkened immediately, and Shen Jiang frowned as she explained, "This was when we were filming in Hengdian. That day, I went to visit Jiang Yao's set, and Senior Duan Yu went to see Fang Qiyuan. On the way back, I just got a ride in his car. That hotel is where our crew is staying. Everyone is living there. Besides, I'm not even familiar with him. We hardly talked that day, and we deliberately kept our distance when we went in. We don't even have each other's phone numbers. All this talk of intimacy and laughter is simply ridiculous." Mu Yunin's face remained serious. So, this report from the first Star Scout, aside from the nanny car, is entirely fabricated by them? Before Shen Jiang could respond, he sneered. Very good. This paparazzi studio has some nerve. Chapter 27. This might be the movie by Su Minin that has the most issues. First, there were the private matters outside of Duan Yu's scenes, and then came the rumors about Duan Yu and the female lead. It's hard to say whether he and Long Qian are being targeted, or if it's Duan Yu who's being focused on. Mu Yunin was driving Shen Jiang to meet Shang Tianying when he received a call from Duan Yu's team to discuss how to handle the situation. Shen Jiang directly said, "I'm on my way to meet my agent. I'll have her communicate with you later." Naturally, they had no objections, and just as they were about to end the call, Duan Yu snatched the phone. Shen Jiang? Hearing her response, he said, "My agency will handle this properly. I'm sorry for involving you like this." Shen Jiang said it was fine. No one wanted this kind of news to come out. "Let's leave it at that for now. I'll have my agent talk to you." After she hung up, Mu Yunin, who had been driving quietly, turned to look at her. "The person who got photographed with you?" She nodded. "The entertainment industry is a mixed bag, and it's very murky." He frowned. "You need to be cautious." "I know." Mu Yunin was silent for a moment, then said, "It doesn't matter if you can't protect yourself. Your brother won't let anyone bully you." Shen Jiang saw his serious expression and sighed with a smile. "Got it." Mu Yunin dropped Shen Jiang off downstairs, but didn't go up with her. He lit a cigarette and waited in the car. When Shen Jiang met Shang Tianying, the latter was sitting behind her desk with a serious expression. Upon seeing Shen Jiang, she gestured for her to sit down and got straight to the point. "What is going on with the photos sent by First Star Scout?" Shen Jiang repeated what she had said to Mu Yunin, assuring Shang Tianying under a piercing gaze, "I haven't concealed anything. My relationship with Senior Duan Yu is just a normal colleague relationship. He contacted me just now, and it was his team that reached out. We have no personal connections." "Duan Yu's team contacted you?" "Yes, they asked for my opinion on how to handle this matter. I said I would discuss it with you first and leave the decision to you." Shang Tianying thought for a moment. There were many ways to deal with such matters. The key was to find out who was targeting you or Duan Yu. In such a short time, Duan Yu had been attacked twice, making it seem more likely that he was the target. However, Shang Tianying didn't think so. She tapped her fingers on the desk slowly, saying, "The wording of the First Star Scout's message is very leading and pointed. From the impact, the criticism he received is not as serious as the last scandal. It's actually you." She looked at Shen Jiang intently. "Within just a few hours, the narrative online has shifted to attack you for your role in Longqian. This rapid escalation can't be coincidental. To be honest, even if Duan Yu and Shen Jiang were really dating, it had nothing to do with her role in Longqian. Everyone knows how long Su Minin took to choose the female lead. Duan Yu is just a second male lead. He is neither an investor nor part of the production team and has no casting authority. To say he used his influence to get the female lead role is clearly mindless slander." Shen Jiang's expression changed sharply. "Sister Shang, are you implying that someone is targeting me?" Shang Tianying nodded. "Have you offended anyone? Or do you have any grudges?" Shen Jiang's mind flashed to two people. One is a classmate, and the other is a senior from the same school who also participated in the filming of Longqian. Shang Tianying didn't ask further and instructed her to write down the names and any information she knew. "What I need to do?" Shen Jiang asked. "Nothing. I will contact Duan Yu's side and Su Minin. Just take a good rest." Shang Tianying instructed her, "Without my permission, do not use your social media account for now. And do not make any public statements. If the media contacts you, remember to say nothing and let them come to me." Online discussions grew louder, and overnight, many whistleblowers emerged. Shen Jiang saw 7 posts just about how she became the female lead. Shang Tianying said she would handle the situation, and Mu Yunin said he would resolve things with First Star Scout. So Shen Jiang stayed at home obediently, shutting herself in. She didn't dare to tell Zhou Manwen and used the opportunity to rest at home, avoiding the internet. Faced with increasingly unreliable speculations, not only did Shen Jiang's fans make weak voices, but Duan Yu's fans also finally woke up, no longer rushing to blame Shen Jiang, but instead arguing back. A long post released by Shen Jiang's fan club on Weibo specifically discussed how absurd the claim of Duan Yu using influence on Shen Jiang was, which was then retweeted by Duan Yu's fan club's official Weibo, and it spread rapidly. Many neutral onlookers who read that long Weibo post felt it made a lot of sense. Despite the rumors that Duan Yu came from a wealthy background, it was undeniable that Duan Yu had auditioned multiple times before landing the role of the second male lead in Longqian. This fact had been reported several times. And even a major fan in Duan Yu's fan group had travel records proving how many times he flew to meet Su Minin. If he really had the ability to determine the female lead, why would he need to audition so many times? And why not just replace Liu Boating and take the lead role directly? Apart from those who followed the trend to slander, most viewers gradually returned to a rational state. Seeing that the claim of using influence could not hold up, and faced with logical evidence, the haters remained undeterred, still jumping around joyfully. Not only was Duan Yu targeted, but they also began to twist Shen Jiang's relationship with Su Minin, spreading rumors as if they were facts, releasing malicious intent behind the cover of the internet. After this latter narrative emerged, Shen Jiang became even more convinced of Shang Tianying's judgment. This was clearly aimed at her. For 48 hours, 2 days, she held her ground and made no response, her Weibo still only having the earliest post saying hi. Ironically, the original few hundred comments skyrocketed to over 5,000 because of this mess. Shen Jiang simply put her phone aside, too lazy to look at those distressing comments. After her nap, she woke up and was about to call Shang Tianying for updates when she opened her phone to find it flooded with messages. Over 20 missed calls. Jiang Yao also called her and sent texts. Shen Jiang gleaned the latest developments about the photo incident from the messages on her main screen. She had been hung up on by First Star Scout again. Opening Weibo, she saw that the top trending topic was again this paparazzi studio. They had released 9 photos, with her as the female lead and Liu Boating as the male lead. Similar to the previous set, all the photos showed her and Liu Boating getting out of a van together and entering a hotel. Shen Jiang stared at those photos for a long time, her head spinning. During the few times she rode in Liu Boating's van, she mostly separated from him at the door, going in alone first. She couldn't even remember which occasion this was from when she entered the door with him. Within 3 days, she had been photographed entering a hotel with 2 different male stars. Shen Jiang suddenly felt like she'd become a bad girl. With a heavy heart, she called Shang Tianying. Shang Tianying didn't say much, only telling her, "We will be able to find out who is behind this soon. You continue to stay silent. There will definitely be many people criticizing you in the next few days. Stay off the internet, avoid the news, and take care of your mental state." Shen Jiang asked, "Sister Shang, have you contacted director Su?" The thing she feared most was the impact on the movie. "I have contacted him. His suggestion is also for you to stay silent and wait to see if First Star Scout has any further actions." Shen Jiang understood. No wonder they hadn't released a single clarification. After all, the people in the crew knew best about the hotel and the photos. Whether she was photographed with Duan Yu or Liu Boating, it was just the place where they stayed during the filming in Hongdian or when they held a press conference. Seeing that she had missed calls from Liu Boating, Shen Jiang stopped thinking too much and made her second call to him. Listening to the dial tone, she couldn't help but space out. Fortunately, there were photos of her and Duan Yu in front of her, and the current situation clearly indicated they were targeting her. Otherwise, she would have been quite worried about being misunderstood by Liu Boating as someone trying to use him for publicity. "Shen Jiang?" The call connected, and his voice, which she hadn't heard in a long time, came through, making her nerves tense. "Liu Sr. I called to discuss the current situation online. You said I'm listening." Liu Boating was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Bowen wants to meet your agent." Shen Jiang replied, "Okay, I'll send you the contact information later." After a moment, he spoke again. "I have a flight back to the country this afternoon and will arrive tonight. Let's meet up." The third call was to Mu Yunnan or Jiang Yao. Shen Jiang hesitated for a moment, but before she could finish her thoughts, Jiang Yao's call came in, saving her the trouble of thinking. On the other end, Jiang Yao was in a hurry and immediately said, "I'm here. Come out and let's meet at a place." Shen Jiang was stunned. "You're here?" "Yes." "Stop talking and hurry out." Without waiting for Shen Jiang to say much, she briefly explained that she hadn't filmed for 5 days, so she flew back, saying she couldn't let Shen Jiang fight alone. Shen Jiang rolled her eyes and scolded, "You keep taking leave from filming. Do you want to ruin your reputation? Have you lost your mind?" However, scolding aside, there was no way to send her back on a plane, and they had to meet. After getting ready, she went downstairs and ran into Mu Yunan returning. Shen Jiang said, "I'm going out. I'll talk to you later." He grabbed her with all the insults online. "Where are you going?" "My friend is back. I'm going to meet her," Shen Jiang said. "It's fine. Insults online are just that. How many people can recognize my face in reality? It doesn't matter." Mu Yunan was still worried and insisted on seeing her off. Just as he got home and hadn't changed his shoes, he went out again. On the way, fearing she might feel upset, Mu Yunan tried to console her. "Don't think too much. Just focus on eating and sleeping well. When your movie is released, I'll book the venue and invite friends to support you." Shen Jiang was much more open-minded than he thought and nodded a couple of times, maintaining a normal demeanor. When they arrived outside the agreed restaurant, however, driver Mu Yunan didn't leave. He got out of the car with Shen Jiang and followed her inside. Shen Jiang paused, puzzled. "What are you doing?" "Just watching you." He raised an eyebrow. "Whatever you take out, you take back. If you lose even a hair at this moment, I might have to ground you for a month." He had heard her on the phone in the car and knew which private room they were meeting in, walking ahead without any sense of being a companion. Hey! Shen Jiang couldn't stop him and hurried after him. She didn't have time to say what she wanted to remind him about before he strode to the private room door and Swish opened it. Then, they heard the sound of glass shattering on the floor inside. It was probably Jiang Yao who got startled and dropped her cup. Chapter 28. Shen Jiang felt a bit awkward and pointed at Mu Yunan with a feigned gesture, uttering 2 words, "My brother." She shot him a glance, cleared her throat, and closed the door. Then she walked over and silently sat down opposite Jiang Yao, casually wiping up the water spilled from the cup she had knocked over. Mu Yunan took a seat next to Shen Jiang, while the person across from him was still in a daze. Unable to recover from the shock since he opened the door, he squinted and smiled. "Oh, we meet again. By the way, what is your surname?" Shen Jiang gave him a hard nudge and turned to Jiang Yao, who had never had the chance to introduce herself. "This is my cousin, Mu Yunan." Having shared a room for so long, they had been very open with each other, but she rarely mentioned her family. After a few intentional topic changes, Jiang Yao sensed that Shen Jiang didn't like to talk about it and began to avoid the subject. Shen Jiang wasn't deliberately hiding it. It was just that once she mentioned a little, there would be much more to explain. It was like a tangled mess, hard to sort out, so it was better not to bring it up at all. Jiang Yao glanced at him and opened her mouth hesitantly. "My surname is Jiang. I'm Jiang Jiang's classmate and roommate." She swallowed hard and said, "I'm really sorry for spilling wine on Mr. Mu last time." "Shen Jiang's brother? He is Shen Jiang's brother?" Jiang Yao felt a surreal sensation, as if she were walking on clouds. That day, she had spilled wine all over him, and the staff at the event had scolded her without caring which company she was from. She had become a laughingstock in front of everyone, especially one Yi Jiao, who stood not far away holding a wine glass, watching the scene unfold with a mocking expression that Jiang Yao still couldn't forget. How could this be Shen Jiang's brother? It felt unreal. She always felt like he was here to cause her trouble. Shen Jiang understood her well. She knew that despite her outwardly carefree demeanor, Jiang Yao had a lot on her mind. She probably hadn't slept well during this time because of this incident. Seeing her still looking anxious, Shen Jiang regretted not clearing things up with her sooner to ease her worries. Not wanting to say too much in front of Mu Yunan, Shen Jiang coughed and asked about the matter that Jiang Yao had called her out for. "Why did you take leave again?" Jiang Yao adjusted her expression. "Actually, I'm not just back for your sake. I was supposed to start shooting in 2 days, but with this incident, I booked my flight 2 days earlier since I don't have any scenes these days." The drama was long, but it mainly highlighted the male and female leads, leaving no room for her as a supporting character. "Shooting photos? What kind of photos?" "For a magazine. I'm shooting with Du Ting and Tong Helan for next month's cover." Du Ting and Tong Helan were currently the most popular actresses in Jiang Yao's company, ranking at the top in viewership and popularity among first-tier young actresses. It was clear that Jiang Yao was trying to get familiarized with the cover by associating with the 2 leading ladies. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance for such a big magazine. Jiang Yao said, "My agent insisted that I come back. She said this opportunity is rare. With my own efforts, it would be lucky to get on the cover of these major magazines within 2 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to keep taking leave during the shooting period." Everyone knew how much this affected an actor's reputation in the industry. Just like skipping scenes, it was seen as unprofessional behavior. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiang immediately widened her eyes. You took leave just to shoot a cover? Your agent has a problem. She said to give a good shot in the fashion industry. Who knows? Maybe I could carve out a path for myself. Shen Jiang started to doubt the professionalism of that agent. The fashion industry was all about connections and reputation. Relying on the fashion world to gain traction before making a comeback to the film industry? That order was all wrong. Wasn't there a model who got popular last year and transitioned to acting this year? That's a model, someone who is genuinely tied to the fashion industry. It's not the same. Jiang Yao sighed helplessly. She thinks I can find a different path. What can I do? Mu Yunin had been silent, gently rubbing the wooden table with his fingertip, quietly listening to their conversation. This Jiang roommate. No wonder Shen Jiang had bluntly told him not to trip her up the other day. It sounded a bit tragic. However, pitiful was just a fleeting moment. There are many people worse off. Should he sympathize with each one of them? She had ruined his suit and his good mood for the day. Given his sister's relationship with her, he had enough reason to let it slide, not wanting to dwell on that. Jiang Yao took a sip of her coffee and asked, how do you plan to handle your situation? First Duan Yu, then Liu Boating, who is targeting you? Shen Jiang chuckled lightly. Even Jiang Yao could see it. Anyone with eyes in or out of the industry probably knew. My agent will handle it. She told me not to respond. I've observed the ones attacking you online, aside from the hired trolls, are also fans of Yuan Yunfei, trying to stir the pot. Shen Jiang didn't pay much attention to Yuan Yunfei. Her focus was on the former. Hired trolls? Yes, if you click on the trending topics. You'll find a bunch of accounts without profile pictures and random IDs among ordinary netizens. When you check their profiles, you'll see that almost all their content is related to various trending events at different times, all stirring up topics. Shen Jiang had her own calculations in mind and didn't say much, only stating that it would be resolved soon. As night fell, the three of them left the restaurant. Jiang Yao had initially wanted to have dinner with Shen Jiang, but Shen Jiang had an appointment with Liu Boating, so she had to give up on the magical earth system. Mu Yunin went to the parking lot to get the car. The street lights were bright, and Shen Jiang and Jiang Yao stood under the eaves of a corner to wait, avoiding crowded places. The two whispered to each other when a group of girls, about 7 or 8 steps away, carrying shoulder bags and dressed fashionably, but with youthful, childlike features, noticed them. Their lively chatter quieted down as they began to whisper to each other while stealing glances at Shen Jiang and Jiang Yao. Are you? A girl who looked like she was in middle school approached, her expression unfriendly as she frowned at Shen Jiang. Aren't you the one from the first star talent photos? Shen Jiang and Jiang Yao were taken aback by the questioning from the group of young girls. They fell silent, while the other girls chimed in one after another. Yes, it's her. Just like on Weibo, can't be wrong. I recognize her. I've watched it many times. She was also at the Long Qian press conference. No doubt about it. Excuse me, do you have something to say? Despite her displeasure, Shen Jiang maintained a polite tone. The girl who started the questioning continued to glare at her, to say whether you are or not. Your surname is Shen. Anyway, it's that surname Shen. Before Shen Jiang could respond, Jiang Yao pulled her behind her, blocking her in front. Little girl, it's time to go home after school. Asking strangers questions on the street isn't good behavior. Not denying it means you're admitting it, right? The girl pointed at them with a slightly fierce expression, trying hard to look past Jiang Yao and focus on Shen Jiang. Did you intentionally leak the photo? Are you trying to ride on our brother's coattails for publicity? Do you know how much damage you caused him? There are people everywhere attacking him. Do you think this will make you famous? I advise you to admit it early and not drag our brother down with you, or else. Shen Jiang rolled her eyes internally. If you're so tough, why not go find Duan Yu instead? Besides, stirring up rumors? Why would she choose to create buzz with your brother instead of Liu Boating? Was she looking down on Liu Boating's acting awards or doubting her intelligence? Did the online lowly fan conspiracy theories actually have believers? Shen Jiang looked at the living embodiment of a lowly fan in front of her and couldn't help but sigh at Duan Yu's immense charm, truly appealing to both young and old. Jiang Yao was too lazy to engage with them and pulled Shen Jiang away. But the little girl was unwilling and grabbed Jiang Yao's bag strap, her face full of anger. I haven't finished speaking. You want our brother to take the blame for you. If you don't clarify, don't think you can leave. Jiang Yao frowned and shook off her hand. But the girl grew even more unruly, reaching for Jiang Yao's hair. Luckily, Shen Jiang pulled her back just in time. Before they could stabilize themselves, the lowly fan, living up to her online reputation, raised her hand and splashed the cola from her plastic cup all over them. Jiang Yao subconsciously shielded Shen Jiang and blocked the hit. But the cola spilled all over her, soaking half her clothes. Mu Yunin, who had just retrieved his car, happened to see this and quickly got out, striding over and coldly reprimanding the young girl. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a big man appeared, and the girl was slightly scared. But she still held her head high, saying she was using underhanded tactics against our fan group. So I was teaching her a lesson. Just then, Shen Jiang, who had been holding back, stepped forward, snatched the cola from one of the girls behind her, and with a loud splash, dumped it all over the girl's head. "Your mother didn't teach you? I'll teach you on her behalf." The speed was so quick that it left everyone stunned. The girl grabbed by Mu Yunin's wrist looked like a drowned rat. Seeing the dark and frightening expression on Mu Yunin's face, and noticing that Shen Jiang, who had been calm, suddenly had a cold and sharp look in her eyes, Jiang Yao also glared at her, biting her lip to hold back tears. She trembled and said, "You started it by using someone else for publicity. How did you see me doing it with your own eyes? Who are they? Did they see it with their own eyes?" Shen Jiang blocked her from speaking. "Do you think you're brave? Want to look in the mirror and see how ugly you're pointing fingers at others, yelling at them, and splashing drinks on them? Do you think your brother Duan you would feel honored or disgusted to have a fan like you?" With one sentence, the little girl's eyes turned red. The other girls behind her were already terrified. They didn't even think about taking out their phones to film, collectively shrinking back in fear. Shen Jiang didn't want to waste time with these foolish and poisonous little kids. She squinted and said, "You're young. Don't just know how to swoon over men. Use your brain more." Despite her words, she was so furious that they dared to lay hands on her. Jiang Yao wiped the cola off her skin, shot them a glare, and counted to 3. "If you don't leave, I'll call the police and contact your school." Mu Yunin let go at the right moment, and the group of girls froze for a moment before panicking and fleeing like birds. Jiang Yao was also preventing them from taking pictures and spreading rumors online. Shen Jiang already had enough trouble. Just then her phone rang. Shen Jiang initially wanted to take Jiang Yao back to her place. But seeing the caller ID with Lu Boating, she paused. Jiang Yao caught a glimpse and understandingly waved her hand. "If you have something to do, go ahead. I can go back by myself." Shen Jiang thought for 2 seconds and sent Lu Boating a quick text, saying she was temporarily unavailable and would call back in 2 minutes. Then she looked at Mu Yunin and said, "I have a meeting with a friend. I need to handle something. Please help me take Jiang Yao back." The place Shen Jiang had arranged to meet Lu Boating was not far from the restaurant where she met Jiang Yao. It took just over 10 minutes by taxi. He looked slightly tired from the journey, probably having rushed over right after getting off the plane. When Zhou Yun saw her arrive, he greeted her and left the private room to give him space. "Have you eaten dinner?" She nodded. "I've had something, not very hungry at the moment." After such a long time, Shen Jiang felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, the sense of distance she felt when she first joined the group returning. Seeing her sitting upright, Lu Boating furrowed his brow, his expression stern, losing the relaxed demeanor he had during their time on set. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Are you worried about the photos released by the first Star Scout?" "No." Shen Jiang was taken aback. "My manager and director Su's team are very professional. I believe they can handle it well. And your team and Brother Duan US team are too." "Then relax a bit." "What?" He said, "I guarantee you won't be photographed again this time. Even if you are, I can handle it. Relax. You don't need to be tense around me." Shen Jiang pressed her lips together, smiled, and indeed relaxed her stiff shoulders. "Really not going to eat something?" He asked again. "No, I just came from friend S place. I've already had a snack." Lu Boating nodded and suddenly asked, "Were those photos of you and Duan you taken the day we met at the elevator?" "Yes." Shen Jiang didn't know why he was asking this. Placing her hands on her legs, and after answering, fell silent. He paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Shifting to a completely unrelated topic. "It's been a while since I last saw Teacher Shen. How have you been lately?" "Pretty good, just resting at home every day," she said. If it weren't for the photos, she would probably be out shopping or getting a spa treatment with Zhou Manwen every day. "Is your manager, Shang, Tianying?" "Yes. She is very capable. The artists she has managed are all doing very well now." "Yeah, that is why I reached out to her. The film will start promoting after the new year, With the preview likely set for March, Liu Boating said, looking forward to the final product. Mentioning this made Shen Jiang a bit nervous. The final product worried? A little. After all, it's my first major film project. He chuckled lightly. It seems that after not seeing each other for a while, teacher Shen has become a bit distant. You still have a habit of putting pressure on yourself. She felt embarrassed. The whole team has put in so much effort. I don't want my performance to leave anyone feeling regretful. As for the other point in his words, she didn't know if she was intentionally ignoring it or deliberately not bringing it up. Distant? That presumes familiarity, she thought. Unsure if the time spent together on set could even be described with those words. Shen Jiang paused and steered the topic back to the starting point. Didn't you say you wanted to talk about the photos? Are you worried? No, then it's settled. Liu Boating didn't take it to heart at all. The two sets of photos involved three main actors. Not only director Sue, but also the producers and investors would not sit idly by. I think whether it's Duan US team or your manager, including my side, what we're all thinking about now is the same thing, finding out who's behind this. Duan US team was skilled at dealing with such matters. And Shang Tianning was no pushover either. Plus, with his manager by one, if they couldn't resolve it, those people wouldn't be able to stay in this industry. Such baseless negative news. The best and most cost-effective response is not to respond at all. Once the movie is released, the strength and reputation will be enough to recover from all the current losses. Even if Shen Jiang is the most affected person, the worse she is treated now, the more effective her rebound will be later. Whether she rose to fame through unspoken rules would be clear through her work. And whether she has the ability to impress the audience, Liu Boating is confident about that. Shen Jiang was taken aback, feeling a bit conflicted afterward. Since he didn't see this as a problem, then why meet her? Regarding this matter, it seemed Liu Boating guessed what she was thinking and spoke at the right time. I'm not worried about it. And I hope teacher Shen won't take it too much to heart. She was slightly puzzled. Take it to heart? Of course not. He looked at her for a moment, smiled. If teacher Shen says that, I can rest assured. After so many years in the industry, it's rare to meet someone easy to work with. I hope the photo incident won't affect our friendship. Chapter 29. All right, I understand. In one day, Shen Jiang received several phone calls, first from Mu Yuanin, then from Shang Tianning, followed by Duan Yu's team and Liu Boating. The results of the photos came in, and without exception, she heard the same name, Guanqing. The photos from the first Star Scout were both provided by her. Shang Tianning learned that there was nothing inappropriate in the photos. Getting off the nanny van and being with colleagues was all there was. So he had no interest in the negatives. Mu Yuanin, coming from a family perspective, didn't think much of it and directly waved his hand to buy all the negatives. Su Minin was the last to call Shen Jiang, letting out a heavy sigh. It's my oversight that the actors and the crew are making these moves behind the scenes. He almost said, I'm sorry, but Shen Jiang hurriedly replied, Director Su, don't mention it. This matter has nothing to do with you. I'm grateful for the opportunity you gave me, and I am not confused to that extent. Su Minin said, I'm relieved to hear you think that way. There have been many criticisms lately, and I worry you might feel overwhelmed by the pressure. All right, I will resolve this matter. My movie, my actors. I want to let you suffer unjustly. Shen Jiang thanked the director and set her mind at ease. Soon, she welcomed her first new year after debuting with her family. The voices online diminished considerably. The internet has a natural barrier, and her fame did not have a real-world effect. When she turned off her phone, the noisy voices ceased to exist. After the new year, Shen Jiang moved into the standalone apartment that Mu Yuanin had gifted her. With plenty of time off, fresh news in the entertainment circle came in waves, first with everyone criticizing the Spring Festival Gala, followed by various Lantern Festival galas from major satellite TV stations. Not only could they see the dazzling stars, but they could also witness the fierce competition among TV stations for guest lineups, with netizens leisurely enjoying their snacks and drinks. In early March, the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival had nearly dissipated, and the movie Long Qian officially began its promotion. The various negative news related to the main cast from before the new year was brought up again. After finally having a peaceful period, Shen Jiang was once again thrust into the spotlight, with mixed comments under the first core trailer of the movie, and she became the target of netizens' discussions and attacks. The style seems different from Su Minin's previous films. The plot looks a bit good. What kind of color tone and costumes are those? From which dynasty? So many complaints. Su Min really can't do it anymore. Liu Boating is indeed Liu Boating. His acting is still outstanding, and Duan Yu's performance exceeded expectations. I thought he wouldn't keep up with this kind of film, but his performance was impressive. As for the female lead, I think the female lead looks pretty good. Several of her expressions and actions hit the right notes for me. Aren't Su's films all original sound? Her lines are great. Much better than many actresses who can't capture sound and can only rely on post-dubbing, right? What's with the comments attacking the female lead? Clearly, all three main actors are competent, especially the female lead, whose acting definitely matches her looks. I don't understand why some people in the comments want to uplift one while putting down another. When evaluating acting, can we leave personal biases out of it? Also, misogyny is a disease that needs treatment. Shen Jiang must have played herself. That flirty look, she really can date two male stars at the same time. It's been so long since the photo incident, and she still hasn't come out to clarify. Does she have nothing to say? And yet she claims netizens are attacking her. If she were truly innocent, why wouldn't she say a word? Just pretending to be dead. Truly a 24K, pure, seductive gold digger. Why choose such a female lead for a good movie? A single bad apple spoils the whole pot. It's nauseating to see. Even with Liu Boating and Duan Yu, I absolutely want to go to the cinema to watch. I don't want to contribute to the box office for such a BTCH. Goodbye. After finishing yoga, Shen Jiang stood by the window, expressionless as she read the popular comments on the official blog. The malice of people comes so inexplicably. She did nothing wrong, yet because of a few ambiguous photos, she suddenly became a slut in their eyes. How many people who criticize her from their moral high ground can truly stand on that moral ground? How many genuinely dislike her for having no bottom line? Only they know the truth. Her phone vibrated with several WeChat messages. Upon checking, Jiang Yao, her #1 supporter, was the first to praise her after watching the trailer. Yao, great. You performed very well. This fairy is proud of you. Shen Jiang laughed at her message and replied with a kiss emoji, then exited and opened another message from Liu Boating. Senior, the finished film did not disappoint my expectations. It seems your pressure can be relieved. She pondered for a few seconds and replied with a fist on chin, smiling face emoji. After waiting for about 20 seconds without a response, she was about to exit WeChat when a message came back. Senior, then see you at the screening. In early spring, Su Min, returning to the film industry after several years, officially premiered Long Qian on March 6th at the Capitol People's Grand Theater, with numerous professional film critics and over 100 media outlets in attendance. In such an occasion, Shang Tianying naturally accompanied Shen Jiang. She arrived early to pick her up from her apartment, spending over 3 hours on makeup and hair. The little dress was borrowed from a relatively niche luxury brand through Shang Tianying. Fortunately, being the female lead of Long Qian was not embarrassing. Otherwise, it would be hard to guarantee that the brand's PR would agree. In fact, Shen Jiang had plenty of clothes in her closet, including dresses. But Shang Tianying said that she would inevitably work with brands for sponsorships at future events, so she might as well get used to early. Moreover, the clothes worn at events, whether from brand sponsorship or personally bought, carry completely different meanings in this circle. At the screening, after Shang Tianying helped her to her seat, she went off to socialize, as there were many of her old acquaintances at such events. Shen Jiang sat between Liu Boating and Duan Yu, feeling quite nervous. The tickets for film critics and media were provided by the crew, while other industry insiders obtained theirs through various channels. And a small number of lucky audience members managed to buy tickets. The theater was large, and the viewing areas were intentionally separated. After a brief speech from Su Min, the premiere officially began. Shen Jiang clasped her hands tightly, staring intently at the screen. Liu Boating noticed her anxiety and glanced at her. Relax. She met his gaze, said nothing, and smiled slightly. After the production company and censorship numbers appeared, the screen went black for 2 seconds, followed by a clear blue sky. The camera slowly descended, fixing on a courtyard of a household. As the sun set, a swing and a trellis covered in green vines were bathed in the dim light of dusk, and a young girl in a blue dress looked beautiful and charming, resting her arm on the window ledge, reading a book word by word. After reading a few lines, the girl sighed and put the book down, saying, "I still can't memorize it. I'll get scolded by the teacher again tomorrow." A little maid rushed in. Young master is outside with the grains. There's so many people. Hearing this, the girl immediately jumped down. Let us go see, Dad. The two figures dashed away. The camera shifted, glancing over the courtyard wall, revealing streets filled with ragged, begging refugees, flooding the entire town. The scene shifted to a room where a group of middle-aged men in official robes looked worried. The leader asked from behind a curtain, "My lord, what should we do now?" The palace doctor is still helpless. According to their words, the few who collapsed suddenly in the northeast corner have been cremated. And today, there are several new cases of the same illness. If we can't think of a solution soon, I'm afraid. Oza. The person behind the high platform and low table was already in his twilight years. However, he showed no signs of frailty, and his voice carried a deep sense of authority. But if it truly can't be suppressed, the camera moves behind the curtain, revealing a man with a head full of white hair mixed with some gray, his gaze resolute and heavy. He puts down the teacup, the bottom clattering heavily against the table. If it can't be suppressed, it must be suppressed. The screen goes black, and after 3 seconds, a cacophony of cries suddenly erupts. Adults, children, men, women. Everywhere the sounds of wailing. Arrows rain down from beyond the high walls. Countless bodies pile up at the city gate, and countless people rush forward trying to break out, only to fall one after another. Then, a blazing fire erupts, starting from the edge of the city and quickly spreading, the dark sky turning red, illuminating a hellish fire city against the pitch-black backdrop. The red flames blend with the blood-soaked ground, creating a scene that is both enchanting and brutal. The camera hovers above the entire fire city, slowly moving to the northern corner of the city, where the moat, rumored to be infected with plague, has long been sealed off but now becomes the last escape route. A group of grimy-faced people swims for their lives. Having submerged for a long time, they finally manage to cross the river and scale the city wall. Among them is the initially introduced girl, her hair wet and disheveled, staring blankly at the distant flames, gazing into the endless black night sky. Tears unable to flow from her eyes, only endless despair remaining. A 5-second panoramic view of the night sky transitions to a quaint little room, where a tall man stands in the courtyard, quietly watching the rain-drenched flowers fall to the ground. His silhouette is vague, unrecognizable from behind, and after a moment, a soft voice is heard. The sky changes so quickly. Music plays softly, the screen goes black, and 2 large words appear in the center, Dragon Hidden. The girl's appearance, as Shen Jiang in the trailer, is almost unrecognizable. Her enchanting look is so captivating that it's hard to believe she can also pull off a pure image, making her look like a young girl who hasn't grown up, very tender. In just 5 minutes of the opening, there is a sensory shock. The panoramic scene of the fire made many ordinary viewers gasp, especially Shen Jiang's expression as she looked up at the flames while submerged in water. Many film critics, sitting together, whispered to each other, their initial 5 points of expectation for the pretty young girl slightly rising. Shen Jiang's first film screening. Jiang Yao would never miss it. After finishing Cloud and Water Legend, she had been resting at home, watching the renewed attacks on Shen Jiang online due to the promotion of Dragon Hidden, and she had long been holding back her anger, finally feeling relieved today. Those who said Shen Jiang had no strength and relied on unspoken rules to rise to power were slapped hard in the face by those opening 5 minutes. With such a depressing plot, how could you still be smiling? Mu Yuanan, seeing Jiang Yao actually curve her lips, looked puzzled and confused. When he spoke, Jiang Yao remembered that someone was sitting next to her, clearing her throat. She adjusted her expression and quietly explained, "I'm just happy for Jiang Jiang." Feeling depressed means she acted well. Let us see who still dares to maliciously slander her. You're quite serious. Mu Yuanan raised an eyebrow. The last time he sent her back, he saw her as Shen Jiang's friend, adhering to the principle of politeness, trying to chat with her. But unexpectedly, she changed from being talkative in front of Shen Jiang to becoming a tight-lipped person, unable to respond with more than 3 words to a question. It seemed she didn't want to have too much interaction with him. After Mu Yuanan figured this out, he obediently fell silent and didn't speak again for the rest of the journey. Today, it was purely coincidental that they sat together. Jiang Yao's ticket was given by Shen Jiang, and so was Mu Yuanan's. When they arrived at the venue, They found they had consecutive numbers. To avoid looking too deliberate, they sat next to each other, one leaning to the left and the other to the right, keeping their distance. Jiang Yao didn't want to chat much with Mu Yuanan, but suddenly thought of a question. You are Jiang Jiang's brother. You shouldn't mind or be angry if Jiang Jiang has intimate scenes with male actors, right? Intimate scenes? Yes. She glanced at Mu Yuanan, seemingly aware that there were some affectionate moments between Jiang Jiang and senior actor Liu Beiting in this movie. As someone who not only doesn't reject spoilers but also often seeks them out, Jiang Yao had long asked Shen Jiang about the film's content. The affectionate moments were mentioned by Shen Jiang herself, and the plot twist at the end was also something she had been told. Mu Yuanan's face darkened at this, and after a long pause, he squeezed out a few words. It depends on the situation. If it's excessive, then he absolutely must have a serious talk with Shen Jiang. Jiang Yao remained silent, staring at him, and after a few seconds, she burst out laughing. The title passed, and the plot officially began. Shen Jiang, focused on the screen, felt somewhat satisfied with her opening performance and let out a sigh of relief. As Liu Beiting watched the movie, he tilted his head slightly closer to her, actually wanting to say during the filming. Shen Jiang thought he was going to give her advice, her expression tightening. What? That green dress you wear looks quite nice, he said. Chapter 30. Shen Jiang was stunned, her face turning crimson. Liu Beiting didn't wait for her to reply and smiled as he turned back. The main feature has started. After a while, Shen Jiang leaned against the chair's back, touched her earlobe, and pretended to be natural but was anything but. She secretly glanced at him. He was focused on the big screen, serious and calm. Remembering his earlier words, it felt like a cat's paw had scratched her heart, leaving her with an indescribable itch. As the movie played, the audience behind them was engrossed. Once their emotions settled, Shen Jiang suddenly remembered something else. To her left was Duan Yu. To her right was Liu Beiting, and in an instant, without thinking, she asked Liu Beiting, "Speaking of which, where's Guanqing? I haven't seen her." Su Minan said he would handle this matter, and Shen Jiang had forgotten about it. Looking around, there indeed was no sign of Guanqing in the venue, and it seemed she hadn't been seen before the screening either. Didn't director Su tell you? Liu Beiting frowned. During the editing, director Su cut all her scenes. She wasn't invited today, either. All cut. Won't that have an impact? Her scenes didn't significantly affect the plot. It was planned from the start to reduce her parts. Originally, director Su intended to keep as much as possible, but after the photo incident, they decided to remove everything. Shen Jiang nodded as she listened. So that means Guanqing won't be seen in the movie? Then it made sense that she wasn't present. Thinking about it, Guanqing's behavior had crossed a major line. To say it was excessive would not be an understatement. With a different director and crew, she could very well ruin a film. Targeting Shen Jiang and dragging all three leads down with her was not only insidious, but also hopelessly foolish. The follow-up handling of Bai Wan is in preparation. Liu Beiting said, no matter who Guanqing is targeting, if it involves him, his team will inevitably respond. Shen Jiang hummed in agreement. Sister Shang is also working on the counterattack against the second-generation immortals. If we don't retaliate, then anyone will dare to bully us. The two stopped elaborating and turned their attention back to the movie. The plot was currently depicting Lu Qi being sent to the Ping Wang by the Emperor. Shen Jiang had a deep impression of that scene, as it was the first scene she shot after joining the crew. Lu Qi nestled in Ping Wang's arms, leisurely and affectionate, and then they knocked over the items on the table, their robes intertwining on the couch. There was no substantial content, but the visuals were ambiguous and thought-provoking. Sitting on the soft cushion, Shen Jiang watched the intimate posture of her and Liu Beiting on the screen, and she was suddenly enveloped by a rising warmth. It was impressive that she could remain calm while performing that scene. Not only was Shen Jiang feeling emotional, but Jiang Yao in another place also admired it in her heart. She inadvertently let out a sound, and Mu Yunan, with a serious face, squinted at her. You seem very happy? Not at all. Jiang Yao, not noticing the hint of displeasure in his tone, kept her eyes fixed on the screen, unwilling to miss any part of the plot, and said, I admire Jiang Jiang. If it were me, I wouldn't know how nervous I'd be. I heard she did that scene in one take. Is it that nerve-wracking to act in intimate scenes with Liu Beiting? No. I mean acting in a scene with my idol that involves such extensive physical contact is nerve-wracking. Jiang is so calm, facing her idol. That's impressive. But she's always been at the top of her professional performance, so that's normal. After a pause, she added, of course, acting with senior Liu Baiting is indeed exciting and nerve-wracking, even though I'm not his fan. She's a fan of Liu Baiting? Mu Yunan was unhappy. How come I didn't know? Jiang Yao was surprised and split her attention from the movie to him. No way. I'm not sure. She shrugged, then turned back and continued to focus intently on the plot. Lu Qi was caught between Ping Wang and the Emperor, trying hard to navigate and mislead the latter, to steal information for the former. This was a political drama. Although she was the female lead, her scenes weren't too many, occasionally interspersed. Or perhaps she served as a main line to connect various plots. Su Minin had a good grasp of the pacing, as the plot progressed to one-third. The audience's emotions were unknowingly completely captured. Some critics frowned, some rested their chins on their hands, all focused intently on savoring every detail. The scenes between Lu Qi and the Emperor were a silent war, filled with the smell of gunpowder, the beautiful woman and the handsome, cunning Emperor exchanging intimate gestures. Yet their hearts were far apart. In the deep palace, the colors were dim. Even the other maidens and concubines were not as strikingly dressed as Lu Qi. This vibrant color traversed through the palace and the royal courtyard, as the situation in the previous dynasty changed over time, becoming ever more complex. Like the darkness before dawn, Ping Wang plotted to surround the palace, preparing to leave the capital under the pretense of presiding over a sacrifice, while the emperor subtly tested him at the banquet. He showed no sign of resentment or any agitation that something significant was about to happen. He endured the humiliation from the throne, just like he had for many years in silence. Liu Baiting handled the details very well. Several places had only actions without lines, making it hard for the audience to breathe. Shen Jiang couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Next was the emotional scene before the palace siege. Lu Qi, as usual, smiled charmingly, but Ping Wang seemed somewhat distracted, the most obvious sign being that the book in his hand hadn't been turned. When Ping Wang reached out to pull the standing Lu Qi back into his embrace, many of the female audience members felt their hearts clench as he spoke about Qizhou, about the mandarin oranges, and even about the future. There was an involuntary wave of acidity. That acidity peaked when Lu Qi gently touched Ping Wang's cheek and firmly whispered, "I have no regrets, never." Many female audience members cried. It's somewhat embarrassing to admit, but as an actress, Jiang Yao should have viewed the film from a more professional perspective, yet she, like the other girls, couldn't help but cry. Mu Yunan saw her red eyes and stifled sobs and couldn't bear it. Handing her a tissue, "You should take a break." It seems that men and women are indeed constructed differently. He admitted that the drama was quite good. The political and power struggle parts were very satisfying. Even with such a slightly heavy theme, it made him, as a man, feel the thrill of conflict. However, the emotional scenes, while sad, didn't bring him to tears. The plot continued to unfold. Ping Wang had long planned for this day of surrounding the palace. Mu Yunan was silent, looking much more serious than at the beginning. On the high platform, the three main characters appeared together for the first time. Lu Qi, having fulfilled her wish, died under Ping Wang's arrow. There was no fighting. Ping Wang overwhelmingly occupied the imperial city, contrasting with the dazed and dispirited appearance of the emperor, who stood under the bright sunlight, symbolizing a new era of royal power. A gradually pulling long shot looked down from the sky at the imperial city that had just experienced turmoil and the nearby capital city that was about to awaken anew. The screen went black for 5 seconds, and the music began to play. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, the screen lit up again. After a sequence of palace maids moving in an orderly fashion, it transitioned to the scene of Ping Wang meeting with the court officials. He was the new ruler of the world, the supreme first person, and nothing could weigh him down anymore. Yet when he returned to the palace, there was not a trace of brightness on his face. He sat solemnly behind the table for a long time. Soon, footsteps echoed in the spacious palace, and an elderly trusted eunuch presented an item to him. It was a letter. He read it for a long time, and in the end, he simply responded with a sound, then spoke, "You take me." To send him off, the eunuch withdrew, and the scene transitioned to the sound of funeral bells. Good riddance. That beast has harmed how many people? He has extorted how many places on behalf of the emperor, committing every evil deed possible, and finally received his comeuppance. As it should be, I heard that the great fire in Qizhou was ordered by him. So many people in the city, sick or not, were burned alive. Amid the discussions and curses of the citizens on the streets, a minister's residence changed to mourning rituals. An elderly eunuch left through the back door, and before getting into the carriage, he slightly bent his waist and bowed to the courtyard. The audience watching the film gradually came to their senses, some gasped, and others began to murmur softly. This was not the most surprising part. In the last few minutes of the movie, the old eunuch returned to the imperial city. The newly crowned Emperor Ping listened to the report without saying much and changed his clothes with the help of palace servants. As he walked through the palace, everyone bowed respectfully. Along the way, he encountered a line of palace maids carrying items and stopped to ask. There were tribute items brought back by the tribute department. A bright yellow citrus fell from the basket and rolled to the feet of the new emperor. He asked, "Is this a Qizhou orange?" The palace maid replied timidly, "Yes." The new emperor made a slight movement, stepping on the orange and crushing it. His emotionless voice said, "What sweetness can a Qizhou orange have? Throw it all away." He walked away indifferently, while a group of people knelt until his supreme figure completely disappeared. The final wide-angle shot showed the flourishing capital city, bathed in golden light at the horizon, with soft and beautiful tones. The hidden dragon emerged from the water. The old moon finally gave way to the new sky. However, when the music symbolizing the end began to play, many audience members remained still for a long time. Mu Yunan bit his lip and pondered for a while. Aside from sighing, he had nothing else to say. Prince Ping was not a Don. Indeed, he was more suited to be an emperor than Emperor Shen. But he was not what El Qi claimed to be. The official who ordered the burning of Qizhou was Prince Ping's person. Was it just that one time of burning the city? No, Prince Ping must have done much more to supervise the restart. Perhaps it was the plague, or perhaps the officials who embezzled grain, leading to the movement of refugees. Or perhaps it was the conscription that caused a shortage of men earlier, and so much more. All these events might bear Prince Ping's shadow. Emperor Shen cast a gloomy shadow over this country. He stirred the chaos, making the rotting even more rotting, the stench even more foul, hastening the demise of Emperor Shen's power. The old eunuch bowed to the minister who chose to end his life after achieving success, representing Prince Ping's gratitude, or perhaps just his personal sentiment. But it must be acknowledged that this minister, who carried the name of treachery until death, despite being stained with countless blood, brought new hope for those who came after and preserved the lives of many in the world. And El Qi, in Prince Ping's heart, was even less than that minister. He would be a good ruler, but he was equally cruel and ruthless. After all, a dragon is not a creature of mercy. The vibrant color in the dark and heavy world of power struggles is merely an embellishment. Her existence further contrasts the darkness and weight of the intrigue. If El Qi's sacrifice for Prince Ping only made Mu Yunan feel a bit sad, then with this ending, he finally felt a genuine sense of disappointment. Jiang Yao's reaction was even more pronounced. She stared blankly at the screen where the cast list had appeared, and after a few seconds, suddenly sobbed and cried. After the first screening of Dragon Rising, critics rushed to give their evaluations online. Thanks to the recent news about the three main characters, many originally uninterested bystanders also began to pay attention to this first wave of reviews. Surprisingly, almost all critics who watched the film gave positive reviews. Even a few who usually have high standards and sharp tongue stated that Dragon Rising exceeded the passing mark, reaching the excellent level and was worth watching. Among them, the highly reputable critic Film World posted a review on Weibo, stating, "Unlike Su Minen's previous works, Dragon Rising is like a piece of bitter coffee-filled candy. It is bitter when you first taste it. You think it is sweet in the middle. But by the time the last bite goes down, your taste bud will tell you it is still bitter. Moreover, that little bit of sweetness in the middle highlights the bitterness before and after even more clearly. As a power struggle story, its core is very much on point. The relentless struggle can never be warm and pure. The tone is gray. And all the beauty only makes one feel more profoundly at the last moment that this is the adult world without fairy tales. With this film, Su Minin proved to everyone that he is still Su Minin. Even with a change of style, he is still 100 times stronger than most directors. The sincere works and money-making works will naturally be distinguished by the audience after watching. As for the actors, Duan Yu is above the passing line. And Liu Beiting's expressiveness goes without saying. I believe even if he fell asleep, he would probably perform better than some actors now. As for the female lead, I heard this newcomer previously had rumors about rising through connections. If so, then I want to represent the vast number of critics to say, could this so-called connection please step forward as a talent scout? If all newcomers are of this caliber, then they would truly be a savior for us critics who have been bombarded by poor acting. The last sentence, good directors and good actors. I believe this is what truly matters in the film industry. Amidst the flood of positive reviews, many netizens express surprise under Film World's Weibo post. Someone even questioned, Uncle Tiandi, you didn't take money to speak for others, did you? There were those who doubted, those who insisted that critics received money, and those who indignantly declared that no matter how much the film was hyped, they would never contribute box office to someone like Shen Jiang. Amidst the chaotic voices, Dragon Rising welcomed its official release, not during a festival or in a month of domestic film protection, in an ordinary schedule. Yet it surged forth like a sword drawn from its sheath, with pre-sales exceeding 10 million, and the first day's real-time box office exceeding 100 million, leading all other films released at the same time. Truly, it rode ahead, leaving all behind. Chapter 31, regardless of how many netizens claim they will absolutely not contribute to the box office by going to the cinema. The impressive opening battle of Dragon is an undeniable fact. The two male actors, Liu Beiting, have a strong audience base when passers-by see him as the lead actor. Anyone planning to watch a movie will casually buy a ticket to see it. This is a positive image built over many years of good reputation and numerous excellent works. Duan Yu has a large fan base as well. Whether they're diehard fans or casual fans who appreciate his looks, they will naturally support his quest in another world. Movie fans who already like Su Minin's films will not easily develop negative feelings due to others' words. In contrast, Shen Jiang, as the female lead, has a smaller contribution to the box office. However, one thing is certain, regardless of the reasons for entering the cinema, audiences who watch Dragon have developed some fondness for Shen Jiang, including fans of Liu Beiting and Duan Yu, due to the photo incident. Both fan groups were entangled with Shen Jiang and faced criticism for a long time. Some fans adopted a nonchalant attitude, believing that all rumors were invalid since the main party did not speak out, while others felt less favorable towards her. However, after watching the film, their impressions completely transformed, moving in a positive direction. This is due to the charm of the character. As Shang Tianying once commented, the character Green Shi was well designed and took full advantage of it. According to Jiang Yao, a seasoned forum insider who has long been active on major online forums, many fans from both sides have significantly reduced their subtle criticisms of Shen Jiang. Not long ago, they even blamed her for dragging down their idols. But now the narrative has shifted dramatically, with discussions about why the crew and Shen Jiang have not clarified things, and whether there are any difficulties or if they're holding back a big reveal. In short, most have internally concluded that Shen Jiang is innocent, perhaps due to the unsatisfactory romantic storyline. Many female viewers felt a sense of regret about the question of whether the King Ping ever loved Green Shi. Many expressed their opinions, and numerous writers and artists unleashed their creativity, producing various fan works, including fan comics and short stories, with a mix of sweet and painful themes, leaving everyone immensely satisfied with the content. One day, Liu Beiting jokingly messaged Shen Jiang on WeChat. The public's anger is too great. The King Ping dares not go out. After reading the message, Shen Jiang laughed and fell back onto the sofa, holding her phone. The box office was thriving, and the audience's word-of-mouth validated Shen Jiang's acting skills. This kind of reputation is far more effective than 1,000 heartfelt praises from fans. Under her only Weibo post, comments shifted from praising her excellent performance in Legend of Ru Fei to attacking her due to the photo incident, and now to a new wave of praise. The direction has completely changed 3 times. Of course, while passers-by were praising her, there were also haters who clung to the point of, if she has nothing to hide, why not come out and explain? And persistently criticized her. Why not come out and explain? because Shang Tianing instructed her to stay put. Fans, seeing her remain silent for so long, couldn't help but ask her to post more, but Shen Jiang never had any new updates. Until a popular entertainment marketing account broke the news with dozens of photos showing Guanqing accompanying 3 different men into various hotels. The first marketing account released it, and other active accounts quickly followed suit. Within half an hour, the hashtag Guanqing skyrocketed to trending topics, causing quite a stir. These are not just regular entrance photos. Many clearly showed the time was late at night, and Guanqing appeared intimate with the men in the photos, making it hard not to think otherwise. In comparison, the photos of Shen Jiang released by the first scout were incredibly clean. Jiang Yao saw the huge stir online and immediately guessed that Shen Jiang was retaliating in kind. Although her tone in WeChat was slightly emotional, Shen Jiang couldn't help but ask her, "Why are you sighing?" Yao, I feel wrong for myself. Someone like her actually stole my boyfriend. It's truly a slap in the face. A big piece of ginger. What are you talking about? That person has no vision. Yao. All right, no need to comfort me. I just said that. Aren't all men like that? Yao. Seriously, she brought this upon herself. And it's a self-inflicted consequence. Although it's a twist of fate, I still want to thank you for helping me vent. Shen Jiang stared at her phone screen for a moment, recalling how Guanqing had flaunted her stolen boyfriend, wishing she could retaliate even more fiercely like an iron-blooded soldier in the anti-Japanese war. Similarly, while some people linked Guanqing to Shen Jiang for the Casta Dragon, who had been silent for so long, it was impossible for them to give any opportunity for such speculation. Su Minin issued a formal announcement on his personal Weibo, clarifying the matter regarding the 3 lead actors and stating at the end that they reserve the right to pursue those who intentionally spread rumors online. This was the first public response to the entire incident, and the retweets surged instantly. Those who had watched the movie seemed to be waiting for this day, spreading the word vigorously to contribute. Many expected a fierce clash, but it never materialized. An hour later, the first scout deleted the 2 Weibo posts related to Shen Jiang and issued a long apology to the 3 parties involved. In the comments, many people immediately criticized them, as the malice Shen Jiang had faced during this time was almost all witnessed by netizens. Now, they were slapping their own faces, leaving many who had followed the trend feeling hot on their faces. The 3 fan groups finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially Shen Jiang's fans, who had always been few in number and had faced ridicule from all sides when the exposure occurred, with no ability to fight back. They had endured for so long and finally found justice. In an instant, there was another chaotic scene. The first scout acted this way due to pressure from various sides. Paparazzi also seek profit, and neither Liu Beiting, Duan Yu, nor Su Minin is easy to deal with. Offending them would lead to a bad ending. Since they had already profited, they simply took the opportunity to backtrack. Shen Jiang had no part in the matters behind the scenes. After the first scout's apology, Su Minin posted a new Weibo. The content was simple. He shared a photo taken in front of the hotel where the crew was staying, smiling as stable and calm as he had been seen for the past few months. He addressed the 3 of them, saying, "Another precious memory, a pleasant collaboration, my actors." Fans of Dragon were busy feeling sentimental, while others noticed the hotel entrance and quickly compared and organized the information, discovering that the photos of Shen Jiang, Liu Beiting, and Duan Yu were taken at the exact same entrance. After all the fuss, the so-called intimacy of entering the hotel was simply them entering the hotel where the crew was staying. Initially, when the first scout apologized, some thought they couldn't withstand the pressure and deleted their posts to avoid legal troubles. But with this solid evidence, the farce finally came to an end. Throughout the entire ordeal, Shen Jiang seemed like an outsider, whether praised or criticized. It felt as if it had nothing to do with her. She retweeted Su Minin's second Weibo, and Liu Beiting and Duan Yu also retweeted it. Regardless of how others viewed it, for them, it was indeed a wonderful memory. Her Weibo, which she had only updated once, had a new update. Shen Jiang V. Thank you, director. It was a pleasure working together. Heart. Retweet. Just as she was engrossed in reading, Liu Beiting sent her a message. Senior, have you seen the Weibo? Shen Jiang paused and replied, no. She then asked, what's wrong? Is there new information? Not long after, Liu Beiting replied, no, The first scout has been exposed. Shen Jiang was taken aback, first recovering from her surprise at Lu Baiting discussing gossip with her. And after a moment of thought, she sorted it out. The first scout was exposed? Shouldn't it be them exposing others? When I clicked into Weibo, I saw that the trending topics were buzzing. A marketing account had released a piece of paper with many celebrity names and numbers on it, along with various information about online remittance and a lengthy explanation of how the first celebrity scout usually leaks various celebrity news. For example, the differences in treatment between those who are willing to spend money on public relations and those who are not, and so on. In fact, suppressing news is a common tactic in the industry. Unless it's top-tier news, the benefits gained from exposing it cannot be measured solely in money. In such cases, the party that obtains the information will not notify the celebrity in advance. Even if the team hears rumors and actively tries to buy the news, it's useless. However, netizens definitely do not think this is acceptable. The credibility of the first celebrity scout can be said to be completely ruined. From now on, whether others believe the leaks or not is one thing, but ridicule is absolutely unavoidable. It's obvious that they have offended someone. Otherwise, how can an ordinary marketing account get such information? And the person they have offended recently, Shen Jiang, knows it wasn't Shang Tianying. She has no reason to hide that. Lu Baiting's comments seem to suggest he is also not involved, and Duan Yu is similarly affected. So there is no need for complete eradication. That leaves only Mu Yunan. Regarding family matters, she has nothing to disclose. She only told Lu Baiting, "What goes around comes around." The next second, just as she thought of Chow Chow, Mu Yunan sent a text message that resolved everything in 3 words. Shen Jiang thought for a moment and replied with a simple Suddenly, Lu Baiting said in WeChat, "By the way." Shortly after, he sent her a picture. When she opened it, Shen Jiang paused for a long time. It was a long comic strip featuring 2 characters in ancient clothing. The man was handsome, holding a glamorous woman in his arms. Anyone who has seen Dragons Hidden would know who this is depicting. The short comic, consisting of 5 frames, had a simple plot. The prince was reading, and Lu Qi was causing trouble. To stop her from making a fuss, the prince had to peel a tangerine and feed it to her, thus silencing her. In the last frame, Lu Qi held his fingertip in her mouth, and he looked down and smiled gently in response. This was completely different from the movie. It was as if he had finally descended into the mortal world. The prince was no longer aloof, but had absorbed the warmth of ordinary life, transforming from a cold-hearted strategist into an ordinary man. It seemed to be a fan comic drawn by some artist, despite the simple content that could be finished in 10 seconds. Shen Jiang stared at it for a long time. Clearly, many people had not forgotten the moment when the prince made a heartfelt promise to Lu Qi, who was about to die, and then stepped on the tangerine after ascending the throne. Or perhaps it was the unfulfilled promise in the play that many people remembered outside of it. Just like these creators and fans online, Lu Baiting hadn't forgotten either. He remembered that she had once vented her frustration on him because of the character and that she was still hung up on the unsatisfactory ending. What did he want to say? Perhaps he wanted to use this image to comfort her, to tell her that the tangerine, which symbolizes love, was eventually eaten by Lu Qi, even if it was outside of the story's conclusion. Maybe it was a moment of emotion. Or perhaps she had accumulated too many feelings during this time. Shen Jiang remained silent for a long time, staring at the comic strip until it brightened and dimmed and brightened again. When she finally came to her senses, her hand had unknowingly pressed down 2 lines of text to send to him. A big piece of ginger. The significance of the tangerine to Lu Qi is not the tangerine, but the prince. The next line was, "A big piece of ginger. I also hope to receive that long-awaited tangerine." Chapter 32. By the time Shen Jiang realized what she had sent to the other party, it was too late. The Prince of Ping was the Green Jade S Mandarin. And then she had said she wanted the Mandarin that she had waited for so long. The meaning behind these 2 sentences was self-evident. She had said she liked Lu Baiting for many years and had long made her fan position clear. It was hard for people not to overthink. What should she do? Would he take it as a confession, be scared, and then rationally distance himself from her? Given his character of not wanting to get into trouble, that was highly likely. Although in a sense, this was indeed a confession, being distanced like that. Seeing that there was still no response from him, Shen Jiang immediately explained, "Sorry. I just got carried away thinking about the plot and got too emotional. I didn't mean anything else, Senior. Please don't mind. However, after sending it, she realized it was filled with a sense of clumsy concealment. After waiting for another minute, staring at the screen as if she could burn a hole through it, there was still no movement from Lu baiting. Shen Jiang, feeling anxious, ran her fingers through her hair. What if he disliked her? What if he thought she was scheming with ulterior motives towards her senior? What if she got blocked, was rejected, or disliked? Just thinking about these possibilities made her suddenly feel dejected. In her anxious state, her phone finally reacted. Shen Jiang nervously opened the new message, not expecting Lu baiting to respond to the impulsive words she had just spoken. Instead, she hoped he would skip over them or pretend not to see them, not wanting to ruin the fragile and thin connection that had been so hard to establish between them. Looking closely, she felt a bit relieved. Lu baiting's text was still as plain as ever, and the tone conveyed by his punctuation had not changed at all. Surprisingly, he did not ignore those two sentences about the Mandarin and replied to her quite directly. Senior, first of all, you didn't infringe on me at all, so there is no need to apologize. Senior, secondly, your willingness to share such personal matters with me at least proves that you don't just see me as a work partner to be casually dealt with. I'm honored. The latest interface on the screen only displayed these two sentences. He was a man of few words, and his willingness to say so much indicated a serious attitude. Shen Jiang stared at his reply for a few seconds. Of course, it wasn't he just seeing him as a work partner, even as an admired senior. It would make someone suddenly unable to control the urge to spill their heartfelt words, especially since he was special. The reason for treating him differently was simply that he was special. She still remembered that after successfully auditioning for Long Qian, learning she would be working with him, she sat on a balcony for a long time that night, thinking about many things. Now, looking back, chatting on WeChat occasionally, sitting together for a meal when there was work, maintaining this kind of relationship was already an unexpected joy for her. She didn't want more, but she was also extremely scared. Scared of the awkwardness that would prevent her from getting close to him casually in the future, and even more afraid that her extra thoughts and feelings would trouble him. At least, not now. Shen Jiang bit her lip, her throat dry, and her fingers quickly typed a line of text. A big chunk of ginger. Senior, of course, you are more than just a work partner. Did you forget I'm a fan? You have always been someone I respect greatly. This sentence was not long, but Shen Jiang immediately lost her strength. She threw her phone aside and lay back, the white ceiling inexplicably making her feel irritated. After a few seconds, the ringtone suddenly rang, startling Shen Jiang. She sat up from the bed, instinctively thinking it was Lu baiting calling. When she picked it up, however, it was Shang Tianying. It was hard to tell whether she felt more disappointed or relieved. She composed herself, cleared her throat, and answered the phone. Hello? Do you remember the two scripts I asked you to look at before? The tone from the other end was not too good. She paused and replied, yes. What's wrong? Weren't we hesitating about which one to choose? Without waiting for her answer, Shang Tianying said, you don't need to choose anymore. Shen Jiang frowned, a bad premonition creeping in. What do you mean, Sister Shang? One of the scripts has been picked up. Picked up? Shen Jiang remembered that Shang Tianying had not valued those two scripts during their face-to-face discussion, even listing their drawbacks and disadvantages. Given her tone now, it probably wasn't about missing an opportunity. Yes. Sure enough, Shang Tianying immediately revealed the real reason for her displeasure, sneering, We've been intercepted. At this point, I will help you pick suitable roles from new projects. Sitting behind the desk, Shang Tianying spoke. Can I know who intercepted my role? Shen Jiang rushed over as soon as she received the call. Actually, according to reason, if you didn't get the role, it wasn't yours anyway. Uncontracted roles didn't count. A collaboration that fell through shouldn't warrant such anger, but Shang Tianying had already briefly explained the situation to her. The issue was more complicated than just the production side, finding another female lead and terminating discussions. It involved the actress who took on the female lead proactively contacting the production side, while knowing they were negotiating with Shen Jiang's side. Shang Tianying had her channels, and Shen Jiang didn't question the reliability of the news. She was more curious about who was so eager to slap Shang Tianying in the face. Or perhaps her face. Whoever took it didn't matter. It was already like this, so let them have it. After all, we and T planned to take it from the start. As Shen Jiang came over, Shang Tuning had already calmed down from her provoked anger and began to advise Shen Jiang. Now that Long Qian has been released, you're no longer an unknown. I've received several collaboration invitations during this time. After I've looked through the scripts, I'll pass them on to you. However, Shen Jiang insisted, I'm not worried about your judgment, Sister Shang. I just want to know who kicked me out. Is that unreasonable? Shang Tianying fell silent for 2 seconds. Seeing her stubborn expression, she had no choice but to answer. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Which senior is it? Not exactly a senior. She's younger than you. Recently, she starred in a film that did fairly well at the box office. Because of this, as soon as the other party expressed interest, the production side immediately changed their mind to choose her. After all, no matter how well Long Qian performed, it doesn't count for you. In terms of box office appeal, she currently seems to be a safer choice. Shen Jiang frowned, a bad feeling creeping in, though she couldn't be sure. Shang Tianying took a sip of hot water and said casually, the actress is called Shen Yulan. I haven't really kept up with her in the past few years since I've been abroad, but you should have heard of her Tiandi growth record. Her parents are both in the industry. Her father is a director, and her mother used to be a TV actress. Sure enough, the moment Shen Jiang heard that name, her heart sank heavily. Seeing her silent, Shang Tianying asked, What's wrong? Are you scared? Scared. Shen Jiang suddenly laughed, her eyelashes trembling. What's there to be afraid of? Not afraid is good. I thought you would panic hearing about someone with a bit of achievement challenging you. Shang Tianying also laughed. A bit of achievement? What does that count for? Oh, I rarely hear you speak like this. Shang Tianying raised her eyebrows. It seems you look down on her? Shen Jiang curved her lips, remaining silent. Shang Tianying noticed her unusual mood. As an agent, it was necessary to know about any entanglements her artist had, but before she could ask, the phone on the table rang. The words were temporarily set aside, and she answered the call. Shen Jiang cooperatively went silent, of course, having no desire to speak. In less than 3 minutes, Shang Tianying hung up, delivering 2 pieces of news. Shen Jiang nodded, indicating she was listening. The youth film script that Shen Yulan took on has had its budget doubled by the investors because she's been confirmed as the female lead. It doesn't sound like good news for us. Shen Jiang raised her eyebrows. What's the second piece of news? Shang Tianying looked at her for a few seconds and smiled. The director of the second comedy script has secured 3 new investments, which match the amount that was intercepted. And it's the amount after the investors added more funds. No need to hesitate. You will be filming soon. I've decided to take it. On the way back, Shen Jiang took out her phone to check Liu Boating's earlier reply. She had been in a hurry to meet Shang Tianying and had shoved her phone in her pocket, not bothering to check it again, or perhaps her subconscious was actively avoiding it. After she explained, Liu Boating replied, You said that the Prince Ping is the Mandarin orange that Kiyu wants, so what do you want? He did ask after all, and since she hadn't replied, he sent a few more messages. Senior, is my question inappropriate? Senior, are you not there? There was a long gap between the last 2 messages, probably because he saw she hadn't replied. Liu Boating didn't send anything else. Shen Jiang sighed and replied, Sorry, Senior. I had something to do just now. I went out and didn't see the messages. 2 minutes later, he replied with 2 words, It's fine. After that, there was no more activity. Shen Jiang didn't take the initiative, and he didn't ask again, and that awkward topic was just turned over. If she had known, she wouldn't have hastily sent those 2 sentences, since she wasn't ready to confess to him. What was the point of saying such ambiguous things? It only added to her troubles. The box office of Dragon Hidden continued to accumulate, and Shen Jiang ended her leisurely life at home. That comedy script, which was good but lacked investment, managed to secure funding, and Shang Tianying truly kept his word, swiftly signing the contract. However, there was still some time before filming, so Shen Jiang's main job was to accept interviews and take magazine photos. She didn't want to play the role of a fortune teller. One could imagine that the outside world must think they were quite composed, as they only started accepting media bombardment after the movie had been released for so long. For Shen Jiang, taking photos was more labor-intensive than interviews. No matter how tricky or malicious the questions were, she wasn't afraid. But posing in front of the camera was a bit difficult. In response to her complaints, Jiang Yao angrily criticized her on WeChat. Be grateful. I only managed to get on a magazine cover by following others, and you've been on 3 or 4 in a row, yet you're still complaining, not knowing how to appreciate your blessings. It's well known in the fashion industry that several top magazines only reserve cover spots for top stars in the film industry during the golden months of September and October. But both male and female stars still scramble to get on. Shen Jiang couldn't say she was popular. Her strength lay in being the female lead in films by Su Minin. The title of female lead in a well-known big production director's film was prestigious enough, and there were no obstacles. Shen Jiang remembered Jiang Yao's manager asking her to take leave to shoot the cover and didn't want to add to her troubles. So she kept quiet and focused on taking photos. After a few busy days, after being interviewed by several major portals, Shen Jiang finally got a break and received a message from Su Minin. The Dragon Hidden crew was going to hold a celebration banquet. Although the movie hadn't finished its run yet, Su Minin was worried that the main actors would have work arrangements later and wouldn't be able to gather. So he planned to find a day to celebrate. The box office figures weren't of much importance. Shen Jiang would definitely go, but after agreeing, she thought of Lu Boating, and her heart sank again. She opened WeChat, and the conversation with him was still stuck on his 2-word reply, "It's fine." She stared at it for a long time, hesitating for a long while, and finally sighed and put her phone away. "Zhou Yundao, the time for the celebration banquet has been set. I checked, and I happened to be free that day." Lu Boating was sitting on the sofa, pressing the remote, and responded with a nonchalant Zhou Yun looked at him, lowered her head for a while, then looked at him again, going back and forth a few times before finally catching Lu Boating's attention. He looked over and said flatly, "If you have something to say, just say it. I was thinking about the question you asked me last time." Zhou Yun touched her chin. "At the time, I didn't react, but I've been thinking about it these past few days." "Question?" Lu Boating paused for a moment. "It's just that you were staring at your phone for a long time that day, then asked me." "I didn't ask." Lu Boating seemed to remember, frowned, and interrupted her. "You don't need to bring it up again." "Huh, but I've thought about it for a long time. I seriously considered it." Lu Boating didn't want to continue talking, put down the remote, and directly stood up to leave. "Hey, Brother Boating, Brother Boating." Zhou Yun reached out in a daze, only to grasp at his indifferent back. She still remembered how he sat on the sofa with his phone that day, slightly stunned. She had curiously asked a question, and he had remained silent for a long time. She thought he wouldn't speak, but later he suddenly looked up after frowning in thought and asked a question. It was about another artist, and the question was somewhat startling. Zhou Yun had been so stunned that she couldn't respond, and by the time she wanted to answer, he had already walked away. What was going on now? He clearly asked back then, right? He had frowned and asked, "Do you think Shen Jiang likes me?" Chapter 33, Su Minin settled a small banquet hall on the first floor for the celebration, giving it a strong company annual meeting vibe. For this event, Shen Jiang started preparing a few days in advance. Since it was a private gathering for her crew, not a formal occasion, there was no need to wear formal attire. But she still put some thought into her outfit. Shang Tening even remarked, "You seem to care more about this than going to the studio for photos." She certainly couldn't understand Shen Jiang's mindset, as Shen Jiang herself couldn't clearly articulate what she was thinking. The thought of meeting Lu Boating made her feel excited, mixed with a bit of indescribable emotions. After sending her to the door, Shang Tening reminded Shen Jiang, who was about to get out of the car, no excessive drinking, and no outrageous behavior. Keep your words and actions in check. I'll come and pick you up when it's over. She had outgrown the age of partying and had enough work-related socializing. She really wasn't interested. I know. Shen Jiang nodded, turned away from her, and quickly entered the hall. The banquet hall was on the 13th floor, and by the time she arrived, most people were already there, creating a lively atmosphere. More than 10 long tables were filled with food, offering everything from main courses to snacks, with several corners set up with sofas and transparent low tables, board games, simulation games, and even mahjong tables. As soon as Shen Jiang walked in, she paused at the door, feeling a mix of amusement and bewilderment. What is this? It was a blend of chic and a bunch of down-to-earth things, with hardly anything resembling a banquet. Our leading lady has arrived, someone shouted, and a group of people rushed over, holding spray cans, and unexpectedly sprayed her all over with colorful ribbons. Shen Jiang couldn't dodge in time, looked down at herself covered in welcome colors, shrugged, and smiled helplessly. Why did you come so late? Su Minin came out to greet her, leading her inside while talking. Baiting and Duan, you are already here. We're just waiting for you. Hearing Lu Baiting's name, Shen Jiang's body tensed for a moment, and she slightly curved her lips to explain there was a bit of traffic on the way. She had indeed seen correctly. Lu Baiting and the others were sitting on the sofa in the corner. Even with just a glance, she could always find him accurately in the crowd. Shen Jiang is here. You guys move over a bit. Su Minin unceremoniously directed them, insisting on a women-first approach. Shen Jiang hurriedly said, "No need. I'll sit on the side." She sat down next to the sofa, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Lu Baiting in the center. He didn't look away, meeting her gaze directly, just like every other time. Shen Jiang quickly withdrew her gaze and greeted everyone. Senior Lu, Senior Duan, Director Li, Coordinator Wang. Why do I feel like I was called out by the teacher in school? Duan, you joked. Teacher Shen, you're too polite. Just call me by my name next time. Shen Jiang smiled at him in response, but didn't take it seriously. They weren't close enough for that. Just like he called her Teacher Shen, it was all just politeness. There were mostly men in the crew, but the few who managed the actors were all women. Seeing them chatting, they all came over with their glasses raised. Naturally, they had a toast, and remembering Shang Tianying's reminder. Shen Jiang took a small sip before putting her glass down. After a brief chat, soon Su Minin, the coordinator, and the assistant director were all pulled away. And Duan Yu was also called to play board games. Only Shen Jiang and Lu Baiting remained, he on the main seat and she on the side, each occupying a sofa. Aren't you going? She chuckled, trying to break the silence. Lu Baiting glanced at her, shook his head with a faint smile, no. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Aren't you going to play with them?" "Not really." Shen Jiang waved her hand. "I'm fine just sitting here for a while." What was the point of playing with them? Board games, mahjong, simulation games. None could compare to the joy of being with him, even if it was just in the capacity of ordinary seniors and juniors, chatting about trivial matters. She opened the conversation, and Lu Baiting politely inquired, "Have you settled on your new job?" "Yes, I'm about to join the crew soon." "Really? I hope everything goes smoothly." "Uh-huh. What about you, senior? Are you planning to rest or take on a new role next?" "Maybe rest. Maybe take a new role. I'm not sure for now." "Well, I wish you all the best, senior." Shen Jiang replied awkwardly, realizing the conversation had hit a dead end. She swallowed, picked up her glass, and pretended to take a sip. "If you don't like drinking, try to drink other beverages." Lu Baiting looked at her and said, "Drinking too much is bad for your health, and the acting profession is already hard on the body. It's best to take care of yourself as much as possible outside of work." After being lectured, Shen Jiang wasn't annoyed at all. She immediately put down her glass and nodded, "I understand." She added with a small smile, "Thank you, senior." Lu Baiting caught that slight smile of hers, paused to look for a few seconds, then quickly turned his gaze away with a smile. Her emotions were really easy to read, just like now, as if she had tasted something delicious and didn't want others to know, secretly enjoying it to her heart's content. Thinking of this, her thoughts suddenly halted. Was she so happy merely because of the fan mentality, holding affection for everything he said and did, or was it because Zhou Yun, still unaware that Lu Baiting had started pondering serious matters again, was standing by the board game machine, watching people play, then went to the dining area to get food. As he slightly tilted his head to drink, someone approached him, holding a hot drink, chatting casually. "Hey, don't you think Shen Jiang and teacher Lu Baiting seem a bit buffed?" Zhou Yun choked, hurriedly wiping the water from his mouth, and said to the person next to him, "A bit what?" "It's perfectly fine, very normal." "What a harmonious pair of seniors and juniors. Why are you so excited?" The person laughed, putting an arm around his shoulder and glancing at the two chatting on the sofa. "I just feel like Shen Jiang often hangs out with teacher Lu Baiting. It was the same when they were in Hengdian. Shen Jiang is our Baiting GE's fan. Chatting with her idol, learning some experience. Isn't that normal?" "Normal, but what?" Zhou Yun interrupted him, pulling him toward the busier area. "Come on, let's play a few rounds of games and stop talking nonsense." "Okay, now we're going to present the Best Employee Award." At the front of the banquet venue, there was a small stage slightly elevated from the ground, where Coordinator Wang was standing with a microphone. As soon as he finished speaking, a cheer erupted from the crowd. He signaled for everyone to be quiet and continued. "Who is the winner of the Best Employee Award for the Long Qian crew?" "The lighting team. The lighting team. It must be our costume and makeup team." "Who said that?" "Maybe it's our props team." Coordinator, stop teasing us. Just tell us already. Who is it? His playful teasing annoyed the crowd. And since they were all acquaintances, the people gathered at the front of the stage began to shout back at Coordinator Wang, each taking turns. Shen Jiang remained sitting on the sofa, watching the lively scene in front of her, smiling. This really feels like a company annual meeting. Director Su was actually a very relaxed person behind the scenes and easy to get along with. Liu Beiting also didn't join the fray, smiling slightly. He probably just wants to make everyone happy. Just as the two chatted for a moment, they heard Coordinator Wang's booming voice from the sound system. The winner of the Best Employee Award is Assistant Director Li. Cut! The crowd erupted in cheers. And Assistant Director Li, reminded by someone, came up to accept the award with a half-hearted smile, laughing as he playfully tapped several people on the head on his way up. What are you guys up to, making so much noise? Wang Tongshou gave out the trophy and prizes, but wouldn't let them leave, pulling Deputy Director Li to give an acceptance speech. Shen Jiang watched with great interest, thinking it had turned into an awards ceremony. Liu Beiting just smiled without speaking. Just as Shen Jiang finished speaking, Wang Tongshou on stage announced the next award, which was about to be presented for the strongest idol in the country. As soon as this name was mentioned, everyone instantly knew it had to be Duan Yu. Shen Jiang, like watching a variety show, couldn't help but smile, staring in that direction, and didn't forget to talk to Liu Beiting. Ah, this award is definitely for Duan Yu. Liu Beiting raised an eyebrow, noticing her interest, and chatted along. The strongest idol in the country. That is indeed well-deserved. Even if we look across the entire entertainment industry, I wouldn't say it's a sure win, but at least he is a strong candidate. Oh, does the senior think so? Shen Jiang was a bit surprised, seeing that he seemed quite approving of Duan Yu. In this circle, most people have looks, some have talent, and Duan Yu is both, making him one of the top contenders among this third type of people. Just being an idol is a waste. If he hadn't transitioned so late, perhaps he would have achieved even more by now. Shen Jiang didn't expect him to have such a high opinion of Duan Yu, resting her elbow on her folded knees, chin in hand, tilting her head slightly. It's true that Senior Duan Yu is very impressive, but the strongest idol in the country. She turned her gaze to Liu Beiting. You're not saying it's me, are you? Liu Beiting was taken aback, speechless, as over the years, even if people praised his looks, no one had ever called him an idol type. What does it matter? Everyone has different standards and concepts of what is best. In my heart, the strongest idol in the country is the senior, and also the strongest talent. Shen Jiang nodded earnestly, feeling she hadn't elaborated enough, adding, That's what I think. You're praising me so much. I'm really. Liu Beiting didn't know whether to be happy or frustrated for a moment. Shen Jiang smiled and said nothing when suddenly her name was called on stage. The Best Newcomer Award for Outstanding Performance in Filming goes to our leading actress Shen Jiang Junwang, the cold and aloof concubine. What kind of name is that? She joked, but her body honestly stood up. After giving her speech, she returned holding the trophy and prizes, showing them to Liu Beiting like a child. This is my first award in my life. He played along. It's beautiful. There will be many more in the future. Both leading actors were called up, and Liu Beiting naturally couldn't escape. When he stood on stage holding the trophy for the unprecedented Most Handsome and Charming Male Lead Award, he silently sighed in his heart. His acceptance speech was so brief it was shocking, and Wang Tongshou had to liven up the atmosphere. Friends here, is our male lead handsome or not? The audience instantly responded in unison. Handsome. Liu Beiting smiled lightly, allowing everyone to tease him. In front of so many familiar and unfamiliar faces, all crew members, his gaze, however, passed over the crowd and landed on the sofa in the corner at the back. Her hair fell softly over her shoulders, and her eyes were full of laughter. Just like everyone else present, but she looked a bit different. Is the male lead handsome? As Wang Tongshou's voice fell, the person he was looking at raised a bright smile and, like everyone else, shouted back towards him. Handsome, like the stars shining across the horizon. Her eyes were clear and bright. After a long night of excitement, Shen Jiang felt a bit tired and hid on the balcony to enjoy the breeze. Just after 10 o'clock, she suddenly received a call from Jiang Yao, who seemed to have just freshened up, snuggling in her blanket, her voice soft and spoiled. Jiang, tell me a story. I want to sleep. Shen Jiang was speechless. If you want to sleep, just sleep. Why do I have to tell you a story? Who do you think you are? I can't sleep. It's weird if you can sleep this early. I finished work early today. Why not take a break? Shen Jiang replied, you usually don't go to bed early, and I haven't seen you bored. Rolling up your blanket in bed, sleeping whenever you want. Jiang Yao hummed, stubbornly insisting that she needed her to make up a bedtime story for her right now, or a lullaby would do. Shen Jiang was at a loss for how to deal with this sudden whim of her aunt. So she said, I'm at the cruise celebration party. Next time, why not call me later? I promise to sing for you. Whatever you want to hear, I'll sing. Celebration party. Jiang Yao, stop teasing. Why is it so quiet over there? The heating in the room is too hot. So I came to the balcony for some fresh air. Oh, I see. The night was just right. The weather in April wasn't too cold. And Shen Jiang didn't want to go back inside just yet. So she started chatting with Jiang Yao about the fun things from the night. Hearing that their crew had organized an awards ceremony with all sorts of bizarre awards, Jiang Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then commented, aside from Duan Yu being the strongest idol, what were those awards you and Liu Beiting got? The names are so funny. Shen Jiang said, you also think it suits senior Duan Yu? Jiang Yao retorted, what else? If I had to choose, I would definitely choose senior Liu. Shen Jiang said with great righteousness, in my heart, he is a combination of both idol and talent, the 13-year-old girlfriend of stars. Hey, people see their beloved as a beauty, and you're seeing your beloved as an idol. Have you asked for his opinion? Shen Jiang rolled her eyes at her. Jiang Yao, who couldn't sleep, continued, don't underestimate Duan Yu. There's a voting on which male star do you want to marry, online, and he had several thousand more votes than the second place. Far ahead. How can I underestimate him? I'm just saying my personal preference. Can't people have their own idols? Shen Jiang replied, frowning, thinking for a while, by the way, if I were to marry senior Duan Yu, would I become the public enemy of the nation? Then what if you married Liu Beiting? Wouldn't marrying him make you the public enemy too? Hey, you really are a brain-dead fan. I almost feel sorry for Duan Yu, being so picky because of you. Shen Jiang didn't pay attention to Jiang Yao's later complaints. Upon hearing the first half, her thoughts suddenly paused. One hand resting on the railing, she lowered her head slightly, lost in thought. If I married senior Liu? It seemed that regardless of whether the other party was listening, Shen Jiang sighed lightly, as if answering herself. That would definitely be the happiest thing in the world, right? The atmosphere suddenly became awkwardly stiff, with only the not-so-cold wind blowing by. Jiang Yao on the other end of the phone fell silent for a long time. And after coming back to her senses, she suddenly exclaimed, oh my God, Shen Jiang, you big infatuated fool. You're hopeless. All right. Shen Jiang covered her ears, pulling the phone away, listening to her shout for a long time, taking a few minutes to finally skip over this topic. You should sleep. I'm going back inside. If you really can't sleep, call me later. Shen Jiang adjusted her collar, opened the door, and as soon as she stepped in, the warm air from the heating hit her, making her feel as if she was about to overheat. Taking a step, she suddenly stopped, her gaze falling on the table next to her. Whose red wine is this? Feeling a bit thirsty after chatting for so long, and uncertain if this glass had been drunk, Shen Jiang hesitated for a second, then immediately gave up and hopped over to the dining area. Hey, Beiting bro. Zhou Yun, who was snacking, raised his hand toward the person walking over. To be honest, he felt a bit embarrassed. He was supposed to accompany Liu Beiting to the celebration party, but ended up having fun all night. Just as he was thinking of making amends, he chatted for a bit on the sofa, but they barely spoke a few sentences before the person left. Beiting bro, where did you go? Zhou Yun held up a few untouched plates of snacks, trying to be hospitable. Are you hungry? Want to eat something to fill your stomach? Liu Beiting shook his head, not looking at him, his gaze wandering ahead. Brother Beiting? Zhou Yun raised his hand and waved it in front of him. Brother Beiting, what are you doing? The person who was called back to reality frowned slightly. Nothing, I was just lost in thought. Where did you just go? Nowhere. Zhou Yun glanced at him and noticed his empty hands, asking curiously, hey, didn't you have a drink? Where's the drink? Did you finish it so quickly? Even though there's no work tomorrow, you should still drink less, otherwise if Sister One finds out. I didn't drink, I just put it down. Liu Beiting interrupted his rambling, not waiting for him to say more, and turned to walk away, lost in thought. Zhou Yun watched his back, feeling puzzled. What's going on? Brother Beiting looks so serious. Chapter 34. Shen Jiang officially signed a contract confirming that her new film's tentative title is Time and Me Moving Backward. The genre is a warm family comedy, and the preparation will be completed within a month of its release in Longqian, with the project ready to start filming in coastal city Yan. As the female lead, Shen Jiang will join the crew in 2 days. Her luggage is all packed, and she planned to spend her last few leisurely days at home before work, but an unexpected guest showed up with 2 bottles of wine. Dang, dang, dang. Jiang Yao struck an exaggerated pose as she burst through the door, exclaiming, "Surprise! Aren't you happy to see me?" "Not at all. Hey, I came all the way to see you off, and you're so cold," Jiang Yao complained as she followed Shen Jiang into her apartment. She casually placed the wine on the coffee table, surveyed the surroundings, and exclaimed, "Your place is really nice. It has a luxurious vibe." Shen Jiang was in the small kitchen looking for something to entertain her and casually replied, "It's not mine. It's my brother's." "Same difference." Jiang Yao waved her hand dismissively, not bothering to clarify, and asked where the wine opener was. After finding it, she began to twist the bottle open. Shen Jiang emerged with some snacks and said, "I don't drink. You can finish it by yourself." The person struggling to open the bottle ignored her, putting all her strength into it. The light was good by the window, the view was nice, and with 2 open bottles of wine and a few dishes of food laid out, the 2 women sat cross-legged on the floor. One was dressed in a casual outfit that resembled pajamas, her hair loosely tied up, while the other wore sporty clothes with her long hair in a ponytail, looking carefree and unrefined, a stark contrast to the glamorous image they presented to the media. Shen Jiang said she didn't drink, but she was eventually led astray by Jiang Yao. The wine glass shook as she gulped down more than half in one go, sighing as the aroma of the wine filled her mouth. Jiang Yao, munching on her snacks, scolded her, "Why are you sighing? Your career is bright. Your future is promising. Young people need some energy, okay?" Shen Jiang glanced at her, unusually not retorting, and with a slight smile, replied, "You came not just to see me off, right?" "How did you know?" Jiang Yao responded, "Your face is full of gossip that you can't hide." "I'm not stupid," since she had already said it. Jiang Yao wiped her hands and straightforwardly said, "I'm just here to check on your romantic progress." Last night, she suddenly posted a status on social media saying worrying for nothing, along with the many-faced princess. Although it was only 5 words, the sour tone was quite strange, especially combined with what she had said a few days ago during the celebration banquet, "If I'm Mary Senior Liu." Remembering that distant and melancholic tone, Jiang Yao immediately decided to pay a visit. The sweet and shy concerns of a young girl must be taken seriously. "My romantic progress?" Shen Jiang laughed. "What romantic progress do I have? You and Liu baiting. Just ordinary colleagues, normal senior-junior relationship." She answered quickly, so fast that it seemed a bit like she was trying to cover something up. Jiang Yao's expression turned slightly melancholic. "I probably shouldn't say much since we've only known each other for 3 years, but I often say, and you should know, I've always remembered your kindness towards me. I hope, as a friend, I can do something for you when you need it. Although it's particularly nosy for outsiders to meddle in romantic matters. I don't want you to develop negative emotions that could affect your work and life." It was rare for Jiang Yao to be serious, and her suddenly sentimental words took Shen Jiang by surprise. After turning around, she set her wine glass down, leaned in closer, rested her chin on Jiang Yao's shoulder, closed her eyes, and hugged her with one arm. "It's not that I mind you saying too much. I know you care about me." Jiang Yao patted her back, revealing a kind smile. "Great, then let's talk about you and Liu baiting." Shen Jiang responded, "Busybody. The matter of Liu baiting wasn't really a big deal. It was just that someone had walked into a pit and couldn't get out. At least, after listening to Shen Jiang's young girl's heart, Jiang Yao thought so. I thought it was a big deal, and I worried for nothing. You weren't rejected by him, and he didn't say he disliked you. Don't you get along well now? Are you silly? You should seize the opportunity. Seize the opportunity. Yes, you said you were nervous when you sent him that message about the mandarin orange. I think it was great. What are you regretting? You've liked him for so many years. What's the point of not letting him know? You need to let him know you like him, that you don't just see him as an idol, but as a man you want to touch and sleep with." Shen Jiang quickly covered her mouth, stopping her from saying more outrageous things. She pressed her lips together and asked, "Let him know? What if he..." Jiang Yao shook off her hand. Are you afraid of being distanced or blocked? Come on, if you don't even have the determination, how are you going to pursue a man? I think things are fine the way they are. Fine? Then think about him dating and marrying someone else. Think about him being sweet with another woman. If you're willing to just back down like this and think being a good friend and junior is enough to bless him, then I really have nothing to say and I won't bother anymore. Shen Jiang was taken aback, feeling inexplicably bitter. Jiang Yao continued, besides, I didn't say you had to confess immediately. Do you know how to boil a frog in warm water? Do you know how to flirt? If you get him to like you, everything will fall into place. It's that simple. Let him like me. Shen Jiang was clearly stunned. Teacher Jiang, you really are hopeless. You're the least spirited group I've ever taught. Jiang Yao pointed at her. Can you guys stop thinking like fans all the time? Your idol is also a person. He eats, drinks, and has physiological needs. He also wants to date and get married, okay? If you think from the beginning that he won't like you, you've boxed yourself in. And how can the situation continue? What if a pie falls from the sky? After a few seconds, seeing Shen Jiang deep in thought, Jiang Yao sighed and finally said, if you like him, go pursue him. What's there to fear about the outcome? The important thing is to not have regrets. After a while, the slightly stunned Shen Jiang finally came back to her senses. Then, she picked up her phone, as if to prove something to Jiang Yao, or perhaps finally made up her mind. I'll ask him out for dinner. What Jiang Yao said didn't seem wrong. Her long-standing dilemma was whether or not to move forward, fearing that if she took the initiative, she would end up back where she started. But thinking about it, if she hesitated and procrastinated, waiting for a day when there would be no opportunities left to lose, she might regret it even more than losing the chance. With something that had been weighing on her heart finally lifted, Shen Jiang let out a long breath, focused her gaze, and dialed Liu Beiting's number. The TV had been on since morning, and Zhou Yun had gone in several times. Liu Beiting had been watching his previous works. After lunch, Zhou Yun could no longer hold back and rushed into the bedroom again, but stopped at the door to knock. After saying come in, the person leaned against the headboard, propping up one long leg, the soft quilt and bed slightly sinking. While his gaze was fixed on the TV screen, Zhou Yun asked Brother Beiting, do you want to go out for a walk? To the gym or a tea restaurant? No, I want to rest at home. Usually, when he said that, Zhou Yun would leave voluntarily to give him space. But at this moment, Zhou Yun didn't want to leave, standing at the door with a slight internal struggle. For some reason, ever since returning from the celebration banquet, Brother Beiting seemed to have been unhappy. Although he usually didn't talk much and had few expressions, he had never seemed as if he was surrounded by a heavy atmosphere as he did these past few days. Seeing that he hadn't left, Liu Beiting raised his gaze. Is there something else? Before he could finish, his phone rang, and Zhou Yun fell silent, swallowing the remaining words. After picking up the phone, Liu Beiting hesitated for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. However, he still answered the call, and Zhou Yun stepped back a little, reducing his presence. Liu Beiting didn't say much, but from the conversation, it seemed that the caller was Shen Jiang. After hearing something from the other end, he spoke. I have work today and will probably be busy until midnight. After the other side said something again, he continued after a few seconds. I have an interview tomorrow as well, so I might not have time. I'm sorry. Zhou Yun listened in astonishment, and before she could think it through, Liu Beiting ended the call and asked him, who was half hidden behind the door, do you have something to do? If not, close the door. I want to sleep for a while. No. Zhou Yun poked her head out and replied, seeing his expression was far from bright. She tucked away her questions and nodded, saying, it's nothing. Beiting, you sleep. I'll go out. Liu Beiting stared intently at the door until it was firmly closed and fell silent. He remained lost in thought, not pulling his gaze away. Shen Jiang had called to invite him to dinner. In fact, he had time today and tomorrow. His work was scheduled for a few days later, and he had been quite free lately. However, he still turned her down. Liu Beiting rubbed his forehead. The version of himself on the television was reciting lines, but it sounded noisy in his ears. Refusing her didn't ease his heart at all, but if he agreed to meet. On the day of the celebration banquet, he had held a wine glass, wanting to talk to her, and accidentally heard her on the phone with a friend, starting from marrying Duanyu. He had only pushed the sliding door of the balcony open a little, yet the wind that blew and carried her voice clearly and accurately to him. Shen Jiang was his fan, He had known this since that night in Hongdian when they had fish, but he had always forgotten, or rather, not seriously thought about what kind of feelings this young girl had for him, treating him as an idol. Reflecting on their interactions during the filming, Liu Boating suddenly felt a bit guilty. Was he being too frivolous? He was already 35, and she was so young and naive, with a bright future ahead of her, full of infinite excitement and novelty waiting for her. How long could her little liking for him last? And even if the response didn't count as a response, how could he know it wasn't encouragement for her? Liu Boating closed his eyes. He shouldn't forget these things. Time and I Rewind Forward is a film centered on family ties, with Shen Jiang as the female lead and veteran actor Xie Chunshu as the second female lead. Their roles in the film are that of a granddaughter and grandmother. There is no male lead. All male characters in the film are supporting roles, among which the one with the most scenes is a newcomer named Meng Zan, who is a newcomer the company of Shang Tianying plans to promote this year, and Shen Jiang, S. Nominal Jr. After Shen Jiang joined the crew, she spent her days either filming or staying in her room, not talking much on set. Although she responded warmly and kindly when someone initiated conversation, most people felt she was hard to approach. Meng Zan was not afraid of her. He often sought her out to chat, just like now. Sister Shen Jiang, did you see the Weibo post I just shared? It's super funny. He chuckled, holding his phone, grinning broadly, even slapping his thigh. The set was still being prepared, and the two were waiting for the shoot to start. Out of boredom, they both took out their phones to scroll through Weibo. Shen Jiang glanced at him, feeling quite helpless at his childish antics. You should post less. Otherwise, your manager will scold you again. Artists are not like ordinary people. Someone like him, who posts content so indiscriminately, is bound to get scolded. They had mutually followed each other on Weibo since the first day of joining the crew, but Shen Jiang hadn't seen his reposts because she was scrolling through her secondary account. The content on her secondary account was all about Liu Boating. Shen Jiang sighed and put away her phone just as the coordinator passed by, looking anxious. Familiar with the situation, Meng Zan casually asked, "What's wrong? Where are you rushing off to?" The coordinator indeed stopped to answer him. Director Zhou is going to visit the neighboring crew after finishing up, and I'm preparing gifts for the actors. There aren't many scenes scheduled for today. If we work fast, we can finish by 5 in the afternoon. I'm worried we won't make it. Visit? Which crew is next door? It's Director Chun Yang's crew, the Blade crew. Director Zhou and Director Chun have some private connections. And Liu Boating arrived yesterday too. Director Zhou has worked with him before and plans to catch up with some familiar faces. Liu Boating? Shen Jiang was taken aback upon hearing his name. Senior Liu is also there? The coordinator paused, realizing her reaction. Teacher Shen and Teacher Liu just worked together on Dragon Dive, right? Look at my memory. Liu Boating has collaborated with Director Chen in the past. They have a good relationship. He's here for a friendly cameo in Blade, and his scenes are concentrated in these few days. Director Zhou wanted to see both of them at once, but he has been keeping me on my toes. There was no preparation for this sudden visit. After saying that, the coordinator remembered he still had things to do and hurried off, saying there wasn't much time and that he would talk to the two teachers next time. Meng Zan waved and continued playing with his phone, while Shen Jiang sat on a chair, frowning in silence for a while before suddenly getting up and walking towards the interior. After finishing work, Director Zhou is going to visit. She would go too. Chapter 35. After debugging in various places, Director Zhou was busy and just walked aside to drink water. Seeing that she wouldn't disturb him, Shen Jiang immediately went over to mention the visit. Are you going to? Director Zhou was taken aback at first. Yes, Shen Jiang said. I've seen quite a few works by Director Chen Yang, and I've always liked him. Moreover, Senior Liu Boating is also here. He took good care of me during our previous collaboration, and I learned a lot from him. I want to go see it with you. Director Zhou thought about her collaboration with Liu Boating in the currently showing Dragon, and, without much consideration, agreed, all right, I'll call you after we finish. Shen Jiang was instantly delighted. After thanking the director, she added, I just bumped into the coordinator, and he said you asked him to prepare some gifts. It wouldn't be good for me to go empty-handed. Let me take care of the food. Director Zhou immediately refused, but Shen Jiang was very persistent. It's just some food. Nothing expensive. You don't have to be polite with me, Director. Seizing the moment of his hesitation, she quickly decided, I'll have my assistant take care of it. Saying this, She left him no chance to refuse and walked away immediately. For this shoot, Shang Tianing arranged for a young assistant named Li Chunshun, who had been in the industry for over 2 years. She had a gentle personality and a maturity that belied her age. During their time together, they had quite a bit to talk about, although she tended to follow Shang Tianing's words a bit too closely. When Shen Jiang asked her to order such a large quantity of meals, her instinctive reaction was one of doubt and disapproval. What do you need all this for? No need to ask so much. Just go do it, Shen Jiang said, holding her phone and transferring her personal expenses to her via a messaging app. You don't need to report this to Shang Jia, but if you want to say something, that's fine too. After saying that, she waved her hand, urging her to hurry up and go. Li Chunshun hesitated but went anyway. Shen Jiang opened WeChat and stared at Liu Beiting's profile picture for a while, filled with determination. The filming location for Fengren was not far away. After finishing work, Shen Jiang and director Zhou took his car over and arrived at the shooting site shortly. Shen Jiang sent Li Chunshun back to the hotel. She didn't follow them, but the meals they ordered arrived shortly after. Fengren is a male-dominated film, and director Chen Yang and several male actors were working. They only approached to greet them after successfully completing a take. Director Chen Yang liked Shen Jiang very much. After hearing a brief introduction from director Zhou, he smiled and said, "I've seen Dragon, and Miss Shen's performance was quite good. I hope we can collaborate sometime." Shen Jiang quickly, humbly responded, and then the two directors reminisced while she stood by, unable to interject, quietly listening. After director Zhou and she delivered the gifts to the Fengren crew, Shen Jiang took the opportunity to slip away. The meals she ordered were divided into main dishes and snacks, packed in square boxes, arranged neatly, with one for each person. Liu Beiting's meal was slightly different from the others. She had specifically instructed Li Chunshun to pack it separately in a paper bag, which she carried with her and placed in the car. She went to director Zhou's car to get the items and ventured toward the resting area, finally spotting a familiar face. Shen Miss. For a moment, he doubted his own eyes as she quickly walked up to him, confirming that it wasn't an illusion. "Where's Senior Liu?" Shen Jiang peeked into the resting room behind him, her smile impossible to hide. He didn't answer, staring blankly and asking, "How come you're here?" "I came with our crew's director to visit. I heard Senior Liu is also here, so I came to see." "Visit?" Zhou Yun reacted, realizing it was her. "Is this meal boxed from your director too?" "The director brought other gifts. They're moving them in right now." "The food is from me," Shen Jiang said, holding up what she had. "I brought a separate portion for Senior Liu." "Where is he?" She looked longingly, fearing that if he didn't block the door, she would rush in immediately. Unfortunately, he wasn't there. Zhou Yun didn't lie to her and directly said, "Beiting just went out a few minutes ago. He probably went for a stroll." Shen Jiang was taken aback. "Went for a stroll? Which way did he go?" Zhou Yun pointed in a direction. Shen Jiang turned and ran out, quickly remembering something and returning to him. "This is for Senior Liu. Please help me pass it to him during dinner tonight." "You must give it to him." She ran off again before Zhou Yun could say anything. He rummaged through the paper bag she had given him and found a square meal box that looked different from the one he had just taken, with a unique appearance and size, still needing to be unwrapped. Shrugging, he took the paper bag into the resting room, originally thinking the meal box was a gift from the other crew's director, only to find out it was from the familiar Shen Jiang. There was also a portion originally reserved for Liu Beiting on the table, which now seemed unnecessary. This fan-special luxury meal box was indeed different, and likely the first of its kind in this crew. Zhou Yun compared the two meal boxes and silently clicked his tongue. Shen Jiang took 5 or 6 minutes and found him at a small mushroom pavilion by a little stone path. Liu Beiting was sitting on a stone bench, holding a cigarette, surrounded by wisps of smoke. Perhaps due to the scent, he was staring at a nearby pot of dense grass and flowers, squinting slightly. "Senior?" She called out to him tentatively from 5 steps away. He looked up, and her steps hesitated for a moment. But then she continued to approach as if nothing had happened. Liu Beiting was a bit surprised, but quickly got over it. "You're filming nearby too?" A person with clear thoughts could guess accurately. Even though he looked slightly tired, Shen Jiang nodded and smiled yes. As she spoke, she chose a small mushroom stone bench opposite him to sit down. Liu Beiting leaned down to extinguish his cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash can. This area had been rented by the Fengren crew for filming, and it was surrounded by tarps, so no one except staff could come in. Why did you come here alone to smoke? The smoke dissipated quickly in the moving air, and Shen Jiang suddenly remembered his serious tone, advising her to drink less. I smoke a couple when I'm bored. He chuckled and asked, what brings you here? Shen Jiang recounted what she had said to Zhou Yun. Lu, baiting, nodded, paused for a moment, and suddenly said, since you're here to visit, why not take a look around? Director Qinyang mentioned last time that he really hopes to collaborate with you, so he would probably love to chat with you. We've already met, and I've also taken a look around. Shen Jiang was determined not to leave. Lu, baiting, glanced at her, his gaze slightly heavy. She was a very likable girl. Sitting there, her hands folded neatly on her knees, her posture upright and her back straight, she exuded no laziness. Her bright eyes were fixed on him. As if afraid of being discovered, she would glance away for a moment and then look back. Hard-working, serious, talented, and down-to-earth, from any perspective. She was a very good girl. He had never really acknowledged it before, but now he realized that her thoughts had been expressed so clearly during that phone call, and to pretend to be confused would be somewhat shameless. Since he had rejected her dinner invitation last time, he had been thinking about it up until now. He believed he was right. This girl might have a little crush on him, but that admiration and longing were merely due to her youth. In a couple of years, as she matured and gained more experience, she might not find him special anymore. Shen Jiang was unaware of his thoughts and did not know he was contemplating how to unobtrusively distance himself from her. After a moment's silence, she expressed her well-prepared thoughts from the journey. I've been looking up guides since I arrived a few days ago. This city has quite a few famous delicacies, but I haven't had the chance to try them. I didn't expect it was so coincidental that you were here filming too. I didn't get the chance to invite you for a meal last time, so why don't we pick a time to go together? Staring at her expectant gaze, Lu, boating, politely declined. There's nothing special. Why do you want to treat me to dinner? She replied, the last play taught me a lot from you. It's only right for me to treat you. After a pause, he declined again. The schedule is full. I'm afraid I won't have time. That's okay. I've asked Director Chun. We can choose a time when you're free. It's hot outside. I don't really want to go out. For the third time, he refused. And even Shen Jiang, no matter how slow she was, sensed something was off. The smile on her lips faltered for a moment, and she struggled to maintain her composure. He said he didn't want to go, and she couldn't force him. I see. It's my oversight. Then let's forget it. Her gaze dimmed, and she pretended to be indifferent, the curve of her lips not decreasing, but rather exaggerating. She then changed the subject, and Lu, boating, responded half-heartedly, feeling a bit lost in what he was saying. He clearly saw the fleeting disappointment and embarrassment on her face. On one hand, he felt he shouldn't give her unnecessary encouragement and hope, while on the other hand, he couldn't help but self-reproach. After struggling in his mind for a long time, just as he was about to speak and change his mind, another voice interjected. Miss Shen, Teacher Lu. It was the coordinator of the Fengren crew, a slightly overweight middle-aged man who jogged a few steps towards them, standing 2 meters away. Director Chun and Director Zhou asked me to call you over. I guess Miss Shen came here to catch up with Teacher Lu. He chuckled. Let's go quickly. They're waiting for us up front. Lu, boating, hadn't moved yet, while Shen Jiang jumped down the small steps, smiling as she greeted the coordinator. By the time he walked down, she had already reached the coordinator's side, proceeding with a distance between them. It was unclear what she was so happy about, but she looked particularly cheerful, taking 2 steps ahead of him, walking in front, leaving only her back in view. Shen Jiang's group didn't stay long before leaving. The Fengren crew had scenes to shoot in the evening, and everyone would have dinner on set. When Lu, boating, returned to his lounge, Zhou Yun was eating. Seeing him come in, Zhou Yun swallowed what was in his mouth and pointed to a paper bag on the table. Dinner is there. Then he put down his chopsticks and got up to go out. I'll get you a cup of hot tea. No need, Lu, boating, called him back. You eat yours. It's fine, this is the second portion. I've already eaten. Second portion? Yeah. Zhou Yun paused at the door. Miss Shen and their crew's directors came to visit, and she brought food for the whole crew. Everyone's dinner tonight is from her. I originally took 2 ordinary meals, and she specifically prepared one for you. What's in the paper bag is specially for you. Miss Shen insisted I must give it to you. I already ate the 2 portions I took earlier. Lu, boating, paused, didn't respond, and took out the meal box from the paper bag, which was quite substantial. Seeing him silent, Zhou Yun went out to get hot water, and when he returned to the lounge, Lu, boating, had already sat down. looking up to ask, "What's in your meal?" Zhou Yun was taken aback. What could there be in the meal? Just dishes and rice. He put down his cup and simply showed him the meal box he had taken a couple of bites from. It's just normal food. The beef portion is quite generous. Plenty of meat and rich sauce. Glancing at the tightly sealed dinner in front of Liu Boating, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Brother Boating? Is there a problem with your meal?" Zhou Yun immediately began to think about what he couldn't eat, wondering if Shen Jiang accidentally sent him something he didn't eat. Before he could think it through, Liu Boating said, "It's nothing." Then he added, "My coat is left at the front set. If you're full, help me bring it back." Without a word, Zhou Yun immediately went out. Left alone, Liu Boating silently glanced at the patterns on the box, lifted the already unsealed lid. And on the left was a beautifully presented dish. The box's material kept it warm, still steaming. On the right, separated from it, was only 2/3 the size, filled with freshly cut fruits. There were sweet and sour, red and purple varieties. Usually, he only ate seasonal fruits. But he didn't have time to think about which ones were out of season, as his gaze fell immediately on the top of the fruit compartment. 2 bright yellow mandarins stood quietly. He vividly remembered the 2 sentences she had said in WeChat. The meaning of the mandarin, to her, was not just a mandarin, but the king of peace. After that, he had asked her what kind of mandarin she wanted. Liu Boating gently pressed his lips together. And now, she had brought the mandarin right in front of him. Chapter 36, After Work. Zhou Yun sensed that Liu Boating's mood was off. After accompanying him back to his room, he lingered in the living room, hesitating to leave. Liu Boating went into the bedroom to change his clothes. After taking a shower, he came out of the bathroom, drying his hair with a white towel, the collar of his bathrobe loose. He paused when he saw someone sitting at the foot of the bed. "Why haven't you left yet?" Zhou Yun turned around, swallowing hard and forcing a smile. It was late at night, and seeing a man sitting by the bed after a shower would make any normal man feel awkward. But he had to talk to him. Sisterwin said that not only should he pay attention to his daily life, but he also needed to keep an eye on his emotions at all times. The TV, turned on by Zhou Yun, was playing a drama about feuds in a Republican-era family, and with a strange background noise, he said, "Boating go. Can we talk?" "About what?" Liu Boating's tone was very flat, showing no desire for communication. "Just," Zhou Yun pondered his expression and spoke, "let's talk about Miss Shen." The person drying his hair paused for a moment, then seemingly ignored him, sitting down on the side of the bed and continuing to tend to his hair. Zhou Yun cleared his throat. "The food Miss Shen sent over tonight was quite good. I think I'll go find that restaurant tomorrow. It seems Director Chun likes her quite a bit. He was very nice to her during their conversation. It's normal for a promising newcomer to be liked. Actually, it's not just the director. Many staff members on the crew said they thought she would be a rather aloof type. But they didn't expect her to be quite easy to get along with. Completely different from the impression her character gives in the movie. What exactly do you want to say?" After hearing Zhou Yun ramble on for a while, Liu Boating lost his patience. "It's just, Miss Shen is quite nice. And like the staff, I have a good impression of her." Zhou Yun paused, finally getting to the point in the second half of his sentence. "Boating go. You feel the same way, right? Every time you meet Miss Shen, you seem very happy. But today seems a bit different." He didn't dare say this last sentence, but it was the main reason he wanted to talk to him. "How can you tell that I'm happy?" Zhou Yun didn't miss the fleeting gloom on his face, which made him even more certain that something was off. Furthermore, if someone couldn't tell whether he was happy or not, how could Zhou Yun, who had been by his side for so long, not notice? "I don't mean anything else. I'm just concerned." Zhou Yun didn't answer, swallowed again, and said, "If you have negative emotions, it's better to express them early." "I don't have any negative emotions." "You're overthinking it." Liu Boating picked up the hairdryer, not wanting to say more. "You should go back. I need a rest." Zhou Yun hesitated for a few seconds, knowing that continuing would be pointless, and got up as instructed. Just as he reached the door, he was called back. "Wait, what's wrong, Boating go?" Liu Boating's gaze was a bit deep, his expression unclear. He pressed his lips together and looked at him, asking, "Do you think I'll look happy when I see Shen Jiang?" Zhou Yun was taken aback. It seemed he didn't want to talk, but was struggling internally. "I can't explain it clearly, but I feel that you seem more relaxed with her than with many others." After a pause, he added, "It's probably just the vibe of friends getting along. But today, it feels like you weren't very happy to see Miss Shen, so I just asked." Liu Boating remained silent for a long time. Seeing him not speak, Zhou Yin tentatively asked, "Should I go back now?" He lightly nodded, lost in thought. "Are you very happy when you're with Shen Jiang?" Lu Boding asked himself, pondering for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. Just as he was about to plug in the hairdryer and turn it on, his phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Shen Jiang had sent him a few WeChat messages, sharing entertainment news from Weibo. Web link. Senior Zhong Qian and Huang Wan announced their marriage news. They're getting married. Zhong Qian and Huang Wan were both singers. The former had debuted early and was well known from many popular songs, while the latter was a new generation singer who gained public attention through a talent show 4 years ago with good vocal skills and solid singing ability. The few electronic albums Huang Wan released after becoming an artist were produced by Zhong Qian. They were both seniors and colleagues. And now they were about to become lovers walking into marriage. Singers were people who had nothing to do with Lu Boding, but 3 years ago, Zhong Qian was invited to make a cameo in a movie. Although he only appeared for a minute, he got along very well with the film crew. The main character of that movie was Lu Boding. Shen Jiang sent another message. Senior Zhong Qian's cameo in Storm was really impressive. I can almost recite the lines from his scenes with his co-star. Lu Boding hesitated slightly, struggling internally for a few seconds between whether to reply or not, but still pressed down to respond. "Lupe, I didn't pay much attention to the news. I'll find an opportunity to congratulate him next time." Unconsciously, he put down the towel and hairdryer, picked up his phone, and stared at the few lines of text on the screen, his gaze focused and deep. Soon, he received Shen Jiang's follow-up message. I remember when Senior Zhong Qian publicly announced his relationship, there was a lot of discussion online about the age difference. I didn't expect they would be getting married now, laughs. Although I'm not familiar with Senior Zhong Qian, if you want to express your blessings to them, please also convey mine, smiley face. She didn't know Zhong Qian or Huang Wan and usually didn't pay attention to other people's affairs. Why was she suddenly interested in their wedding? He stared at the latest line in the chat interface for a long time. It was clear what Shen Jiang meant. She was trying to show goodwill, approaching him actively. This intention was cautious, yet so obvious. Zhong Qian and Huang Wan had an age difference of over 10 years. When Zhong Qian debuted, Huang Wan might still have been in elementary school with a backpack. The age gap was similar to that between him and Shen Jiang. The phone vibrated again. I hope I didn't disturb you so late. I've rambled on for so long. Sorry for the interruption. Please rest early. Her tone was cautious and careful, revealing an awkward effort to sound cheerful, yet not quite succeeding. He suddenly remembered the scene from the evening. At the mushroom pavilion on set, she walked quickly and hurriedly, her back looking like someone trying to escape. He remembered it very clearly. His rejection probably made her very downcast, but in just a few hours, had those emotions dissipated? He wasn't sure. He just watched her come to him as usual, full of energy, wanting to talk, showing him this suggestive case in this seemingly clever yet clumsy way, bit by bit revealing her feelings. Unexpectedly, he felt a sudden urge to sigh. "Lupe, it's fine. You didn't disturb me. I'm not ready to rest yet." After a pause, he replied again. "Lupe, I will convey your blessings." She said good night, and he didn't reply again. His hair was still somewhat damp, and he wasn't in the mood to dry it. He leaned against the headboard, a thin blanket covering his abdomen, staring blankly at the TV. He didn't know what the drama about the feuds in the family was about or where it had progressed. He only saw a female character pointing at a male character and scolding. "You were told to study, and you've wasted your education. If you really had any responsibility, how could you cause such harm to a young girl? Knowing you couldn't take on the burden, why did you care in the first place? Fooling her into giving her feelings, only to turn around and say you didn't mean it, trying to wash your hands clean? How could our family raise a man like you? Regardless of the situation, this is a human life." The actress speaking didn't know if it was recorded live or dubbed later, but her enunciation was clear and her emotions were perfectly controlled. Just listening made one want to curse at the male character alongside her. Lu Boding's expression darkened further. He took out his phone and logged into Weibo, which he hadn't used in ages. The trending topic about Zhong Qian and Huang Wan's marriage news topped the list. He clicked in to take a look. Some people talked about the age difference, some shouted that they were a good match, and others sincerely expressed their blessings. One of the selected Weibo posts received a lot of likes. Yuan Yuan Wan. These netizens were so anxious all night. One moment saying Huang Wan's career doesn't match Zhong Qian. The next moment saying Zhong Qian is too old and Huang Wan will be losing out marrying him. And then mocking them as an old cow eating tender grass. It's really amusing. They have a fulfilling relationship, a stable career, and high income. What do you possibly compare to them? As the saying goes, only the person drinking knows whether it's cold or warm. Some people should take a look in the mirror and worry about themselves. Their faces are bigger than a wash basin. I'm saying this as a 10-year-old fan. If anyone comes to me again with unpleasant words, I won't rest until I make you kneel and cry, or I owe those albums I bought. Smile. Blessings to Zhong Qian and Huang Wan. This blogger is a fan of Zhong Qian, and the likes and comments are mostly supportive of her, defending her idol. While Lu Bo Ting focuses on one particular sentence, as the person drinking knows whether it's cold or warm, despite the noise from the outside world. The two main characters preparing to step into the marriage hall should be filled with happiness and joy. Lost in thought for a moment, Lu Bo Ting returned his gaze to see new updates on the homepage and casually clicked on them. He doesn't follow many people, and as he roughly browsed, he quickly spotted a new post from Shen Jiang. Scrolling through the interface, he focused to see clearly, and his fingers suddenly paused on the screen. Shen Jiang V. There are countless possibilities in life, and you're the best one. Sharing song. Huang Wan's countless possibilities. The song she shared is the most popular song among Huang Wan's works, written by herself. Today, with Zhong and Huang announcing their marriage news, no one would think too much about Shen Jiang's lyric in the comments. And that lyric seems quite fitting for the newlyweds at this moment. Fans either showed concern for Shen Jiang, as usual, or chatted casually about some gossip. The internet is lively, with people coming and going, and countless noisy sounds. Her Weibo comments, belonging to her own little world, are also bustling. Those who like her have countless cares and interpretations of her words, but only he knows what she is really saying. Only he would be so lost in thought the moment he saw this post. The window might not have been closed tightly. The words that blew into his ears that day on the balcony seemed to still be swaying in the night wind. Light and floating, every word and sentence reverberates along. And at this moment, it drifts back into his heart once again. If I marry Senior Lu, it must be the happiest thing in the world. He remembers it clearly. At that time, her sighing voice was so satisfied. Shen Jiang was lying on the bed, talking to Jiang Yao on the phone. The gossip machine wouldn't let any of her new dynamics slip, even scolding her for the new Weibo post. Are you jealous? They're getting married. Making it sound like you announced your relationship. If you really have the ability to announce your relationship, come back and give me this set. Okay? If I really announce my relationship, it will definitely be even more sour, you can rest assured. Pa, you think I'm complimenting you, huh? Shen Jiang smiled, then sighed long. Sigh, no progress at all. Did you do what I told you? Jiang Yao asked. Yes, I finally mustered the courage you told me to pursue him. But the result was 2 consecutive kneelings right from the start. You heard when I called him that day and got rejected, and today I got rejected again. That must be because you didn't grasp the right measure, or your approach was wrong. Forget it, I don't want to believe you. This dog-headed military advisor. Shen Jiang spat at her. Let's not talk about this. How have you been recently? Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment. It's okay. I've been auditioning for a new play these days. I'll tell you if there's good news. Shen Jiang thought for a moment, thinking she might not be doing well at work and not wanting to rub salt in the wound, so she didn't ask further. It was getting late, and the two said goodnight and hung up to sleep. The next day, with a lot of scenes scheduled, they shot all day, and they planned to finish at 11 at night. Shen Jiang knew there were many uncertainties in this situation, so she didn't think about the time, just stayed steadily on set, shooting when it was time to shoot and resting when it was time to rest. They were shooting scenes with senior Xie Chun Shu and other actors, Shen Jiang and Meng Zhe, and had been waiting since 7 o'clock. And after waiting for a full 3 hours, it was already past 10, and it still wasn't their turn. Bored, they played on their phones. And Meng Zhe and had his assistant go buy some food and drinks, inviting Shen Jiang to eat together. With nothing else to do, Shen Jiang simply sat with him by the flower bed in the open space. Meng Zhe was also a student in the performing arts department, from a different school than Shen Jiang, a year younger than her, with a big and straightforward personality. Sometimes he was a bit clueless, but he was easy to get along with. And as nominally a junior and senior in the same company, Shen Jiang felt a sense of brotherly affection for him. While eating and playing on their phones, Meng Zhen spotted a funny Weibo post and almost choked on his drink from laughing too hard, giggling nonstop as he excitedly showed it to Shen Jiang. Sister Jiang, look at this. Oh my god, it's too funny. Shen Jiang leaned over to take a look, chuckled a few times in response, and just as she was about to speak, he accidentally slipped and let go of his phone. Instinctively, she reached out with both hands to catch it. She caught the phone, but the drink bottle slipped out of her hand, and Shen Jiang quickly jumped back. But it was too late, and a bit of it splashed on her. Meng Zhen immediately placed the phone aside, repeatedly apologizing, and hurriedly took out a tissue to wipe it for her. Shen Jiang wiped off the spots on her skin and waved her hand, smiling as she tried to ease his guilt. It's okay, it's... Just as she lifted her gaze, her words got stuck in her throat. Sister Jiang? Meng Zhen thought she was angry and made a sad face to apologize, but her gaze was not on him, but rather beyond him, looking straight at someone behind him. Senior Lu? As she spoke, Meng Zhen also came back to his senses, turned his head to look, and was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with wild excitement. Lu Boting. OMG. He went to Sea Dragon because he liked Lu Boting. And when the director came to visit, he didn't dare to follow. He heard that Sister Shen Jiang went, and he regretted not using his thick skin to go. He didn't expect to see Lu Boting in person so soon. What luck! Meng Zhen was about to rush over to shake hands. But just as he lifted his foot, he suddenly stopped. Wait, why does it feel like Senior's gaze is a bit strange? Shen Jiang. Before he could figure it out or act on his thoughts, Lu Boting quickly withdrew his gaze that had briefly lingered on him, looking past him at the person he was half-blocking. Senior, what are you doing here? I came with Director Chen Yang to take a look, he said. He slightly curved his lips and said to Shen Jiang, they're talking in front. Let's go. The steady gaze in his eyes was soft and gentle, just like a few months ago. At that time, he didn't mind meeting her alone for shopping and meals. Unlike recently, when he had been using all sorts of excuses to politely refuse her, full of holes. His attitude shifted back and forth, almost returning to before, but with a slight difference. This made Shen Jiang hesitate, momentarily stunned. Chapter 37. Shen Jiang stood for a while, and when Lu Baiting saw that she wasn't moving, he called out, Shen Jiang? She came back to her senses, shook her head, and said it was nothing. Since the director was waiting, they should hurry over. As she spoke, she didn't forget to pull along Meng Zhen, who was nearby. The three of them walked together, with Shen Jiang taking the initiative to stand in the middle. Meng Zhen still seemed a bit dazed. As someone both parties knew, she briefly introduced them to each other. It was only then that Meng Zhen reacted, getting a bit flustered and stuttering with excitement, but seeing that Lu Baiting had no intention of extending a hand to shake. He had to suppress that impulse. Probably because they were walking, it would be inappropriate to shake hands while moving, he understood. The locations your crew chose are quite nice, Lu Baiting said to Shen Jiang. It's a pity I arrived late and couldn't see you act. Our scenes were filmed in the afternoon, and we didn't get to shoot in the evening. Shen Jiang said, wasn't Senior Xie Chunshu filming? By the time I got there, it was already finished. I had worked with Senior Xie Chunshu once before. Even though we didn't have any scenes together, I've always been deeply impressed by her acting skills. Shen Jiang smiled and said, Senior Xie Chunshu is indeed amazing and very kind. Last time I called her Senior, she told me not to address her that way and said it would be better to just call her Grandma. It seems you have a grandparent-grandchild relationship in the play. I heard the director mention it a bit earlier, Lu Baiting remarked. Yes, I play Senior Xie Chunshu's granddaughter. And you too. Lu Baiting glanced at her, his gaze briefly flickering to Meng Zhen beside her before quickly returning. We're siblings, Shen Jiang added, in the play. I see. Lu Baiting nodded slightly. Yes. Meng Zhen finally found an opportunity to chat with his idol, suppressing his excitement as he said, not long ago, I went to the cinema to watch Long Qian. I really liked Sister Jiang at that time, and I didn't expect to have the chance to collaborate so soon. Under the moonlight, Lu Baiting's expression appeared much gentler than before, where shadows mixed with light had made him look more serious. Just as Meng Zhen was about to continue speaking, he opened his mouth to say something, but Shen Jiang suddenly twisted her ankle, startling him. Instinctively, he reached out to support her. Are you okay? Did you twist your ankle? Shen Jiang was also startled for a moment. Thankfully, Meng Zan was quick, or she would have likely fallen hard. After catching her breath and steadying herself with his help, Shen Jiang looked down at her foot, relieved. I'm fine, thankfully. My shoes are okay, too. They're the crew's shoes, and if I broke them, I'd have to compensate the props team for a new pair, which would be a hassle. It's fine if the shoes are damaged, but it's good that you're okay. If you hurt your foot, how would you explain it to the director? Liu Baiting said. It's also my fault. I spilled a drink on you, and you ended up tripping while walking with me. How could I blame you for tripping? Don't say that. Liu Baiting had raised his hand instinctively to help her when she twisted her ankle but had to withdraw it silently. After that, she leaned almost entirely against Meng Zan, and once they steadied themselves, the two of them resumed chatting as if no one else was around. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he interrupted, You should go up ahead and change your shoes. If the props are damaged, it doesn't matter. What is important is that you're okay. Right, we shouldn't keep the director waiting. Shen Jiang smiled at him, stopping her conversation with Meng Zan, and the three continued forward. Meng Zan was very attentive to his senior sister, worried she might trip again. He quietly reminded her, Sister Jiang, watch your step. The heels are a bit thin. Just tell the props team tomorrow to swap them out. The moonlight wasn't very bright. The artificial light from the street lamps was dim and yellow. As the light faded, Shen Jiang smiled and thanked him. Liu Baiting frowned slightly, realizing his expression had changed, and suddenly felt a bit awkward, the corners of his mouth that were already not very relaxed becoming even flatter. The two directors were chatting happily in the brightly lit center of the set, and after Liu Baiting and the others joined, the atmosphere became even more lively. Chen Yang expressed his fondness for Shen Jiang again, prompting director Zhou to jokingly boast, Of course our leading lady is great. If you, old Shen, want to collaborate, just say so yourself. I'm not going to be your messenger. Shen Jiang quickly humbly responded a few times, and after a while of casual chatting, she said she wanted to grab a late-night snack, adding that there were 2 scenes that had to be postponed until the next night. The crew began to pack up their things. The night view of the city was beautiful. Tourism had been booming in recent years, with many scenic spots. Director Zhou had been there more than once and was familiar with the area, leading everyone to a local restaurant known for its authenticity. They took over nearly 10 blue fabric tents set up outside the store. Shen Jiang and Liu Baiting sat next to each other, with so many people around, and director Chen Yang constantly talking to her. She didn't have time to think about the concern she had been struggling with these past few days, and her attention wasn't really on Liu Baiting. The men and several female staff members had a few drinks, and Liu Baiting naturally couldn't escape that. Before raising his glass, he instinctively glanced at Shen Jiang, who was sitting upright, using tea instead of alcohol as an excuse. He then withdrew his gaze and downed several cups, feeling the heat in his throat. As the drinking continued, people began chatting in pairs, and the two directors talked to Shen Jiang about filming. Meng Zan quickly moved to sit beside Liu Baiting and asked Liu, Can I take a photo with you? Liu Baiting hesitated for 2 seconds and politely declined. I've had a few drinks, so I'm not looking my best right now. Then can I get your autograph? I'm your fan, he said, pulling out a notebook and a black pen from his bag. Liu Baiting remembered how Shen Jiang had called him Zan so affectionately earlier on the small road. He felt a bit like refusing, but seeing Meng Zan's eager expression, he thought about how this was a fan who liked him, and his professional ethics won over his reluctance, so he nodded in agreement. Meng Zan's eyes brimmed with admiration as he watched Liu Baiting write. A while ago, when I first joined the crew, I chatted with Sister Jiang about you. She said you're very easy to get along with and love to laugh, which is completely different from what people say online. I was a bit skeptical, but I didn't expect. Liu Baiting accepted his tone of being a fan and casually asked, What did she say about me? Meng Zan whispered, Sister Jiang said you're great at acting, easy to get along with, and care for your juniors. Also, he paused, trying to remember, and smiled brightly. Anyway, all good things. After watching Long Qian, I ended up liking Sister Jiang too. At first, I still had a bit of an audience mentality, but then, coincidentally, we both turned out to be your fans. When I first joined the crew, we had nothing to talk about, but while waiting for the scenes, we talked about your movies, and in just a few days, we became familiar with each other. Liu Baiting quietly processed his words, feeling slightly less stifled in his chest. After signing, He closed the notebook and handed it back to him. Actually, I just entered the industry early. The distinction of senior and junior will eventually change. After a moment, he looked at the smiling Meng Zan, his gaze slightly flickering. Calling me senior feels too formal. If you don't mind, you can call me by my name like my assistant does. Just add a respectful title at the end, like Dear Mr. Gu. Meng Zan was taken aback by Ting Gu. Liu Baiting didn't speak, but smiled and nodded. Meng Zan's excitement was beyond description. Before he could say anything more, someone came over to talk to Liu Baiting, and he felt it was inappropriate to take up more of his time. After thanking him for the autograph, he excitedly returned to his seat, holding the notebook. Listening to the conversation beside him, Liu Baiting glanced at the departing Meng Zan. The kid was a good kid. Not annoying at all, just a bit absent-minded. He didn't really like being called by unfamiliar people, but he had to admit that by Ting Gu sounded much better than senior. At least it sounded similar to how Meng Zan called Shen Jiang. Not like there was a generation gap. After finishing their late-night snack, Director Chen Yang and the phone ring crew went their separate ways from Director Zhou's group. Before parting, the two directors said their goodbyes at the front. Seizing the moment, Liu Baiting walked over to Shen Jiang and whispered, "Do you still mean what you said last time?" Shen Jiang was stunned. What? When filming Dragon's Lair, thanks to my care, I checked out many local guides and decided to treat me to dinner as a token of gratitude. I was just a guest star. The first half of the shoot is done, and the latter part is still early. The coordinator said, I have 2 days off. Liu Baiting said, it's just right because it's not too hot lately. Shen Jiang was slightly taken aback. Senior, in an instant, she realized, swallowed hard, and immediately said, Senior, what do I want to eat? I'll book in advance. Anything is fine. Then I'll go back and check my shooting schedule to coordinate the timing. Okay. Just call me anytime once it's confirmed. Chen Yang called out from the front, and Liu Baiting said no more, waving his phone at her as he left. When facing the camera, her face was covered with makeup for a long time. Aside from work, Shen Jiang preferred to go barefaced in private. However, today she rarely wore a light makeup. This seafood restaurant was carefully selected by her. Firstly, the taste was good, and secondly, there were many types of seafood that Liu Baiting liked, offering more options than other places. The menu was pre-ordered by Shen Jiang, and looking at the full table, she was worried that Liu Baiting wouldn't have enough to eat and handed him the menu from the side. I'm not an expert on seafood, Senior. Please check if you need anything else. Liu Baiting took it, but after a few seconds, he didn't even flip through it and return the menu to her, saying, I don't have anything else in mind. You see if there's anything you want to eat. I don't need more. I won't be able to finish it. Shen Jiang put the menu back in its original place, chuckling awkwardly. She clearly saw the fleeting emotion in his eyes, her heart uneasy, not knowing what she did wrong that made him unhappy. Liu Baiting noticed her expression, but couldn't find the words to say, silently sighed in his heart, and picked up his chopsticks. It wasn't that he was unhappy. It was just a feeling that was hard to explain. The whole table was filled with food he liked. Every single dish. She knew his preferences well, but he didn't know much about hers. Shen Jiang picked up her utensils slightly awkwardly after him. And after only a few bites, both of their phones rang. They exchanged glances and picked up simultaneously. After checking, Shen Jiang smiled. The box office for Dragon's Lair had actually reached 930 million. Amazing. Liu Baiting replied with a hum, saying that for an independent film, this result was pretty good. Unfortunately, today was the last day of its screening, and it would be off tomorrow. She wondered if it could break 10 billion. After saying this, she seemed to think it was a bit fanciful, shrugged, and stuck out her tongue. The previously solemn expression on the menu was softened by her playful face, and Liu Baiting quickly pressed the screen with his fingers. After finishing his reply, he put down his phone and picked a scallop for her. The group chat in the film crew was filled with celebratory messages, and while Shen Jiang was replying, she suddenly noticed something extra on her plate and looked up in surprise. He said, just finish your replies and don't chat for now. Let's eat. Okay. She had just typed half a sentence in the chat box when she paused and put her phone down. Do you like anything else besides seafood? Liu Baiting suddenly asked. Meat. I like all. He glanced at her. Fortunately, I don't gain weight. I actually have a big appetite. Shen Jiang chuckled dryly. Do you eat spicy food? Yes, I eat everything, spicy or not. Some people don't eat scallions, ginger, or garlic, but I eat them all, including cilantro. Last time at Hungyan, you seem to have a lot of knowledge about snacks? Shen Jiang took a sip of hot water and said, I wouldn't say I have knowledge, but I try to taste whenever I have the chance. I prefer dishes that can be cooked in pots like dry pots, hot pots, and chicken pots. I also enjoy the spicy hot pot and boiled dishes from various snack streets, though the hygiene issues can be a bit troublesome. Her way of asking questions and answering in a continuous stream saved Lu Boating a lot of effort. During the meal, most of the time, he casually asked questions while she cooperatively answered, and before long, he learned many things about her that he hadn't known just a few minutes ago. Shen Jiang felt that he seemed to be in a good mood today, talking more than usual. She didn't think much of it, because of the harmonious atmosphere. When he saw the strange expressions on the dishes at the table when they started eating, she also pushed that thought to the back of her mind. After finishing the meal, neither of them had the idea of taking a stroll under the night sky. After all, this wasn't a small place, and they would definitely be recognized if they walked out. Shen Jiang had an early shoot the next day and was about to say goodbye when Lu Boating suddenly said, Zhou Yun and the driver will arrive in 2 minutes. I'll give you a ride. The familiar nanny car quickly appeared downstairs, and they both put on masks and hats, going downstairs and getting in the car in less than a minute. Shen Jiang leaned back in the seat, just taking off her mask and letting out a breath of relief when Zhou Yun in front turned around and handed over a black shopping bag. Lu Boating took it and immediately passed it to her. What is this? Lu Boating took off his mask and gently placed the item in her arms. Usually talkative Zhou Yun silently turned back after handing over the item, and the car was quiet, with only the faint sound of tires rolling over the ground. Their eyes met for 3 seconds. Shen Jiang felt inexplicably grand, while he gazed at her with a glimmer in his eyes. Smiling gently, consider this a congratulatory gift for the female lead to celebrate the box office hitting 900 million. Chapter 38. Back in her hotel room, Shen Jiang didn't even have time to change her shoes. The first thing she did was open the shopping bag that Lu Boating had given her. The thick paper bag wasn't very heavy, and she walked towards the small sofa with her head down, taking out the contents to find a square object. Sitting down, she patiently tore off the packaging to reveal a clean brown paper box, with only a line of small English letters and numbers printed in the upper left corner. Shen Jiang recognized it at a glance. This was a shoe box. She had bought shoes from this brand before and remembered their packaging. Opening it in a daze, she found a pair of silver high heels lying inside. It seemed to be the latest model of the season, with some details slightly different from those shown in the new product showcase. It must have been modified according to Lu Boating's requirements or something else. Celebrating the impressive box office results with a gift for her sounded strange enough, and now, high heels? Shen Jiang couldn't understand what Lu Boating was thinking. With the mindset of not wasting a gift, she took them out to try them on. However, even though they seemed like they could fit, after struggling for a long time, she couldn't get her heels inside. Her toes were painfully pushed forward, and she frowned as she realized there was still a finger's distance left. Reluctantly, she had to give up, holding the shoes in her hands and looking at them several times before regretfully putting them back in the shoebox. Squatting down in front of the coffee table, she stared at the box for a while. After a few seconds, Shen Jiang closed the lid, picked it up, and went into the bedroom, carefully placing the entire shoe box into the empty suitcase that was leaning against the wall. After all, this was the first proper gift that Senior Lu had given her. Even though she couldn't wear it, throwing it away or giving it to someone else was absolutely out of the question. After thinking it over, putting it away seemed to be the best option. When she got back, she would clear out a cabinet specifically for it, which would also serve as a nice keepsake. Shen Jiang clapped her hands and then remembered that the shoes she wore when she entered were left by the sofa. She went out barefoot to change into slippers, then returned to the room to pick up her phone that had been thrown onto the bed to reply to Lu Boating. A big piece of ginger. I really like the gift. Thank you, Senior. Senior, is the size suitable? He replied quickly, almost within seconds of her sending the message. Shen Jiang looked down at her feet. Her round toes were peeking out of the slippers, and there were some red marks from trying on the shoes too forcefully. She wiggled her toes and smiled, her gaze returning to the screen, responding without hesitation. A big piece of ginger. It's perfect. The size is just right. I really like it. Then, in the next second, Shen Jiang fell back onto the bed, exhaling deeply as she rolled over. How could she say she didn't like it? As long as it was from him, as long as it was related to him. She liked everything immensely. The filming of Time and I'm Moving Backward had taken 2 months, and the supporting cast, including Meng Zhan, had wrapped up one after another. The day before he left, he had even made plans with Shen Jiang to find an opportunity to treat her to dinner after they returned. Shen Jiang finished her scenes with Xie Chanshu, and the entire production wrapped up smoothly. That evening, she had a farewell dinner with director Zhou and others, and the next day, she packed her things and flew back to the capital. The Fengren crew was still filming, and Liu Boating, who had a cameo, had left a month ago. Shen Jiang didn't forget to bring the pair of shoes he gave her, just as she had planned, clearing out a cabinet when she got home to carefully place the shoes inside, like a treasure. During the time after Liu Boating left City Inn, he would often find time to chat with her. Shen Jiang didn't have the habit of deleting records. The conversations in WeChat had accumulated so many pages that she couldn't even count them. However, the first person she contacted wasn't him, but Jiang Yao. She had landed a new role and was preparing to film a new project out of town. Shen Jiang found it a bit strange. Did you just join the crew? What were you doing there for such a long time? I thought you had been working already. Staying there for so long. Because of auditions? The journey of national martial arts. Jiang Yao replied, quickly changing the subject. I haven't asked you yet. How are things between you and Liu Boating? They hadn't chatted much on WeChat during this time, and the few times Shen Jiang mentioned, it seemed to indicate that the atmosphere between the two was pretty good. Not much happened. The last time I took your advice and pursued him, I almost couldn't even be friends with him. Can't even be friends? It's just that we arranged to have dinner twice, but didn't manage to meet up. Is it really that exaggerated? I was just a bit too obvious those 2 times, and Senior Liu's attitude immediately changed. Isn't that enough? Shen Jiang huffed. I think I'd better be honest for now. Learning from past experiences is essential. Of course, what you said is very true. If you want something, you have to go for it. She added, what I want, I will strive for. Jiang Yao paused for a moment, understanding her meaning. Afraid of scaring Liu Boating away by pursuing him too aggressively, she planned to take a slow approach. She pouted. That didn't seem very reliable either. Liu Boating was already in his 30s and approaching 40. If she waited a few more years, he might get married. However, Shen Jiang had her own ideas, and she didn't say much more. Only saying, as long as you have direction, that's good. With a sigh, she added, I'm almost worried to death. What's wrong? My company wants to create a CP. Jiang Yao said excitedly. They recently signed a new artist and said that once I finish this drama, they want to pair us as the male and female leads for the next project and promote it together. Your agent's idea? If you don't want to, just refuse. If it were that easy, it would be great. It's a marketing plan from above. My agent wants me to agree, saying the company is actively providing resources. And if I don't accept, I'll just have to wait for cold bench time in the future. Shen Jiang fell silent, at a loss for words. If a CP is promoted well, it does yield quick results. Otherwise, when Yi Jiao wouldn't be stepping on Jiang Yao's head. With all her film and variety resources being better than hers. The drama that when Yi Jiao starred in has passed for so long. And there hasn't been any good results since. It's just relying on the CP marketing with Zhou Ruiyang. Jiang Yao's company likely thought it would be convenient and cost-effective to push 2 artists at once. The intention isn't bad, but it's normal for some artists to not be able to accept it. Just like Shen Jiang. If it were her, she would refuse. Forget it. Jiang Yao knew Shen Jiang had no choice, just wanting to vent her frustrations a bit. These annoying things were bothersome to listen to. You must be tired after finishing filming. Take a good rest, and I'll call you in a few days. Shen Jiang reminded her a few times not to openly quarrel with the company and not to refuse for now, letting it sit until her current work was done before deciding, and then hung up the phone, looking at the black screen for a few seconds. She hadn't finished her sigh when it lit up again. Shen Jiang pressed the answer button, and before she could say hello, a strong voice came from the other end. You're back, right? Don't move at home. I'm sending someone to pick you up. After just a few hours off the plane, she sat in a car, crossing most of the city, changing from casual clothes into an inconvenient formal dress. When she saw Mu Yunan, she couldn't help but glare at him a couple of times. Why are you glaring at me? It's not like I insisted you come. Zhang Xian asked me to call you over. You should glare at him. As Mu Yunan spoke, he reached out a hand to help her, worried she might fall. The two entered the main door. The banquet hall was slightly elevated, and during the elevator ride up, Shen Jiang asked, why is Zhang Xian here? It seems he's here for some business discussion. Then why does he want to see me? Mu Yunin glanced at her and poked her forehead. I find you heartless towards everyone. Zhang Xian rarely comes to the mainland, no matter why he's here this time. Doesn't he want to catch up and see you? Fine, fine, fine. Shen Jiang touched her head. I was just asking. I didn't say I didn't want to see him. Half a minute later, the elevator dinged open. There was still a distance from the main entrance of the banquet, but they could already hear the live music. Before they even entered, the scene of clinking glasses and mingling guests immediately flashed in Shen Jiang's mind. It had been a long time since she attended such an occasion. The last time was several years ago, hooking her wrist with Mu Yunin. They weaved through the guests and soon spotted the person who had brought Mu Qinyan out. Wow, you've grown so tall. With an exclamation, Zhang Xian quickly opened his arms and tightly hugged Shen Jiang. But in less than 5 seconds, Mu Yunin pulled her away, saying, "You're not a kid anymore. Stop being so touchy." Zhang Xian raised his hands in a mock surrender. Shen Jiang, rescued from his embrace, looked up at his face, her expression dazed. It wasn't just the tight hug that made her breathless, but also because, had it been 3 or 4 years since they last met? I haven't come to pay New Year visits in these past few years, and the only time I did, you weren't home, and I stayed for 3 days without running into you. Seems like it. Shen Jiang smiled slightly, her gaze flickering. Not only had she grown taller, but Brother Zheng had also grown a lot. He sighed, casually resting his hand on her head. If I'm not taller than you, how can I reach your head? Mu Yunin frowned and forcefully pushed his hand away. Zhang Xian protested. What's wrong with touching my sister's head? Then I'll fly to Hong Kong tomorrow morning to touch your sister. What are you saying? Shen Jiang, shorter than both of them, silently listened to their banter. Glancing at Mu Yunin before her gaze drifted back to Zhang Xian, lost in thought for a long while. It had been years since they last met. He looked more and more like Zhang Chaowang. Mu Yunin mentioned that there were some celebrities invited to the banquet who would arrive later, and upon hearing this, Shen Jiang said she wanted to leave. Although it was still early, considering her fatigue from work and that she had already caught up with Zhang Xian, Mu Yunin agreed without hesitation. The siblings made plans to have dinner with Zhang Xian the next day before getting up to leave. As they exited the main door, Mu Yunin suddenly said he needed to go to the restroom, handing his coat to Shen Jiang to hold while he hurried away. There were restrooms in the banquet hall, but he didn't want to turn back and went to the one at the end of the corridor. Standing in the long corridor adorned with red carpet, Shen Jiang held the suit jacket and leaned against the wall, waiting quietly. Not long after, she heard footsteps approaching. You. She looked up to speak, but was met with a familiar face, the words caught in her throat. Shen Jiang? The man was handsome, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Shen Jiang's expression turned cool, slightly impatient, as she forced a polite smile. What a coincidence, Gao Yuan. What are you doing here? Are you attending the banquet too? She lazily blinked, clearly indicating her disinterest. Gao Yuan felt awkward seeing her indifferent demeanor, his irritation barely concealed. I forgot. Miss Shen's status is different now. As the leading actress in Su Minen's movie, with its box office success, it makes sense that a rising star like you wouldn't bother with us small fries. Shen Jiang scoffed. Say whatever you want. She cast a cold glance at him, her lips curling with sarcasm. But I could never look down on you, Mr. Gao. After all, you're so charming. Outside of feelings, there are feelings everywhere. Am I right? They both understood the meaning behind her words, which were laced with sarcasm. Gao Yuan's expression faltered instantly, and he opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing and turned to walk toward the banquet hall. Shen Jiang silently rolled her eyes in her mind. This fool, their polite exchanges were all due to Jiang Yao, and he had ended things with her for a while now. He still expected her to give him a good face? Dream on. Adjusting the suit jacket hanging on her arm, Shen Jiang glanced toward the end of the corridor, wondering when Mu Yunin would return. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. Gao Yuan, who had just entered the hall, walked back, his gaze sweeping over her arm, his eyes glinting with an unidentifiable light. Are you waiting for someone, Miss Shen? Shen Jiang frowned slightly. It seemed he didn't expect her to answer. With a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, he said, I know you have opinions about me because of Jiang Yao. After all, you two are roommates and share a deep bond. If you know, why don't you stay further away? Even if your attitude toward me isn't good, I still want to advise you to be cautious about whom you choose to associate with. Gao Yuan squinted. You invest your heart in Jiang Yao, but she may not feel the same way. If you fall and cry later, it might be too late. Shen Jiang's expression suddenly turned cold. Mr. Gao not only had a knack for infidelity, but also for playing mind games. How we interact doesn't require your input. I know her better than you do. Better? Gao Yuan looked at her, said nothing more, gave a cold laugh, and walked away. This time he didn't turn back. And soon Mu Yunin returned from the restroom. Seeing her expression was off, he took the coat from her and asked, "Why do you look so pale?" Shen Jiang pressed her lips together and shook her head. "It's nothing." After the banquet, Shen Jiang called Jiang Yao because of Gao Yuan's words. It wasn't that she believed Gao Yuan's doubts about her. She was just a bit curious. However, everything was normal. Jiang Yao was still the same Jiang Yao she had always known, no matter how she examined it. If there was any difference, it was just her temperament, which had become a bit more irritable than before. Perhaps it was because while filming, her manager kept bringing up the idea of promoting a CP, which annoyed her greatly. Shen Jiang quickly pushed this matter to the back of her mind. After finishing filming time rewinds with me to promote the show, Shang Taning and the crew arranged for her to participate in a variety show. Xie Chun Shu, being older, didn't participate, so she and Meng Zan went to record it. The variety show, titled Fearless Life, was a competition challenge program where each episode had a theme for the hosts and guests to complete. She learned from prior discussions with the production team that the theme for the episode she was participating in would be a cooking competition. In addition to her and Meng Zan, there would be several other guests, and they would be grouped randomly for a PK. Recording the show required prior communication, and the location was naturally at the TV station. Shen Jiang only knew that she and Meng Zan were guests. She was unaware of who else would be there. On the day of the meeting at the program's conference room, Shen Jiang arrived early. As she pushed open the door, the man standing at the long table turned his head to look at her, and they locked eyes, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Good morning, Teacher Shen." Duan Yu, however, showed no surprise. Holding a stack of printed schedules, he waved his hand to greet her, his smile as bright and warm as it had been months ago. Chapter 39, another semester has come to an end. Once they enter their senior year, students in the performance department generally face fewer restrictions. Whether they're auditioning for roles or not, they must start preparing for employment after graduation. Apart from Shen Jiang, Jiang Yao, and Wen Yijiao, only a few classmates in their class are auditioning. Unlike them, who have signed with companies, the others are still working independently and only landing small supporting roles. Shen Jiang had just finished filming a movie, which was still in post-production, and took some time to attend a class gathering. After a long time apart, her classmates' attitudes towards her had changed a bit. Perhaps it was because her acting career was gradually on the right track, and she had become accustomed to the spotlight and cameras. There was a certain aura about her that made people think, this is a star. During the gathering, everyone discussed the graduation performance for the next academic year. After the event, Shen Jiang specifically sought out the class teacher to apologize, explaining that she wasn't sure about her future work arrangements and whether she could make time to participate in the graduation performance. The teacher expressed understanding, saying, "You're not the only one. Jiang Yao and Wen Yijiao also called to tell me the same thing. I'm happy for you that you're on the right path. If you can't participate, then don't. Don't think too much about it." They were all her students. From inexperienced newcomers to now stepping into the entertainment industry and managing on their own. The teacher felt a deeper sense of emotion than they could imagine. Before parting, Shen Jiang hugged the teacher, and when she got home, she lay in bed playing on her phone. She opened Weibo and posted a photo with her teacher, adding a heart emoji next to it. She had asked for her teacher's permission, but out of consideration, she didn't tag her teacher on Weibo. New notifications kept popping up, and after a while of browsing trending news, she looked back to see that in just a few minutes, the number of notifications had skyrocketed. Lawn Boating had liked her post. Before she could even get a rough idea of what fans and netizens were saying, the notifications exploded again. Duan Yu had also liked it. Now, the comment section was instantly lively, with netizens coming up with all sorts of imaginative ideas, and of course some complaints, but most were just joking around. The Ping LV Xian triangle has finally reunited. The Ping LV faction is here, cults retreat. Xian LV refuses to accept. Important things must be said 3 times. Brother Ting has been lurking all this time without posting on Weibo. You can like others' posts, Why can't you post on Weibo yourself? The main character always lives in others' Weibo. Which fan group has our family struggles? The harmonious relationship among actors is one thing, but some people shouldn't be so presumptuous in trying to pull connections. Each pairing can have their own favorites, but we don't mix real-life pairings. Just as Shen Jiang finished reading the popular comments on her Weibo, a private message from Duan Yu arrived. Duan Yu V, have you decided what dish you want to make? Fearless Life has been in session for 2 days, and the guests have been assigned to groups. She was grouped with Meng Zayan and Duan Yu. According to the production team, this arrangement would be more interesting and generate more topics of discussion, with each person required to prepare at least one dish. He had said that he was good at cooking and challenged her to a cook-off, which sparked an unyielding spirit in Shen Jiang. Shen Jiang V, of course. See you on the show. Duan Yu's looks and demeanor gave off the impression of a pampered young master who was oblivious to the hardships of the world. From the moment she heard he could cook, Shen Jiang held a 100 skeptical attitude, thinking he probably only meant he could prepare a couple of simple dishes for the show. However, she was taken aback on the day of the trial recording. He had prepared 3 dishes, and since it wasn't the official recording, there was no time limit and all the ingredients were ready. He went all out and seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. From his knife skills and familiarity with kitchen tools, it was evident that he was indeed an expert. The first dish was crab. He quickly prepared a bunch of live crabs, cutting the crab body and legs into pieces, frying them in 4 batches with different seasonings, and finally plating them in a cross pattern on a large white plate. He named it 4-spice fried crab, and Shen Jiang stared at it for a long time, wondering how come she had never heard of this dish. Duan Yu smiled and said, crabs are usually steamed, but I personally prefer them fried. Plus, I always buy a lot of crabs, and one flavor isn't enough, so I'm used to making several flavors at once and arranging them on one plate. As he spoke, he started preparing the chicken for another dish, and Shen Jiang stared blankly, engaging in conversation with him and completely forgetting that she still had things to do. What is this? 3-cup chicken. Taiwanese cuisine? Sort of. Once when I was working, I went to a Hakka restaurant and had 3-cup chicken there. I learned how to make it from the owner, and the flavor is probably a bit different from the Taiwanese version. Shen Jiang couldn't hide her surprise, to be honest. Before seeing it with my own eyes, I thought you were just bragging about being able to cook. I often cook for myself before returning to the country. Duan Yu said, what about your dish? Aren't you going to compete with me? Maybe not. I thought my pineapple boat sweet and sour pork and Just Isle spring rolls were decent, but I didn't expect to run into such an expert like you. Sweet and sour pork? This dish is quite delicious. I learned to make it when I was in Hong Kong. Shen Jiang raised her eyebrows. You stayed in Hong Kong? I lived in Hong Kong for 2 years when I first returned to the country. After I debuted, there were many early activities in Hong Kong, so I often went there. Duan Yu recalled that unpleasant period and frowned, opening up. The paparazzi in Hong Kong are more annoying than anywhere else. Every time I'm at the airport or other public places, they shove microphones and cameras right in your face and won't let you get angry. If you do get angry, there will be a bunch of reports the next day saying you were acting like a diva. Some reporters even provoke you on purpose to get you angry, and their colleagues follow behind to take photos. If you can't hold back and turn to confront them, they'll immediately label you as someone who assaults reporters. Every time I got so mad that I went home and cooked, I made sweet and sour pork the most. With a sigh, he paused for a moment, his expression awkward. Then Duan Yu lowered his head, wearing gloves as he massaged the chopped chicken in a large bowl, completely different from his earlier frustration and complaints. His expression was focused and serious, like a gentle, sunny big boy. Tall, handsome, and polished, wearing an apron added a touch of softness to his appearance. If such a scene were broadcasted on television, who knows how many women would scream with excitement. Shen Jiang stared at him for a long time, then realized it was impolite and quickly looked away. In reality, she and he weren't very familiar, although they had worked on a film together, followed each other on Weibo, and had even sparked rumors due to their photos. Overall, they were just temporary colleagues with a very ordinary relationship. However, because they had interacted so many times, the initial awkwardness had faded, and his chatty personality was no longer as annoying as it had been at first. Surprisingly, it felt quite nice to get along. Shen Jiang thought to herself and smiled, a strand of hair falling onto her face, which she tucked behind her ear. just as she was about to turn back and knead the flour on her cutting board. Duan Yu caught her eye and suddenly reached out to touch the tip of her nose. You got flour on your nose. It seems like I didn't wipe it off properly. Use a tissue to clean it. My hands are washed. He naturally withdrew his hand and continued with his task, as if helping her wipe off the flour was a completely normal action. Shen Jiang was taken aback, seeing his calm demeanor, and didn't know what to say. She cleared her throat, stepped aside a couple of steps, and took a tissue to wipe her face. After that, she no longer chatted casually and focused on her dough. After chatting for a while, she still hadn't finished her sweet and sour pork or spring rolls. Duan Yu placed the 3-cup chicken in a clay pot to simmer, and on the other side, the mushroom cream soup was ready. He served a bowl and brought it to Shen Jiang. Shen Jiang looked up in surprise. He raised an eyebrow, and the curve of his smile was just right, filled with youthful arrogance. Try it. Your compliments will make me happier than competing. Originally, as the movie was taken off the screens, the popularity of the CP couple pairing in Dragon's Hidden dropped significantly. However, in recent days, it has sparked a second wave of enthusiasm on Weibo. This time, the main characters are no longer King Ping and El Qi, but rather the pair often referred to as the rival group, Emperor Xian and El Qi. To be precise, it's not Xian but Yu Jiang. The reason for reigniting fans' enthusiasm is quite simple. It all stems from the interaction between the two in Fearless Life. After that episode aired, a fan compiled a series of GIFs and posted them on Weibo, inexplicably striking a chord with many people, who all exclaimed so loving. This post was then shared by marketing accounts riding the trending wave, resulting in both of them appearing on the hot search list. Since neither of their companies has shown any inclination to promote their pairing, it can be said that it was an unintended consequence. Moreover, at that ISNT bad news, both sides tacitly chose to ignore it. At 2:30 p.m., the Saturday primetime replay of Fearless Life aired. The room was spacious, with a thin carpet on the wooden floor, and 2 tall, transparent glass doors stood in front of the balconies, allowing ample light to fill the bright interior. Liu Beiting sat in front of the sofa, fixated on the program being rebroadcast on TV. It was said that when it aired a few days ago, it achieved the highest ratings since the season premiered. In the footage, Shen Jiang appeared energetic and capable, her hair neatly tied up, her face fair and delicate. The pink apron she wore made her look particularly gentle. When she bent down to carefully handle food, a few strands of hair occasionally slipped from her temples, and she would arch her fingers to tuck them behind her ear, her gaze intensely focused. It had been a long time since he last saw her after their separation in N-City. He had tried to contact her some time ago, but she was so busy that she hardly had time to rest, let alone meet for a meal. Liu Beiting saw the topics about her and Duan Yu on Weibo, and within 2 days, a CP fan page dedicated to them had appeared. If he hadn't seen the uproar from netizens, he would have known or even watched the program. The production team gave Shen Jiang and the other two a lot of screen time. Their menu included 4 dishes: crab stir-fry, mushroom cream soup, sweet and sour pork and pineapple boats, and ants climbing a tree. The first 2 dishes were prepared by Duan Yu, while Shen Jiang and Meng Zan made the latter 2. Netizens found their interactions endearing, and a crucial point was that Shen Jiang and Duan Yu's exchanges appeared very natural and comfortable. When Duan Yu was preparing the crab, Shen Jiang assisted him by getting the seasonings. They didn't talk much, but their occasional actions or eye contact made communication seem effortless. Meng Zan's presence further impressed viewers with their chemistry. Although he was clumsy, he occasionally dropped things, and at one point, he knocked over a bowl filled with hot sauce. Shen Jiang quickly caught his hands to prevent him from getting burned, then swiftly grabbed the bowl with a towel and placed it in the sink. Duan Yu, well prepared, immediately took over the mess, rinsing the bowl in the sink, re-preparing the sauce, and handing it back to Shen Jiang for her to heat. They didn't say a word, seamlessly working together, while Meng Zan looked apologetic for his mistake. They seemed like a pair of cool and nice parents. There was also the scene where Shen Jiang, busy feeding soup for the sweet and sour pork, opened her mouth to drink when Duan Yu brought a spoonful of mushroom cream soup to her lips without any resistance or discomfort, which made many people on Weibo exclaim about their girlish hearts exploding. Perhaps apart from the pure fans of Shen Jiang and Duan Yu who didn't want their idols to get involved with the opposite sex. Liu Beiting found this segment the most displeasing, especially when, as Duan Yu brought that spoonful of soup over, he inadvertently or intentionally covered the mini microphone clipped to his collar with his other hand. And he said something to Shen Jiang that no one else knew the content of, except for the two of them. As Liu Beiting watched, the sound of the program became increasingly annoying to his ears, and he impatiently lowered the volume. He took out his phone and messaged Shen Jiang. Zhou Yin walked in and ignored him until he received a reply that her work schedule was still tight and she couldn't come out, at which point he tossed his phone aside and looked up with a stern face. Zhou Yin sat down and glanced at the TV. Brother Beiting, didn't you say you don't like watching variety shows? Oh, is this the one Miss Shun is on? A lot of people have been discussing it on Weibo these days, and I heard it achieved the highest ratings in its time slot. Upon hearing this, Liu Beiting frowned and squinted at the TV. Zhou Yin noticed his displeased expression and his smile faltered. Is something wrong? If you're looking to transition, you should focus on acting, Liu Beiting said, standing up and turning toward the bedroom. Transition? He must be talking about Duan Yu. His company's plan to shift him from idol to actor was already quite obvious, and everyone could see it. But what did it have to do with Brother Beiting? Zhou Yin hadn't thought much about why he suddenly said that when he heard the retreating figure mutter in a low voice, with a hint of disapproval. I never record these variety shows. Chapter 40. Liu Beiting didn't stay in the room for long before Zhou Yin called him out to try on clothes. Although he could tell that Liu Beiting was in a bad mood, the scheduled itinerary couldn't be changed. Moreover, the charity gala in the evening had long been arranged with Mr. Feng, and his absence was out of the question. After trying on a few suits, Liu Beiting remained expressionless throughout, not saying a word, and had a light dinner, which led Zhou Yun to barely touch her food as well. It wasn't until he met Mr. Feng Yuanqi that he returned to his usual calm but reserved demeanor. Mr. Feng Yuanqi was a businessman and a collector who had ventured into the entertainment industry years ago and invested in several television films. Liu Beiting had acted in one of them, and they got to know each other through that. Mr. Feng was approachable, knowledgeable, kind, and cultured, and when opportunities arose, Liu Beiting would occasionally meet him for tea. The charity gala featured numerous items for auction, including paintings, antiques, jewelry, and many others, with a vast range of prices. Mr. Feng had invited him, and since Liu Beiting had no work at the time, he accepted about half a month ago. Inside the gala, not only were many business figures present, but also notable personalities from various industries, including last year's Tokyo Film Festival Best Actress Gusi, two-time Hong Kong Film Awards Best Actor Liang Ge-won, and Dong Ning, who was nominated for a Cannes Award for his film 2 years ago. As soon as Liu Beiting walked in, he ran into 3 old acquaintances, and the atmosphere fell off. After exchanging pleasantries, he and Mr. Feng chatted casually as they sat down in the guest area. Just then, Liu Beiting caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. His brow furrowed as he scanned the area, but couldn't find the exact trace of that person. What? It seemed like someone he knew. He had already encountered 3 or 4 familiar faces, and there was another acquaintance? You actors. Mr. Feng Yuanqi chuckled and patted his shoulder. Perhaps he recognized the wrong person. Liu Beiting smiled and withdrew his gaze. The charity gala primarily raised funds through auctions, and the nearly 3-hour auction process saw each item fetch a good price. After it ended, some guests stayed to chat. Mr. Feng, being older, couldn't handle the fatigue well, so once the event dispersed, he left with Liu Beiting, who accompanied him. Those paintings were quite nice. I thought you would bid on them. The last 2 are still hanging in my house. Maybe next time. I know. You just came to keep the old man company and alleviate his boredom. Mr. Feng smiled warmly, patting Liu Beiting's hand. Whenever you're not busy with work, come over for tea. I have a lot of treasure stored up. I'll definitely come by when I have time, Liu Beiting replied, gently supporting him as they walked down the steps. Once they stopped, and Liu Beiting looked up, his gaze suddenly froze. The person he was looking at also turned to him, surprised. Liu Qianbei? It was Shen Jiang, whom he had just seen on a TV variety show in the afternoon. She had shed her neat hairstyle and gentle apron, now appearing before him in a uniquely styled little dress. Though the color was dark, it was striking. After failing to arrange 2 dinner dates, they met here by chance. Liu Beiting tried to keep his tone steady and calm. Shen Jiang. You're also here for tonight's auction? Shen Jiang recalled seeing several familiar faces inside and smiled. I just saw a few other seniors. As she spoke, she noticed the elder beside him and slightly restrained her expression, asking, "Who is this?" Liu Beiting made introductions, and after Shen Jiang politely shook hands with Mr. Feng, her gaze fell on the man standing close beside her. He had a handsome appearance, resolute eyes, and his demeanor matched his well-tailored suit perfectly. The two words that came to mind were eye-catching. Shen Jiang noticed his gaze first and quickly introduced. "This is Zhang Xian, my friend." "Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you." Liu Beiting's eyes narrowed slightly as he shook hands with the always smiling man. "Nice to meet you." Zhang Xian was also quietly sizing up Liu Beiting, sensing an unfriendly aura emanating from him. After glancing at Shen Jiang and considering for a moment, he understood. A surge of malice arose, and he subtly leaned a bit closer to the oblivious Shen Jiang, knowingly raising his hand to tuck in her slightly disheveled hair. Sure enough, the man across from them shifted slightly in expression. In that brief moment, Zhang Xian inexplicably felt a sense of mischievous satisfaction. Mr. Feng and Zhang Xian weren't acquaintances, but he knew of someone from the Zhang family in Hong Kong. Zhang Xian greeted the elder respectfully as a junior, and then, without further delay, bid farewell politely. However, instead of taking Shen Jiang's arm as he originally intended, he ended up grasping her wrist. Liu Beiting felt a strange knot in his heart. After getting into the car and driving for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Does Mr. Feng know that person from just now?" "Ah," the elder nodded. "He is a child from the Zhang family in Hong Kong. We've met a few times." "The Zhang family?" Liu Beiting paused. "The Zhang family from Guanghe Group and Chanyu Industry?" The Zhang family from Hong Kong, of course, was this Zhang family. Seeing Liu Beiting deep in thought, Mr. Feng asked, "Are you interested in the Zhang family?" "Not really. It's just that I rarely encounter Mr. Zhang in such settings. So I'm a bit curious." Liu Beiting often received invitations to various events, and just from his endorsements from major international brands, such as jewelry, watches, and perfumes. He had 5 on his plate. It was not easy to connect with these major brands. Those who were not at the top of the commercial pyramid had far less networking ability than an award-winning actor like Liu Beiting. It was normal not to see them often. They didn't show up in the mainland much at all. In recent years, as they gradually established a foothold in this market, they started appearing more frequently. Perhaps they were beginning to shift their focus. The elder nodded, but while they might not be encountered elsewhere, there was an 80 chance of running into them at charity galas. Their son, who was in the film industry, established a fund for helping girls called the Gloria Foundation, which is still active. The Zhang family allocates funds to it every year and has dedicated personnel handling its operations. As long as it's an event related to charity, even if it's not tonight, the Zhang family would send someone else. The Zhang family. No wonder that Zhang Xian looked so familiar. He turned out to be a relative of Zhang Chaoguang. Liu Beiting had long seen Shen Jiang's fondness for Mu Qing and Zhang Chaoguang. Zhang Xian's resemblance to Zhang Chaoguang was striking. As the lights outside the car window flashed by, Liu Beiting's gaze darkened, becoming somewhat unclear. "The foundation is currently managed by my uncle's people. If you want to donate money, I can mention it to him when I get back." On the way home, Zhang Xian brought up the topic she mentioned before the gala. The Gloria Foundation was created by Zhang Chaoguang as a most favored youngest son after his death. The Zhang family naturally wouldn't be neglected. Zhang Xian leaned lazily against the back of the car, staring at Shen Jiang. "My little uncle is so biased. He even gave you an English name, but he never gave me one. Not only did he give you an English name, but he also used it for the foundation's name, doing good deeds to accumulate blessings for you. Not to mention him. How many of the younger generation in the Zhang family have experienced such treatment?" Shen Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Zhang Xian, do you want an English name?" "Sure, I can give you one." "Forget it. I was just joking with you." He raised his hand and ruffled her hair. "Our family has so many brothers. Who doesn't he know that my little uncle looks at you like his own daughter? I can't be jealous of you." "Yeah." Shen Jiang smiled, her gaze falling pensively. "If only I could be his daughter." "What? You heard me right. This is the next project I've got for you." Shang Taning tossed the rough draft of the script at her, but before signing the contract, "Everything is subject to change. Take a look at it first." Shen Jiang was stunned as she held the script when she got home, still somewhat dazed. A comedy? Time reverses with me, although it is. The main theme is still family. She just said she wanted to maintain her image, and now, in the blink of an eye, she is actually going to take on a comedy. Unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to the recent trending topic, the main character was actually preparing to invite her and Duan Yu. Hanging the script and the package together on the coat rack, Shen Jiang returned to the kitchen. Before Shang Tianyin called, she was preparing to bake some small cakes, having mixed the ingredients halfway through before putting them in the fridge. After toiling away until past noon, the cakes were finally baked. Shen Jiang casually ate something, let out a long sigh, and lay down on the sofa, thinking, "Master, love me one more time?" Later, she planned to send them to Zhou Manwen. While she was lost in thought, she took out her phone to scroll through Weibo. There were many fresh current events, and as she browsed through a few, her gaze froze when she scanned over a familiar name. The three characters Shen Yulan were positioned lower down, and Shen Jiang paused, lightly tapping on it with her fingertip. It was fine not to look, but once she did, she almost dropped her phone. Realizing the content, she suddenly widened her eyes, took a deep breath, and after holding back her frustration for a long time, she frowned and slammed her phone down onto the sofa. Shen Yulan's new movie was the one that had been snatched from Shen Jiang's hands, starting filming a bit later than time, and was still in production. In the first selected content, a lengthy interview touched on topics related to the movie and future plans, as well as many personal questions. The headline read, "Goddess Mu Qing's legendary charm in reality is overshadowed. Deep feelings ultimately bear no fruit." Shen Yulan responded, saying, "I'm not clear about my father's emotional entanglements. My parents were very loving since childhood, and my father loved my mother the most." The article used an extremely foolish tone to mention the rumors of Mu Qing and Shen Jida's past relationships. Shen Yulan responded to this by saying, "My parents have a very good relationship, almost inseparable from childhood to adulthood. I've never heard my father mention anything from his youth. Just remember him saying that he only found true meaning in life after meeting my mother. As for suitors, that's very common. Everyone has them. But love is only real when both parties have mutual feelings." It was unclear whether the interviewers were trying to increase the appeal or simply found it amusing to fabricate a third-rate romantic novel, as they included pictures, all of which were news reports related to the rumors about Mu Qing and Shen Jida's relationship. In the comments, a bunch of Shen Yulan's fans chimed in. "Shen Dad is a great director. Shen Mom is a good actress. Their relationship is so good. How rare in the entertainment industry. My Lan comes from a family of performers but relies on herself. So excellent and so low-key. It's hard not to like her. Tears, heart, oh my, showing off so much by Shen Dad and Shen Mom. My baby is so excellent, with such great family. It's simply enviable. Even Mu Qing likes director Shen. How outstanding must he be? Lan inherits such great genes. Blue out of blue, not superficial, not hyping, seriously filming. Truly a fresh stream and hope among the new generation. I support my Lan for life." Son, even when the entire Weibo was criticizing her, Shen Jiang had never been angry, but this time she was truly furious. She clicked to retweet, her fingertip pressed on the screen, and angrily typed out a long string of text. Shen Jiang v. At major film festivals domestically and internationally, just the best actress Mu Qing has won 7 awards, not including other nominations and dozens of awards from starring films, using unverified rumors and reports, leading some young people who don't understand the real situation. I dare ask, where's your publication's professional ethics? The person has passed away, even if not for this. No one is qualified to use Mu's achievements as a stepping stone. Retweet Weibo. When Liu Baiting learned of the news, Weibo was already in an uproar, and major websites were also posting real-time news. Unlike the habit of Western celebrities directly dissing each other, conflicts between domestic stars are rarely brought to the surface. As two of the most promising new generation actresses, Shen Jiang actually retweeted Shen Yulan's interview report and fired back, drawing widespread attention from netizens. Issuing press releases is common. As long as it doesn't involve oneself, no one cares how others promote themselves. This time, Shen Jiang's blatant satire for her predecessor Mu Qing was not only rare, but also stirred up everyone's gossiping instincts. What's going on? Female actresses openly tearing each other apart. Oh my, it's like a live broadcast. Is there more to come? Bring on the sunflower seeds and drinks. Regardless of the reason, this kind of public confrontation isn't good, right? Someone accepted an interview and spoke about things. How does that affect you? There's no awareness as a celebrity at all, turning against the goddess, entertainment industry GL. Milan was asked about her parents and answered truthfully. How is that a problem? Mu Qing liking director, Shen isn't something we made up. If you have the ability, go find the paparazzi who took those photos and the media that wrote the news back then. Oh, so Milan's parents have a good relationship. And it's her fault? I'm a fan of Goddess Mu. I have no feelings for Shen Jiang or Shen Yulan, but just for Shen Jiang's few words, I support her. The deceased is gone, being mentioned by someone unrelated in a report, especially with such messy content, really feels very bad. The entertainment industry is all about profit. I don't believe Shen Jiang is so kind-hearted in standing up for her predecessor. She probably has some competition with Shen Yulan, right? Clinging to this thigh, she immediately brushed up on the favorability of Mu Qing's fans. TSK. Indeed, someone who acts in a big director's movie right after debuting. Impressive. She looks like a scheming BTCH, and her actions are also quite BTCHY. She just washed white from the photos with loop baiting and is out here causing trouble. Does she think everyone has forgotten? Sorry, Milan is very busy. No invitations for heat-seeking. Wasn't it just a few days ago that she was trending with Duan Yu for CP News? What? The effect wasn't good. So she wants to use this method to gain attention again? It's just that my baby has continuous works, good achievements that make people jealous. Some people who are relying on one film to eat for life are so angry they don't even care about their faces. Some people can tear each other apart. But don't drag my family into it. I want to agree to you. After all, such public confrontations are rare. And since Shen Yulan has always had good achievements, with last year's Drunken Spring Chamber, she single-handedly supported the box office, accumulating around 400 to 500 million. And this time, it was Shen Jiang who took the initiative to attack, so public opinion naturally leaned towards Shen Yulan. The more Lu Baiting looked, the tighter his brows furrowed, constantly calling Shen Jiang, but she never answered. After a dozen calls, he received a message she sent. Let me be for a while. She didn't answer anyone's calls except for Shang Tianying. After being scolded harshly, Shen Jiang admitted her mistake, but gritted her teeth and refused to delete the Weibo post. If she deleted it, others would think she was guilty, but she didn't feel she was wrong. Shang Tianying couldn't argue with her and got even angrier, scolding her again. She didn't believe Shen Jiang would lose her composure just because she liked a predecessor and asked her several times why she retweeted that Weibo. Shen Jiang fell silent for a few seconds, then said, I knew Shen Yulan before. We have personal grudges. Shang Tianying paused for a moment, accepted this reason, and recalled how she had told her earlier that Shen Yulan had snatched a role. Letting out a long sigh, she said before hanging up, I will handle this matter. If you're unwilling to delete the Weibo, then don't say or do anything else. Leave the rest to me. Remember, this is a one-time deal. The sky gradually darkened, and the baked cakes were left unattended in the kitchen. Originally meant to be sent to Zhou Manwen, she now had no mood for it. Without turning on the lights, Shen Jiang curled up in a corner of the sofa, staring at the distant lights of other houses outside the balcony. Canned beer went down one after another, and the empty cans were crumpled and scattered under the sofa. She believed Shang Tianying could handle this bit of public opinion. Shen Jiang also knew that if she told her about her relationship with Mu Qing, the matter would be much simpler. But she didn't want to. To her, Mu Qing was not just a mother, but an existence that could not be slandered by anyone. Neither she nor Shen Jida could, and certainly not the inferior daughter born from him and his trashy wife. The silent phone kept lighting up, with many people trying to contact her. Meng Zhen, Duan Yu, with whom she exchanged phone numbers while recording Fearless Life, Lu Baiting. Even Shen Jida? She ignored all the others, but every time Shen Jida called, Shen Jiang hung up fiercely. I don't want to hear him speak about his precious daughter, not a word. I will never forget, in that year when I was 8, being taken to my uncle's house. I miss my father, who only came to see me twice a year for a long time. That time, I avoided the driver who came to pick me up after school, carrying a huge backpack, and took the bus to that house I had only visited 3 times, arriving just as it got dark. After knocking on the door, I was nervous and flustered, helpless yet careful as I pointed to my reddened eyes, which were clearly a result of too many secret tears and rubbing them, leading to conjunctivitis. I'm sick, Dad. I feel really bad. My heart raced as I lowered my head, and my clumsy excuse turned into the truth. I miss you. I wanted to throw myself into his arms, but didn't dare, only shyly looking up, secretly hoping he would reach out to hug me. But he didn't. Behind him appeared little Shen Jiang, wearing a princess dress, looking innocent and naive. At the dinner table that day, Shen Jiang asked Shen Jiang in her childish voice, Dad, why did this sister come to our house when she's sick? Next to them, Cui Rong was eating slowly, smiling quietly. They were family. Cui Rong, Shen Jiang, Shen Jiang, they were family. As I gradually grew up, I read the diary left by Mu Qing, that accomplished woman who was troubled by her failed hidden marriage, filled with regret in every line. But she was different with me. This hidden marriage is the biggest mistake of my life, but my daughter, she is the beauty in the mistake, the best gift that heaven has given me. I love her. When I read this passage, I suddenly remembered that day at the Shun house when I was 8, and after many years, I realized that it was probably the most difficult meal I ever had. Unforgettable for life. With a sigh, I pulled back my thoughts, dismissing those irrelevant old matters, and tilted my head to finish the last few sips of alcohol in the can. My phone was still lit up with someone persistently trying to contact me. I didn't look. Right after I posted on Weibo, Zhang Xian had asked if he could help, and when he heard my refusal, he seemed puzzled and asked, as long as you make your relationship with Aunt Qing public, no one will doubt your stance and motives for speaking out. Why not? I simply said, no need. My manager has ways to handle it. If I can't stabilize such small winds and waves, how can I dare to say I'm her daughter? That would be too useless. I don't know if Zhang Xian believed me. Perhaps he thought I was preparing a big move, but I really wasn't. Concealing it wasn't to make a spectacular revelation later, nor was it to give a surprising blow to those who were watching the show. It was simply that I had no intention of mentioning this matter in this situation. I wanted on some future day under the spotlight, when I had truly become Shen Jiang through my own abilities and achievements, to announce to the whole world in person. Just like I wrote in my youthful diary before applying to the film academy. I want to walk the path you walked, see the scenery you saw, and continue what you wanted to do but couldn't finish. I hope to become an excellent actress, to proudly tell everyone that you have a daughter like me. I want to let others know openly that you are my mother, and I want to have the qualification to call you a senior with dignity. I take pride in you, and hope you feel the same. Chapter 41, Shen Jiang's place, was unexpectedly simple, without excessive complex decorations, and the overall color tone was quite comfortable. In a hurry on the way, Liu Beiting entered empty-handed, receiving the slippers she handed him and quietly saying, "Thank you." Her eyes were slightly red, not very obvious, and her complexion looked fine. She appeared calm, unlike someone distressed by the online uproar. Just as he relaxed, he stepped closer and suddenly caught a whiff of alcohol, frowning. "Have you been drinking?" "Just a little." She didn't hide it, leading him straight to the balcony. "Do you want some?" The inside of the glass door was filled with beer cans, the empty ones leaning haphazardly, while unopened ones stood neatly. A flash of disapproval crossed Liu Beiting's face, but he didn't refuse, sitting cross-legged on the floor like her, with their shoulders aligned across a pile of beer. If one really wanted a drink, red wine would be more suitable than beer. After finishing, one could just cover their head and sleep, saving time and effort. "I'll try it next time. Today, this is all I found." Shen Jiang shrugged and opened a can, handing it to him. Liu Beiting silently took it and took a sip. Shen Jiang drank quite fiercely, tilting her neck and finishing half the can. The crescent moon hung high in the sky. The night was filled with stars, and the silver light was dazzling. It was quiet all around. She didn't speak, and Liu Beiting also remained silent, just quietly watching her. The faint scent of alcohol mingled with their breaths, softly entering their lungs. The moonlight cast a cool silver on her face, but her cheeks began to show a clear blush. Letting a man into her home at night, especially while slightly intoxicated, Liu Beiting pressed his lips together. Her vigilance was indeed poor. "Did you come to see me for something, senior?" After enough moon-gazing, Shen Jiang finally turned to him. "Nothing much. Just worried you might be feeling down, so I came to check on you." It seemed the commotion on Weibo really was quite fierce. She chuckled lightly, I didn't look at those. I closed it right after posting. That's good. Most people just want to see gossip. It's not hard to resolve. Yeah, my agent said the same. Liu Beiting paused. Actually, I was quite surprised that you answered my call. Shen Jiang apologized, saying she was in a bad mood at the time and didn't think much of it. She had hung up on many calls. Senior, don't take it to heart. I understand, he said. No matter how many calls she hung up on, in the end, she still answered his and even told him her home address, didn't she? Shen Jiang didn't speak, letting out a wistful sigh. She couldn't remember how many calls she hadn't answered, perhaps knowing she was truly in no mood. Those who couldn't reach her stopped bothering her. But only he, after night fell, was still sending messages to ask if she was okay. Aren't you curious why I posted that on Weibo? After a while of silence, she finally got to the point, not waiting for him to respond. Lowering her head to say, I can't tolerate it. No one can insult my mother. Liu Beiting was briefly surprised, but quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor. Shen Jiang shook the can and smiled. Aren't you surprised, Senior? If I had known earlier, I might have been very surprised, but it's okay now. I probably guessed a bit. From your attitude towards Mu Qing and your relationship with Zheng Xian, along with today's abrupt actions on Weibo, it's easy to connect the dots. Rumors about Mu Qing had been heard by those in the industry in her short life. The only two people she had been rumored to be involved with were Zheng Chaoguang and Shen Jida. So, Shen Jiang's father. No need to guess. It should be the latter. Liu Beiting didn't know the entanglements of their family, glancing at Shen Jiang and saying, if it's from a daughter's perspective, the doubts will soon disappear. I know, but I don't want that. Disrespecting the deceased is a shameful act. Some people do it, but I don't want to. Shen Jiang curled her lips, her face and eyes clearly devoid of any smile. She didn't want people to think she was tarnishing her mother's name, that she was exploiting her mother's achievements. He paused for a few seconds and asked, has director Shen Jida contacted you? He has, but I don't want to deal with it. Shen Jiang suddenly stood up, leaning on the balcony railing, sighing deeply, then turned her gaze back to him. Do you have an English name, Senior? An English name? He cooperated. Lupe, what about you? Gloria. She stood against the moonlight, her eyes softening suddenly. Uncle Chaoguang gave it to me. Liu Beiting nodded, having heard Mr. Feng Yuanqi mention the name recently. The Gloria from the Girls' Charity Foundation established by Zheng Chaoguang. After my mom passed away, Uncle Chaoguang would come to see me every year, whether it was a holiday or my birthday. He would prepare gifts and cards for me. All the fatherly love I received came from him. Even after he developed depression, he still thought of me. From that time until I turned 18, every year's gifts and cards were prepared in advance. My 18th birthday was the last time I received a card that said, Dear Gloria. Liu Beiting said, Gloria, it's a beautiful name. Does it have any special meaning? Leaning sideways against the railing, Shen Jiang, unable to tell if she was drunk or not, smiled and tilted her head. Of course it has. Gloria, in Latin, means young lady. That film, which she had watched countless times, UG, was the only collaboration between Zheng Chaoguang and Mu Qing. They played a pair of star-crossed lovers. He was a warlord, and she was a young lady. A handsome man and a beautiful, noble woman danced closely under the moonlight, hand in hand, dodging the flying cannonballs in the chaos of war. He kissed her cheeks and lips. But the most unforgettable moment in their lives was the first time they met, when he held her hand and gently placed a kiss on it. The story didn't end well on screen, nor did it off screen. Zheng Chaoguang, born into the Zheng family in Hong Kong, and Mu Qing, the young lady of the Mu family, were clearly a match made in heaven. However, despite chasing love throughout his short life, he ultimately couldn't attain it. On the carefully treasured card, every Dear Gloria was understood by Shen Jiang. Those were words he wanted to say to Mu Qing, but had no fate to express. My dear young lady. In the deep night, there seemed to be a silent heaviness stirring. Liu Beiting watched Shen Jiang's expression grow weary, his gentle voice seemingly carrying a soothing magic. Don't be sad. Many people love you, Gloria. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiang lifted her head, and the moment their eyes met, the suffocating feeling in her chest felt like it was filled with fresh air, giving her a moment of life. Yes, she suddenly smiled, illuminated by the moonlight, without losing her brilliance. Many people love me. The fact that beer wasn't easily intoxicating was once again confirmed. Neither of them was drunk. They cleaned up all the cans and moved from the balcony to the kitchen. Shen Jiang remembered the cake she had baked during the day and excitedly offered, "Senior, do you want to try it?" Facing her expectant gaze, even though his stomach was already full from the beer, Liu Baiting still smiled and nodded, "Sure." Her cooking skills had been proven in Fearless Life, and her pastry making wasn't bad either. Even if it wasn't fresh out of the oven, the cake still tasted good. There was a small bar in the kitchen. She was inside, and Liu Baiting sat outside. Remembering the shoes he had seen on the floor when he came in, he casually asked, "How about those gifts I sent you last time? Are they comfortable to wear?" It was meant to be a casual question, but her expression suddenly froze. Facing his puzzled eyes, she hesitated for a few seconds before confessing, "Those shoes are a bit small for me. I put them upstairs." "Small?" Liu Baiting was taken aback. "Isn't your shoe size 35? "No, I've always worn size 37. Seeing his surprised expression, Shen Jiang asked, "Why did you think I wore size 35? He coughed, slightly awkward. "That day, when you twisted your ankle on set, I casually asked someone from your props team, and they said you wore size 35. Shen Jiang paused for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. The shoe sizes vary from brand to brand. Some run large, while others run small. That day, the pair of shoes was a size larger, so 35 was sufficient, while I usually wear 37. After a long time, she realized it was a mistake. She pondered for a long while, not understanding why he would give her a pair of shoes that didn't fit. After a while, he frowned and said seriously, "I won't make that mistake again." After chatting for a while, it was getting late. Zhouyan called, and Shen Jiang packed a few small cakes in a box for Liu Baiting to take home. "I came empty-handed and ended up leaving with a gift." He stood by the door, feeling both amused and helpless. Shen Jiang said, "Consider it a thank you for keeping me company." Liu Baiting sighed with a smile and was about to turn around when he paused. "Do you remember the fan benefit from last time?" Shen Jiang was taken aback. "What?" "The day we wrapped up, we took a photo together. Did you forget?" Once reminded, Shen Jiang immediately recalled that he had pulled her in for a photo, calling it a fan benefit. She stood in front of him, just emerging from her low spirits. Forcing a smile, but still looking somewhat weary, Liu Baiting extended an arm towards her, saying, "Come here, it's a special benefit from our exclusive meeting." Shen Jiang was stunned for a long time, staring at him, unable to regain her composure. Seeing that she didn't move for a while, he raised an eyebrow and was about to withdraw his hand when she suddenly grabbed his wrist and slowly leaned into his embrace. The warm yellow light illuminated them, and she buried her head in his arms, her voice muffled. "Thank you." The incident from the previous day began to gain traction, and by the next day, the situation had changed. Many marketing accounts took advantage of the event, writing lengthy Weibo posts to educate young people on why Mu Qing is Mu Qing. After seeing the long list of impressive achievements, many netizens who only knew of Mu Qing but not her prowess were astonished, simply saying 666. Just as the public's attitude began to shift, feeling that Shen Yulan's comments in the interview were indeed inappropriate when faced with such a legendary senior. Suddenly some negative news from Shen Jida and Cui Rong's early years was dug up. Especially for Cui Rong, her works were scrutinized, and with Mu Qing's presence, she appeared to be at a much lower level. In reality, every star has some negative news, similar to Shen Jiang's photo incident, mainly due to the long passage of time. Those materials are hard to verify, making it seem quite plausible. The double Shen controversy was heating up, with Shen Yulan having her own supporters, while more people began to support Shen Jiang. The two sides argued until the night, with Shen Yulan's fans adamantly insisting that their idol had done nothing wrong, and the Weibo post that sparked the trouble suddenly attracted attention again. Liu Baiting, who usually rarely spoke up, stepped forward to retweet Shen Jiang. Liu Baiting, Mu Qing's contributions to the film industry are worth remembering for all filmmakers. Retweet. If it were just him, the public might say he was siding with Shen Jiang due to their relationship. But the key was that once his post was made, several heavyweight actors subsequently retweeted it. Guo Si, Liang Sihui, Dou Ning, and even the usually amiable actor Hong Wei appeared on the retweet list. In the director's circle, Su Minin took the lead, and many directors and screenwriters joined the ranks. People suddenly remembered that Su Minin had previously posted a tribute to Mu Qing. He was a fan of hers. Among the industry professionals who retweeted, many had publicly expressed their admiration and respect for Mu Qing. And even if they weren't her fans, they at least had a favorable impression of her. In an instant, it was like a stone thrown into water, causing a stir among netizens. Shen Jiang was still at the center of the storm, but compared to the previous day, the change was drastic. In his private residence, Liu Boating calmly watched the spectacle on Weibo and called the industry colleagues who had spoken out one by one. Zhou Yin sat nearby, observing the person who usually avoided trouble, now patiently engaging in conversations, calling to thank Hong Wei and others individually. She couldn't help but sigh and mutter softly. What kind of heart is this? Chapter 42. After the uproar of the double Shun controversy, both parties involved remained quiet for a while, just as people were about to forget about the incident. It seemed like a coincidence that Shen Jiang's new movie Time and I Move Backward had just announced its release date. And Shen Yulan starring film Youth Knows the Best of You immediately launched its promotion, with its release date set before Time. Youth was shot later than Time, and the latter spent a lot of time in post-production, which led to the scheduling conflict. However, whether it was intentional or unintentional, no one knew. Netizens who loved to watch the drama began to discuss, placing bets on which side would perform better at the box office, fueled by the recent conflict. Shen Yulan had the experience of achieving a box office of 400 million, so naturally, more people were optimistic about her than about Shen Jiang. Although Long Qian eventually grossed 900 million, doubling Drunken Spring Room, both films were a similar genre and level. But everyone knew that the box office of Long Qian had little to do with Shen Jiang, as it was carried by Liu Boating and Duan Yu. Even if they replaced her with a vase, the film would still achieve this result. Marketing accounts even initiated a poll, and those who believed Shen Jiang could win were less than a third of Shen Yulan supporters. Some haters even shouted that Shen Jiang was getting arrogant right after her debut, with fans clashing with the popular actress Yuan Yunfei from the TV circle, and Shen Jiang herself clashing with her senior, Shen Yulan. Although Shen Yulan was younger, she had debuted earlier. This time, without the support of Best Actor and a popular young star, it was clear to see how Shen Jiang would fare. Shen Jiang was aware of the negative comment from the outside world, but did not take them to heart, leisurely reading the script for her upcoming comedy at home. Her brother Mu Yunan called her, and she specifically mentioned that there was no need to intentionally avoid Shen Yulan's movie. If there was money to be made, why not? More importantly, she wanted to compete fairly with Shen Yulan and see whether the box office of 400 million that Shen Yulan single-handedly supported could compare to her own box office of 900 million, which was gained without external assistance and had more potential for development. Mu Yunan thought for a moment and agreed without saying much. After all, it was Shen Jiang's idea, and he would certainly not refuse. Amid the anticipation, the preview screening of Youth Knows the Best of You officially took place, and he invited film critics gradually provided their reviews online after watching the film. The ratings were above passing, and overall, there were not many criticisms. As one critic mentioned, there have been too many youth-themed films in recent years, leading to market saturation and aesthetic fatigue. The story of Youth was complete from beginning to end, with a rich plot and decent content, but it felt repetitive and lacked novelty. When compared to dozens of previous youth films, it was hard to distinguish one from another. It had no characteristics or recognizability and was barely passable. This genre has truly become tiresome. I hope many investors and directors in the industry can broaden their perspectives and see the long term, instead of blindly following trends. Just because one person enjoys seafood, everyone rushes to eat it without thinking. After eating for so long, shouldn't they be tired of it? There were also reviews specifically targeting Shen Yulan's performance. I once had a great fondness for 16-year-old Shen Yulan and even thought she would be a leader among her generation. In some respects, this is indeed true. Compared to her peers, either they have not achieved as much or have not debuted at all. In terms of fame and popularity, she is far ahead of her contemporaries. However, after watching Drunken Spring Room and then Youth Knows the Best of You, I suddenly realized that Shen Yulan's charm might indeed have been my illusion. I can only say that capable directors can truly bring out the best in their actors. I want to say much more about this film. It left the same impression on me as the female lead, stereotypical and cliché, with a heavy sense of craftsmanship. Some agreed with this view, while others did not. Many young girls particularly liked this genre, crying and feeling indignant as they criticized the negative reviews, with some even tying it back to the recent conflict questioning whether the critics were bribed by Shen Jiang's side. Shen Jiang found some time to go to the cinema, with Mu Yunan accompanying her as a part-time driver, who fell asleep in less than 20 minutes. Shen Jiang, however, was serious and watched every scene attentively. On the way back, Mu Yunan asked her how the movie was. Very good. Good? The level is exceptionally high. Shen Jiang smirked at Mu Yunan, but looked confused. Craftsmanship. She had worried a lot before coming, but after watching the movie, she felt instantly relieved. Shen Yulan had been in the industry for over 3 years, and if she maintained this level, it would be too narrow-minded for Shen Jiang to focus solely on her. Even if this time her movie didn't outdo Shen Yulan's at the box office, it didn't matter. Those whose craftsmanship overshadowed their charm had obvious limits and endpoints. Mu Yunan raised an eyebrow at her words and scoffed lightly, just like her mom. Youth Knows the Best of You ended its first day with a box office of 60 million, which was a good result. This time, Shen Yulan and the male lead shared the box office burden, but the majority still fell on her. Meanwhile, Shen Jiang's Time and I Move Backward finally premiered after releasing 2 trailers. Since there were no preview screenings or special screenings, critics had to buy their own tickets to watch the film. Shen Jiang also spent her own money to invite people around her to watch the movie, but unfortunately, Mu Yunan was busy and couldn't make it, so she gave some of the reserved tickets to Zhou Manwen to distribute, while she took a few dozen tickets for herself and watched the film alone in a theater. In Time, and I Move Backward, Shen Jiang played a rebellious girl who thought her parents were outdated and out of touch with trends, constantly arguing with her brother, played by Meng Xin, even though she was in her early 20s and full of youthful spirit. The story began with her running away from home after a quarrel with her nagging mother, where she unexpectedly encountered a strange old lady. The two became entangled due to chance encounters, leading to many humorous stories, and during their brief time together, they developed feelings for each other. As the plot unfolded, they gradually learned that the old lady was actually a patient who had escaped from a nursing home, with a son and daughter who were unwilling to take care of her. By the time she met Shen Jiang's character, the old lady was already seriously ill. The most tear-jerking moment in the film was at the end, when the old lady lay in bed, holding the main character's hand, and lamented, "I don't want to grow old either. Who wants to grow old? Being old is so annoying. Tossed around like this, avoiding this and that. I want to embroider flowers, water trees, drink tea, and write, but I don't have the time anymore. My time has long been used up in those years." After painstakingly raising her children, all the best years of her youth slipped away into the layers of wrinkles. Now, left all alone, she has nothing. Before closing her eyes, the old woman left behind a wistful phrase, "I don't want to grow old either." Xie Chunshu's acting was truly excellent. Even though she had personally experienced the filming scenes, Shen Jiang couldn't help but get teary-eyed while watching in the cinema. Upon closer inspection, seeing herself on the big screen holding Xie Chunshu's hands made her cry uncontrollably. Super ugly. After the movie ended, Shen Jiang tidied up her appearance and quickly slipped away before the next audience entered. On the way back, she tried to call Jiang Yao several times, but it didn't go through, so she turned to Weibo to browse audience feedback. Almost all women, without exception, commented that they cried, while men were slightly better, mostly feeling a bit emotional. Overall, the reviews were good, with positive feedback overwhelmingly outweighing the negative. Compared to Qingji's mixed reviews, the reputation of Shiguang is considerably higher, but we still need the actual performance data to see the results. After midnight, we will know the real-time box office for the first day, and film critics are likely to share their viewing evaluations tomorrow as well. Shen Jiang patiently waited, freshened up after getting home, and when she picked up her phone, she saw a message from Liu Baiting. "Senior, I received the tickets you sent via local courier. I didn't have time to watch it today, but I'll book a screening tomorrow for my colleagues to watch it." Liu Baiting is true to his word. When he says he will book a screening, he does. All his colleagues each got a ticket. This action naturally caught Bai Wen's attention. "Just answer me honestly. What is your relationship with Shen Jiang right now?" Bai Wen, used to being straightforward, posed the question right after arranging to meet Liu Baiting. "Colleagues, friends. Is that all?" Liu Baiting remained calm. "Why not? You know, whether it's dating or anything else, even if it's just finding someone to accompany you, I hope you tell me right away. I really am just friends with her." Liu Baiting paused for now. "So that means you do have feelings for her?" Bowen stared at him closely. The support on Weibo had just passed, and now he was enthusiastically supporting each other's films. Don't say it's just friends. He had never seen Liu Baiting care this much for any friend before. Liu Baiting paused for 2 seconds and confessed, I do have thoughts for Shen Jiang beyond friendship, but at present, we are just friends. If anything definitive happens one day, I will definitely let you know. Bowen took a deep breath. Seeing that he admitted it, he didn't press further. As long as you know in your heart. It's fine. You can date, but remember not to let it affect your work. I hope that before you do anything, you think it through properly. I don't want to see things like taking sides on Weibo and using personal connections to rally a bunch of acquaintances to speak for you. I don't want that to happen a second time. Liu Baiting nodded. I'll try my best. As long as no one is malicious towards Shen Jiang. It sounded as if someone liked to stir up trouble. Arguing back and forth is such a waste of time. That day, Zhang Yao, who hadn't been able to reach Shen Jiang, returned her call and immediately praised her new film, saying she hadn't seen on the first day, but made a special effort to find time to watch it, crying in a corner of the cinema. Afterward, she sighed, your side is flourishing, and mine has turned into a dud. Yin Shui Legend isn't airing yet, and I'm so worried. Shen Jiang comforted her for a bit. Zhang Yao seemed to be getting back to work, so she didn't say much and hung up quickly. After taking a nap and getting up in the afternoon, Shen Jiang nestled on the sofa and started reading film reviews. Movie Bamboo Shoot V. When I first heard the name Shi Wang with me rewinding forward, I rejected it, thinking it was a Klitsch D romance film. However, after the trailer came out, I watched it several times and couldn't see any romantic elements at all. The story is actually centered around family ties. Surprised, I entered the cinema with expectations, and after coming out, I had a lot to say. Here are some highlights. Honestly, this film isn't perfect. Many flaws are evident, but from a story structure, narrative techniques, filming methods to the actors' performances, it can be considered as serious work. In today's environment, fewer people are sincerely telling stories and making films. Indeed, many renowned directors are contributing, but we can't just rely on them. We also need many younger or mid-level filmmakers to strive. This film made me feel that effort and sincerity. It's great. Another critic, I Say Movies, commented, Shi Wang with me rewinding forward is wrapped in a comedic exterior, fresh and delicious inside. But in the end, it somehow leaves a sour feeling. Many people think it's touching because of the imperfect ending, but in reality, what moved the audience to tears was its core. To be fair, the story isn't novel enough, but the storytelling method and the comedic elements added many surprises. Especially the central point it wanted to convey to the audience was expressed very well. Xie Chunshu's expressiveness is worthy of her years of experience, while Shen Jiang, as a newcomer, also shows undeniable brilliance. The collision of two sparks makes the expression resonate deeply with viewers, stirring strong emotions. In a current landscape filled with cash-grabbing youth films, if you want to sincerely feel a story, this film is definitely a great choice. Here, I sincerely recommend this genuinely heartfelt movie. Regarding the critics leaning towards Shen Jiang, there had indeed been quite a bit of noise in the first few days. However, as both films continued to be screened, Qingji's box office slowly declined, while Shi Wang's box office soared. Many who watched the film shared their opinions online, and the baseless speculation soon dissipated. Shen Jiang's acting skills were proven in the public discourse. Youth Knows the Best of You had a total box office of $340 million by its final screening day. While Shi Wang with me rewinding forward still had a few days left in theaters and had already surpassed $670 million, with breaking $700 million just around the corner. Neither film had big-name stars or current popular celebrities, and compared to that, Shen Jiang's popularity was still a bit lower than Shen Yuan's. This result undoubtedly slapped the latter hard. As a first-tier actress, Shen Jiang's box office performance was double that of Shen Yuan, and all the earlier voices online belittling Shen Jiang had quieted down. However, there were still a few die-hard fans of Shen Yuan who refused to accept it. Jumping up and down on Weibo, it's just a difference in box office. What does it have to do with acting skills or popularity? It just means that the script my family got this time wasn't good. If anyone else starred in that movie, it would still achieve such results. Furthermore, Long Qian's box office exceeded $900 million, and two of its leads are big stars. Does Shen Jiang's nearly 700 million box office mean that Liu Beiting and Duan Yu's pull isn't stronger than hers? A bunch of people chimed in behind. But Liu Beiting and Duan Yu's fans weren't foolish and wouldn't let themselves be used as pawns easily, saying, "Our family doesn't play that game. So you have nothing to say." Even more provocatively, someone directly said, "Last time you disrespected your senior and got called out by so many seniors. And now you still don't restrain yourself? Didn't you all criticize Shen Jiang for not respecting senior Shen Yulan before? I found it funny when I heard it. Do you even care about that? Now dragging Liu Beiting and Duan Yu into this. Isn't that disrespecting your seniors? All right, you don't even regard powerful figures like senior Mu Qing. Your fans can just run wild with the main character, right?" Shen Jiang's fans stood their ground and responded directly. "According to your logic, if your idol doesn't get good scripts, is it our fault? Our idol has good taste in choosing scripts. Should we blame her?" Amidst the chaos, Shen Yulan was ridiculed thoroughly. Shen Jiang didn't feel the sense of triumph. The voices criticizing her for trying to gain fame had disappeared, and that was what truly made her feel relieved. Now, she also had actual achievements in hand, and holding the script she was reading gave her confidence, while the investors had more faith in her as well. A few days later, Shiguang officially ended its run, with a total box office of 720 million. Before she could celebrate, Shen Jiang was packed off by Shang Tianying to record a program at the TV station. What a coincidence! She ran into Shen Yulan and her group in the hallway. Shen Jiang was a bit like Shen Jidai, slightly resembling Mu Qing, but more like Mu Yan. Shen Yulan, however, resembled Shen Jidai, with a hint of her mother Cui Rong's features. What a coincidence! Shen Yulan smiled and stopped in her tracks. The distance between the two made Shen Jiang feel a bit nauseous. It was indeed a coincidence to run into Miss Shen here. "I heard Shiguang has surpassed 700 million at the box office. Congratulations." Congratulations to Qingji, good results. The staff from both sides stood a few steps away from her. Shen Yulan leaned a bit closer to Shen Jiang, a fleeting glimmer in her eyes, and said in a low voice, "You don't look like Dad at all. No wonder he doesn't tea like you. But you look quite a lot like him." Shen Jiang instead smiled, "Not just like your dad, but also like that mistress of yours." Shen Jiang stopped wasting time with her and turned to leave. In a moment they brushed past each other, she heard Shen Yulan quietly say, "I remember the thing about buying reviews." Shen Jiang paused for a moment, then shook her head and walked away with a smile. Who has the time to buy reviews to blacken her? If you're not good enough, it's fine not to be recognized. Chapter 43. The box office was promising for Shen Jiang, and Jiang Yao received her first film role in her life. Until now, her best resource had been the second female lead in Legend of Cloud and Water, and this time becoming the female lead in a movie was a significant leap. Shen Jiang chatted with her for an entire night, and they had a great time, but the next day she overslept. Early in the morning, she was woken up by Li Chunshun, who then stuffed her into a nanny car directly to the filming location. Her schedule had multiplied several times compared to before, and she was busy every day. Shang Tianying managed to secure a mobile phone endorsement for her among numerous business invitations. After a few days of shooting the advertisement, as a qualified spokesperson, Shen Jiang also switched to the latest model of the brand's phone. All the content from her old phone was copied to the new one, so it felt no different to use, but she was too lazy to fuss over it. Her wallpaper, screensaver, and password were all still the default settings. Not long after finishing the advertisement, Shen Jiang received an invitation to the Ding Shi Shengyan, which was also an award ceremony. It had been held several times, but couldn't compare with several heavyweight awards. However, the sponsors behind it were major domestic brands, and as long as they send out invitations, most stars would show up. Although Shen Jiang had 2 films with good box office results, she had no awards yet, and her foundation was still unstable. So Shang Tianying naturally wanted her to attend. After spending a day preparing her outfit, Shen Jiang casually mentioned it to Liu Beiting on WeChat, not expecting that he would also attend. Usually, those who attended the Ding Shi Shengyan were mostly popular young stars from the television industry, with a few big-name movie stars thrown in, either due to a good relationship with the brand or having been paid a hefty sum. The lineup was already quite impressive. Hence, the event was also nicknamed the Television Festival. Actors who only made movies or had long transitioned to the film industry without any recent television works generally wouldn't attend. let alone the numerous best actors and actresses. However, this time it wasn't just Liu Boating. Several best actors and actresses attended, along with some strong forces from the film industry, plus newcomers like Shen Jiang, who had just begun to shine. Compared to previous years, this truly was a star-studded event. Once the guest list was released, the anticipation online surged. Shen Jiang didn't even eat, just to wear that stunningly tight dress. When she arrived at her personal lounge and sat down, she didn't want to move again. Before going out to meet the event staff, Li Chunshun handed her a stack of papers. Sister Jiang, this is the schedule. Sister Shang instructed you to read it carefully before going on stage. Shen Jiang nodded and took it, flipping through the pages seriously. The awards were almost like cabbages. Every star present had one, but besides receiving the award, she had an additional segment for live interaction. The phone she endorsed was one of the sponsors of this ceremony, and a live interaction meant she would be doing a commercial on stage. After reading through the process, Shen Jiang memorized it all and took out her phone to pass the time. Of course, she wouldn't use this phone on stage. There was still some time before the start, and since she was idle, she switched to her secondary account after browsing her main one. Not long after, Li Chunshun returned, holding a new phone prepared by the organizers, identical to the one she used. The person in charge said for her to log into her Weibo account, and someone would hand her the phone when she went on stage. Okay, just then, there was a knock at the door, and 3 makeup artists came in with their tools. Hello, Miss Shen. Shen Jiang smiled and greeted them, fiddling with her phone and gently placing it on the table. The next award to be presented was for the most popular female artist of the year. Let's take a look at the nominees. Applause erupted, and everyone in attendance turned to the big screen as directed by the host. Dan Shen, Lian Ro, Zhu Yunzheng, Wen Yijiao, Yuan Yunfei. One by one, photos of the glamorous or pure-looking female stars flashed by, and Shen Jiang spotted several familiar faces. When she saw herself appear in the middle, she smiled slightly. And the winner of the Ding Shi Shengdian Most Popular Female Artist Award is Shen Jiang. Another round of applause erupted as Shen Jiang lifted her dress and walked slowly onto the stage. The awards were predetermined, so there was nothing to contest. After standing on stage, her gaze swept over Wen Yijiao and Yuan Yunfei, sitting on the other side, both of whom looked calm. After all, this honor didn't carry much weight, and if it were any of the 3 major awards, there would definitely be fierce competition. I am very happy to stand here. Thank you to the organizers, and, in a smoky blue long dress, Shen Jiang delivered her acceptance speech with a gracious smile. Liu Boating watched from below, amused by her ability to switch to gracious mode in an instant. The award won. Shen Jiang still remained on stage. The host threw out a few jokes and then got to the point. We have set up a segment for interaction with fans. Now, let's have Miss Shen Jiang greet the viewers watching the live stream on the computer through Weibo. At the side of the stage, Li Chunshun took out the phone from her bag and handed it to the hostess. I'm sure everyone is curious about the homepage of the artist's Weibo. Let's open Shen Jiang's Weibo and take a look. The photographer crouched in front of the two, aiming the camera at the phone, which was then projected onto the big screen. However, once the host pressed the button to light up the phone, Shen Jiang felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Something fell off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Before she could think it through, she saw the host holding the phone in one hand and using her index finger to tap the Weibo app icon. In that instant, shouts rang out from the control room. Cut it. Switch to an ad. Quick. With so many stars present and numerous fans watching the live stream of the Ding Shi Shengdian, they had just seen Shen Jiang win an award. And then the host brought up her phone for interaction. A flood of comments filled the screen as people wondered what Shen Jiang's Weibo homepage looked like. But suddenly the stream switched to an advertisement. What is going on? Why did it suddenly cut to an ad? ISNT it still 10 minutes until ad time? It just went black for a few seconds. What is happening? Is there a problem? I hope nothing bad has happened. Oh no, don't scare me. My baby is on site. Please don't let anything happen. After more than 2 minutes of advertisement, the screen cut back to the live event. Shen Jiang and the host were still on stage, holding the same phone, but both looked a bit strange. The comments exploded, and until Shen Jiang finished her Weibo post and stepped off the stage, everyone was still focused on the sudden advertisement that had just interrupted. By the time the ceremony ended, late at night, rumors suddenly started to circulate. No one knew who started it, but a forum leaked that the reason for the sudden ad cut during the Ding Shi Xingdian was due to a problem with Shen Jiang's phone. As soon as the leaker made their first appearance, various speculations quickly followed. Many people's imaginations ran wild. Could there be some indecent photos on Shen Jiang's phone? What if the content of a message got exposed? Maybe there's something scandalous. Is there a photo with someone that she hasn't deleted? What is it? I want to know. Hurry up and tell us. Some were just here to stir the pot, while others took the opportunity to tarnish her reputation. Shen Jiang's fans were getting ready to stand up and defend her when the leaker finally appeared again. For the second and final time, they popped up in the thread, leaving only one sentence. There's nothing else on the phone, just tons of photos of Lu boating. You guys don't know. All the stars on site were stunned for a few seconds. I'm sorry, Sister Shang. I took the wrong phone. It's all my fault. Li Chunshun stood there with a face full of guilt, while Shen Jiang sat beside her, looking a bit downcast. Shang Tuning glanced at her without saying a word, deducting half a month's salary. Then her gaze swept over to Shen Jiang, who was about to leave early. You have 3 minutes to explain. I'm a fan of Lu boating. Is that it? That's it. No other relationship? No. Shang Tuning breathed a sigh of relief. But if that's the case, it's nothing. The live broadcast was cut off in time, and the things on your phone were not seen by netizens. There's no need to worry about the online rumors. Baseless gossip will fade away after a few days. After a pause, a glint flashed in her eyes. If there's anything, whether it's Lu baiting or anyone else, you must tell me immediately. I wish there was something. Shen Jiang silently cursed, but didn't dare to say it, pursed her lips, and said okay. The netizens didn't know, but the stars present saw everything clearly, either stunned or unable to help but gasped softly. As the person involved, Lu baiting was even more astonished. He was stunned for several seconds when he saw his fan art on the screen. Fortunately, the on-site director was quick to act, and 2 minutes later, they proceeded with the remaining segments without affecting the live broadcast. After the mobile interaction, Shen Jiang didn't sit down for long before leaving early. Lu baiting stayed until the end, and when he left, several acquaintances came over to tease him. Hong Wei couldn't hide his smile and patted him on the shoulder, repeatedly exclaiming, "Baiting is doing great, still charming as ever." A few actors who helped retweet Shen Jiang's Weibo teased him, while those who didn't teased him with meaningful glances as they said goodbye. Having known each other for many years and having a good relationship, Lu baiting couldn't argue with them and had to endure it. Late at night, Zhou Yin finished reading the online gossip, speculations, and discussions and looked at Lu baiting, who had been sitting still for a long time. "Baiting you. Remember to remind me tomorrow morning. I need to go out." "Where to?" Lu baiting paused for a few seconds and said, "To the jewelry store." The Dingshi grand ceremony, as Shang Tianing said, was soon forgotten by everyone, especially as September approached. The biennial Golden Rooster Awards began, and the public's attention was focused entirely on it. Shen Jiang's 2 films, Long Qian and Time and I Go Back and Forth, the latter not entered for competition, and the former not favored by the jury, had high box office sales but received no nominations, and the crew had no plans to attend. The new comedy film wouldn't start shooting that quickly, and with no other arrangements in between, Shen Jiang's birthday was in September. So she booked a venue and decided to invite friends and family to celebrate. Jiang Yao even specifically took leave to fly back for a birthday party. Yin Shui Legend premiered, where Jiang Yao's character, the second female lead, unexpectedly sparked chemistry with a male lead played by Fong Qiyuan. Clearly, their scenes together were significantly fewer than interactions between the main leads, yet they attracted a lot of CP fans, overshadowing the female lead's popularity. Jiang Yao's tone on the phone didn't sound as cheerful as before. "My company and Fong Qiyuan's company have reached an agreement to promote our CP. We probably have to be tied together for a while, and maybe we'll work together on the next project." Her various online metrics surged significantly because of Yin Shui Legend, and after playing a few supporting roles, her career finally showed signs of improvement. Shen Jiang paused and said, "Whatever decision you make, I support you. If you're unhappy, you can always come to me. I'm always here to listen." She remembered clearly how much she despised the idea of promoting CP when she had those frustrating complaints. This time, however, Jiang Yao said it was fine and that she had agreed to it. Actually, it's nothing. It's just cooperating to make the CP fans happy. We just act from the drama into real life, and I'm in a good mood. With her saying this, Shen Jiang felt it was inappropriate to say much more. After hanging up the phone, she sat cross-legged on the bed and began looking at the invitation cards for the birthday party. Soon, her phone vibrated beside her. Senior, okay. I'll definitely come to the birthday party. After returning from the Dingshi grand ceremony that night, she apologized to Liu Beiting, who lightly said it was nothing and told her not to take it to heart. His magnanimity and gentleness made her feel ashamed for a long time. Now he was still willing to come to her birthday party. Shen Jiang sighed, laying back on the bed with her phone in hand. Liu Beiting prepared 2 gifts for Shen Jiang. One was for show, and the other was intended to be given to her privately. In the spacious banquet hall, the lights were bright. Since the Dingshi grand ceremony, this was their first meeting. You're not still thinking about the phone incident, are you? Liu Beiting noticed her slight discomfort and chuckled helplessly. I caused trouble for my senior. I wasn't angry, he said. I already answered that last time. It was true. Not giving her a chance to dwell on it further, Liu Beiting picked up 2 glasses of wine from the table, handing one to her. Today is your birthday. Let me drink a little with you. Thank you. Shen Jiang took it and smiled, taking a small sip. He was in formal attire today, and although she had seen it many times, for some reason, he looked even better than when seen on television or at award ceremonies. They chatted for a while standing, but Shen Jiang had something to attend to, so she went to greet others. Zhou Yun, seeing her leave, approached Liu Beiting and whispered, Beiting, are you really going to give it? Yes. If Wenjie finds out, I'll tell her. Liu Beiting handed the wine glass to him and turned to leave. Shen Jiang didn't invite many people. Most were friends of Zhou Manwen. And after mingling for a long time, she finally escaped. Just as she wanted to sit down and rest, Liu Beiting suddenly approached. Are you tired? She immediately stood up straight. Not really. Want to go to the balcony for some fresh air? Shen Jiang thought for a moment and nodded. There were many restrooms on the side of the hall, and the two found a less conspicuous room, walked onto the balcony, turned on the light, and stood side by side, feeling the gentle night breeze. Actually, on the day of the ceremony, when I saw the big screen, I almost couldn't react. Liu Beiting spoke first. When Shen Jiang heard him bring it up again, her nerves tightened. Did he still care? Senior, I thought about it for a long time after returning. What were you thinking? Liu Beiting turned to look at her directly, his throat moving slightly. I think. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the balcony next door, startling Shen Jiang, and the rest of Liu Beiting's words got stuck in his throat. There seemed to be the sound of a quarrel, which grew increasingly familiar. Shen Jiang frowned and said to the interrupted Liu Beiting, I'll go check it out, senior. Wait for me here. It's fine. I'll go with you. Liu Beiting followed her as they quickly stepped out. The adjacent room was almost completely hidden under the stairs. And after knocking for a long time with no response, Shen Jiang turned to call someone, and suddenly the door swung open from the inside. Sorry. Jiang Yao appeared with red eyes, and Shen Jiang was taken aback. This was, looking inside, the other figure was none other than Mu Yunin. You two, do you want to come in? Jiang Yao, who seemed to have been crying, asked in a muffled voice, not waiting for her to answer, turned to Mu Yunin and said, Please go out. I need to talk to Shen Jiang. With a pale face, Mu Yunin took a few deep breaths, said nothing, and left with pursed lips. Shen Jiang entered the room, remembering Liu Beiting was still outside, and glanced apologetically at him. I'm sorry, senior. It's fine. He nodded. You talk. I'll go get something to drink. After the door closed, Shen Jiang didn't forget to lock it. Jiang Yao wiped her tears and threw herself into her arms, crying. What happened? After comforting her for a while, Shen Jiang simply pulled her down to sit on the soft carpet. The tissue box was nearly empty, and it took a while for Jiang Yao to stop sobbing. You and my brother? We broke up. Jiang Yao took a breath and, not caring that it was Shen Jiang's brother, directly said, That bastard cheated. Zhou Yin noticed that Liu Beiting had disappeared for a long time and then reappeared, immediately going over with a nervous heart. Beiting, did you send out your things? Not yet. Not yet? Why? Liu Beiting remained silent for a long time. The sound of Zhou Yun's chatter lingered in his ears. While Liu Beiting remained lost in thought, he gathered his hand, which was inserted in the left pocket of his coat, and his fingertips brushed against a square hard box, making his already unclear expression even more somber. Chapter 44. Shen Jiang listened to Jiang Yao for a long time and finally understood the whole story. In summary, Jiang Yao and Mu Yunan had been dating without her knowledge, and now they had officially broken up due to Mu Yunan cheating. My brother is with someone. Shen Jiang felt awkward for a long time, thinking that this bastard who cheated on her friend was her own brother. She wanted to curse but couldn't, holding her breath in frustration. I don't know him. He seems to be a model. Jiang Yao had stopped crying, and her emotions were much more stable than before. But she still felt a bit upset. I saw that woman get out of his car. They were both drunk, and he even told me nothing happened. Ugh. Although one was her brother, and the other was her good friend, it was ultimately their emotional affair. Shen Jiang was really not good at getting involved in such matters. Remaining silent for a while, unable to even muster a bitter smile. So you suddenly agreed to cooperate with Fang Qiyuan to stir up a CP? Shen Jiang suddenly thought of another matter. Did you meet Gao Yuan? I encountered him once while filming. Mu Yunan was there too, and Gao Yuan got scolded by him. I see. Shen Jiang finally understood. No wonder Gao Yuan's behavior was so strange when they met at the banquet last time. Even specifically turning back to mention Jiang Yao in a sarcastic way. He probably saw Mu Yunan in the bathroom and guessed she was waiting for him because of the coat draped over her arm, leading him to concoct a scenario of sisters vying for a rich man. One imagination. It's a pity he's not a screenwriter. Jiang Yao asked, what happened with Gao Yuan? Nothing. It's in the past. Shen Jiang didn't bring it up again. Glancing at her swollen eyes said, do you want to touch up your makeup? No need. I'll just keep my head down when I walk later. That's fine. All right, stop crying. It's just another failed romance. You'll definitely meet someone good in the future. Jiang Yao pouted. I'm just so unlucky. She paused, leaning her head on Shen Jiang's shoulder, her voice low. I'm sorry. I should have gotten involved with your brother. If I had known, I should have been more resolute from the start. If this affects my relationship with Shen Jiang, it would really be not worth it. What is there to worry about? Who can say for sure about matters of the heart? It's just that he asked my brother. I can't speak up, otherwise I would have already helped you curse him out. In this matter, Shen Jiang was still leaning towards Jiang Yao. She had already told Mu Yunan not to provoke Jiang Yao, and now that things had developed this way, it was certainly on him, especially since the cause was his unclear relationship with another woman. Jiang Yao buried her head on Shen Jiang's shoulder. There were no sounds of crying, and after a long time, Shen Jiang felt a warm, wet feeling. She sighed and stroked Jiang Yao's head. The title of the comedy film Shen Jiang was working on was officially set as Spirit Medicine, telling the story of a spirit medicine that accidentally transformed into human form, encountering and falling in love with the demon lord while evading pursuers from the three realms. In the last few days before departure, Shen Jiang thought about not seeing her family for a long time, so she moved back to the Mu family. Staying at home would inevitably lead to running into Mu Yunan, who stayed home 3 days a week. Shen Jiang intentionally avoided mentioning Jiang Yao, but he happened to bring it up himself. For instance, right now, how many days have you been reading your script? Haven't you finished yet? Shen Jiang said lightly. Scripts can be read many times without getting tired of it. You're quite serious about acting. Shen Jiang glanced at him. I didn't provoke you. Don't provoke me, otherwise I'll tell Uncle. Mu Yunan sulked for a while, then saw her seemingly receiving a message and chatting with someone, secretly observing. Not going to look at the script, but got distracted again? Shen Jiang put away her phone. Glanced at him. No need to look. I didn't say anything to Jiang Yao. If you want to say something to her, I won't stop you. He saw the profile picture on the other side. It didn't look like a woman, and the note was still labeled senior. At the birthday party, she didn't invite many people, only Jiang Yao and a man named Liu baiting from the entertainment industry. Shen Jiang ignored him. And Mu Yunan couldn't help but speak up. You're just a newly debuted actress. Don't forget your ambitions. Dating at this time is not a joke. I'm not dating. True. Mu Yunan snorted lightly. You're like a block of wood. Who would want to date you? Such things should be learned from me. Every romance is a good experience, just right. Be invested when dating and let go when it ends. His implication made Shen Jiang very uncomfortable. Shen Jiang didn't want to engage with him, picked up the script and left. Turning around before she didn't forget to leave a remark. Don't worry, you can handle it. Jiang Yao can let go even more. Go be your great romantic hero. She stomped up the stairs, causing a loud noise, while Mu Yunan gritted his teeth on the sofa. After a while, he angrily said, "Who said she could let go?" When Shen Jiang and Li Chunshun and other crew members arrived at the filming location Y City, Liu Beiting happened to be flying to attend the wedding of Zhong Qian and Huang Wan on the same day. After packing his luggage, he sent her a photo from the wedding venue. Of course, it was of himself, probably taken by Zhou Yun, looking dapper in a tailored suit. The message below was not in text, but in voice, with some lively background noise. He said, "I'll convey your blessings to Zhong Qian and Huang Wan." They said thank you. The next message continued. "They also blamed me for being late, that I didn't know to send you an invitation in advance, and asked me to apologize to you." Shen Jiang replied to him, and then lay in bed, replaying those two voice messages more than 10 times, rolling around in delight. On her birthday, he seemed to have something to say to her, but was interrupted by Mu Yunan and Jiang Yao as matter. Later, when she asked him again, he only said it was nothing. After that, both of them got busy, and, calculating the time, it had been almost a month since they last met. Listening to his voice through the voice messages was also good. After chatting for a bit, he mentioned he had many activities arranged, so Shen Jiang didn't disturb him. And after resting for a while, she went to the director's room to meet others. The male lead of this movie, Hua Cheng, debuted earlier than Shen Jiang and was quite a bit older. When they first met, Shen Jiang was slightly surprised by his beard. "You'll be shaving it off in a couple of days. Don't worry, Miss Shen," he joked during their handshake. Shen Jiang quickly denied it. Director Sun Yowang was under 40, and his attire and ideas gave off a youthful vibe. After an afternoon of the seminar, Shen Jiang had a rough understanding of her work environment for the next period of time. The co-actors and the most influential director were quite easy to get along with, and there was no pressure. They discussed the script for 3 days, and the first scene to be filmed was Shen Jiang's water scene. Hua Cheng's acting skills were among the best in the mid-generation, and as long as he performed normally, there would basically be no issues. Shen Jiang felt the same. The more she acted with capable people, the more her potential would be stimulated. The first take went smoothly, surprising everyone in the crew. "Is this too fast?" Shen Jiang emerged from the water, took the towel handed to her by the staff, wiped her face, and raised her eyes to see Hua Cheng looking at her intently. "What's wrong, Senior Hua?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to take a picture with you." Hua Cheng waved his hand, "But in this October weather, it would be bad if you got cold. So hurry up and change your clothes." Shen Jiang was taken aback and looked down at herself. "Want to take a picture?" She was dressed quite warmly, and she looked somewhat amusing. Shen Jiang shrugged. "If the senior wants to take a picture, then let us take it. Our first picture together like this is quite unique." Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow, not being polite, and indeed asked someone to bring over a phone and pulled her in for a photo. Shen Jiang made a pitiful face, and he grabbed her by the back of the collar, smirking with one corner of his mouth lifted. Sun Yowang watched them play around while adjusting the machine, shaking his head helplessly, then called out, "Stop playing, Shen Jiang, go change your clothes." After finishing the photo shoot, Shen Jiang responded and was wrapped in a blanket by Li Chunshun, quickly heading to the lounge. She wasn't needed for the next scene, so after changing her clothes, she stayed in the lounge to warm up by the electric heater, which was specially prepared for today by the props team, even though it wasn't necessary for this season. Feeling warm all over, Shen Jiang covered herself with a clean blanket and idly played with her phone. When she refreshed her moments, she saw a new update from Hua Cheng, a photo of her being carried by him by the back of her collar like an eagle grabbing a chick. Shen Jiang opened the picture and looked at it for a few seconds, marveling at her senior's playful nature, and silently liked his post. Li Chunshun came back in after pouring herself a cup of hot water, and Shen Jiang held the warm cup, sipping it slowly as it wasn't so hot anymore. "Just don't catch a cold," Li Chunshun said with a frown. "I'm not that delicate," Shen Jiang chuckled lightly. "What is a little soaking? There will definitely be more scenes like waterfall and rain scenes in the future. If you enjoy the perks of being a star, you have to endure the hardships that come with it." The phone on the table vibrated twice, and Shen Jiang put down her cup to check, seeing a message from Liu Beiting. "Senior, did you shoot the water scene today?" Shen Jiang was taken aback and asked, "How did you know, Senior?" "Not long after," he replied, "I saw Hua Cheng's moments." Shen Jiang realized that the circle was that small, aside from the lower levels, there were only a few people at the top, so it was normal to know each other. Before she could reply, he sent another message with just 4 simple words: remember to keep warm. Her heart suddenly warmed, and Shen Jiang smiled for a long time, responding with okay. She then asked, "Senior, are you busy today?" Just as she sent it, a staff member called her to the front for a rehearsal. As she was called out to film, she caught a glimpse of his reply. "No, I'm in a very boring place." After sending the WeChat message, Liu Beiting waited for 2 minutes without a reply. He put away his phone and picked up a wine glass to take a sip. Among all the events, the most boring one was this kind of wine party. Even filming an advertisement was more interesting than attending such occasions. Since it was a private wine party, Zhou Yin didn't come in, and he found a corner to stand alone, just finishing up with a group of people. After drinking about half a glass, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Liu Beiting recognized it as Shen Jiang's brother and smiled slightly. "Mr. Mu." "Mr. Liu is alone?" Mu Yunan raised an eyebrow. Sensing his unfriendly tone, Liu Beiting's smile faltered for a moment. Then he replied, "Yes." Mu Yunan remained silent, drinking his wine while sizing him up, and only spoke when Liu Beiting was about to frown. "Mr. Liu has a good relationship with my sister?" "What makes you think that, Mr. Mu?" Mu Yunan did not answer that question, smiling. "Mr. Liu is well-informed and should have a wide network. Do you know Zhang Xian from the Zhang family in Hong Kong? I've heard of him. I think he and my sister are a good match. As an industry senior and friend." He paused deliberately at this point. "Can we say he is a friend? As a senior and friend, what does Mr. Liu think? Even as a brother?" It seemed inappropriate to interfere too much in Shen Jiang's personal matters. Before Mu Yunan could speak, Liu Beiting raised his eyebrows and said, "However, since Mr. Mu asked me, I will answer. You think they are a good match, but I do not. Of course, everyone has their own opinions. In matters like this, what outsiders say is not as important as the thoughts of the parties involved." He shook his wine glass, his smile slightly restrained. "I'm feeling a bit dizzy, so I'll take my leave first. Mr. Mu, feel free." Chapter 45 of The Elixir was filmed very smoothly. The original shooting schedule was 2 months, but they finished 10 days early, and the entire film wrapped up. In December, Shen Jiang returned home wrapped in a thick coat, showing no signs of a movie star. The end of the year is a peak period, with major films competing fiercely for box office, especially comedies, which faced intense competition. The Elixir, mixed in with a slew of big-name comedy films, had only Shen Jiang and Hui Chong as its lead cast, making it seem somewhat desolate. The film's title, The Elixir, represents the character Shen Jiang plays, a magical woman transformed by the elixir. Following time, this film became another project where Shen Jiang bore most of the box office pressure. Due to promotional activities, Shen Jiang couldn't rest at home. Shortly after returning to the capital, post-production was completed, and she flew with the crew around the country for promotional roadshows, spending the 2 months before the new year on 22 roadshows. Upon returning home, Zhou Manwen felt so distressed that she couldn't even enjoy her meals, wishing Shen Jiang could stay at home 24 hours a day, with everything served to her. Not lifting a finger, Mu Yunan wisely avoided bothering her, and, when the film was released, generously booked several screenings, giving them to his friends as gifts. With effort comes reward. The 22 roadshows she personally attended resulted in an opening day box office of over 50 million. Although this number paled in comparison to other films that premiered at 90 million. The fact that Shen Jiang and Hui Chong managed to stand out among the stars proved the film's quality. The story of The Elixir originated from a dream director Sun Yo-wang had one night. Upon waking, he jotted down the rough outline of the story. Later, he collaborated with the scriptwriter Ning Yin, known for their sharp style and astute thinking, to create the final script. One is a leading director of the mid-generation, while the other is a rising star among young screenwriters. With a reliable crew, combined with the solid performances of Hui Chong and the critically acclaimed newcomer Shen Jiang, the result was that The Elixir, which initially appeared to lack strong qualifications, became a dark horse in the industry. Due to the overwhelming number of films released simultaneously, hardly any film critics managed to write reviews for all the films during that period. The Elixir initially had the fewest reviews, with only Film Talk and Film Bamboo stick releasing their impressions right away. After being bombarded by several films with powerful casts and extravagant special effects, but lacking substantial content. Other critics began to turn their attention to this relatively low-budget comedy without a dazzling lineup. Once again, it was Shen Jiang. Before entering the cinema, many critics looked at the poster and thought to themselves. After watching the film, more critics left the theater holding their ticket stubs, silently exclaiming, "Indeed, it's Shen Jiang again." After the fourth day of release, word of mouth began to ferment, with viewers starting to provide feedback online about various films. And the timing of critics' reviews coincided perfectly. Whether fans or casual viewers, after reading reviews of the films they had seen, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Is Shen Jiang about to have another hit movie?" She really seems to fit in well with the film industry. The explosion of movies and television means entirely different things. When a television series becomes a hit, the actor's fame and fan base instantly surge, and the effects become apparent immediately. In contrast, even if a film achieves great box office success, only those who have seen the film will remember the actor, making the recognition far less compared to a hit television series. However, Shen Jiang's career path is clear. She shows no intention of breaking into television to expand her visibility. She had previously discussed this with Shang Tianying, and their views aligned closely. Not being familiar as television actors is not a problem. Their goal was never that. Sticking to films may be challenging, but as long as they have the ability to rise higher and higher, the path will become brighter and more spacious. Once the box office and awards accumulate to a certain level, standing high enough means that even those below can see her when they look up. Just like Hong Wei, who has been making films since his debut, starting as a supporting role and gradually taking on leading roles, he is yet to star in even a single television drama. Yet his recognition among the public remains high. Whenever he goes out, he is always surrounded by onlookers. Being considered in sync with the film industry is a matter worth celebrating for Shen Jiang. The increasing box office of The Elixir starting from the fifth day also seems to indirectly prove this point. Critics' reviews of the film invariably included one word: sharp. This is a comedy with a sharp style, perfectly blending the strengths of Ning and Sun Youguan. Due to limited funding, the film did not focus heavily on special effects, giving it an alternative humor feel. In truth, neither Shen Jiang nor the creative team expected high box office returns. Shen Jiang personally guessed it would be slightly higher than Time, but on the day of its release, she was stunned to see the total box office reach $36 billion. It ranked first in the holiday box office. It doubled the performance of Time. If February is considered the end of the year, then The Elixir could rank third in the annual domestic box office list. A true dark horse, undoubtedly. Shen Jiang was genuinely grateful, not only to director Sun and writer Ning, but also to her co-star Huo Chong and every audience member who contributed to the box office. With this sentiment, she updated her Weibo account, which she hadn't used since the Dingshi Festival, with a new status: Shen Jiang V. Thank you, audience. Image, however. Shen Jiang also understood that other films lost to them, not because they were truly invincible, but because other shortcomings exceeded tolerable limits. Strong cast, but weak scripts. Good scripts, but poor actors. Take one film in the same period that gathered 3 popular male stars, just by replacing 2 actors, not even someone as seasoned as Hong Wei, but just those of a slightly lower level. It wouldn't have been so disastrous. The most amusing was Shun Yulan. She also had a holiday film, a romantic comedy, similar to her previous work Drunken Spring Chamber, but this time it didn't achieve as good a result. On the first day of its release, the box office was pitifully disheartening. Shen Jiang watched the trailer on Weibo and, after closing it, remained speechless. Shen Yulan really struggles with choosing scripts. The previous Drunken Spring Chamber was indeed lucky. She didn't know why Shan Jida didn't help screen the scripts. Even funnier was when Weibo users praised Shen Jiang for boosting films, saying each one she starred in was a hit. While Shen Yulan's fans weakly voiced their discontent. She just picks good scripts. Our Lamlin scripts are a bit lacking. If only the script were good. Such a tone drew ridicule from passers-by. You can't choose a script, and you blame Shen Jiang? They were left with their tails between their legs for quite a while. Shen Jiang shared her joy with the crew members one by one on WeChat. Huo Chong, unchanged in his playful nature, teased her. I'm riding on your coattails. Who doesn't know that you're rumored to bring good luck to films? Any movie you lead won't perform poorly, and everyone wants to partner with you to share in the success. Shen Jiang dared not accept such flattery, bantering with him for a while before finally changing the subject. Just as she got past Huichong, another challenge arose. Congratulations, 20 billion female lead. Image. In that image was a screenshot that Liu Baiting had somehow obtained from a forum, with a discussion centered on her. In the elixir, her character was so likable that viewers' admiration for her significantly increased. A group of netizens, whether attracted by this movie or her previous two films, eagerly discussed her rapid rise in the film industry, despite her short screen time. The combined box office of Time and Elixir just surpassed 2 billion. Xie Chunshu and Huichong are both experienced and capable actors, but they don't have much fan support. The success of both films primarily rests on Shen Jiang's shoulders, and the title of 2 billion female lead has fallen to her amidst discussions in the thread. Shen Jiang had no choice but to plead. Senior Hua just mocked me, and now you too. Zhou Manwen didn't have any practical feelings about Shen Jiang's good box office performance. She only felt that this year had been quite unhappy. Before the new year, Shen Jiang was busy flying across the country, and after the new year, she began various interviews, photo shoots, and advertising endorsements. Shen Jiang also wanted a rest. But once you enter this industry, you can't act willfully. Even though she was reluctant to leave her comfortable sofa at home, she had to attend the first major event of the year. It was another grand ceremony, the Brilliant Ceremony, which seemed to be competing with the Dengshi ceremony. The number of stars invited was not less, and one could only guess how much the organizers had spent. For Shen Jiang, the only benefit of this ceremony was that it allowed her to see Liu Baiting. However, she ran into someone she didn't want to see instead of the person she wanted to meet. The backstage corridor was narrow, and when they bumped into each other, it was customary to step aside. However, Zhang Jian did not, raising her chin and showing no intention of moving. Shen Jiang smiled politely. Senior Zhang, are you in a hurry? I'm in a hurry. Zhang Jian glanced at her feet, and Shen Jiang thought with amusement that everyone there was in a hurry. She had originally planned to step aside, but suddenly didn't want any more. Seeing Shen Jiang standing still, Zhang Jian frowned. Just as Shen Jiang was about to speak, Shang Tianying, who had come out of the lounge a little later, arrived. Zhang Jian's expression changed slightly, and she smiled. Long time no see, Sister Shang. Shang Tianying's eyes flickered. Long time no see. It turned out that this was Sister Shang's person. Zhang Jian pretended to be surprised, then smiled. Since she's Sister Shang's person, I'll step aside. Shang Tianying didn't respond, just smiled. After Zhang Jian finished speaking, she indeed stepped aside and walked away, glancing back at them before leaving. Her eyes filled with an inexplicable light that was both charming and annoying. Now that it was just their own people left, Shen Jiang glanced at Shang Tianying's expression and whispered, Sister Shang? Shang Tianying lightly mocked. When she just signed with me, she was just a vase who couldn't even act. Shen Jiang fell silent. Zhang Jian was the last artist Shang Tianying managed before they parted ways, and 6 months before their split. Zhang Jian had just won the Golden Horse Award for Best Actress. Zhang Jian might have had a grudge against Shang Tianying. Some artists dislike being overly controlled by their managers, as it makes them feel enslaved and dominated, and Shang Tianying's strictness matched her ability perfectly. Thus, her antagonism towards Shang Tianying and her deliberate troublemaking towards Shen Jiang made sense. After passing through 2 corridors, Shang Tianying went to talk to the organizers, leaving Li Chunshun and several other assistants with Shen Jiang. Before they reached the exit, a middle-aged man suddenly approached, wearing a greasy smile. He blocked her path, and Shen Jiang had no choice but to stop. Miss Shen? That's me. May I ask who you are? I'm Liang Gui. He handed Shen Jiang a business card. Shen Jiang politely accepted it and heard him say, I've watched several of your works, and I hope we can collaborate in the future. His business card indicated that he was a director. Shen Jiang frowned slightly, suddenly remembering something, her expression changing slightly, and then her smile became more formal and distant. I hope we can have the chance. I'm sorry, Director Liang, but I have an interview waiting for me. Let's talk next time. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Shen Jiang nodded and walked away. After walking a considerable distance, ensuring the other party couldn't hear, Li Chunshun lowered her voice and asked why. Are you curious why I suddenly changed my attitude and was so rude to him? Li Chunshun nodded. Shen Jiang smiled lightly, because he is not a good person. She didn't know the rest, but this person was definitely two-faced. At that time on Weibo, he had publicly supported Shen Jiang. But when the opinions shifted after some big names took sides, he deleted his post. Now, he had the audacity to come to her and say he hoped for a collaboration? Don't joke around. Li Chunshun half understood, then thought of Zheng Jian and whispered, "That Zheng Jian is so excessive." She had the audacity to act high and mighty. Shen Jiang pursed her lips. "She has awards in hand. I don't. She's the best actress. I'm not." Just based on that, she indeed had her capital, even if that capital was created by Shang Tianying, whom she had cast aside. After thinking for a long time, Li Chunshun felt Shen Jiang's argument made some sense, but she was still unwilling, ultimately letting out a low sigh. Behind the corridor, Liang Hui was left far behind, watching the departing figures with resentment, muttering, "What a piece of work. What's there to be proud of? Ha!" Shen Jiang's wish to see Lu boating was dashed. Their seats were so far apart that she had nothing to do all night but sneak glances at him, almost twisting her neck. At the end of the event, they each got into their cars in front of the red carpet, and just happened to run into Lu boating again, but he was still too far away. Shen Jiang looked towards him through other stars and the reporters who lingered around, her gaze a bit wistful. Lu boating seemed to sense something, turning his head to glance this way, seemingly smiling. Shen Jiang sighed again, which led Li Chunshun to ask in confusion, "Why are you sighing so much? What's wrong? The distance between me and Senior Lu is so far." "Far? Really?" Li Chunshun measured with her eyes. "It's only a few meters. If you want to go over, we can." "No need." Shen Jiang shook her head with a smile. "You wouldn't understand." How could she understand? The distance between them was not just a few meters. It was a long river divided by numerous awards, making it painfully distant. They had entered the same industry, belonged to the same circle, and were even at the same event, yet the distance between them was still immeasurable. "Let's go." Shen Jiang lowered her brows and eyes, no longer looking or thinking, bending down to enter the car. The success of Elixir not only made Shen Jiang the 2 billion female lead, but also earned her the title of box office Elixir. Resources were becoming more abundant, and the scripts she could choose from were increasing. Shang Tianying spent a considerable amount of effort to carefully select one among the dazzling array of film offers. A costume drama? Shen Jiang was slightly taken aback. Another costume drama? The type didn't matter. It was either a historical or modern piece, and the quality of the script was key. Shang Tianying tapped the table. "I'm very optimistic about this script. You might consider taking some new risks." "New risks? Like what?" Shang Tianying squinted, aiming for awards. Shen Jiang looked again at the thick stack of scripts in her hand, with the title "Three Drunkards" printed on the cover. "This script? Don't even think about it. I can tell you won't refuse based on my choice. After you go back, read the script. I believe you won't turn it down." Shen Jiang had no intention of refusing. She would never doubt Shang Tianying's judgment. The artists that came out of her hands, regardless of their initial state, had hardly ever made bad films during the time she managed them. "All right, I understand." Seeing her agree, Shang Tianying nodded, then it settled. "Go back and prepare for tomorrow's variety show. Be in good shape and don't show fatigue on camera." Shen Jiang was recording a variety show focused on dialogue with games as a supplement. Besides her, there were several other artists, one of whom caught her attention. It was Yang Quan, who was good at imitation and bore a slight resemblance to Lu Boating. Before debuting, Shen Jiang had a period where she loved watching the impersonation show hosted by Yang Quan. In every episode, he would perform himself, imitating some big names. In the episode Shen Jiang watched, it just so happened that Yang Quan was imitating Lu Baiting's character in the movie The Actor. Not only did he mimic the makeup well, but he also performed a classic scene live. Since then, Shen Jiang hardly missed an episode, watching everyone until the show was canceled. Perhaps she had been busy and tired for a long time, and her tense nerves relaxed all at once. Or maybe it felt strange to be on the same show with someone she used to watch on TV. It could also be for other reasons. In short, Shen Jiang seemed a bit distracted. During the conversation, whenever Yang Quan engaged with her, her reaction would be slightly delayed. Those who didn't know her wouldn't notice, but those who were somewhat familiar could easily pick up on it. Lu Baiting frowned several times while watching the show. Every time Shen Jiang was lost in thought, his brow would furrow again. By the end, he had no idea what the show was about, his eyes only focused on Shen Jiang's occasional dazed expression. occasionally freezing on Yang Quan's face, making Liu Beiting's frown deepen even more. Zhou Yin was busy scrolling through Weibo and didn't notice that Liu Beiting's expression was off. After reading a news article, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Liu Beiting shot her a sideways glance. What are you clicking about? This news is just ridiculous. Zhou Yin replied, staring at her phone. This guy is superstitious, so superstitious that it's almost crazy. He had a girlfriend for several years, but because he couldn't find a suitable date to get married, he kept dragging it out. In the end, the girlfriend got mad and refused to waste her time with him anymore. After breaking up, she quickly found a new guy, and just like that, the cook duck flew away. With the gender ratio being so imbalanced now, what do you say about this? The latter part of her words seemed to have been heard, yet not fully registered. Liu Beiting's gaze slowly returned to the TV screen, but his ears were still filled with Zhou Yun's words. Dragging it out, refusing to waste time, the cook duck flew away. Fixing his eyes on the screen, he saw Shen Jiang interacting with Yang Quan, and at the moment their eyes met, she clearly froze again. Liu Beiting's brow furrowed tightly. His lips pressed together. Chapter 46 Jiang Yao's movie, If Love Has Thousand Threads, officially premiered. Due to low investment costs and minimal promotion, only 3 screening events were scheduled in the capital, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. Fang Qiyuan was generous enough to help promote it after the official Weibo account released the trailer, causing a frenzy among CP fans online, shouting, "Yuan Yao is real." As her friend, Shen Jiang naturally wanted to support her. So she chose a cinema with a good environment and less foot traffic, planning to book the entire place. Before she could even book the tickets, Liu Beiting messaged her, asking, "Do you want to go watch the movie together?" Jiang Yao's film. Shen Jiang thought she was seeing things, staring at her phone for a full 2 minutes, rolling on the sofa in a small scream of joy. Then she quickly replied, fearing Liu Beiting would change his mind. Liu Beiting had the same idea as her, picking a more secluded cinema. The entire screening room was empty. They arrived early and chose 2 seats, right in the middle among dozens. Shen Jiang was very nervous. In a cinema environment, especially next to Liu Beiting, she felt tense until the movie rating flashed across the screen. Her back was tense, and she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. "Drink some water." Liu Beiting handed her the juice he brought. They didn't buy the cinema's soda and popcorn, as artists should try to avoid high-calorie, unhealthy food as much as possible. Shen Jiang thanked him and, to relieve her tension, sucked the straw hard, draining more than half the juice in an instant. Liu Beiting chuckled, "Drink slowly. If you drink too much, you'll need to go to the bathroom." Shen Jiang's face suddenly turned red, and she put down the juice. If Love Has Thousand Threads was a romance film with some comedic elements, and it was well made, with Jiang Yao's performance commendable. If it were any other time, Shen Jiang would have praised her fiercely in her heart, but right now, she was too distracted. She nervously stared at the big screen, pretending to be fully engaged, not daring to glance sideways. Yet her peripheral vision was secretly scanning Liu Beiting the whole time. In the dim light, he looked calm, with an unusual seriousness that reminded her of how he usually was when facing movie-related matters, somewhat similar to how he appeared on set. After watching for a dozen minutes, Liu Beiting seemed to notice her discomfort. With the screen's silver light reflecting on him, he turned his head to look at her, asking, "What's wrong?" Shen Jiang couldn't tell him she was conflicted about whether this outing felt like a date or not, so she just shook her head. "It's nothing. It feels a bit strange watching Yao Yao's movie for the first time." Liu Beiting responded, accepting her explanation. He added, "Her performance is good. Newcomers usually struggle with the details, but she handled everything well." Receiving praise from a senior like him would surely make Jiang Yao very happy. What I say doesn't matter. External opinions can be heard, but shouldn't completely influence you. If you want to be a good actor, you must have your own thoughts, whether planning your career or acting. Liu Beiting's eyes seemed to reflect the screen's light. Of course, the same goes for being a person. Under his gaze, Shen Jiang nodded absent-mindedly. Seeing her slightly confused expression, Liu Beiting chuckled and turned back to the screen. Halfway through the movie, her phone on her lap vibrated. Shen Jiang quietly opened it to see a message from Jiang Yao. "Yao Yao, how is it? How did I perform? Yao Yao, don't comfort me. I want to hear honest and fair feedback." Shen Jiang typed back, "Very good. You performed really well. Yao Yao, really? You're not just saying that. Yao Yao, haha, that's great. I was worried for a long time. If I can get praised by you, the 20 billion female lead, it's worth it for this little newcomer. Shen Jiang helplessly replied, stop joking. Not only me, but Lu also said your performance was great. She added, don't worry. It will only get better from here, and the box office will definitely be a hit. Her intention was to reassure Jiang Yao. But Jiang Yao's ability to catch the main point was too strong. Yao Yao, what? Lu saw it too? Where did you watch it? You two aren't watching the movie together, are you? Shen Jiang hesitated for a long time about whether to reply. Seeing Jiang Yao getting excited, with multiple exclamation and question marks on the screen, she could only say, we are watching your movie right now. Don't think too much, just focus and do well. The movie is great. After sending that, she ignored Jiang Yao, putting her phone back in her pocket and turning her attention back to the screen. Talking to Jiang Yao? Lu Baiting glanced at her. She shyly replied, sorry, I didn't mean to get distracted. It's fine. The movie continued. And since it was a romance film, it naturally included some romantic scenes. Watching Jiang Yao kiss the male lead in the rain, Shen Jiang couldn't help but twitch her lips, suddenly feeling an impulse to cover her eyes. This was why watching a familiar person's film was awkward. She wondered how Jiang Yao felt watching her being all lovey-dovey in Lu Baiting's arms in Dragon's Hidden. Of course, what was even more awkward was sitting next to Lu Baiting while watching people kiss. Shen Jiang kept silently chanting for this scene to pass quickly, not wanting to appear overly nervous and draw Lu Baiting's attention. Are you hot? At the moment their eyes met, Shen Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Unsure how much the silver screen light showed her flushed face, she swallowed hard and replied, a little. It's probably because the air is not circulating in here. Lu Baiting raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything. Upon entering, she had clearly seen 6 large exhaust fans spinning on the back wall. This movie felt like torture for Shen Jiang. She was sitting on pins and needles, regretting agreeing to come out, wishing she hadn't been so cowardly. Finally, after enduring the movie for what felt like an eternity, having only seen a third of the story, she kept muttering apologies to Jiang Yao while quickly getting up to get some fresh air. However, in her haste, she stumbled slightly on the lower step. Shen Jiang gasped, leaning forward, but thankfully Lu Baiting reached out in time, grabbing her wrist and steadying her. A slight noise was made. She was fine, but her phone fell from her pocket, rolling down the steps and landing on the red carpet. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Are you two on a date? Are you in the cinema watching my movie on a date? Are you using me as background music for your date? Shen Jiang, you're amazing. You've learned to use this method to attract men. I'm so proud of you. A mechanical voice punctuated the end of Jiang Yao's excited exclamation, echoing in the quiet screening room. Unbeknownst to them, the phone, face down, had unintentionally pressed the standby button, allowing the sound to play without obstruction. What was originally a soft voice was now clearly heard by both of them. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. After the shock, Shen Jiang realized she was the one who wanted to scream that phrase. She felt like she could die. Lu Baiting still held her arm, and Shen Jiang stood stiffly, unable to move. Her neck felt rigid, not daring to turn and look at her. Actually, just as Shen Jiang was feeling the awkwardness crawling on her scalp, Lu Baiting suddenly looked at her. Saying it was a date wasn't wrong. Jiang Yao hadn't misspoken. Huh? Shen Jiang moved her lips, a bit dumbfounded. Lu Baiting's throat moved slightly, pausing for 2 or 3 seconds. Then with determination, he looked directly at her and said, I asked you out because I want to go on a date with you. Shen Jiang stared at him, feeling dizzy. It seemed like snowflakes were floating in front of her eyes, and her heart raced so hard it hurt her chest. Yet there was a feeling she had never experienced before, like joy, as refreshing as snow in the blazing sun, but also slightly tense. Every pore and cell tensed and then relaxed, making her feel as if her feet were floating in the air. This feeling of being at a loss is unreal. Shen Jiang was dazed, and Lu Baiting, pursing his lips, changed his grip from her arm to her hand. I like you, Shen Jiang. His voice was unprecedentedly sincere and serious, carrying a hint of nervousness that rarely appeared on him. I will make sure not to affect your work and career as much as possible under this premise. Would you be willing to date me? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you going to say anything else? I don't care. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Yao shrieked, excited as if she were the one involved. I'm your matchmaker. You have to thank me. All right, all right. Shen Jiang laughed. You're the matchmaker, fine. When you come back, I'll treat you to a meal and give you a big red envelope. You said it. I'm waiting. Yes, yes, yes. Listening to Jiang Yao chattering on the other end, Shen Jiang felt extremely good and patiently chatted for a long time. After hanging up the phone after more than 10 minutes, she looked down at the bracelet that Liu Beiting had given her, smiling so much that she was almost drooling. She really didn't expect that there would be a day, or rather, such a quick day, when she would hear the words "I like you" from his mouth. After his confession, Shen Jiang, whose brain had been in a daze for a long time, slowly came back to her senses, her whole face gradually turning as red as a cooked shrimp. Just when she was stunned and subconsciously nodded, his usually cool and calm eyes suddenly lit up, so beautiful that she couldn't take her eyes off them. Then they left through the back door hand in hand, and all the way, she was in a daze, with only the warmth of his palm in her hand as a clear sensation. Shen Jiang remembered asking him on the way back, "What if I didn't agree today?" At that time, his gaze flickered slightly, but he only looked stern for a moment before softening again. Then we'll continue to wait, next time, or the time after that. There will be a day when you will nod. Shen Jiang lay down on the bed, her face rubbing against the sheets as she sighed. Yes, so good. How could she refuse? For how many years had she been chasing his back, running hard until she finally reached this point, appearing within his sight? How could she bear to refuse? Chapter 47. As Shen Jiang waited for her new drama to start filming, she occasionally found herself daydreaming about love, especially since Liu Beiting mentioned that they spent too little time together. Not long after, she flew to another city to begin her new job, and in just 10 days, they had met 6 times. After Fearless Life, she hadn't seen Duan Yu, who suddenly sent her an invitation to his birthday party. Shen Jiang felt a bit embarrassed upon receiving the news. On her own birthday, she hadn't invited anyone from the industry apart from Jiang Yao and Liu Beiting, as her family and many of Zhou Manwen's friends would be present. She casually mentioned it to Liu Beiting, who replied, "Duan Yu mentioned it to me too." Then what? I don't plan to go. I don't like crowded events and socializing. I've asked Zhou Yun to prepare a gift. Then, are you going? Shen Jiang hesitated slightly. I don't have work that day. After all, Senior Duan is a senior, and we've worked together twice. It feels wrong to refuse. Liu Beiting sensed her reluctance and remained silent. Senior? Just call him by his name. Shen Jiang bit her lip, feeling shy, and said, "Beiting go." Liu Beiting was finally satisfied. Do you want to go? It's not that I want to go, I just think since I'm free, it wouldn't hurt to show my face. Shen Jiang paused. You don't want me to go? Is that a question or a request for my opinion? Both. I don't want you to go. His response was very straightforward. Why? Shen Jiang was puzzled. Wasn't he fond of Duan Yu? He had even praised Duan Yu at the Long Qian celebration banquet. After a few seconds of silence, he cleared his throat and said, "That day is also my birthday. I'd rather have you with me than attend someone else's birthday party." No, that's not right. I clearly remember your birthday, ISNT that day. Liu Beiting didn't respond. Shen Jiang, slightly stunned, tentatively called out, "Hello? Because I want to see you." What? She didn't quite understand. After a brief silence, Liu Beiting's deep, clear voice came through the receiver. "Want to see you. Every day is my birthday." 10 days later, as a fan of Liu Beiting who had no real principles, Shen Jiang decisively chose him over Duan Yu's birthday celebration. Duan Yu's party was likely happening at some venue. He had many friends in the industry, and the scene would surely be lively. However, Shen Jiang felt no regret and snuggled into a more comfortable position. Liu Beiting held her and said helplessly, "Don't move." Although it was light, sitting on his lap curled up, any movement might accidentally press on his bones, which could be quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiang obediently settled down, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, and closed her eyes, unable to resist nuzzling against him. The television was playing a historical idol drama. This was Liu Beiting's home, and the decor was somewhat similar to Shen Jiang's place. Both were simple and neat. However, hers had warmer tones, while his was straightforward with bright colors. Today was Duan Yu's birthday, and also his birthday. It didn't really matter. In any case, Shen Jiang ultimately declined Duan Yu's invitation and appeared in front of Liu Baiting with a cake. After watching a drama for over half an hour, the cake sat alone on the table. Liu Baiting's legs were getting numb, yet he couldn't bear to let go of the warm, fragrant girl in his arms. Twirling her hair between his fingers and inhaling her sweet scent, feeling somewhat restless, Shen Jiang was completely oblivious, resting her head against his chest and using him as a cushion. Except for initially blushing like she had been steamed, she nearly dozed off afterward. "Don't move," Liu Baiting silently reminded himself. They had been dating for only 20 days, and he didn't want to be seen as a beast. But Shen Jiang, who had promised to remain still, kept rubbing her nose and chin against his chest, causing Liu Baiting to swallow hard, his gaze tightening. After finally calming down, he forced himself to change the subject. "Why were you staring at Yang Quan during your last recording?" Shen Jiang, who was drowsy, was caught off guard by the question and took a moment to recall. "Yang Quan? Did I? You did? Really?" She touched her lips, her gaze drifting. Actually, I used to watch the imitation show that Yang Quan hosted." Liu Baiting frowned. "You're a fan of his?" "No." Shen Jiang glanced at him. "I happened to see him imitating the character you played." Liu Baiting pondered the relationship behind this and then heard her continue. "Since then, I watched every episode of his imitation show." "So you were staring at him on the show just because of that?" Shen Jiang looked up at him, her chin resting on his chest, her eyes wide with confusion. "You really don't think he looks a bit like you?" Liu Baiting recalled Yang Quan's appearance. "Are you saying you were staring at him because he looks like me?" She nodded. Liu Baiting fell silent for a few seconds, then sighed deeply, unsure of what to say. She had developed a fondness for someone because of his resemblance to him, and she had been captivated by someone imitating him. He never knew she liked him to such an extent. Lowering his head, Liu Baiting gently kissed the top of her head. "You don't need to look at others. I'm always here." Shen Jiang nodded, resembling a docile cat, a backup of happiness. "Actually, I didn't want to either, but I couldn't help it. I was really passionate about chasing stars when I was younger." He raised an eyebrow. "Besides me, I've never liked any other star." She immediately raised 2 fingers. "I started following you when I was 7 after watching Tomorrow We Meet Again. For so many years, I've only chased this one star." She laughed. "The first and only time I chased a star, and look where I am now. Who could say they're better than me?" Liu Baiting was puzzled. "You were 7. How could you like a movie like Tomorrow We Meet Again? It's not a children's film. The emotional aspects are quite heavy. I really didn't understand it back then. I just remember crying along with you. So later, when I grew up, I found it again and rewatched it." "Crying?" "Yeah." Shen Jiang gently nodded, lowering her gaze. "At that time, my mom had passed away, and I was taken to my uncle's house. I wasn't used to it. I didn't really understand the movie, but I saw the little boy you played crying in front of his mother's body, and I inexplicably cried along too. I couldn't forget it afterward." She couldn't forget that movie, and even less could she forget him. After finishing her words, her entire face buried into his embrace. Remaining silent for a long time, Liu Baiting raised a hand to stroke her hair, his other arm tightening around her waist. Shen Jiang spent her first night at Liu Baiting's home, and nothing happened throughout the night. During their rest, Shen Jiang's routine was especially regular. She got sleepy early, perhaps because Liu Baiting made her feel particularly safe. Surrounded by his familiar scent, she slept soundly without dreams. The next morning, after washing up and looking in the mirror, she noticed a few marks on her neck and paused for a moment. When she went to the dining room, she saw Liu Baiting wearing an apron and preparing breakfast. His eyes slightly darkened as he squinted and greeted her with a good morning. Shen Jiang suddenly remembered what had happened the night before, and her face turned red as she barely ate a few bites. Lunch was also cooked by Liu Baiting. Since the hot pot she liked to eat was inconvenient to prepare, he made a table full of simple dishes. On the second night, she absolutely couldn't stay again since she had work afterward. Moreover, Liu Baiting couldn't bear it any longer. If he stayed up a few more times, his dark circles would be unmanageable. Before leaving, he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, their foreheads touching as he couldn't help but leaned down to kiss her lips. "Have you put on your bracelet? Don't forget it." He let out a slight gasp, brushing past her ear. Shen Jiang endured the tingling sensation and the tremor in her heart. calmly raised her hand and put on a bracelet. This bracelet was a pair. Shen Jiang had the women's version, and Lu Boting had the men's. It was fine to wear them during private time, but in public or at work, such clues were not convenient to show. She wore it deliberately to meet him. Having taken it off before bed last night, while showering, almost forgetting it on the bathroom sink, the two exchanged a few quiet words. Just about to open the door when a sudden ringing interrupted them. Shen Jiang fished out her phone from her pocket, answered it with a hello, and her expression gradually changed. How did you all end up together? Shen Jiang first glanced at the still-standing Mu Yunin, then at the sullen-faced Fang Qiyuan, and finally at the dark expression of Jiang Yao, feeling overwhelmed. What other word could describe it but coincidence? This KTV private room was on the 3rd floor of a 6-story leisure club, and it just so happened that the three of them ran into the creator overlord. To be precise, it was Mu Yun and Jiang Yao who ran into Fang Qiyuan. Mu Yun wore a grim face and said nothing, while Jiang Yao, who was squatting beside Fang Qiyuan's chair, suddenly stood up and walked in front of him. Mu Yun, are you out of your mind? How dare you hit someone? The sound system was completely muted, and the somewhat empty room echoed with her resounding question. In a high-end club with good soundproofing, they didn't have to worry about being overheard by outsiders. Shen Jiang felt helpless and didn't even want to speak. Mu Yun was indeed being unreasonable. Jiang Yao and Fang Qiyuan were openly promoting their CP for mutual benefit, but how their private relationship was, no one knew. However, the two of them had arranged to go out for an afternoon karaoke session, which was their own business. Mu Yun had stumbled upon them, and without saying a word, he had hit Fang Qiyuan. It was simply, I just don't like him, so I hit him. Mu Yun met Jiang Yao's gaze expressionlessly, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. So what? You should apologize. What if I don't? You. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at him, her eyes turning red. Mu Yun scoffed coldly. It's just 2 punches. Is it really that painful? You, enough. Shen Jiang could no longer hold back and snapped at Mu Yun. Can you not make a scene? Facing her, Mu Yun's irritation slightly subsided, and he frowned. Don't get involved. Just go home. Before Shen Jiang could say anything else, Jiang Yao coldly laughed at Mu Yun. I've finally seen through you. You're nothing but a complete jerk. After saying that, she turned around, grabbed Fang Qiyuan, picked up her bag, and headed for the exit. She paused briefly in front of Shen Jiang, took a deep breath, and said, I'll contact you in a few days. Go home early. Her intention was to have Shen Jiang take Mu Yun away, but now it seemed that Mu Yun was the one with issues. Wouldn't matter who came. She didn't want to say another word to him. Mu Yun moved slightly as if to follow, but Shen Jiang stepped in front of him, frowning and blocking his way. Lu Boting stood a few steps behind her, giving the sibling space but not too far away, so if there was any conflict, he could protect her in time. Of course, considering Mu Yun's protective nature towards his sister, even if he were to lose his mind, it shouldn't lead to this. Since my birthday, I haven't said a word about you in Jiang Yao. Shen Jiang looked at Mu Yun and said, but if you keep this up, I might just join her in throwing shoes at you. The person being attacked remained silent, pursing his lips. I don't care why you broke up, but since it's over now, there's no need to keep entangling yourselves. You said it yourself, you can let go. Jiang Yao cried and has come to terms with it. What exactly do you want to do? I told you from the start not to touch her. I want to bring up who initiated what later. That's your business. And I don't care. I just hope you'll let her be on my account. Is that too much to ask? Mu Yun moved his lips. I haven't made things difficult for her. Shen Jiang replied. What more do you consider difficult? Her private life? Her interactions with work partners? Do they bother you? I don't care why you dislike Fang Qiyuan, but can you please stop occupying her space and offending people? I've said many times she has no background, no one to support her. She debuted earlier than me, but only just recently shot her first movie. Before that, she was always a supporting character, just a sidekick. Now that her career is finally picking up, can you give her a break, considering you had a good time together? You should think about it. Ambiguous relationships and beautiful women. Shen Jiang closed her eyes, feeling exhausted. I want to interfere in your matters anymore. Don't contact me. As she turned, Lu Boting reached out and held her, frowning as he tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear. The two of them opened the door and walked out, leaving Mu Yun alone in the dim private room. The large screen displayed colorful MV images, the light flickering, reflecting on his equally deep face. He had planned to casually meet friends in the afternoon, but unexpectedly stumbled upon Jiang Yao entering this private room. After hesitating for a long time and pacing back and forth in the corridor several times, he finally decided to take a look. He tried to push the door. It wasn't locked. To his surprise, when he peered through the crack, he saw Feng Qi Yuan leaning down to kiss her. He didn't even know why he suddenly felt so angry. Clearly she had been upset when he attended a gathering with other women and shared a ride with them, even arguing with him and threatening to break up. But he had never felt this frustrated before. Lu Boting brought Shen Jiang home, concerned about her mood. He talked for a long time in the car to comfort her. When they arrived, and he still felt uneasy, he got out to walk her to the door, holding her hand, kissing her forehead, and gently saying, "When it comes to feelings, others' interference is useless. Don't overthink it." Shen Jiang responded with a soft and gently leaned into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist for a moment before stepping up the stairs and entering the house. Her figure was completely cut off by the door, and Lu Boting stood for 10 more seconds before turning back to the car. Zhou Yun, who had been waiting anxiously in the car, had been confused by call to pick someone up at the club and now accompanied Shen Jiang home. Watching the two of them being affectionate at the door made his heart race with worry. He was afraid of running into paparazzi. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Usually, he would be noisy, but Shen Jiang's expression had clearly been off. Boting had comforted her for so long, and nagging now would be like walking into a gun barrel. Rubbing his nose, Zhou Yun glanced at the silent person in the back seat through the rearview mirror and obediently kept his mouth shut, accompanying Lu Boting back to his residence. Baiwen happened to detail some matters. Zhou Yun entered with his bag, flipping through the pages and recounting everything Baiwen said. After more than an hour of talking, the listener showed little expression, occasionally nodding or responding ambiguously, too lazy to say a word. Zhou Yun secretly complained. It was true that men had no humanity when it came to the opposite sex. This rule even applied to their Boting. Looking at the silent demeanor in front of him, who would dare to connect him to the person who had just comforted Shen Jiang in the car? This was really... Wait, Zhou Yun suddenly froze, remembering something. Boting, did you promise Sister Wen something and forget? Lu Boting squinted and then replied, I haven't forgotten. I'll talk to her in person next time we meet. Next time. Zhou Yun's words were cut off by his phone ringing. He glanced and saw it was Baiwen's call, swallowing hard in guilt. Under Lu Boting's watchful gaze, he didn't dare to say much. But just as he opened his mouth to utter a syllable, he heard a voice on the other end, slightly angry. What is going on between Boting and Shen Jiang? Get him on the phone. At 11 o'clock at night, a major scandal exploded like a thunderclap, sending a shiver through the netizens still browsing online. Lu Baiting and Shen Jiang had a secret late-night meeting, embracing each other intimately, was reported simultaneously by several major websites, with various marketing accounts almost immediately following up on this fresh news. Weibo became lively again. The images in the reports were all the same, showing Lu Baiting and Shen Jiang getting out of the same car and talking in front of small building. During this, Lu Baiting kissed Shen Jiang on the forehead, and Shen Jiang hugged him, with the two embracing in a very affectionate manner. Unlike other celebrities who have been photographed walking together at night, they displayed intimate actions, with kisses and hugs captured perfectly. Moreover, the media kindly zoomed in on their wrists, revealing a pair of obviously matching bracelets, claiming they were just friends. But no one believed it. When Shen Jiang learned about this, the marketing accounts that first retweeted the news were already blowing up. Wow. The rumored relationship-free Lu Baiting finally has rumors. No, it's not just a rumor. This is a solid fact. After so many years, is he finally going public with a girlfriend? I guess they must have something going on. The ambiguity in Long Chinli was just too much. It didn't seem staged at all. Later, Shen Jiang and another Shen Sibi, it was Lu Baiting who first led the way to retweet and support her. They must have had a secret all along. Has the involved party heard the news? Will they come out to clarify? I'm so looking forward to their reaction. Clarify what? This is impossible to wash away. A kiss on the forehead is still a kiss, and they hugged so tightly, not to mention those identical bracelets. Unless they think everyone is stupid, Now it's just a matter of whether they admit it or not. If they're just friends with benefits, that would be hilarious. Honestly, if it's this obvious and they still don't admit it, they turn black without explanation, facing Shen Jiang's scrutinizing gaze. Shen Jiang took out her phone and showed her the pre-edited text in her notes. I was thinking about resting during this time, so I didn't contact you. I originally planned to text you the day before work started to let you know, and then tell you in person. Who knew it would be caught by the paparazzi like this? After reading the message, Shen Jiang's focus was on the edit date of the notes. You two have been together for 20 days? Shen Jiang paused. Yes. Shen Jiang stared at her, then sighed. She didn't seem to blame her, as she had taken in her words. Now there were only two paths, either admit it or deny it. She looked at Shen Jiang, knowing that Liu Beiting's side, by one, was a tough one. Her meaning was clear. She was afraid by when Wu Ti want to acknowledge it. Liu Beiting had long since detached from fan economy, not relying on popularity and fans for a living. For him, admitting or denying this Wu Ti mattered much, but for Shen Jiang, it was different. Over time, it could become an unsolved case with no clear conclusion, and later on, when others brought it up, it would still be referred to as their rumor. After it fermented, it might even be used by malicious individuals as evidence to smear Shen Jiang's rise. Not to mention the entertainment industry, but also in society as a whole. There are still many prejudices against women. Flirtation is charm for men, but it is a crime for women. Shen Jiang's words were interrupted by a vibrating phone. Looking down at the lit screen, she saw a message from Liu Beiting, opened it, read it, and then handed it directly to Shen Jiang. Bye. She suddenly paused, then continued. Senior Liu said, "One wants to meet you." Chapter 48. Jiang Yao didn't expect that calling Shen Jiang would lead to the subsequent events. After seeing the midnight news, she felt a deep sense of guilt and worry, and she made several calls before finally getting in touch with Shen Jiang. Shen Jiang said it had nothing to do with her and didn't say much else, only that she was preparing to handle it. Jiang Yao couldn't sleep well all night, and by 10 o'clock the next morning, both Liu Beiting's studio and Shen Jiang's agency released statements acknowledging the relationship. Jiang Yao finally felt relieved. Thank goodness. Jiang Yao was actually a bit worried about Liu Beiting, fearing that when faced with the media, he or his team wouldn't be willing to step forward together. The two statements were quite similar, indicating they had communicated with each other. The text stated that Liu Beiting and Shen Jiang became friends while filming Dragon's Hidden and, after getting to know each other, developed feelings for one another. They were now in the initial stages of dating and hoped that netizens would give their blessings and allow them a free environment. There was no movement on Shen Jiang and Liu Beiting's Weibo accounts, as the latest posts from both were overtaken by gossip from bystanders. While confirming the relationship might have some impact on Shen Jiang, a 2-year debut actress, it was still better than leaving behind ambiguous rumors that would lead to speculation. Fans naturally believed their idol was the best. After an initial frenzy, Liu Beiting's fans gradually accepted that their long unattached idol suddenly had a girlfriend. Shen Jiang's fans also stopped lamenting that she had a public boyfriend before her career peaked. After a few days of gossip, bystanders moved on to chase other fresh news. The situation gradually calmed down. Before Shen Jiang left the capital to shoot the new movie 3 Drunk, she met with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao had completely lost interest in Mu Yunan and was wholly focused on Shen Jiang. It really has nothing to do with you. Don't feel guilty, Shen Jiang sighed. Even if I didn't meet you, I would probably be photographed that day. Why? Jiang Yao asked. Because those paparazzi have been watching me near my house. It was lucky that she wasn't photographed going to Liu Beiting's house, but being caught at her own door wasn't much better. Is someone targeting you? Yes, Shen Jiang nodded. This was the second time. The last time was with Guanqing, and this time, who sent the paparazzi? Jiang Yao furrowed her brow. Shen Jiang took a sip of coffee and replied casually, Zheng Jian. Zheng Jian, Jiang Yao exclaimed. Why would she send someone to take photos of you? Do you have a grudge? Jiang Yao didn't know the winner of the Golden Horse Award from 2 years ago, but she was aware of who she was. Sister Shang was the one who brought her in. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and concluded, so she actually has a grudge with Shen Jiang, which is why she's targeting you. You could say that, Shen Jiang said. Huh? Shen Jiang smiled. But the main reason is that she wants the film I'm working on. Jiang Yao paused, then realized, you mean the 3 drunk that you're about to shoot. Zhang Jian wants it, so she deliberately sent someone to follow your news? Shen Jiang didn't have anything to hide, and the other party might have found there was nothing else to capture. So they released the news of the only relationship they could follow immediately. Generally, when paparazzi capture news, they would actively contact the star's team, negotiate a price, and sell the footage back to them as if nothing had happened. Only if negotiations fell through would they release it to the public. However, this time, the photos of Shen Jiang and Liu Beiting were disclosed immediately. Well, she has a grudge with Sister Shang, and she thought to cut into my business, which makes sense. So, Jiang Yao said worriedly, it won't have any impact on you, right? I'm about to head to the filming location. Shen Jiang shot her a glance. If it had any impact, I wouldn't still have this film in my hands. Unfortunately, Zhang Jian's efforts were in vain. The production company considered the box office potential. Her few films were similar in scale to the 2 films Shen Jiang was leading, and since Shen Jiang was a fresh face, they naturally preferred her. After the photos of her and Liu Beiting were released, it not only didn't affect the production company, but also strengthened their decision. They believed having a topic around the female lead was beneficial for the film, saving on promotional costs. Just the name Shen Jiang would attract a lot of attention upon release, so why not? As for the director, he was uninterested in the outside chaos. As long as it wasn't negative news that crossed a line, it was not a concern for him. In his eyes, Shen Jiang was suitable for the role, which is why she was chosen as the female lead without even needing to audition. That's good. Hearing Shen Jiang say this, Jiang Yao sighed in relief and felt at ease. Since the popularity of Legend of Clouds and Waters and the pairing of Fang Qiyuan, the film If Love Has 1,000 Threads ended with a box office of 400 million. As a low-budget romance film, Jiang Yao was quite satisfied with this achievement. Her career was on the rise, and her workload increased. In the past, she could only tag along with the 2 top actresses in the company for magazine covers. But now she had shot 2 herself. Interviews and events were plentiful, and variety shows were lined up one after another. Busy to the point of being overwhelmed. If she hadn't run into someone in the makeup room, she might have forgotten about an old acquaintance. When Jiao, seeing the person sitting next to her, Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Long time no see. We're recording the same episode again. What a coincidence. When Jiao's smile was still as uncomfortable as ever, and she spoke without any politeness, Miss Jiang, you've been doing quite well lately, and you look much prettier. Jiang Yao sat down, smiling as she looked in the mirror. I can't take credit for that. But speaking of which, Miss Wen seems to have been quiet lately. Don't bother yourself with it. The reflection in the mirror showed when Jiao's lips twitching slightly. Jiang Yao smirked. The makeup artists came in to do their makeup, and then staff came in to ask Jiang Yao to go for an interview. Before this episode of the variety show aired, the interview text and video would be released on the TV station's video site. Wen Jiao and Jiang Yao were there to record the same episode. But only Jiang Yao had a special interview. Watching Jiang Yao leave surrounded by others like a star, Wen Jiao secretly clenched her fists. The last time they recorded a show together, she was still the hot new female lead, while Jiang Yao was just an unknown supporting character. But now, Jiang Yao had already starred in a movie, while her own roles were getting worse and worse, and her splash was getting smaller and smaller. Prideful concubine in the world. An assistant came over and quietly said she had something to do outside. When Jiao shot a sidelong glance, clearly seeing the other person shrink slightly, and she impatiently waved her hand. After the person left, she suddenly realized she was the only one left in the room. Not far away on the floor were 2 pairs of stage shoes. One pair was hers, and the other pair naturally belonged to Jiang Yao. When Jiao suddenly felt anxious, as if some thought was urging her on, she swallowed hard, feeling inexplicably dry, desperately wanting to grasp something to distract herself. Yet her gaze still fixed on the prop bag on the table. A piece of leftover prop glue from who knows when lay quietly there. To protect the star's privacy, there were no surveillance cameras in the lounge. When Jiao swallowed hard again, looking at herself in the mirror with a flicker of dark light in her eyes. Shen Jiang was in City Z, and the crew had already been filming for a month. Her co-star, the senior Yujun Shan, was very easy to get along with, and she was happy to have encountered a good group of work partners again. But unexpectedly, she suddenly received news that Jiang Yao had been hospitalized. There was no news coverage. It was just that the incident happened at the television station, where there were a few audience members to set the mood. Inevitably, some rumors circulated online. Jiang Yao said it was Mu Yunin who intervened to suppress it. I really am so unlucky. Why did he have to be at the television station at that time and conveniently arrive at the studio where I was recording, rushing over in front of so many people? Everyone saw it, and now I can't shake off the impression that I have financial backer. Her voice was not as strong as usual, but it didn't sound too serious. Shen Jiang scolded her. How can you still think about these things at a time like this? Just focus on getting better. What others say doesn't matter. Jiang Yao was recording the show when she took a break, and her shoe heel broke, causing her to step into thin air on the stairs and fall off the stage. Sighing, Jiang Yao said, I really didn't expect Wen Yijiao to be this malicious. I thought it was just a matter of mutual dislike and competition for resources, but I didn't expect her to go this far. What does she want? It's not like there's anyone else using the same lounge as me. How could she be so stupid? I almost feel sorry for her. Her shoe heel was later found to have been broken and reattached, which made it unstable, and after walking on stage for a while, it loosened, ultimately causing her to fall. You should feel sorry for yourself, okay? Shen Jiang couldn't stand Jiang Yao talking about all this nonsense while lying in the hospital. Don't worry. I'll definitely find an opportunity to get back at whoever made you angry. No, that's not necessary. Jiang Yao coughed twice, and Mu Yunin has already dealt with it. My brother? Yeah, he invested in the 3 new films that Wen Yijiao's company is about to shoot, with the condition that she be sidelined. You know, thinking about that big pile of money going into our competitor's pocket, TSK, I really am. Shen Jiang paused when she noticed something off in Jiang Yao's tone. You, my brother? I almost forgot to tell you. He confessed to me. Confessed, Jiang Yao said. He rambled a lot of nonsense about wanting to start a new life with me. I thought about it. Since I can't shake off the impression of having a financial backer, why should I bear this reputation for nothing? Shen Jiang, why aren't you speaking? I don't know what to say. Actually, I didn't agree to him for free. There are conditions. He promised to bring all the male stars I like to act with me until I'm satisfied. The condition is no bed scenes. And all kissing scenes must be done with a double, which Jiang Yao didn't mention. Shen Jiang thought of what Mu Yunin had once told him. Let all the popular male stars in the drama love you to death. She couldn't help but shiver. Jiang Yao really accepted such terrible taste. Fine. If one wants to fight and the other wants to be beaten, she really had nothing to say. The last time in the KTV box was a total waste of her mood. She was genuinely worried about those 2 clowns. I'm telling you, don't spread this around, Jiang Yao suddenly said. What? Actually, there's more. That day I said, if you want me to reconcile with you, you have to kneel, otherwise, don't even think about it. And then, Shen Jiang had a bad premonition. Then he knelt down. I didn't mean to torture your brother. I just, okay. Shen Jiang began to have a headache. Stop talking, I get it. Focus on getting better. I'll find time to visit you. Hey, you really? Shen Jiang directly hung up the phone and sighed deeply. What's wrong? A hand reached out beside her. Shen Jiang leaned into his embrace and said helplessly, my brother and Jiang Yao reconciled. Lu Boating raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a good thing? I'm worried they caused some trouble again. Lu Boating gently patted her back. Everyone has their own reasons and circumstances. Don't think too much. If you don't sleep now, you won't have time later. The afternoon shoot is very early. Shen Jiang replied and leaned in his arms, obediently closing her eyes. This was the second day Lu Boating came to visit on set. His embrace was very comfortable. And as soon as she leaned in, she didn't want to come out. 3 Drunk is a period drama, somewhat similar in style to Dragon Hidden. Yu Jun Shan plays the male lead, Lu Han, who is a young master from a prestigious family. The Lu family has produced many high-ranking officials, and his father is a hero who overthrew the corrupt previous dynasty, making it possible for the current royal family to exist. Shen Jiang plays Shiryu, a little beggar picked up by Lu Han. From ragged clothes to embroidered silks, from eating scraps to enjoying exquisite feasts. Her fate changed dramatically the moment she met Lu Han. After picking her up, Lu Han taught her to read and write, to dance and practice swordplay. to learn astronomy and geography, to identify stars and the moon, taking her around the world, accompanying her to see rivers and mountains. Through years of study, she transformed from a timid beggar crouching in a corner, thinking every day about how to survive, into a knowledgeable young lady. This film, like Dragon Hidden, is about power struggles, but unlike that, it's not just about men vying for power. It's about a group of people competing for power. Regardless of gender, noble women and medical women, and how they manage men. Sure, you grew up beside Lu Han and developed feelings for him over their daily interactions. But Lu Han has an unclear relationship with the current 13th princess. Some say Lu Han had an engagement with the 13th princess from the start, as a gratitude from the current emperor to the head of the Lu family. Sure, Yu's feelings for Lu Han are repressed and restrained, yet clearly visible in various details. The 13th princess is only a supporting character in the film, appearing in 2 scenes, but she is a crucial figure whose presence accelerates Sure Yu's desire for power. The title 3 drunk naturally relates to wine. Lu Han has a famous wine cellar in the capital, and as a wine lover, he has hidden many fine wines, including the priceless 1,000 gold drunk. The artisan who made this wine has passed away, and the ones stored in his cellar are the last of its kind in the world. The story is told from Sure Yu's perspective, and the first line of the script is her inner monologue. In my life, I have drunk 1,000 gold drunk 3 times. The first time was one day after Lu Han took her home. She timidly drank a cup with him while he drank alone, and as a first-time drinker, she coughed repeatedly, amusing Lu Han, who smiled gently. Under the moonlight, the string in Sure Yu's heart, belonging to a young girl, was lightly touched by this charming young master. This cup represents the budding feelings of Sure Yu's youthful heart. The second time was when the 13th princess and Lu Han met in a floral setting, and Sure Yu, who collided with the 13th princess, was seen by her, a fellow woman, as harboring feelings for Lu Han. The 13th princess then gifted her the leftover 1,000 gold drunk from their cups, urging her to drink it all. This subtle yet real humiliation made Sure Yu, kneeling, feel a sense of unwillingness. This cup represents the birth of Sure Yu's youthful heart. The third time, the gradually stronger Sure Yu secretly began to cultivate her own power for her use. Facing Lu Han, her heart was both struggling and yearning. Yet all hesitation transformed into doubled hatred for the Lu family when she inadvertently discovered her identity as a remnant of the previous dynasty. The gratitude she once felt turned into deep hatred, because they were the ones who pushed her into a miserable life. The dynasty ruled by the 13th princess's father is ultimately not much better than the fallen previous dynasty. Overthrowing the previous dynasty for the people is merely an excuse to satisfy their desires. Without all this, she would have been a more noble existence than the 13th princess. At Lu Han and the 13th princess's engagement banquet, Sure Yu was alone in the wine cellar, drinking an entire vat of 1,000 gold drunk. This cup represents the last trace of kindness from Sure Yu. After 3 cups, the climax arrives, and Sure Yu, under the banner of restoring order, raises an army to attack this dynasty that has only been established for a little over 20 years. In the end, due to the ambitions of a group of people, Sure Yu, who had never been a princess for a single day and had begged on the streets for 14 years, is once again driven by desire to ascend to the highest position in the world. The 13th princess is killed, and the Lu family, which has only been royal for 20 years, is all slaughtered and silenced. Only Lu Han remains. Sure Yu, crowned king as a princess, and the captive Lu Han meet for the last time in front of his wine cellar. She asks him, "Do you love me?" The man, wanting to get drunk cup after cup, replies with a smile, "What if I love you? What if I don't?" Sure Yu also smiles, gazing deeply at the person who raised her across the stone table in an incredibly familiar place. She says, "This wine cellar full of Qianjinze was all brought out when the palace was slaughtered. Over the years, you've drunk so much Qianjinze. Now I want your life in exchange for wine money to toast my father whom I've never met. Is that all right?" He doesn't answer, and Sure Yu ultimately does not drink the 4th cup of Qianjinze. Lu Han is executed in front of the wine cellar, blood flowing everywhere, and his head is hung high at the city gate to warn the world. All the wine in the cellar is burned to ashes. From then on, Qianjin no longer exists in the world. In the closing scene, sure you host a banquet for her ministers. The fireworks bloom like 1,000 trees. And for a moment, she seems to see her younger self being brought into the Lu residence. At that time, Lu Hanzhan once told her, even the finest wine is worthless when shared among 100 people. Only when one enjoys it alone does it not feel shabby. His voice echoes in her ears as she sits tipsily on the dragon throne, laughing. Now, the hall is filled with pearls and jade, gold and silver falling like rain. Exquisite dishes on jade plates, the long banquet flowing, music playing, and all the beauty of mountains and rivers belongs solely to her. No matter how much she desires, no one dares to mock her greed. If it cannot be obtained, then his heart can simply be destroyed. Halfway through the banquet, a minister, guessing her thoughts, sends a gentleman to the hall. The man, somewhat resembling Lu Hanzhan, presents her with fine wine, saying, "This wine has been specially transported from the western regions. More expensive than Qianjin Zue. Sure you happily accepts the fine wine and rewards her ministers." Amidst the intoxication, she concludes with a narration that starts like the beginning but adds one more word. In my life, I have only drunk Qianjin Zue 3 times. After reading the script in Shen Jiang's hands and hearing the director's thoughts, Lu Beiting has a rough understanding of the film Shen Jiang chose, finally feeling relieved. She is still in the early stages. If the film is not selected well, everything she has just accumulated might have to start over. Fortunately, Shang Taning's vision is indeed good. Sanzue cannot guarantee an award, but as long as it is filmed well, the quality will certainly not be poor. After Shen Jiang and Yu Junshan finish filming the scene of drinking under the moon, they have not had time to change back into their clothes when Lu Beiting sees her dressed like a young girl. On the way back to the hotel, he gazes at her with a smile in his eyes, secretly observing her for a long time, causing her to complain while holding his arm. It's not like you haven't seen it before. When we filmed Long Qian, I also had a teenage look. What is wrong with 2 little braids? Lu Beiting holds her in his embrace, repeatedly saying it's nothing, and then praises her, saying she looks very good. Back in the room, when Lu Beiting comes out of the bathroom, he sees Shen Jiang sitting cross-legged inside the balcony door, staring absent-mindedly at the scenery outside. "What are you looking at?" he asks as he sits down beside her. "I'm not looking at anything, just thinking." "So, what are you thinking about?" Shen Jiang does not answer immediately, biting her lip, her brows furrowed for a moment, then relaxed, and then furrowed again. Lu Beiting raises his hand to smooth her brows, and she finally says, "I think this window is too small." "The window is small? It's too narrow. The view isn't good enough." Shen Jiang looks up at him, implying something. "I want to see a wider and broader view." Lu Beiting is taken aback. A certain sparkle subtly dances in her eyes, and when he tries to capture and explore it, it disappears in an instant. After a long while, he says, "Go see a wider, broader, and better view." He raises his hand to gently stroke her hair, his voice incredibly tender. "I will accompany you." The banquet is lively, and amidst the clinking of glasses, everyone's faces turn red. As the alcohol takes effect, someone starts commenting on the current entertainment industry. "If you ask me, these actors are getting worse every year. What terrible performances. So much money invested, relying solely on their popularity. And what's the result? They lose money like crazy. Hey, those films in the New Year's release, aren't they all relying on a few popular stars? In the end, they didn't even break even. There are more and more pretty faces. How can you expect us directors to direct well? Su Minin and those people are fine, but they complain that they are old and lack novelty, and their demands get higher and higher. They all think of themselves as big shots. Remember when the mainland could produce an actor like Mu Qing? What about now? Sigh, if I had Mu Qing's acting skills, my film wouldn't have flopped like a dog. In the end, I'm still blamed for not directing well. There aren't that many Mu Qings. They are rare and hard to come by. A bunch of middle and lower level directors who feel their talents are unrecognized and the environment is harsh. After getting drunk, start rambling about today as young actors, then begin recalling past representative figures. You say one thing, I say another, but someone suddenly shouts, "Don't mention Mu Qing." What is Mu Qing? The others are shocked. "Hey, Old Liang, what are you talking about? Mu Qing is nothing. Find someone stronger than her for me to see. You haven't drunk much, but your tone is getting big. No, don't argue. Liang Hui, reeking of alcohol, stumbles over his words and mysteriously points a finger at everyone present, saying, you think. Mu Qing is a good person? That woman just had good luck, acted in a few good movies. But in private, she is just a shameless woman who doesn't keep her marriage vows. He stutters and continues. She got married. The news of her marriage, you've heard about it, right? It's true. She got married. And she has an unclear relationship with Zhang Chaowang. I heard she had a child. Not with her husband. It's Zhang Chaowang's. In the end, her marriage failed, and she died from illness. It's retribution. It's all retribution. She deserves it. After Liang Hui finishes speaking, he suddenly leans forward, drunkenly collapsing onto the dining table. The others exchange glances, sobering up significantly. He asks, joking, how would he know about other people's private matters? Someone, not knowing who, steps in to smooth things over. At the two tables in the private room, several directors, along with producers, screenwriters, and news practitioners from the same circle. After a few seconds of silence, everyone awkwardly laughs and tries to revive the atmosphere, toasting and chatting with each other. Shen Jiang is sleeping soundly in Liu Baiting's arms. But in the middle of the night, she is suddenly awakened by a phone call. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she hears Mu Yunan's deep voice, which only appears when he is extremely displeased. Go listen to that audio that has been leaked online. Search for your aunt's name with the keywords. Chapter 49, The Drunken Man's Voice, was intermittent, filled with disdain and insults for Mu Qing in every word. This ambiguous audio, lacking substantial evidence, caused the incident to suddenly ferment and boil over. Mu Qing had been deceased for a long time, had no competition with current artists, and it was uncertain what her relationship with Shen Jiang was regarding resource competition. It was unlikely that someone was guiding this from behind. However, Shen Jiang immediately associated it with Shen Yulan, as only the so-called victorious side of marriage would attack Mu Qing in such a tone. Even if the words were not directly spoken by Shen Yulan or her associates, they must have originated from them. The audio leaked in the middle of the night was all over the internet the next morning, accompanied by various romanticized accounts of Mu Qing's past. Not to mention the former, the latter definitely indicated that someone was fishing in troubled waters. If there was no competition with Mu Qing, nor with her, then it could only be someone who had suffered losses due to Mu Qing, eager to turn the tables. Shen Yulan. The most recent incident related to Mu Qing was the indirect confrontation between her and Shen Yulan on Weibo. The whole morning, Weibo was buzzing with noise. Whether due to a lack of fresh news recently, the quality of those romantic writings, or perhaps the previous altercation between Shen Jiang and Shen Yulan had given the public a concept of Mu Qing's name, the interest in this old matter was not diminished. How to say this? Do all artists have a bit of eccentricity? On one hand, they are particularly outstanding, while on the other, they have shortcomings just like Mu Qing, whose achievements in film were extraordinary, but her personality and attitude towards marriage were hard to describe. Is there any truth to this? Drawing conclusions based solely on an audio clip is quite unscientific, right? What was that director's name? Was it Liang Hui, as reported? I've never heard of any of his works. Can his words be trusted? It can't be true, right? Did Mu Qing and Zhang Chaowang really get together? If they had a child, why has there been no news for so many years? Nonsense. If they were together, it wouldn't be called being together. That's called cheating in marriage, and the child of an affair wouldn't dare to come out. How can one jump to conclusions about something uncertain? As if you had seen Mu Qing and Zhang Chaowang having a child. Some people speak so harshly, their hearts must be bitter, right? My parents said that when they were young, there were indeed many rumors about Mu Qing and Zhang Chaowang being together, but later Mu Qing had other scandals. And not long after she retired from acting, she passed away, leaving those matters as unsolved cases. Am I the only one curious about who Mu Qing married? If this is false, then how is her relationship with Zhang Chaowang any of anyone's business? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can clarify this? That director who broke the news shouldn't be so ambiguous. Since the matter is out, just speak boldly. We're all waiting for you. After Liang Hui sobered up, he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that his careless words would cause such a stir. He called everyone he had been drinking with last night. Either they didn't answer, or those who did denied recording and leaking the audio. He was anxious for a while, lost in thought about what he had been thinking, and then slowly came back to his senses. He knew a bit about Mu Qing and Shen Jiang's situation. They had both struggled to make it from small place, and Shen Jiang entered the industry by chance, eventually becoming a director and gradually achieving some success. He had followed Shen Jiang around, learned a few things, and later became a director himself. However, that was a long time ago. He was much younger than Shen Jiang. At first, Shen Jiang helped him a lot, but as he became famous and busy, their relationship gradually grew distant. He actually didn't know much about Shen Jiang and Mu Qing. It just happened that he was working with Shen Jiang when they collaborated on a film and saw how they interacted. Since her debut, Mu Qing had a smooth journey, being a favored daughter of heaven, while Shen Jiang struggled to establish himself in the film industry, being sensitive and heavy-hearted. At first, their interaction was particularly discordant. As the female lead, Mu Qing often had different opinions from Shen Jiang, leading to conflicts and even heated arguments on set. Shen Jiang had thrown the script in front of Mu Qing more times than he could count. Yet strangely, after scolding her with "if you don't want to act, then don't act," he would pick up the script and call her back to work. For Liang Hui, who understood Shen Jiang's bad temper, this was quite unbelievable. He thought that perhaps there was something more between them, but after leaving Shen Jiang's side, he had no opportunity to get closer and gradually forgot about it. After that, Mu Qing continued to thrive, winning numerous awards, going international, not only in the mainland but across the entire Chinese entertainment industry. Even all of Asia, her glory was unstoppable. When Liang Hui saw the gossip reports about Mu Qing and Shen Jiang, he was somewhat surprised yet not really surprised. Their rumors faded after a while, and later, Mu Qing retired, gradually withdrawing from the entertainment circle. The last time they had a heart-to-heart conversation was several years after Mu Qing's retirement, when the two long-lost early friends had a few drinks. When asked about the past, Shen Jiang was silent for half a minute, indirectly acknowledging it, but seemingly unwilling to discuss it further. He only said, they got married and then divorced. They were together, tried it, but it was unsuitable. At that time, his wife was already Cui Rong. Thinking of this, Liang Hui rubbed his forehead in frustration. Life is so unfair. He and Shen Jiang had ventured out together. Shen Jiang had long achieved success, having everything, while he was still muddling through middle age. If it weren't for his own unfortunate circumstances, he wouldn't have even found investors or actors. And he definitely wouldn't have sought out Shen Yulan for collaboration, only to realize later that he had offended her over this on Weibo, as the investors had clearly stated that they needed at least the box office draw of someone like Shen Jiang, or else they wouldn't invest. His 2-year project was thus ruined. If it weren't for all these messy affairs, if he weren't feeling frustrated and resentful, he wouldn't have said such things at the dinner table. Liang Hui recalled the past rumors that Mu Qing came from an extraordinary family, closely related to the famous Mu family, seemingly a direct descendant, and he couldn't help but shudder at the thought. If he offended the Mu family, then he might never secure an investment in his lifetime. Just as Liang Hui was praying for the situation to calm down, a resourceful gossip hound noticed the public's enthusiasm for Mu Qing was so high that they spent a day digging deep into the past gossip surrounding Mu Qing. The most ink was spilled not on Zheng Qiaowang, but on Shen Jiang. The researcher had a clear logic, collecting many clues from back then. Although they were analyses and speculations, they were already somewhat close to the truth. The article stated that if the audio leak was true, then Mu Qing's most likely marriage partner should be the once-renowned director Shen Jiang. There is plenty of evidence to support their relationship, each with about 70 to 80 credibility. However, this article was based on the premise that Mu Qing married Shen Jiang and had an affair with Zheng Qiaowang. So from the start, the direction was skewed, and it failed to uncover much truth. A crowd of onlookers became excited, like they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Did Mu Qing and Shen Jiang get married? Then does that mean Shen Yulan's mother isn't the original wife? No wonder Shen Yulan's attitude towards Mu Qing was so subtle in that interview last time. It feels like the analysis is well-founded and the evidence is not fake. I showed it to my parents, And they said many of the reports found in there were indeed seen in the news years ago. I don't know if others believe it, but I do. What a tangled drama. The industry really is chaotic. So should I say that cursing Shen Yulan last time was not wrong? Mu Qing was married to her dad, had an affair, and cheated on him, and her dad got hurt and fell in love with her mom, which led to her birth. Thinking about it this way, it's understandable that she feels unhappy with Mu Qing. I won't get involved. My parents have a great relationship, and Mu Qing's issues should not involve Shen Yulan's family. We won't wade into this muddy water. By the way, whether it's an interview or work, Shen Yulan has always been serious. Her love and protection for her parents have been clear to us fans since her debut. Some people who don't know the truth just keep talking, standing on a moral high ground pointing fingers at her. I wish them an early return of their karma. Shen Yulan's fans shouldn't be so subtle. Who doesn't know you're talking about another Shen? If you want to tear her apart, do it boldly. What's the point of being sneaky? Anyway, now you have the moral high ground. What are you afraid of? As a bystander who has been watching from the last incident to this one without taking sides, I just want to say Shen Jiang is really awkward now. The senior goddess she wholeheartedly protects has such character, and she even tore apart the daughter born from the husband who was cheated on. How will she end this? How will she end this? Doesn't she still have her award-winning boyfriend? Wait, she'll post something on Weibo, and a bunch of seniors will come out to support her. What is she afraid of? Shen Jiang is really awkward. Clearly an outsider, but still trying to meddle in other people's affairs, looking so righteous. And now she is embarrassed and hit a brick wall, right? If I were Shen Yulan, I'd probably feel relieved, being inexplicably torn apart by the fans of the cheating woman and laughed at by so many on Weibo. Those who took sides last time should not get involved again. Please focus on making movies, especially you, Master Hongwei. Just focus on your acting and don't get involved in these matters. As for Liu Boating, it's one thing for him to get involved, but he is dating someone and has been cursed, dragging a bunch of low-profile, yet capable male and female gods into chaos. It's driving me crazy. In an instant, Shen Jiang was blackened to carbon. There's a flight tomorrow morning. Please review the process in advance. There's an event in 2 days that Shen Jiang needs to attend, and I've already asked for leave from the team. Shang Tianying, who is handling things in the neighboring city, specifically flew to the filming location to accompany her. Also, how long has Liu Boating been here? Shen Jiang hasn't rested well and looks a bit off. He arrived a few days ago. During the visit, did you stay in the same room? Non-crew members. The crew doesn't provide food and accommodations. Don't tell me you have plans to get married and have children soon? I don't. Shen Jiang raised her eyes. Upon hearing this, Shang Tianying stared at her for a moment, and without saying much else, said, "Make sure the safety measures are in place. I don't want any incidents of getting pregnant before marriage." Sitting down, she added, "Tomorrow when you return, you and Liu Boating cannot take the same flight." "I know," Shen Jiang said. "He has an afternoon flight tomorrow." "All right." Shang Tianying squinted. "Go back and rest. You need to adjust that complexion quickly to avoid needing layers of makeup later." However, Shen Jiang didn't move. She pursed her lips and looked at her sister Shang. "Is there something else to discuss?" "About what?" "The incident online." Shang Tianying paused for a moment, frowning. "The matter between the Shen family and Mu Qing? I know you have a grudge against Shen Yulan, but you won't gain anything from this matter. What does it have to do with you?" Some people were already mocking Shen Jiang for publicly clashing with Mu Qing and Shen Yulan last time, sarcastically saying, "She claims to respect her seniors. Why doesn't she dare to speak up now? Clearly, she is just using her senior to take revenge. This matter is related to me." "How is it related? Did she do something behind your back without you knowing?" Shang Tianying's expression darkened, contemplating various thoughts. But then she heard Shen Jiang sigh, "I can't just sit back and watch Mu Qing being slandered." "You." Shang Tianying frowned, about to reprimand her. But Shen Jiang's weary yet clear gaze met hers. "Because Mu Qing is my mother." Chapter 50, the last photo. "Come over here." Click A. Few flashes went off. The photographer shouted okay, and Li Chunshun immediately walked into the white tent, helping Shen Jiang, who was wearing high heels, to come out. "Everyone, that's a wrap. Great job. Teacher Shen, take it easy." Shen Jiang smiled and nodded at the people who greeted her, enduring the pain in her feet as she hurried to the reception room. A reporter from Cool Tiger Video Network had scheduled an interview, and there was another one behind it, so the schedule was tight. Before returning, Shang Tianing had made it clear that she wouldn't confront the rumors head-on. The Mu family would handle what needed to be handled. Shang Tianing had stared at her for a full half a minute after hearing her previous comment about Mu Qing. But upon hearing the next sentence, she relaxed. Fortunately, at that time, it was just the two of them in the room. If Li Chunshun had been there as well. Just thinking about it made even the seasoned Shang Tianing slightly stunned, and she wondered how scared Li Chunshun would be. After receiving her assurance that she wouldn't act recklessly, Shang Tianing turned around and sent her to the tent for photos while she rushed off to discuss endorsements. Sister Jiang, it's time to eat. Li Chunshun came in with lunch from outside, a takeout order arranged by the staff, with 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a portion of rice. She had casually eaten a little for breakfast in the morning, and the lunch was an airplane meal from the flight, and since then, until now, as night fell, Shen Jiang had hardly had a proper meal. Just as she sat up, her phone rang. Li Chunshun set the lunch box neatly and was about to dip the disposable chopsticks in hot water when she noticed Shen Jiang's expression change slightly, and she irritably brought the phone to her ear. Jiang! Before she could finish the 3 words, Shen Jiang impatiently said to the other end, I told you not to call me. I don't want to see you. Li Chunshun, holding the chopsticks, looked stunned. After Shen Jiang scolded that one sentence, she didn't say anything further, keeping a stern face, and, after several seconds, she hung up forcefully. Sister Jiang? Li Chunshun felt a bit timid. Shen Jiang took a breath, stood up, and said, I need to step out for a moment. Where? Are you going? Just in this building, not leaving this floor. I'll be back in 10 minutes at the latest. Shen Jiang walked quickly, but not hurriedly. Li Chunshun lagged behind for a few seconds, then reacted and hurried to catch up. Shang Tianing had instructed her to always pay attention to Shen Jiang's emotions. Saint Mother, you sister. Li Chunshun followed Shen Jiang, turned 2 corners, and before she could ask where they were going, Shen Jiang suddenly stopped in front of a door and, without saying a word, pushed the door open and went inside. Jiang, wait here, I'll be right out. The door bang closed in front of her, and Li Chunshun felt a few words stuck in her throat as she stepped back, touching her nose. The door had the words rest room written on it. Which artist was resting inside? Li Chunshun stood in place, thinking for a long time. She had just seen 2 figures inside that looked somewhat familiar, but she hadn't seen clearly. The soundproofing was good. After waiting for a long time, she didn't hear any movement inside. With her heart hanging in suspense and feeling powerless, she had no choice but to step aside and lean against the wall to wait. After entering, Shen Jiang pursed her lips and didn't speak, and the 2 people who met her gaze also remained silent for a long time. Eventually, she was the first to break the silence. Did you need something from me? Sit down. Let's talk properly. Shen Jiang glanced at him sideways. No need. Just say what you have to say. I'm in a hurry. How do you talk to your father? Shen Yulan stood up suddenly, with a light laugh. Shen Jiang glanced at Shen Jida and his daughter, her slightly furrowed brow revealing a hint of impatience. Since you're here, let's make things clear. Shen Jida's expression was dark. The online rumors and disturbances. As one of the parties involved, he couldn't pretend not to see them. Miss Shen is so dedicated, even bringing family members to the shoot. Shen Jiang ignored him, lazily lifting her eyes with a slight sneer at the corner of her lips. You, enough. Shen Jida stopped Shen Yulan, looking at Shen Jiang. We need to talk about your mother. Shen Jiang remained silent, her gaze sharp. This matter has nothing to do with Yulan. Then why are you looking for me? I'm afraid you might misunderstand if you think too much. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have misunderstood. Shen Jiang. Shen Yulan raised her voice. Don't you dare. Dare what? Shen Jiang shot her a cold glance, then turned to Shen Jida. What exactly do you want to say? I have an interview later. About your mother, I will try to find a way to suppress it. Shen Jida clasped his hands together, looking up at her. The Mu family. He hesitated, as if considering his words. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Shen Jiang felt a surge of cold laughter inside her. The Mu family, afraid of the Mu family's displeasure, afraid that the Mu family would take action against his precious daughter. In the end, it was still for his own sake. The last shred of patience in Shen Jiang's heart instantly vanished, and her tone instead calmed down, perhaps because she had lost all expectations. So, who let the news out about you marrying my mother? There is no one named Liang in my mother's social circle. Mu Qing and Shen Jiang were secretly married. Aside from close friends, no one knew about this short-lived marriage that lasted only a few years. After Mu Qing became pregnant, she stayed abroad, and Shen Jiang only returned when she was almost 4 years old. By then, her marriage with Shen Jiang was already on the rocks, and soon after, they filed for divorce. Mu Qing's diary was several thick volumes, each filled with detailed records from the time she turned 18. Compared to trusting others, Shen Jiang preferred to believe those notebooks. This was indeed my oversight. Oversight? Shen Jiang laughed coldly. Just an oversight. Shen Yulan couldn't help but interject again. Shen Jiang. What else do you want? You said it has nothing to do with us. If you insist on dwelling on it, Shen Jiang interrupted coldly. Shut up. You have no say here. Mu Qing's divorce was due to her disappointment in Shen Jiang. Just because she let go didn't mean Shen Jiang and the Mu family had to be lenient towards Cui Rong and Shen Yulan. Not wanting to say more, she turned and left. Shen Jiang. She paused her steps, and the slightly weary voice behind her said, The past is in the past. Don't get worked up. My affairs are none of your business. Shen Jiang tightened her fingers. Since she had done nothing wrong, there was no need to fear. How the Mu family handled their own matters was none of their concern. She walked out without looking back. The interview lasted more than 2 hours, during which several photos were taken. Shen Jiang's smile and responses were impeccable, without a single mistake. However, Li Chunshun couldn't forget the expression on her face when she came out of that room, not daring to ask. She could only wait until the interview was over and was arranged to have the final contacts with the staff when she asked, Which artists are still here today? What artists? The other party was stunned for a moment. Many people use the studio every day. Today alone, we shot 5 times. What specifically do you mean? Who used the restroom marked 13 in the corridor near the emergency exit today? Oh, that one? That was... The staff paused, glancing at her expression, hesitating. Is it? Coughing softly, they lowered their voice. Shen Yulan. After saying that, they leaned closer to Li Chunshun. I've told you everything you need to know. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. Then they hurriedly left. The conflict between the two Shuns was well known, and everyone wanted to avoid getting involved, especially given the current situation online. Li Chunshun stood there in a daze for a long time. Shen Yulan? Shen Jiang went to see Shen Yulan? No wonder. She felt that fleeting glance was like seeing someone very familiar. Coming back to her senses, Li Chunshun found that the staff had long since vanished. Keeping a low profile and avoiding trouble were survival rules in this industry, so she didn't take it to heart. Holding the checked items, she walked back. But before she reached Shen Jiang's restroom, she faintly heard a quarrel. Just as she was about to step forward, she saw Shen Jiang briskly coming out with her bag, closely followed by someone, Shen Yulan. Since the moment she found Shen Yulan, Shen Jiang felt a surge of unnamed anger. Shen Jiang, stop. Her wrist was pulled from behind, nearly causing her to stumble. Her patience had completely burned away. She turned to Shen Yulan and whispered, Do you have any idea how stupid you are? For so many years, I've ignored you not because I couldn't do anything about you, but because I didn't want to waste time on you. I have plenty of ways to make your life miserable. Shen Yulan seemed to realize something, and her expression changed suddenly. Shen Jiang looked at her coldly and said in a low voice, Let go. I don't want to get involved with you in public. If you wanted to talk about family matters. A fierce light flashed in her dark eyes, and Shen Yulan dazedly released her grip. This was somewhat different from the Shen Jiang she had always known. Growing up, she believed her parents had a good relationship, and only as she matured did she gradually learn about the complexities of adult relationships. But she never thought of her mother as a mistress. Her father simply had a wrong marriage with the wrong person and had timely realized his mistake to find a proper home. Although she and Shen Jiang were nominally sisters, they had met only a handful of times. Throughout her growth, she had heard many things about that woman from the outside world. She was accomplished and once very popular, and even after her death, there was still a powerful and flourishing Mu family. All of this, along with Shen Jiang's existence, constantly pricked at her heart. Shen Jiang's smooth rise to fame, with a face somewhat resembling Mu Qing's, made the emotions Shen Yulan had buried deep inside her increasingly hard to suppress. Perhaps because the film she starred in achieved good results despite being boycotted by the Mu family, and having never had a direct conflict with Shen Jiang. She didn't have any real feelings about the so-called power of the Mu family. But now, Shen Yulan subconsciously loosened her grip, and Shen Jiang tugged at her sleeve, glaring at her with undisguised disdain. It's good that you know to save face. You don't want it, but I still do. You, what about me? Shen Jiang raised an eyebrow and sneered, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. You and your mother are both the same kind of lowlife. Shen Yulan felt she had already made a concession, but was infuriated by her low comment. Her face turning red and her chest heaving. Some staff members nearby had gathered at the sound, but she felt dizzy. The resentment she had hidden for years. The sadness she felt when she accidentally saw her mother secretly wiping her tears in the room suddenly surged out at this moment. Why should it be like this? Mu Qing had only appeared a bit earlier. Just because she was a movie queen, her own mother had to face such criticism? Clearly, it was her own unclear relationship with Zheng Chaoguang that led to the marriage breakdown. Why should all the blame fall on her mother? Why? At the moment Shen Jiang staggered back and fell to the ground, Shen Yulan finally came to her senses, staring in shock at her outstretched hands. The surrounding people, keeping their distance, gasped in shock. Things were getting physical. Li Chun-chun, who had been frozen nearby, suddenly cried out and ran over. Sister Jiang, are you okay? Are you all right? Shen Jiang used Li Chun-chun's support to stand up, taking a deep breath. Her left arm had been scraped and hurt a lot, probably turning red. She steadied herself and stared directly at the stunned instigator. There were staff members 10 steps away, all watching, but Shen Yulan can't hold back anymore. The moment the words fell, Shen Jiang raised her hand and delivered a heavy slap to Shen Yulan's face. Chapter 51. Look, this Shen Jiang your hands is really something. How much time has passed, and how many incidents has she caused? Daily headlines, daily headlines. Can't we get some good news out of this? The management director slammed his phone down on the table, not caring if it broke. A thin layer of sweat on his forehead from anxiety. Although I have no authority over your team, I will handle this matter well. Shang Tianing's expression was also not good, but he didn't think Shen Jiang did anything wrong this time. Especially after knowing that Mu Qing was her mother and that the Shen Jida family had connections with her. Handle it? As an artist. Getting into a physical altercation with other stars backstage. How embarrassing is that? We underestimated her. Not only can she act, but she is also quite skilled at slapping people. Just wait and see. Tomorrow's entertainment section in mainstream media will definitely have coverage of this incident. The director glanced at the pictures on Weibo, immediately turned away. Too angry to look a second time. Shang Tianing took a sip of tea. Fine, you can go back. I know what I'm doing. What do you mean by knowing what you're doing at this time? The director didn't finish a sentence when Shang Tianing picked up his phone. Sorry, I need to take a call. After saying that, he got up from the sofa and walked to the other side of the office. It was unclear who was on the other end or what was said, but when Shang Tianing returned 2 minutes later, his expression seemed a bit strange, vaguely more relaxed. The management director had a lot to say, but didn't pay much attention, opening his mouth to continue. You said. No need to say any more. Shang Tianing directly interrupted him this time, leisurely sitting back down on the sofa with his legs crossed. He picked up the cup and took another sip, then said slowly, "This matter will be resolved soon. I'm serious." The stars who got into a scuffle backstage, although Shen Jiang and Shen Yulan were not the first, were definitely the most eye-catching. After such a long build-up, from Weibo arguments to competing box office numbers, and now pushing and slapping each other. It's so exciting that netizens can't help but pay attention. The public opinion on this incident was somewhat subtle. Clearly, it was Shen Yulan who pushed first, and Shen Jiang only slapped her in response. Yet most comments sided with the former. Shen Jiang's anger is just too low class, right? Even if Mu Qing's matter was turned around and lost face, does that justify hitting someone backstage? No goodwill left, turning to hate. Looking at seemingly glamorous stars. Their true faces are so hideous. It's like a shrew, hitting people in front of so many people, both foolish and vicious. TSK. What an eye-opener. Shen Yulan got slapped. Why isn't she speaking out? The movie she starred in is quite good. I thought those critics attacking her were up to something. And now I think maybe someone bought them off, attacking from one side and praising from the other. As a casual observer, I'm a bit curious. Shen Yulan struck first. So why is everyone blaming Shen Jiang? Can't she fight back after being pushed? I'm a fan of Shen Jiang. Not afraid of the backlash. I'll just say this. The one who provokes first is low class. Shen Yulan struck first. So what if my idol hit back? Those moralists should stop pointing fingers at others. If you have the ability, stand still and let them bully you. Those who are taking advantage of the situation should be more careful. Don't think we can't see which side you're on, no matter how you put it. Slapping ISNT great. Haven't you heard that you don't hit faces? Don't try to defend Shen Jiang anymore. It's just embarrassing to watch. Oh wow. Shen Jiang's fans are still going at it. Truly fans follow their idols. The character is the same. Wasn't it your Shen Jiang who started the Weibo argument with Shen Yulan? Provoking first is low class? I, a passerby, can't stand it anymore. Thankfully, I've never been a fan of hers. Such a shameless attitude. Vomit. Are Shen Jiang's fans going to tear apart netizens now? The 20 billion female lead is so impressive. She really has entered the film circle. And her fans are getting tough too. Their smug faces make me want to vomit. Using photo incidents to hype since debut. Do you really think we can't see through it? The co-star is tearing her apart. And unrelated people are tearing her apart too. Yet you're the loudest. Finally waiting for this day of reversal. Let us see how the scheming BTCH cleans up her act and turns things around. Shen Jiang should stop calling herself the 20 billion female lead. She has a box office charm, and she is not embarrassed to flatter herself. I think she should change her name to Shun Slap. That hand-raising motion and fierce expression in the picture, TSK, absolutely amazing. When the wall falls, everyone pushes, even if it hasn't fallen yet. There are always people eager to take advantage. Certain fans of people who already had grievances are stepping in to kick her while she is down. Their true faces hidden behind the internet are quite ugly. However, the incident didn't stir for long before there was new progress. As the person involved in the exposing Mu Qing incident and Shen Yulan's father, Shen Jida, stepped forward, opened a Weibo account, and released a statement. There are some misunderstandings between Shen Jiang and Shen Yulan, and I believe that after mediation, everything will be fine. They are both still young and impulsive, causing a bad influence on everyone, and I sincerely apologize. I hope everyone can give them some space to handle things well. As for the rumors about me circulating online, I hereby declare that they are all untrue. Mu Qing was an excellent actress, and I hope everyone will not maliciously smear a deceased person. As a father, I am very sorry and thank everyone for their understanding. In an instant, it was like a boulder dropped in water, creating layers of waves. What? An apology? Shen Yulan stood up abruptly. I won tea. She hit me. Why should I apologize to her? In just a few days, Shen Jida looked increasingly older. Listen to me, I'll arrange for her to come out, and you will apologize to her. Chui Rong couldn't sit still, Jida. Yulan. Apologizing will gradually calm things down. This matter will be over. Shen Jida suddenly got angry. I told you to go, so go. Shen Yulan stood there, not speaking, gritting her teeth and glaring at him, her eyes slowly turning red. Jida, why are you getting angry with Yulan? She doesn't understand. If she doesn't understand, don't you? If you taught her well, would she say such things to Liang Hui? This mess is all of your own making. I don't care. Shen Yulan held her neck high. Initially only 3 parts unwilling, but after his outburst at Chui Rong, it deepened to 7 parts. I won tea. I absolutely refused to bow to her. Shen Jida stood up, and both Chui Rong and Yulan took a step back, frightened by his grim expression. His dark eyes staring at them, cold enough to send chills down their spines. Do you still remember what I told you back then? He gave Chui Rong a deep look. I've said what I needed to say. Whether you can accept it or not is up to you. I won't care anymore. After saying that, he turned around and slowly walked upstairs, not looking at them again. Chui Rong swayed slightly, and Shen Yulan shouted, Mom, quickly helping her. In the study, the 3rd drawer on the left side of the desk held an old photo album at the bottom. Shen Jida pulled out an old photo from the 18th page and gazed at it for a long time. In the photo, he was very young, and Mu Qing was too. There was a camera between them. He smiled lightly, and she raised her chin slightly, proud and confident, like a princess. At that time, they had just wrapped up filming a movie. He was the director, and she was the lead actress. After a tumultuous filming period filled with arguments, Their relationship had unexpectedly eased overnight. Shen Jiang sighed almost inaudibly, his fingers brushing over her face, squinting to gather his increasingly blurred vision with age. After so many years, the way she looked when he first met her was still so clear. Closing his eyes felt like she was right in front of him. That proud, high and mighty woman, cherished by the entire industry, would point at his nose and scold him, "Can you even direct?" and would argue with him over a single line, so arrogant and flamboyant. Yet, during acting, she could render him stunned with just a glance. Time flies so fast, like a fleeting moment in the blink of an eye. Decades have passed. Unfortunately, life cannot be like a photo. Time will never just stay in their most beautiful moments. Shen Jiang sighed with a heavy heart, feeling a burning sensation in his chest. He had disappointed her, so much so that she didn't even want to tell him the news of her illness, leaving him with the regret of not having seen her one last time. And he had lived the rest of his life in a daze for so many years. His fingertips trembled slightly as he tightened his grip on the photo. "I'm sorry to you. Sorry to her, and also sorry to Shen Jiang." Netizens expressed envy for Shen Yulan having such a generous and forgiving father. Although Shen Jiang hoped in his statement that everyone would stop overly focusing on the matter, it did not settle down as he had hoped. Instead, the blame directed at Shen Jiang grew louder. After reading the statement, Shen Jiang almost laughed in anger. She could tell that Shen Jiang wanted to ease the situation, but at this point, it was beyond his control. Since the slap to Shen Yulan's face, she had never intended to resolve this matter easily. Liu Baiting had called her several times, but she had neither the heart nor the time to meet him. She was on her way home, her mind occupied with how to soothe Zhou Manwen later. Zhou Manwen had called 3 times, urging her to return. After rubbing her temples several times, she finally arrived outside the gates of the Mu family halfway up the hill. The electric gate slowly opened, and Shen Jiang strode in with her bag. And he opened the front door for her, and just as she was about to go in after changing her shoes, she was stunned in place when she looked up. "Come in, you child." Zhou Manwen waved her hand. "What are you dawdling for?" Shen Jiang blinked in astonishment. Frozen for a long time, the person on the sofa stood up voluntarily, walking towards her with a loving smile. Shen Jiang finally came to her senses and ran over. "Mom." Chapter 52. At the press conference for the new project of Mu Film Industry, hundreds of media outlets were present, rivaling the launch events of major directors' new films. The Dingfeng Group, which has acquired several cinema chains in the United States, has joined forces with Mu Film to launch a new cinema plan, which will soon initiate further cooperation. Mu Film Industry occupies a significant share of the domestic cinema market. Coupled with Dingfeng Group's recent acquisition of 1/3 of the cinema chains in the U.S., this strong collaboration is of great significance to the entertainment industry. Weibo users were flooded with this news for a day, unable to resist asking, "Where did Dingfeng come from? I've never heard of them before. They seem to be making a big move. What does this new cinema plan represent? I don't understand. Can someone explain? Is there a relationship between Mu and Mu Qing? This surname seems quite rare." Shortly after, someone knowledgeable quickly replied, "Dingfeng is always focused on overseas markets. It seems they are now looking to expand into the domestic market. They have quite a reputation. Their business has been thriving for years, to say the least. For outsiders, just knowing that they have acquired 1/3 of the U.S. cinema chains is impressive. In simple terms, foreign stars also need to make a living. The environment there is harsher than ours. Box office performance determines survival. If they flop 3 films in a row, their fees will drop, and worse, they might not get any work at all. Many big names have fallen this way, so they are cautious about taking on projects. And the box office is, of course, closely tied to cinema chains. This is a lifeline. Dingfeng holds 1/3 of that lifeline. Although it's only 1/3, it seems that Mu has half of the domestic cinema chains, which look stronger, but their market environment is more advanced than ours. So the actual impact is much greater. What does this mean? Let me tell you, there are reports that at Dingfeng's first domestic event, they plan to invite 12 Hollywood big names to walk the red carpet, half of whom have won Oscars. Just ask which domestic entertainment company can invite so many at once. This isn't just about money. Having money doesn't guarantee it. Manuel, goodbye. As for the relationship between Mu and Mu Qing, rumor has it that Mu Qing is related to the Mu family. I can't vouch for its credibility, but it has been rumored for a long time. Also, don't just look at Mu. Do you know who the legal representative of Dingfeng is? Kuviku Ming Ming. Kuming. Mu Qing's manager back in the day was Chu Ming. The influx of news left everyone dizzy, speculating about the relationships between Mu Qing and Mu Qing and Chu Ming, and Mu and Dingfeng. After much discussion, they were all guessing what these two powerhouses would do together next. The wait for the netizens wasn't too long. After the press conference, Mr. Mu Yunan, the head of Mu film industry, issued a statement through various media outlets, sternly holding accountable those who smeared Mu Qing online. Meanwhile, Dingfeng's newly registered official account, which gained a lot of followers overnight, swiftly released a lengthy article. The content was not extensive, but clearly structured, with a formal and serious tone. Yet the amount of information was overwhelming. The article firmly stated that for all media or companies that defamed the late artist Mu Qing, Ms. Chu Ming would pursue legal action against them. Following that, a few simple sentences revealed a major incident. Ms. Chu Ming had previously worked with Ms. Mu Qing and was furious about the malicious slander online. Therefore, she entrusted our company to make this statement. The widely circulated rumor about Ms. Mu Qing having an affair with Mr. Zheng Chaowang is completely unfounded. During Ms. Mu Qing's marriage to Mr. Shen Jiang, she never engaged in any immoral behavior. Their divorce was due to problems in their relationship and had nothing to do with anyone else. If any media or companies continue to maliciously slander or insult Ms. Mu Qing, our company will pursue it to the end. This is not the main point. The key is that after this statement, there were various scanned images of documents. The amount of information was vast, including the dates of Mu Qing and Shen Jiang's marriage and divorce, as well as the year and initial age record of Shen Yulan when she entered elementary school. The netizens initially hadn't thought much of it. They didn't know which marketing account mentioned it first, but it instantly triggered a wave of what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Shen Yulan changed her age. She was born when Mu Qing and Shen Jiang hadn't divorced yet. She was born from an affair. Mu Qing wasn't the one cheating. Shen Jiang and Shen Yulan's mother were the ones. Compared to this revelation, Mu Qing indeed had a marriage with Shen Jiang, which now seemed like a minor issue, as everyone had been mentally prepared for it after the rumors circulated for so long. The Weibo was filled with voices of shattered worldviews. Oh my God, the world is changing too fast. It's like a tornado hitting me. Will there be any more twists? There won't be more twists, right? Your circle is so damn chaotic. Shen Yulan and Shen Jiang are fighting. Mu Qing is rumored to have cheated on Shen Jiang, leading to Shen Jiang being mocked. Shen Jiang and Shen Yulan are fighting behind the scenes, and Shen Jiang has to apologize. Now this happens, the person rumored to have cheated didn't cheat, while the supposedly good dad is actually the one who cheated. And the so-called good daughter who defends her parents is actually the daughter of the mistress. Oh my God, the world is so chaotic. My face is swollen. Is there no more twist? If there's no twist, I have to apologize. I'm sorry, Mu Qing. Oh, and I'm sorry, Shen Jiang, but Shen Jiang hitting people is still not good. Thinking about it, Shen Yulan's subtle digs at Mu Qing in interviews are really disgusting. Her mother intruded into someone else's marriage to give birth to her, and she still has the face to say that someone else's marriage failed and that her parents are true love. Damn, I want to throw up. Finally. Fortunately, I was on Shen Jiang's side from the beginning. That girl looks particularly pleasing. I've liked her since time reverses with me. Thank goodness she supported the senior goddess correctly. Me too. How many people will slap my face? Thank you, Shen Jiang, for helping me hold my ground. The wind rose and chaos ensued again. What's wrong? Lu Baiting embraced Shen Jiang from behind. Is she still upset about the online situation? Shen Jiang shook her head. No. From the moment she returned from Chu Ming, she hadn't thought about it anymore. Later, Shen Jiang called her once, but she didn't answer, fully entrusting everything to Mu Yunan and Chu Ming. With them around, she wasn't worried. She said, I was thinking. Thinking? About the movie. Movie? Yeah. Shen Jiang's gaze was distant. The golden statue and can. I have no confidence in either. Lu Baiting had talked to director San Zue, before and knew the film's goals. He patted her head and said, "Don't worry, it will definitely be fine." Sigh. Shen Jiang sighed and looked out the window. When? When can I truly become strong? Shen Yulan remained silent amidst the accusations, drawing scorn from netizens, and shortly after, a marketing account revealed that the investors, considering the impact, had replaced all the projects she was negotiating. How things will unfold in the future is hard to say, but the bright prospects have dimmed significantly, which is an undeniable fact. The netizens first expressed their feelings under Dingfeng's official account, then went to Shen Yulan and Shen Jida's Weibo to criticize them, and then ran to Shen Jiang to leave their footprints, busy and lively. Shen Jiang had no reaction throughout the entire incident. Someone joked. She originally didn't post much on Weibo, and since being with Liu Baiting, her updates have decreased even more. One person infects another. Why don't they learn something good? It wasn't that Shen Jiang was deliberately being mysterious, but she was simply too busy. After flying back to the crew to finish Sanzue, she immediately began selecting a new film while still worrying about the Golden Statue Awards. To qualify for the competition, Sanzue was symbolically released for a while and quickly taken down. Many netizens were intrigued by the feedback from those who had seen it online, secretly regretting why they didn't go to the cinema in time. In a tense and expectant atmosphere that no one could understand, Shen Jiang and the cast of Three Drunkards flew to Hong Kong to attend the Golden Horse award ceremony. Zheng Jian also attended with her work. Her film Thousand Lines received 3 nominations, including Best Actress, which was exactly the same as Three Drunkards. After walking the red carpet and taking their seats, Shen Jiang brushed past her, and with her fiery red lips curved into a smile, Zheng Jian greeted Shen Jiang. "What a coincidence. It seems Miss Shen and I are quite fated." Shen Jiang smiled back. In their gaze, both saw an unwillingness to back down. The most anticipated awards of this Golden Horse Award ceremony were undoubtedly for Thousand Lines and Three Drunkards, both strong contenders for Best Director and Best Actress. The public was also eager to know who this year's Best Actress would be. Would it be Shen Jiang winning her first Best Actress trophy? Or would Zheng Jian, following her Golden Horse win, take home another gold? On Weibo, some even began to place their bets. Shen Jiang was very nervous, with the director on her left and Yu Junshan on her right. Once the awards ceremony began, her heart remained in suspense. Due to a series of events during this time, she increasingly despised her own lack of ability, status, and voice. The desire to climb to her goals burned fiercely, and she was eager to become stronger. "Relax." After the host spoke, the director turned to comfort her, telling her not to put too much pressure on herself. Shen Jiang nodded with a smile, but her nerves remained taut. As the awards were announced one by one, when it came to Best Actress, her heart suddenly felt as if it was being tightly gripped by a hand. Amidst the heartbeat-like rhythm, she heard the host loudly announce, "Best Actress goes to Zheng Jian for Thousand Lines." It felt like being on a roller coaster, suddenly falling from midair. Shen Jiang's back stiffened. Amidst the applause, Zheng Jian rose with a radiant smile, walking up to the stage under the spotlight. She didn't look over, but Shen Jiang felt as if she caught a glimpse of her. She wanted to pretend not to care, but it truly wasn't that easy. Her heart felt heavy. She lost. The director clapped his hands, quickly adjusting his emotions, saying it was okay, not to take it to heart. There would be other opportunities. The opportunity he referred to was Can. Shen Jiang smiled slightly, her lips heavy, and while she concealed her feelings well on her face, her heart sank little by little. Losing in the domestic scene, what about abroad? In her dim gloom, she couldn't affect others' triumphs. Online, netizens followed the results in real time. Some felt sorry for her, while others thought it was expected. After all, Zheng Jian was a Golden Horse Best Actress, and it was normal for Shen Jiang to lose to her. "I told you not to overpraise her." Shen Jiang had just started, and what good was it to elevate her too high? "Look at this. I had already predicted Zheng Jian would win. Shen Jiang's acting is good, but hers is not bad either. I heard this new film is quite good. Shen Jiang is still too inexperienced." Missing out on Best Actress was just the beginning. After the ceremony ended, Three Drunkards didn't win a single award, missing out on all 3 nominations, completely becoming the runner-up. Three Drunkards, or rather, has become the biggest loser. Shen Jiang, the 20 billion box office female lead, faced a brutal fall before the real mountain she needed to climb. However, while the online commentary was buzzing, a reporter sent a photo from after the event showing Shen Jiang, who had brushed past the best actress, embracing Liu Boating's waist, buried in his arms, and he was holding her with an expression of unprecedented patience and tenderness. The young actress in a long dress, and a man who had won the Best Actress award multiple times in formal attire, were embracing each other at the side of the glittering red carpet, as if the world's troubles had nothing to do with them at that moment. So loving, whether feeling sorry for Shen Jiang or thinking she was overly praised. Countless women in front of their computer screens stared at that photo for 3 seconds, then all screamed in their hearts. Help! It's so sweet. The dog food is not enough. Chapter 53. After the Golden Horse Awards, it wasn't long before the Cannes Film Festival. Due to the dismal defeat of receiving no awards at the Golden Horse, Shen Jiang didn't have high hopes for Cannes, although she didn't have a work to showcase. As a spokesperson for a top men's watch brand, Liu Boating was still invited to attend. Before leaving the capital and after arriving in Cannes, he comforted Shen Jiang many times. The stars present came from all over the world, and the media was countless. Every move on the red carpet was under the cameras. The domestic attention to Cannes has never weakened. Netizens were still watching the updates from various entertainment accounts and marketing accounts. This star's outfit is too ugly. That star is trying to steal the red carpet. This film crew is awkward. That film crew is too low. This one is dressed too revealing. Oh, this one looks good. Wow, how did she get in? A group of spectators were discussing heatedly until they saw Shen Jiang. Everyone was a bit surprised. How did Shen Jiang attend? Is she also trying to steal the red carpet? I heard she is competing with 3 Drunk and has a nomination. However, since she didn't win any awards at the Golden Horse, she probably has no chance at Cannes either. The possibility of winning is so low, it would be better to replace her with Zhang Jian. 1,000 Lines was good. 3 Drunk hasn't even been publicly screened for a few days. Who knows what the quality is? Anyway, I think it's unlikely. Shen Jiang seems to have the fate of high box office, but no awards. That must be so frustrating. Don't say things you don't know, okay? 3 Drunk was shortlisted for the main competition unit and qualified for the Palme d'Or, which is already a high recognition. Just because the Golden Horse judges didn't like 3 Drunk doesn't mean it's not good. One must broaden their perspective. Shen Jiang didn't pay attention to the domestic commentary. Upon arriving in Cannes, she seemed to have entered another state. When walking the red carpet, she almost froze at the entrance. Fortunately, she had Yu Junshan supporting her. Finally, she had arrived here. This, the place where Mu Qing and Zheng Chaowang had been. Yu Junshan noticed she was troubled and, after accepting the baptism of the flashlights, quietly asked, "What's wrong? Nervous?" Thinking about it, she was still a newcomer, attending such a grand occasion for the first time, so it was normal to feel uneasy. "I'm fine." Shen Jiang didn't say much, quietly thanking her senior for the concern, and steadied herself. Liu Boating was still far away from her, and Shen Jiang was seated with the male, lead Yu Junshan, and the director. In this large venue, she couldn't even name more than half of the guests. This was a competition on a global scale, and the competition for awards was magnitudes greater than domestically. The director himself couldn't find any comforting words this time. He had just as much hope for 3 Drunk as Shen Jiang did. Although he had good psychological resilience and wasn't affected by the ridicule of being a runner-up at the Golden Horse, it inevitably had some impact on his mood. Yu Junshan was not nominated for Best Actor, making him relatively more relaxed. Wanting to comfort the director, he found no words, and wanting to comfort Shen Jiang. He raised his hand but thought of Liu Boating in the same venue, coughed, and silently retracted his hand. Shen Jiang didn't notice the emotions of the two beside her. Lost in her own thoughts, Mu Qing and Zheng Chaowang had once brought Yu Ji here. Not only had Mu Qing been crowned here, but Yu Ji had also won the highest award, the Palme d'Or, that year. The following year, Mu Qing returned with a new film that became the opening film of Cannes, and she was awarded the Cannes Special Award. She felt a lot of emotions, and only when the host began to announce the awards did her attention return to the stage. Best Actress. Yu Junshan tapped her wrist. Shen Jiang responded with a sound. Staring at the brightly lit stage, her palms starting to sweat. The big screen showcased the nominated works, and the panic and anxiety from the Golden Horse Awards returned. Shen Jiang felt her throat tighten with nervousness. After a long preamble, under the anticipation of the crowd, the host finally announced in English the winner of this highly anticipated award. Best Actress, from China, 3 drunk, Shen Jiang. A buzzing sound echoed in her ears, and Shen Jiang froze in her seat. "I, me?" The director's tense expression finally relaxed, and he smiled, saying, "It's you. Go ahead. Congratulations." Yu Junshan had already joined the applause with everyone. Shen Jiang had won the Best Actress award at Cannes for this film, which was a great affirmation of the film itself. Having one award was already a justification. Even if she couldn't get the Palme d'Or, it didn't matter. Shen Jiang's throat felt a bit constricted. Her heart was anxious, and she felt unsteady. She suppressed this feeling, trying hard to maintain a perfect and dignified posture, straightening her back as she walked step by step onto the stage. Only she knew how her hands were trembling beside her. It felt like a dream, unreal. Each step felt like walking on clouds. Yet she still arrived on stage. This was real. Really, it was real. Receiving the award, the host made way for her, signaling her to give her acceptance speech. Shen Jiang stood in front of the microphone, curling her lips into a smile, gently smiling at the countless stars and the media and public from various countries who were watching this grand event. Her English was fluent. "Thank you to the organizing committee for this award. I am very happy to receive recognition from Cannes. I want to thank my esteemed director Fong He, thank my partner Mr. Yu Junshan, thank all the behind-the-scenes staff of our entire team for their hard work, and especially thank the audience who supported this film." Usually, this was where the speech would end. Everyone would thank each other, and the content wouldn't differ much. However, Shen Jiang wasn't finished yet. Glancing around, her eyes felt a bit warm. Her mother had stood on this stage before and had also held the Best Actress trophy, watching a scene that was both similar yet different. It wasn't easy. Fortunately, she hadn't embarrassed her, and finally, she had touched a bit of her legacy. I also want to thank 2 people. Shen Jiang tightened her grip on the award, striving to remain calm. "Thank you to my boyfriend, Mr. Liu Beiting, who has been by my side, giving me encouragement and comfort during my struggles. He helped me clarify my direction on the path of acting, and I feel lucky to have met you. And my mother, who instilled in me a love for acting and encouraged me to pursue this path. She is the best actress in my heart." Shen Jiang held back her sobs, trying hard to maintain the curve of her lips under the spotlight. Many years ago, the Cannes organizing committee had made a poster for her that read Daughter of Cannes. Today, standing in the place where she had once stood, she was very happy. "I love her, thank her for giving me life, and I am proud and honored to be her daughter. I will strive to become a better actress, with my mother Mu Qing as my goal." The audience erupted into applause, and the media from her home country was stunned from the moment she thanked her mother. By the last sentence, they were all completely frozen for 5 seconds. Director Fong He and Yu Junshan were also slightly taken aback, exchanging glances and seeing the same 2 words in each other's eyes. No way. She is actually Mu Qing's daughter. Both had seen many grand occasions and quickly regained their composure. No wonder she was so involved in Mu Qing's matters without hesitation. Many things, upon reflection, made sense. Only Liu Beiting, who already knew, smiled slightly, gently and attentively looking at her shining on stage, regardless of whether she could see clearly or not. He raised his hand and gave her a thumbs up. She was amazing, and he was proud of her, as a boyfriend, and even more as a lover. After the awards ceremony, Shen Jiang was stopped by the chairman of the organizing committee. A tall, slightly plump foreign middle-aged man hugged her, his blue eyes filled with warmth, saying in English, "I am friends with Mu Qing. It's amazing her daughter is here too. I never expected to see her daughter here one day. Mu Qing is wonderful. Both I can love her." Shen Jiang smiled and thanked him. The chairman kissed Shen Jiang's forehead and finally said, "She is beautiful, and so are you." Shen Jiang felt quite good, having escaped the pursuit of domestic media, and got into the car with Liu Beiting, only to find him sulking. "What's wrong?" He glanced at her and said, "He kissed you." Shen Jiang was taken aback. "You mean Chairman Rioran?" She laughed. "He is an old friend of my mom's, a senior." He fell silent. Shen Jiang had to put aside her joy from winning the award and comfort this jealous older boyfriend. In the front seat, Zhou Yun and Li Chunshan exchanged glances, speechless. Zhou Yun, being more experienced, silently stood up his collar and stuffed 2 balls of paper into his ears. This damn display of affection, when will it end? Li Chun-chun coughed discreetly, not reacting as much. With nothing to do, she took out her phone to check the updates online in the country. As expected, Weibo was already flooded with posts about Shen Jiang's award for the Great Wilderness 5 Elements. Who said 3 drunken wouldn't do well? She won an award at Cannes. And those who said Shen Jiang couldn't do it must be slapping their faces now. They still don't know how to improve, and they're getting slapped again and again. Best Actress. This is Best Actress. The first award she received was international, so domestic awards are just a matter of time. Congratulations, Shen Jiang. Finally, someone who isn't just there to walk the red carpet. Congratulations. Shen Jiang's fans are getting excited today. The last time I saw the compilation of your works, it looked pretty good. This girl is so young and brings so much glory to the domestic entertainment industry. Come on and promote me. I'm waiting with my mouth open to eat. Thinking back to the post that Zhang Jian made on Weibo a few days ago, she couldn't help but laugh. She won 2 of the domestic 3 major awards, but so what? Shen Jiang just brought back a trophy from an international 3 major film festivals. And she is so much younger than her. She must be green with envy. OMG, again slapped by Shen Jiang. She must be a face-slapping demon, right? My face is swollen like a pig's head. Oh, forget it. Congratulations to this girl. Next time I definitely won't follow the crowd. I apologize for mocking her about the box office without awards. Can Best Actress. The new generation is going to be reshuffled. Oh no, wait. It seems there was never anyone particularly outstanding. The previous leader seems to have been Shen Yuan. All right, no need to say more. I can Best Actress under 25, TSK. What else can compare? No matter in the television or film industry. Among the post-90s young flowers, Shen Jiang is second to none. I will definitely watch 3 Drunken when it comes out. Although award-winning films are generally very profound, but considering how hard it fought, I will contribute to Shen Jiang's box office results. Also, count me in for the face slapping. I promise I won't mock the 2 billion female lead anymore, covering face. Shen Jiang is really a face-slapping demon. I'm convinced. All right, I'll kneel down. Yuan Yunfei's fans are like chickens. A few days ago, they were jumping with joy on various forums, cursing Shen Jiang for not being able to win an award, and now their karma has come back to bite them. Your idol's acting skills should have died early instead of trying to make a comeback. Now she can only help Shen Jiang shine, and in the future, she will probably